Breaking down the myth of Narcissus, the term narcissism signifies a mental disorder characterized by extreme self-absorption, an exaggerated sense of self-importance, and a selfish need for attention and admiration from others. Malignant narcissism is a form of narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, which is characterized by suspiciousness to the point of paranoia, feelings of grandiosity, absurd claims on oneself, and sadistic cruelty accompanied by a complete lack of remorse. A note to the readers: Islam stands or falls on the credibility of Muhammad, on which we do not have single evidence but unfathomable doubts because his conduct was immoral. But he successfully twisted the sense of morality of his followers, distorted their sense of humanness, and linked doing good and a service to God to all ungodly things. Briefly, he had given a sacred aura to crime and terrorism. Was Muhammad truthful and sincere when he claimed to the title of prophet? Or was he a vulgar imposter who posed as a prophet with his eyes upon a throne from the beginning? Where we can find some concrete evidence that Qur'anic revelations were not Muhammad's delusions or his conscious fabrications? Where is the divine verification for divine revelations? If we put the Qur'an in chronological order and correlate it with the context of Muhammad's life as was reported in Sira, Sunnah and Hadith, we find Allah mirrored Muhammad's character. Allah was too dumb to be God and too immoral to be divine. In this treatise I have no intention to test God. I just want to test Muhammad's claim to the title of Messenger of God because I cannot blindly accept his claim. Throughout the recorded history of mankind, many impostors had posed as God-man and fooled us. Muhammad may be a true prophet or he may be an impostor. We must test him to see which he is. Anyone who claims to be a prophet must be prepared to have his prophecy tested. This treatise is a critical investigation, where I have probed deep into the strange imaginary fantasy world of Muhammad, not only in search of an answer but also to unfold many mysteries of Islam and Muslims. First, I had looked at Muhammad through the spectacle of blind faith and then through the spectacle of science, logic and modern development of psychological and mental disorder studies. This document contains the findings of my investigation. When an investigation is done in any intellectual field, no investigator can claim that his academic research work is complete in every respect and the conclusions are final. It is always like an open loop and there is constantly a scope for further research. I sincerely hope that the enthusiastic readers, both Muslim and non-Muslim, with further investigation will come out with more interesting facts on different aspects of the same topic. This document is heavy reading and lengthy. I ask for readers' patience on this. Thank you. Sujit Das, email, counter, jihad@yahoo.co.uk, Mumbai, India. 22232.425 Contents. A note to the reader's introduction. Chapter 1. The flashback of a false prophet, Muhammad's prophetic claim, the embarrassment of satanic verses, the traditional sources, the reliability of traditional sources, discrediting Muhammad using traditional sources, discrediting Muhammad using the modern-day sources, discrediting Muhammad by his own words and conduct. The message of Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad's miracles, refuting the claims of Muhammad's miracles. Conclusion. Chapter 2. Muhammad's hallucinations, the mystery of Cave Hira, the strange subconscious mind, a logical explanation of Muhammad's mystic experience, traditional Islamic sources on Muhammad's hallucination. Conclusion. Page 46 to 57, 46, 47, 49. Oi. Chapter 3. Muhammad's strange mindset, an introduction to Freud's ID, ego, and superego concepts, the psychopathology of Muhammad, understanding personality disorder, understanding narcissistic personality disorder, the 7 deadly sins of narcissism, according to Sandy Hotchkiss, understanding malignant narcissism, the defensive false self of a narcissist, the narcissistic supply, the cause of narcissism. Correlating Muhammad and malignant narcissism, the narcissistic delusion of Muhammad. Identifying the defensive inflated false self of Muhammad, the development of Muhammad's narcissism, why Allah did not allow Muhammad to pray for his mother. The narcissistic supply sources of Muhammad, why Muhammad became an outlaw, Muhammad's excessive cruelty and hatred for non-Muslims. The paradise and the hell. The critics of Muhammad, narcissist Muhammad and his collection of women. Why Muhammad was sinless. 58 to 136 5859 61 108 114. 4.14.24.34.44.54.6 Shri A2 Re 5.46.16.26.36.46.4.1 A Quest for the Impaired True Self of Muhammad. Conclusion. Chapter 4. The creation of Qur'an. The authenticity of Qur'an, and the authority and responsibility of Allah. Is the Qur'an preserved? The trustworthiness of Allah and His Qur'an. Who wrote the Qur'an? Why narcissist Muhammad needed the Qur'an. Conclusion. Chapter 5. The creation of Allah. Allah, the ungodly God. Narcissism and the concept of superego. Allah, the superego of a malignant narcissist. Conclusion. Chapter 6. The creation of Islam. The purpose of creation of Islam. Islam, the cult of a narcissist. Islam and apostasy. The force of narcissism. The force of narcissism of Muhammad and early Muslims. 128,133,137 to 160,138,141,145,149. 156,159,161 to 174,161,165,168,173,175 to 213,175,180,187. 6.6.16.6.26.6.36.6.46.5 Rel 72 IE, Payal Tode Die 7.3.4 is Khan, 13.6 Teal 7.4 Pre-Islamic Arabia and the Dawn of Islam. How Muhammad enslaved the early Muslims. The fatal attraction of Muhammad's fantasy world. Muhammad's mental instability. Muhammad's misleading signals. Pathological lying. The method of projection. Who benefited from Islam? Who are the pathetic losers? The demoralizing influence of Muhammad's teaching on the Arabs. Chapter 7. Present-day captives of Islamic cult. The legacy of Muhammad. Islam, the mental illness of Muslims. The demonic recipe of narcissist Muhammad. Shamelessness, bypassed shame, magical thinking, arrogance, envy, entitlement, exploitation, bad boundaries. The collective mental sickness of Muslim Ummah. 192,195,196 197,198,199 201 204,206,207,214 to 265,214 215 221,221 22,224,225,229,232. The causes of decadence of Muslim Ummah, unshackling the victims of Muhammad. Conclusion. Chapter 8. Final assessment of Muhammad. References 252,258,264,266 to. Introduction. Muslims need to write an honest biography of the Prophet that does not shun the truth, least of all cover it up with the dishonest subterfuge of condescending the Western scholars. Ibn Warwick, 2000, page 21. Towards the beginning of last century, there was a rising interest among the Western scholars to investigate the origins of Islam and its founder, i.e., Prophet Muhammad. For this they had used highest standard of historical scholarship available at that time. Their aim was to collect authentic information about Muhammad and the rise of early Islam by carefully separating the facts from fictions. In some ways, the research on Muhammad was inspired by a similar type of investigation of Christianity made famous by Albert Schweitzer's famous work, The Quest of the Historical Jesus. All religions except Islam have their origins covered in mystery. Islam, as Renan used the famous phrase, Islam, was born in the full light of history, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 15, stands firm and clear in front of us. Unlike semi-mythological religious figures, example, Christ, Buddha, Adi Shankara or Mahavira Jain, the founder of Islam is as well known to us as that of any other social reformer. Several thousand short stories about Muhammad were collected in Sahih Hadith. Considering above, though it appears to be comparatively easier to write an analytical history of Islam and its founder, but actually it is not so. As Spencer, 2006, page .19, commented, most Western non-Muslims know virtually nothing about the Prophet of Islam, but the question is, how many practicing Muslims know their Prophet well? Has an honest biography of Muhammad yet been written? There are enough pious and totally unobjective traditions of Muhammad preserved by the Muslim religious community, but what is lacking in these sources is honesty. Even today, numerous works in Arabic and other Muslim-majority languages appear each year which try to portray Muhammad as a holy man, a seer, visionary and miracle worker. But in reality these are far away from truth. The reason no Muslim can write an honest biography of their prophet is that the biography of Muhammad is a subject that is taboo, and as Rodinson, 1981, page .24, commented, is permitted only when written as apologetic and edifying literature. Hence, objective historical research on Muhammad has long been severely handicapped both by the resistance of the Muslim societies to Western analysis of their sacred traditions and by the apologetic approaches of many Western scholars, who had compromised their investigation for fear of offending Muslim sensibilities. But in recent time, thanks to both Western and ex-Muslim writers, a lot of scholarly work had been produced, which could offend certain readers. With the help of these scholars, we can trace Muhammad's fluctuation of thought year by year, his actions, his achievements, family life, abnormal sexual behavior, strength and weaknesses. If we compare our findings with that of modern development of psychological studies, the image of Muhammad that surfaces is far away from any holy religious figure but that of a person who was suffering from severe mental illness. And if we probe further deep into the mystery of Allah and carefully make a distinction between superstition and science, we have hardly any doubt left that it was his mental illness and hallucinatory experience which was solely responsible for creating Allah, Qur'an and Islam altogether. Chapter 1. The Flashback of a False Prophet 1.1. Muhammad's prophetic claim. Islam is a religion which had developed from the prophetic claim, preaching and life of Muhammad early in the 7th century of the Christian era. During that time, the old Arabian paganism was in a process of slow disintegration and Judaism and Christianity were widely gaining popularity. Several self-proclaimed prophets had arisen with various degrees of success in convincing people. In the beginning Muhammad was such a self-proclaimed prophet, but with time he successfully synchronized certain basic elements of Judaism and Christianity with the pagan practices and added some nationalistic Arab pride, and it has become a world religion today. From the authentic Islamic sources it appears that Muhammad thought of himself as in the succession of the Old Testament men of faith who was sent on a divine mission by the one and only God, Allah. Like Noah, Jonah, and Elijah he preached a religious message in the name of this Supreme Lord. Like Moses he also issued legislation in his name, and like Abraham he was not only a maintainer of righteousness but the founder of a community of the righteous. But unlike Christianity or Buddhism, his religious endeavor was an utter failure unless he was able to draw the sword and use it successfully to impose his religion on others. Muhammad declared himself a prophet of Allah when he was about 40 years old. Bukhari's Hadith, 1-3, recorded Muhammad's first experience with the angel Gabriel. But this divine confrontation was less heavenly and more demonic. Once in the cave of Hira, the angel Gabriel came to him with some written messages from Allah and asked him to read. Muhammad replied, "I do not know how to read." 3 times Muhammad expressed his inability to read, but Gabriel forcefully gave him the message of Allah, the famous first revelations of Qur'an. Read, Prophet Muhammad, in the name of your Lord who created the human from a blood clot. Read, your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught the human, what he did not know. Q. 96.1-5. So the truth of Allah's message started descending upon Muhammad in a violent way. This is entirely sufficient for a rational person to seriously doubt about the truthfulness of Qur'anic message and Muhammad's reliability as a prophet. Surprisingly, Muhammad himself was the first person to doubt the genuineness of the revelation. He hurried back to his wife bewildered and terrorized. "What's wrong with me?" he asks his wife. Just as kids hide under the covers when they are afraid of monsters in the dark, so Muhammad had his wife wrap him in a blanket. He did not want to see the cause of terror again. He thought he was either going mad or possessed by an evil spirit. After this first revelation, Allah was silent for about 3 years. Muhammad was so sad that he preferred to commit suicide. Several times he intended to throw himself from the top of high mountains, but every time he went up the top of mountain in order to throw himself down, Gabriel would appear before him and said, "O Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's apostle in truth." This is how Muhammad began to believe that he was a messenger of God. A messenger of such a demonic God whose influence caused him to attempt suicide. Few people are aware of Muhammad's suicide attempts. Few Islamic leaders will teach this to their fellow Muslims because it casts a stain upon Muhammad. It brings doubt to his trustworthiness and the credibility of his assumed prophetic experience. Some Muslims deny the sources of the story. Other more intelligent Muslims, knowledgeable about the sources, respond by saying that the shock of the experience caused him to attempt suicide. According to Qur'an, Muhammad was the seal of the prophets. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. He is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Allah has knowledge of all things. Q. 33.40. According to Islamic sources, Bukhari, 1.4.189, Muslim, 30.5790, Sunan of Abu Dawud 32-4071, Muhammad had a big mole on his back between the shoulders which was as big as a pigeon's egg. He claimed that the big mole is the proof of his prophethood. There is no religious scripture which confirms that a mole between the shoulders is a sign of prophethood. What he claimed to be a proof of Allah's seal was a physical deformity which anyone can have. There is no divinity in this. It is simply beyond the capacity of a logical thinker how this is supposed to be one of the proofs that convince people of Muhammad's prophethood. Muhammad gave no solid proof of his prophethood. He only claimed to the title of Prophet of Allah. Did he lie? Was he under delusion? The validity of Islam is closely dependent on the reliability of Muhammad. If there is no solid reason to conclude that Muhammad was the true messenger of God, we may reasonably suppose that Islam is false. If we can prove that Muhammad was untrustworthy, Islam self-destructs. The scholars, who are most familiar with Arabic sources and had clear understanding of the life and time of Muhammad, like Margoluth, Hergrange, Lamans, Kaitani, are the most decisive against Muhammad's prophetic claim. The more we read their valuable research works, the more we find it difficult to disagree with them. How can we be sure that Muhammad did not lie? Muhammad declared that lying is acceptable if it is used to propagate the cause of Islam by killing the enemy. This particular statement should make us wonder how often Muhammad took advantage of this principle while claiming his title of a prophet and preaching his message. If we take Qur'an as a primary foundation of Muhammad's prophethood, the doubt is still not dispelled at all. The next question is to ascertain how firm ground does it provide. There are serious doubts about the trustworthiness of Qur'an also. Like Muhammad's prophetic claim, Qur'an itself is self-declarative. It describes itself by various generic terms, comments, explains, distinguishes, puts itself in contrast with other religious books and claims to be holy. The Qur'anic claims are great, but what is miserable is that this supposed to be holy book fails to prove either Muhammad's prophetic claim or its divine origin. Ultimately, it becomes a circular reasoning. Qur'an is God's words because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was God's messenger because Qur'an says so. Circular reasoning is a logical fallacy. We are not happy with this. 1.2. The embarrassment of satanic verses. Traditional Islamic sources admit that Muhammad was at one time inspired by Satan to put some verses into the Qur'an. When Muhammad first began preaching in Mecca, he thought that the Meccans would accept his religion. But the Meccans were not receptive to him. This made Muhammad angry and he started taunting them for years by insulting their religion and gods. Meccans refused all dealings with him and his followers. Eventually, to appease the Meccans, Muhammad recited the following Qur'anic verses: Have you then considered the Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, the third, the last? These are the exalted Qur'anic, a high-flying bird, whose intercession is approved. Q. 53.19-20, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat were some of the local idols worshipped in Mecca. Previously Muhammad had spoken against them in his monotheist preaching, but now he recited that their intercession is approved. This made the Meccans very pleased and the boycott was lifted shortly. Soon Muhammad realized that by acknowledging the local idols Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat he had made a terrible blunder. He had undermined his own position that as the sole intermediary between Allah and the people, and by doing so he made his new religion indistinguishable from pagan beliefs and hence redundant. So he retracted and said the two verses acknowledging pagan idols were satanic verses, i.e., the verses inspired by Lucifer, the biblical Satan. This is Muhammad's most embarrassing moment. Islam crumbled in the wake of the Prophet's satanic indulgence. Muhammad desperately tried to make amends for the satanic verses and recited the following verse. Surely Allah does not forgive setting up partners with him, and whoever associates anything with Allah, he indeed strays off into remote error. They call but upon female deities. They call but upon Satan, the persistent rebel. Q. 4.116. Subsequently, the relevant verses were also modified with the final form what is now in the modern Qur'an, have ye thought upon Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, the third, the other? Are yours the males and his the females? That indeed were an unfair division. Q. 53, 19-22. Many of the Muhammad's followers left him on this account, realizing that Muhammad was making up the Qur'an. Sina, 2008, page 16. Muhammad had to run away from Mecca in shame. The shame of defeat was so much that Muhammad and Abu Bakr had to flee through window. On their way out of town, both had to hide in a cave for fear the Meccans would find them. Win, 2004. Pages 587. When the messenger decided upon departure, he went to Bakr and the two of them left by a window in the back of Abu's house and went to a cave in Thar, a mountain below Mecca. Ishaq. 223. The messenger came back to Mecca and found that its people were more determined to oppose him and to abandon his religion, except for a few weak people who believed in him. Tabari. V. 118. However, after this blunder Muhammad was more careful not to make the mistake again. He just hammered a nail into his own prophetic coffin. Muslims are very uncomfortable with the satanic verses episode, and this had been the subject of endless and bitter controversy. Walker, 2002, page 111. But if we have to believe the authentic Muslim sources, there is no reason to reject this occurrence. This incident was recorded by devout Muslims like al-Waqidi, al-Zamakhshari, al-Baydawi, al-Tabari, Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Hisham, Ibn Sa'd and Bukhari. It is unthinkable that such a story would have been fabricated by all of them. While this event is well documented in Islamic sources, current-day Islamic leaders rarely tell Muslims or the general public about it. We can make three logical conclusions from this satanic verses incident. Firstly, a Qur'anic verse can be modified or deleted at a later date. Secondly, it casts a shadow over the veracity on Muhammad's entire claim to be a prophet. Finally, Satan proves that Qur'an is not a miracle. Qur'an challenges, bring a surah like it. Q. 2.23, and Satan took the challenge and did it. Did Muhammad carefully plan a ploy to win the hearts of the Meccans, or was it his subconscious that had suggested to him a sure formula which provided a practical road to unanimity? I shall look for an answer in subsequent chapters. 1.3. The traditional sources. It seems much logical, and also agreeable to Muslims, to say that if we have solid reasons to believe that Muhammad was a reliable messenger of God, we may conclude that Islam is a true religion and, in case there are strong reasons to question Muhammad's trustworthiness, Islam self-destructs. In the West, Muhammad's critics are quick to claim that he was either possessed by demons or suffering from mental illness, or he was a conscious fraud. We have no concrete evidence to support one of these claims and discard others, but at least we all agree to the point that there was certainly something wrong with Muhammad. The Western scholars judge the Prophet by the standards of human morality and conscience. But Muslims' thinking is different. From their point of view, they have accepted Muhammad as a superior being, and the mercy of God among mankind. Sina, 2008, p. 6. Though Muslims dismiss all attacks on their faith as anti-Islamic polemic and a calculated and deliberate misrepresentation of their religion from Christian prejudice and Zionist-instigated ill will, but the irony is that, Even if we reject and leave aside all these Western scholars and depend only on authentic traditional sources for information, we still cannot find anything which suggests that Muhammad was a superior being, or the mercy of God among mankind, but we have thousands of accounts that do portray him a psychopath criminal. But are the traditional sources reliable? 1.3.1 The reliability of traditional sources. Our knowledge and understanding of early Islam and its founder mainly rests on the writings we call Sira, al-Maghazi, Qur'an, Qur'anic exegesis, Tafsir, Tabari's history, and Shahi Hadith collections. Sira means biography, and likewise Sirat Rasul Allah is the biography of Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, written by Ibn Ishaq, ca 85, 704 and 150 767, which is the earliest life of Muhammad of which we have any trace. He was one of the main authorities on the life and times of the Prophet. Amongst the early Muslim critic, Ishaq had a very high reputation, e.g., al-Zuhri spoke of him as the most knowledgeable man in Maghazi. Ishaq's Sira or biography provides the sole account of Muhammad's life and the formation of Islam, written within 200 years of his death. The work of Ibn Ishaq is very important for the researchers, not only because it is the earliest biography, but also for the reason that Ibn Ishaq was a free thinker and he was free from any influences of later idealizing tendencies. While the character, message, and deeds portrayed within its pages are the direct opposite of Christ's and his disciples, the Sira's chronological presentation is similar in style to the Christian Gospels. His work contains too much information of a character that is devastatingly unfavorable to the Prophet. Al-Maghazi is the early Muslim military expeditions or raiding parties in which Muhammad took part in the Medinan period. But this term seems to have been more or less often used synonymously with term Sira. The history of al-Tabari is a mine of information for historical and critical research by Western scholars. This Persian historian was a devout Muslim, a commentator of Qur'an, and widely traveled. He had not only devoted much time to history but even mathematics and medicine. Tabari derived much of his material from oral traditions and literary sources like the works of Abu Mikhnaf, al-Waqidi, Ibn Sa'd, and of course Ibn Ishaq. Quran's claim to divine origin rests on the ahadith, plural of hadith. The hadith, or the book of tradition, are the records of what Muhammad did, what he enjoined, what was done in his presence, and what he did not forbid. Hadith collections also include the authoritative sayings and doings of the companions of Muhammad. Muhammad was aware that people were taking note of all his casually uttered words and that stories of what he did were being passed around. He was aware of the dangers and warned against the practice because some of his casually uttered word may get included in Quran by mistake. Brahmachari, 1999, p. 131. But the trend once started could not be stopped and was accelerated after his death. Walker, 2002, page 172. The hadith contains material from pre-Islamic times also. Much was added to it after Muhammad's death with fresh material with the growth of Islamic empire. It is true that much of the ahadith was fabricated before Imam Bukhari made his compilation. As example, Ibn Abi Ayyaja, executed 772 CE for apostasy, confessed before his death that he had fabricated more than 4,000 ahadith, in which he forbade Muslims what was in fact permitted and vice versa, and he made Muslims to break the fast when they should have been fasting. Warwick, 2003, p. 45. Aj's case is just one example. There are instances where many ahadith were invented to serve the political purposes of the Umayyad, the Abbasids, and later dynasties of caliphs, and handing down of the traditions went downwards to the level of a business enterprise. Goldziher, 1971, p. 169, as a means of livelihood. A large amount of non-Islamic material was drawn into by the compilers, which even included sayings of Buddhist wisdom, Roman stories and verses from the Zoroastrians, Jewish and Christian scriptures, and even Greek philosophy. Gibb, 1969, p. 51. Soon the number of ahadith already in circulation and still being invented became unimaginable. As one Muslim authority wrote, "In nothing do we see pious man more given to falsehood than in the traditions." Nicholson, 1969, page .145. so it was urgently necessary to compile an authentic collection. The best known and most authoritative compilation is by Bukhari. It is said that Bukhari had examined a total of 6,000,000 traditions. He preserved some 7,000, including traditions, which means he rejected some 593,000 as inauthentic. Crone, 1987, page 33. But since many of them were repeated, there remained only about 2760 in total. Second only to Bukhari's collection is the work of Muslim Ibn al-Hajjaj, which contains 3,000 traditions. These compilations are believed to be Sahih Hadith, authentic traditions. With much disappointment to the Muslims, the above 5 oldest and most trusted Islamic sources don't portray Muhammad a superior being, or any kind of the mercy of God among mankind. The sources reveal that he was a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a promiscuous husband, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger but a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. It's certainly not the character profile of the founder of a true religion. Moreover, there is no reason to believe that these authentic collections of Bukhari were later additions by religious rivalries. Bukhari was a devout Muslim and his sincerity was beyond doubt. Other traditional books were written by pious Muslims, the copies are preserved, and certainly it would not be the characteristic of believers to portray their prophet as a villain. After all, Muhammad had promised them paradise in exchange of their acceptance of Muhammad as a prophet. How they can malign him? Similarly, the trustworthiness of Christian sources cannot be doubted either. By the time Muhammad received his first revelation early in the 7th century, Christianity was already an established religion and had been in law of the exclusive faith of the Roman Empire, the superpower of the Mediterranean, for some 2 centuries. Christianity also had been planted from Ethiopia to Ireland and Morocco to Georgia and in Mesopotamia, i.e., modern Iraq. Fletcher, 2003, pp. 4-6. The multiplicity and diversity of the Christian texts stands as a proof of an intellectual life of Christendom within the Roman world. In fact, this was a new era when this faith was slowly coming out of the religious orthodoxy. As the grip of the Orthodox Church was relaxed, there was a wave of theological deviance, and the contemporaneous Christians evaluated Muhammad and his sect as yet another such group which had gone astray. It was unthinkable to them that Islam might be a new religion, in the strict sense of the term. The Islamic leadership remained on friendly terms with the Christian populations of the land they conquered. Quran 29-45 requires Muslims should respect the al-Kitab, the people of the book, that is to say the Christians and Jews. Hence we hardly have any doubt on the authenticity of early Christian sources. It was too late for the Christian to realize the fact about Islam. 1.4. Discrediting Muhammad using traditional sources. The original book of Ibn Ishaq is lost to history, and all we know of it is what is quoted from it by the later writers, particularly Ibn Hisham and al-Tabari. These quotations are fortunately quite reliable. Ibn Hisham edited and abridged Ibn Ishaq's work about 65 years later. In his edition, Hisham, Guillaume, 1955, page 691, wrote, "Tam omitting things which Ishaq recorded in this book. I have omitted things which are disgraceful to discuss and matters which would distress certain people." This particular comment of Hisham speaks volumes. Today we need to know, what were those disgraceful to discuss discussions Hisham omitted from Ishaq's original works, and what were those matters which would distress certain people? We understand Hisham's position. He was actually compromising with the truth to save his life, which was dependent upon not offending the cleric kings during his time. But he was honest enough to admit that he had compromised with the truth. However, a few modern historians have attempted to recover the lost portion of Ishaq's work. They applied the biblical criteria of form and redaction criticism. Form criticism is an analysis of literary documents, particularly the Bible, to discover earlier oral traditions as example, stories, legends, myths, etc. upon which they were based. Redaction criticism is concerned with when and by what process of collecting and editing did a particular section or book of the Bible reach its final literary form, to the basis historical assemblage of Ishaq. To quote Margoluth, cited Warwick, 2000, page 340, the character attributed to Muhammad in the biography of Ibn Ishaq is exceedingly unfavorable. For whatever he does, he is prepared to plead the express authorization of the deity. It is, however, impossible to find any doctrine which he is not prepared to abandon in order to secure a political end. At different points in his career, he abandons the unity of God and his claim to the title of a prophet. This is a disagreeable picture for the founder of a religion, and it cannot be pleaded that it is a picture drawn by an enemy. The pagan Meccans were wise enough not to believe Muhammad's gigantic claim because they had seen many such impostors. There are more than a dozen verses which confirm that Muhammad and the voice he had heard were ridiculed by the pagans. They thought that Muhammad was fabricating verses, or in the parlance of those days, he was demon-possessed. The contemporaries or Muhammad called him Majnun, lunatic, crazy, possessed by jinn, Sina, 2008. Pages 6, or a soothsayer, Qur'an. This is very explicit in the 10 Qur'anic verses 15.6, 23.70-72, 34.8, 34.45, 46, 37.35, 36, 44.13, 14, 52.29, 68.2, 68.51 and 81.22. In a few instances, there are verses 21-5, 36-69, 37-36, 35, 52-30 where an alternative explanation was given that Muhammad was an ambitious but fanciful poet who had merely invented it all. To defend himself, Muhammad added several references to biblical prophets likewise accused of ghost possession, as example earlier prophets in general, q. 51.52, Noah, q. 23.25, Moses, q. 26.26, 27, q. 51.39. Let it be on record that the Bible nowhere mentions such an allegation against Noah, Moses, or most other prophets. The one exception is Hosea, a prophet apparently unknown to Muhammad. They call the man of the Spirit a madman. So great is their guilt that their resistance is likewise great. Hosea 9.7. Undoubtedly, Muhammad, whose knowledge of the Bible was only sketchy, was merely projecting his own plight onto Noah and Moses. Muhammad's argument was very silly and stands on a slippery ground. His reason was something like this: I am a prophet but am not acknowledged by my narrow-minded contemporaries, just as the ancient genuine prophets were not given due recognition either at first instance. Hence I am also a genuine prophet. Muhammad lost many of his followers on this account. Bukhari, 9, 87-111, recorded that Muhammad's prophetic mission was confirmed by cousin of Qadiyah, a Christian convert from Judaism named Waraka bin Nawfal. After few days of confirming Muhammad's prophethood, Waraka died mysteriously. The fact that Waraka was a Christian had been a source of embarrassment to the Muslims. Hence they often deny it to get rid of this shame. Some overenthusiastic Muslim sources say that, by recognizing Prophet, Waraka converted to Islam. However, some modern scholars contend that Waraka actually rejected Muhammad and the text of Ibn Hisham's version of the Sira was later corrupted. Spencer, 2006, p. 53. There is no account in voluminous hadith that Waraka converted to Islam and the details of his mysterious death. From the hadith collections we can find minutest details of Muhammad's activities and the events of early Muslim communities. The conversion of a Christian priest who was a cousin of Muhammad and his wife would have been a momentous event. Waraka was the most revered holy man in Mecca. Why the cause of his death was not recorded in the hadith. Today the mainstream Islam accepts that Waraka recognized Muhammad's prophetic status, but this is baseless. Nowhere is it recorded that Waraka's appreciation was witnessed by anyone. Though it appears shocking, but I believe that Waraka was murdered by Muhammad. This is a possibility which we cannot ignore. After Muhammad and Khadijah had used him, he became a liability, someone who could and would profess that Muhammad's claims were untrue. Once Waraka was dead, Muhammad felt free to concoct any lies and attribute them to him, and the deception continued unabated. Strange but true that, even there is mention in Hadith, Bukhari 4. 56.814, that Muhammad was once challenged by a Christian convert who reverted back to Christianity by seeing that Muhammad was actually faking the Qur'anic revelations and declared, "Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him." There was a similar type of observation by one of the Muhammad's scribes, Abdullah ibn Abi Sar, who used to write down all his revelations. When Abdullah suggested some changes to Muhammad's dictation, Muhammad readily agreed with Abdullah. This led Abdullah to suspect Muhammad's claim of reception of messages from God, apostatized and left Medina for Mecca. He then proclaimed that he, Abdullah, too could easily write the Quranic verses by being inspired by Allah. Kaner and Kaner, 2002, p. 45. In the Christian view, the gospel concerning Christ was final. Bible exclusively cautioned that any other teaching is false even if an angel from heaven, here meaning Gabriel, came down to preach it, was not to be accepted. Gal. 1. 8. Christ specifically spoke of false prophets yet to come, and warned that if people report that such a one in the desert, do not go there. Matt. 24:26. But in spite of this clear warning in the Bible, many early Christians did not recognize this false prophet. Muhammad and his sect were most believably understood as yet another wave of theological deviants of Christendom who had gone astray. When Muhammad advised a small group of his followers to flee Mecca, the Christian king of Abyssinia received them and gave them refuge. In biographies of Muhammad, there are many references of a Christian monk named Bahira who is said to have recognized in Muhammad the signs of a prophet. The idea that Islam might be a new religion was in the strict sense of the term was unthinkable to the Christians. When Jerusalem was surrendered to Muslims in 638, Sophronius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had negotiated the surrender of the city to the Muslims, explained the invasion of Palestine as divine punishment for the sins of the Christians. The notion was that the Muslims were the instruments of the God's wrath. Fletcher, 2003, page 16. But slowly the early Christians recognized Muhammad as a man of blood and his followers as irredeemably violent. Throughout the medieval period, all of the characteristics of Muhammad that confirmed his authority in the eyes of Muslims were reversed by Christian authors and turned into defects. When Christians recognized Islam as a rival religion to Christianity, they simply refused the notion of a new prophet after Christ. Ernst, 2005, page 14. The traditional doctrine that Muhammad was illiterate, which to Muslims was proof of divine origin of Qur'an, indicated to the Christians that he must have been a fraud. When challenged by the Meccans to produce miracles, Muhammad said that Qur'an was his only miracle. While Muslims viewed this as proof of the spirituality of his mission, Christian antagonists considered this lack of miracles as clear evidence that Muhammad was a fake. In 850, a monk called Perfectus went shopping in the capital of Muslim state of Al-Andalus. Here he was stopped by a group of Arabs who asked him whether Jesus or Muhammad was the greater prophet. There was a trick in the question because it was a capital offense in the Islamic Empire to insult Muhammad, and Perfectus knew it very well. So at first he responded cautiously. He gave an exact account of the Christian faith respecting the divinity of Christ. But suddenly he snapped and burst into a passionate stream of abuse, calling Muhammad a charlatan, a sexual pervert and the Antichrist himself and a false prophet spoken of in the Gospel. Fox, 1827, p. 767. Perfectus was thrown into the prison but later released because the judge realized that he was provoked by the Muslims. However, after few days of his release, the Muslims' pranks provoked him once more and Perfectus cracked a second time and insulted Muhammad in such crude terms that he was again taken and later on executed. Armstrong, 2006, p. 22. Few days later, another Christian monk by the name Ishaq appeared before the same judge and attacked Muhammad and his religion with many crude and disgusting words. His insulting words to Muhammad and Islam were so strong that the judge, thinking him drunk or deranged, slapped him to bring him to his senses. But Ishaq persisted in his abuse and the judge ordered his execution also. A few days after Ishaq's execution, 6 monks from the same monastery arrived and delivered yet another venomous attack on Muhammad. There were executed 2 That summer, about 50 Christian monks died this way. Armstrong, 2006, page 23. But those Christian monks had all the right to call Muhammad a fake. They were well educated, wise, and they had studied Muhammad and his religion thoroughly. The two biggest Christian criticisms of Muhammad were undoubtedly in relation to his military activities, marriages, and sexual perversions. For Christians, the celibacy and nonviolent approach of Jesus were generally seen as indispensable characteristics of true spirituality. The cruelty of Muhammad and his sexual perversion were taken as clear proof that Muhammad could not be on the same exalted level as Jesus. The early Christian critics of Muhammad generally described him as motivated by a combination of political ambition and sensual lust. But the success of Islam raised a disturbing theological question: how had God allowed this impious faith to prosper? Could it be that God had deserted his own people? The earliest reference to Muhammad in Christian literature is found in the writings of 7th century. The Armenian Chronicle of Sebos says that Muhammad was an Ishmaelite who claimed to be a prophet. In the coming years, many biblical scholars realized that though Islam and Christianity has many similarities, like praying, fasting, giving alms, pilgrimage, etc., but actually Islam is against Christianity. During the Middle Ages of Christian Europe, Christians had a very strong negative feeling against Muslims. As example, Bede, a monk and biblical scholar, described Qur'an as a parody of sacred scripture of Christianity, i.e., Bible, and Muhammad as a pseudo-prophet, who and his followers has made war on Christians and seized their holy places. In a work of biblical commentary completed in 716, Bede described Muslims as enemies of the Church. Fletcher, 2003, p. 19. Like Bede, another prolific writer of theology was John of Damascus. He hailed from an ethnic Arab family and whose 3 generations had served Muslim rulers. He was one of the earliest Christian writers to concern himself at any length and in a systematic way with Islam. John was the first scholar who had explained the biblical deviation of the Ishmaelites. He went on to castigate Muhammad as a false prophet who cribbed part of his teaching from the Old and New Testaments and also from the sayings of a heretic Christian monk, Bahira. According to John, Muhammad wrote down some ridiculous compositions in a book of his, Chase, 1958, page 153, which he claimed had been sent down to him from heaven. Somewhere around 745, John composed a play, dialogue between a Saracen and a Christian. This dialogue envisages a situation in which a Muslim puts awkward questions to a Christian on such matters as the nature of Christ, creation, free will, and many others. The Christian parries these questions so skillfully that at the end of the play it is mentioned, the Saracen went his way surprised and bewildered, having nothing more to say. Seal, 1978, page 70. John also quoted at length but selectively from Qur'an and mocked the faith of the Ishmaelites. During late 8th or early 9th century, a short work was composed probably in southern Spain by an anonymous writer which is known as Historia de Muhammad, where Muhammad was called as a son of darkness who stole some Christian teaching and claimed to be a prophet. He put together an absurd farrago of doctrine delivered to him by a vulture claiming to be the angel Gabriel. He incited his followers to war. He was a slave to lust, which he justified by laws for which he falsely claimed divine inspiration. He foretold his resurrection after his death, but in the event his body was fittingly devoured by dogs, cited Wolf, 1990, p. 97-9. Like the John of Damascus, this anonymous author was very knowledgeable of Islam. He was well versed with the Quran and often gave fairly recondite references from this book. In a Christian work named Doctrina Jacobi Nupper Baptizati, the teaching of Jacob the newly baptized, a tract of anti-Jewish literature written in dialogue form composed probably in Palestine round about the time of the surrender of Jerusalem. At one point the following words were attributed to one of the speakers, Abraham, a Palestinian Jew. Fletcher, 2003, pp. 16-7, a false prophet has appeared among the Saracens. They say that the prophet has appeared coming with the Saracens, and is proclaiming the advent of the anointed one who is to come. Abraham referred to the matter to an old man very well versed with the scriptures. I asked him, "What is your view, master and teacher, of the prophet who has appeared with the Saracens?" He replied, groaning mightily, "He is an imposter. Do the prophets come with sword and chariot? Truly these happenings today are works of disorder. But you go off, Master Abraham, and find out about the prophet who has appeared." So I, Abraham, made inquiries, and was told by those who had met him, there is no truth to be found in the so-called prophet. Greater than 99 only bloodshed, for he says he has the keys of paradise, which is incredible. Muhammad's prophetic life can be divided into two distinctive periods, the Meccan period and Medinan period. During the first period 7e, Meccan period, Muhammad was a simple preacher and warner. But his preaching was clearly, from the worldly point of view, an utter failure, and as a result of 13 years of propaganda he had won no more than a handful of converts. But the scene completely changed at Medina, where he gained in power and his message lost the beauty. Here he was what one might simply call a robber chief. After conquering Mecca, he entered as a political leader rather than a religious leader, and was recognized by Meccans as such. So Muhammad was changing his color like a lizard as situation dictated. Throughout his prophetic mission, he dealt with Jews and Christians, keeping strict political aims in view. At the initial stage, Islam was an absurd truth claim like a practical joke, but when Muhammad was able to draw the sword and successfully used it, the whole thing became serious. So while estimating the significance of Muhammad, we should not judge him solely as a mystic or religious reformer, though he may have the elements of both, but rather as a ruthless politician and opportunist pressed with peculiar political problems amongst barbarous people and at a critical moment of history. Therefore, the picture that emerges of the Prophet in the above traditional accounts is not at all favorable to Muhammad. The Muslims cannot complain that this representation of their beloved Prophet was drawn by an enemy. The early Arabs did not believe in his prophetic claim, and there is sufficient proof that Muhammad was taken aback when those intellectuals of Mecca pointed to the weaknesses of the Qur'an. They fell heavily on Muhammad and pressed him hard, demanding answers and explanations to the irrationalities they spotted in the Qur'an, but Muhammad and Allah stood there wordless and powerless like two divine fools. By seeing the irrationalities, there was apostasy in large scale during Muhammad's time and after his death. Many early Muslims were just opportunists and not at all religious. They joined Muhammad only for booty and captured women for sex. Those tribal Arabs lacked any deep religious sense. They only wanted worldly successes. Many confessed their belief but had no inclination towards Islam and its dogma and ritual. It is estimated that at the death of Muhammad the number who really converted to Muhammad doctrine did not exceed 1,000. Warwick, 2003, page 41. Present-day cultists perform much better than Muhammad in gaining followers. The Qur'an itself confirms that there were Arab skeptics in Mecca who did not accept the fables recounted by Muhammad. They doubted the divine origin of the revelations, and certainly, they had every right to do so. They even accused him of plagiarizing the pagan Arab poets. Some verses of the Qur'an were attributed to Al-Qays, aka Imral Qays, a famous pre-Islamic Arabian poet. Warwick, 2003, page 41. Muhammad had plagiarized several poems from the work of this poet and added them to his Qur'an. It was the custom of the poets and the orators to hang up the composition of their literary work upon the Kaaba. One day, Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, was repeating two passages from Sabah Mu'allaqat. Suddenly she met the daughter of Imral Qays, who cried out, "Oh, that's what your father had taken from one of my father's poems and calls it something that has come down to him out of heaven." Warwick, 1998, p. 235-6. Even today this story is told amongst Arabs. The Quranic plagiarism is so prominent that Muslims cannot deny this. But how can they explain this incident? Did the poems of Imral Qays were also divinely inspired like Qur'an? 1.5. Discrediting Muhammad using the modern-day sources. The prime target of Western censor has been the founder of Islam himself. 235-6. Even today this story is told amongst Arabs. The Quranic plagiarism is so prominent that Muslims cannot deny this. But how can they explain this incident? Did the poems of Imral Qays were also divinely inspired? 235-6. Even today this story is told amongst Arabs. The Quranic plagiarism is so prominent that Muslims cannot deny this. But how can they explain this incident? Did the poems of immoral were also divinely inspired like Qur'an? 1.5. Discrediting Muhammad using the modern-day sources. The prime target of Western censor has been the founder of Islam himself. Though Michael Hart in his book, The 100, a ranking of the most influential persons in history, places Muhammad at the very top of the list, cited Sina, 2008 p. 5, he did not mention if the influence was positive or negative, as Walker, 2002, page 312, lamented. There is no great figure in history who is so poorly appreciated and no great religious leader so maligned in Western writings as Muhammad. And as Ernst, 2005 p. 11, concluded, it is safe to say that no religion has such a negative image in Western eyes as Islam. It is useless to engage in competition between religious stereotypes, but one can certainly see Gandhi and his advocacy of nonviolence as a positive image of Hinduism and Dalai Lama with his amazing positive and widespread recognition as a representative of Buddhism and likewise Mother Teresa or Pope of Christianity. In this respect, Islam certainly lacks any such influential figure, though Muslims are the majority population in some 50 countries. Muslims from all over the world are feared as terrorists in the Western world, which is neither a propaganda nor misunderstanding. It is simply the truth. And, as Sheikh, 1995, page 4, commented, the greatness of the leader depends upon the quality of his follower. Surely this poor image of Muslims does not reflect well on Muhammad. In 1843, a work on the life of Muhammad was published by Gustav Weil. This work was based on historical analysis, and the author put forward the idea that Muhammad was suffering from epilepsy. Weil's conclusion was supported by Springer. According to Springer, Muhammad was also a psychopath. Schimmel, 1985, page 248. Another author, Franz Boole, described that, in his Medinan phase, Muhammad revealed the unattractive side of his character: cruelty, slyness, dishonesty, untrustworthiness. Someone whose leading principle was, the end justifies the means. Warwick, 1995 p. 86-89. Muir's work on Muhammad was based on original Muslim sources and published between 1856 and 61. Muir was specialized in debating Muslim clerics and entertained the suggestion that Muhammad was inspired by the devil. He also adopted the more scientific criticism, originally advanced by the German physician Alois Springer, that Muhammad's prophetic experiences were due to epilepsy. Ernst, 2005 p. 22. However, another two scholars, Margoliouth and MacDonald, believed, cited Walker, 2002, page 315, that Muhammad's seizures were artificially produced and those acts were merely a device by which he secured sanction for his revelations. In his work, Muir had passed a judgment on Muhammad's character that was repeated over and over again by subsequent scholars. According to him, Muhammad, though religiously motivated during Meccan period, but showed his feet of clay during Medinan period, where he was corrupted by power and worldly ambitions, cited Warwick, 1995 p. 87. The inconsistencies in Muhammad's character was specifically pointed out by Muir. Muhammad, justified himself by revelations, releasing himself in some cases from social proprieties and the commonest obligations of self-restraint. It is of course shocking that Muhammad transformed to a bandit chieftain, who was unwilling to earn an honest living after he gained power at Medina, as Kaitani, cited Warwick, 1995 p. 88, observed. T.F. Muhammad deviated from the path of his early years. That should cause no surprise. He was man as much as, and in like manner as, his contemporaries. He was a member of a still half-savage society deprived of any true culture, and guided solely by instincts and natural gifts, which were decked out by badly understood and half-digested religious doctrines of Judaism and Christianity. Jeffrey, cited Warwick, 2000, page 347, concluded that Margoliouth had done the most brilliant study of the life of Muhammad that has yet appeared. According to Margoliouth, Muhammad was a patriot, keenly alive to the opportunities of his time. Islam was created as a method to unite the Arabs and make them a strong military force. In this process, the religious appeal played an important part, but there was also a complete absence of moral scruple. On the success of Muhammad, Margoliouth commented that Muhammad's success was dearly not due to the objective truth of the Qur'an but to his skill as organizer and military leader. Muhammad was thoroughly familiar with the shortcomings of the Arabs and utilized them to the utmost advantage, and he was able to seize opportunities and distrusted loyalty when not backed by interest. Hume referred to Muhammad as a pretended prophet and wrote, the Quran is a wild and absurd performance. Also, Hobbes concluded, Muhammad, to set up his new religion, pretended to have conferences with the Holy Ghost in form of a dove. Also, Gibbon, 1941, p. 240, concluded that Muhammad's claim that he was the apostle of God was a necessary fiction. Will Durant, the famous historian and philosopher, had the same opinion. According to Durant, Muhammad was a conscious fraud. He, 1950, page 176, concluded, Muhammad felt that no moral code would win obedience adequate to the order and vigor of a society unless men believed the code to have come from God. Carlyle wrote, his Quran has become a stupid piece of prolix absurdity. We do not believe like him that God wrote that. Wartrack, 1995. Pages 10, 24. Becker, another prominent critic of Islam, commented, 1909, page 29, that the companions of Muhammad had very little interest in religion and most of them were utterly ignorant about the fundamental tenets of the religion preached by Muhammad. For these early Muslims, as Becker commented, the new religion was nothing more than a party cry of unifying power, though there is no reason to suppose that it was not a real moral force in the life of Muhammad and his immediate contemporaries. It is true that Muhammad's companions lacked religious values. A hadith from Bukhari gives us a clue how Muslims during the time of Muhammad used to keep their mosques. Narrated Hamza bin Abdullah, my father said, during the lifetime of Allah's apostle, the dogs used to urinate and pass through the mosques, come and go, nevertheless they never used to sprinkle water on it. Urine of the dog, Bukhari, 1.4.174. Elsewhere Becker, cited Warwick, 2000, page 554, commented. Bursting of the Arabs beyond their native peninsula was, like earlier eruptions in which the religious element was totally lacking due to economic necessities. According to Sheikh, 1995, p. 24, Muhammad had a strong dominance urge. He was not only a prophet but also the builder of an Arab empire, and this was an integral part of his supposed to be prophethood. Islam was built around the sanctity and significance of his own person, which he had achieved by various means. Islam is an Arab national movement, and Muhammad was possibly the greatest national leader born anywhere on earth. Sheikh completely discredits Muhammad as a messenger of God. According to him, Qur'an is highly contradictory. Therefore, instead of leading, it misleads the people. Prophethood has nothing to do with guidance, it is simply a political doctrine. God's messenger is God's servant by name only. In practice he is God's superior. Islam is less a religion and more an Arab national movement, 1995 p. 12. Rodinson, the latest biographer of Muhammad, does not believe in Muhammad's prophetic claim. According to him, Muhammad really did experience sensory phenomena translated into words and phrases which he interpreted as messages from God, and subsequently he developed an idea of receiving those messages in a particular way. These experiences were his hallucinations. Muhammad was sincere, but sincerity is not a proof. At Medina this inspired visionary transformed into an imposter. Rodinson, 1980 p. 218, wrote, Muhammad was driven by necessity to produce a convenient revelation at the appropriate moment and at no other, in the way the mediums have been known to resort to fraud in similar cases. Before last century, there was hardly any Hindu evaluation neither of Muhammad and his Qur'an, nor even of Islamic doctrine in general. The first detailed criticism of Islam, the Prophet and in particular of the Qur'an was done by Swami Dayananda Saraswati, the founder of the Vedic reform movement Arya Samaj in 1875. Dayananda was a freethinker. In his literary work, he mainly focused on the Qur'anic contradictions, irrational beliefs and inhumane injunctions in the Islamic scriptures. Dayananda, cited Smith, 2009, wrote, having thus given a cursory view of the Qur'an I lay it before the sensible persons, with the purpose that they should know what kind of book the Qur'an is. If they ask me, I have no hesitation to say that it cannot be work either of God or of a learned man, nor it can be a book of knowledge. The Qur'an is the result of ignorance, the source of animalization of human being, a fruitful cause of destroying peace, an incentive to war, a propagator of hostility amongst men and a promoter of suffering in society. Dayananda had equally criticized the negative side of Hinduism also as example untouchability, caste system etc. Later Arya Samaj criticism of the Prophet typically focused on his dictatorial and immoral personal behavior. Like, Rangila Rasul, literally, the Playboy Prophet, written by Rajpal, which highlighted Muhammad's abnormal sexual preferences. Rajpal was later stabbed to death by Muslims. Christian critics, no matter how fiercely criticize Muhammad, usually appreciate at least Prophet's belief in monotheism, which never impressed these Hindu authors. Swami Vivekananda, a prominent Hindu monk and social reformer, was another original thinker who had questioned the nature of Muhammad's leadership with the nature of his prophethood. According to him, Muhammad had to be ruthless in imposing adherence to his belief in his own divine mission because this belief could not stand on its own, based as it was on a delusion. Vivekananda offered one hypothesis of what had happened to Muhammad so as to make him believe in his own selection as God's sole living spokesman. Muhammad, as Vivekananda believed, used to practice yoga, an ancient form of Hindu-Buddhist meditation. Vivekananda, 1947, p. 184. Gisbertus Vossius, a 17th-century Dutch Calvinist theologian, cherished the same view of Vivekananda. Vossius believed that Muhammad suffered from mental disturbance which was a result of his improper meditative experiments. The Hindu yoga manuals emphatically warn against wrongly practicing the techniques of Hatha yoga. The practices of yoga produce excellent result if used properly and under efficient guidance and certain precautions. But if these protective measures are neglected, then it may cause brain damage. As example, pranayama, breath control or control of the vital energies, if practiced improperly, can impair the nerve systems. The very foundation of a healthy body and sound mind is shaken, causing much harm to the person. Iyengar, 1976, page 434, Swami Vishnu Devananda, 1987. This may cause hallucination. The learner, in a state of hallucination, may experience some mystic phenomena, which he may think as certain states of consciousness or some kind of enlightenment. But in reality these are serious delusions, both auditory and visual. The most typical among these is megalomania. Witness the self-importance of the religious gurus and messiahs in the modern cult scene. Similarly, Kundalini yoga is also very ill reputed. If practiced in proper manner, the person can attain such a state, when he can even manipulate the force, or energy, of the universe in his favor. In Kundalini yoga, the person deliberately induces a psychotic state on himself, but for an unstable person this may easily lead to real psychosis. Hindu yogis and masters had warned the learners repeatedly on this topic. In a speech given at London on the 17th of November 1896, Vivekananda said, "One religion may ordain something very hideous. For instance, the Mohammedan Islam religion allows Mohammedans to kill all who are not of their religion. It is clearly stated in the Qur'an, kill the infidels if they do not become Mohammedans. They must be put to fire and sword. Now if we tell a Mohammedan that this is wrong, he will naturally ask, how do you know that? How do you know it is not good? My book says it is. In another speech given in the Universalist Church, Pasadena, California, USA, on the 28th of January 1890, Vivekananda said, in this line the Mohammedans were the best off. Every step forward was made with the word the Qur'an in the one hand and the sword in the other. Take the Qur'an, or you must die. There is no alternative. The world-famous historian, author, researcher and an expert of Islamic history of India, Sir Jadunath Sarkar, 1858-1932, was very outspoken in his criticism of Islam. Sarkar mainly focused on the intolerant attitude of this religion which he condemned strongly. According to him, 1972, page 163, 164, 169. A Muslim does not need to grow a rich growth in spirituality. All he needs to do is to slay a certain class of his fellow beings, infidels, or plunder their lands and wealth, and this act itself will raise his soul to heaven. A religion where followers are taught to regard robbery and murder as religious duty is incompatible with the progress of mankind or with the peace of the world. The toleration of any sect outside the fold of Orthodox Islam is no better than compounding with sin, and the worst form of sin, according to Islam, is polytheism, the belief that the one true God has partners in the form of other deities. Such a belief is the rankest ingratitude to him who gives us our daily bread. The great humanist and famous legendary Bengali novelist Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay believed that Hindu-Muslim unity is impossible because of two reasons. First, Muslims lack culture from birth whereas the Hindus born with culture. Second, Muslims' full solidarity is for Arab, though they live in India but they don't feel any responsibility for India. Gandhi dreamt for Hindu-Muslim unity but he failed miserably. Muslims will never identify themselves with India. Chattopadhyay, cited in Surad Rachanabali, Volume 3, page 475, wrote, in fact if the Muslims say, we want unity with the Hindus, it can't be anything but a deception. One would say that the Muslims invaded India just to plunder, not to set up a kingdom. But they were not satisfied with loot only, they demolished Hindu temples, broke the idols and raped Hindu women. In fact, they never spared to do the maximum harm and insult to others' religion and humanity. When the Muslims will come down from their high horse of religion, probably then they will realize a human being cannot be proud with the fundamentalism of his religion, and this is nothing but unparalleled barbarism. But the Muslims are yet to go a long way before they realize it. But their eyes will never open unless the whole world together teaches the Muslims a good lesson. Ambedkar, 1940, Part 3, ch. 7, had the same view of Chattopadhyay, as he wrote, from a spiritual point of view, Hindus and Muslims are not merely two classes or two sects such as Protestants and Catholics or Shaivas and Vaishnavas. They are two distinct species. For them divinity is divided, and with the division of divinity their humanity is divided, and with the division of humanity they must remain divided. Another well-respected historian, P. N. Oak, mainly focused on Islamic extremism. Oak compared the butchery of innocent Hindus by the Muslim raiders with Hitler's persecution of the Jews, 1996, p. 12. According to Oak, 1996, p. 389, the history of Islam is a millennium-long devil dance of murder, massacre, rape and plunder, trickery, treachery, tyranny and torture across the world by Islam from the day of its inception. In recent years, another two Hindu scholars Ram Swarup and Sita Ram Goel have further developed Swami Vivekananda's position on the subject of Muhammad's prophethood. According to them, the pagan Arabs had every right to reject Muhammad's claims. The pagan Arabs recognized Muhammad as a fake, and his prophetic claim was nothing but a deluded consciousness, which then propagated on a war footing. The history will not forgive them for one mistake, the mistake of being defeated. Actually, they failed to understand the deceitful ways of Muhammad and could not match his mailed fist in the final round. It was neither the first nor the last time that a democratic society succumbed in the face of determined gangsterism. We have seen how Stalin, Hitler and Mao Zedong succeeded in our own times. Ram Swarup appropriately commented that Muslims need sword to sell their God because their God failed in spirituality. He, 1992, wrote, the need of the time is to examine the whole concept and assumptions of revelatory religions, such as of a particular community being chosen as the swordsman or salesman of God. When a divine message commands, kill the idolaters wherever you find them, we must give a close look not only to the message but also to the messenger and his source of inspiration. About Muhammad's distorted morality and Muslims' mentality, Ram Swarup, 1984, ch. 1. Introduction, wrote, to rob a whole people is piety, but to remove a paltry something from a looted treasure is moral depravity of a magnitude that deserves eternal fire. Men driven by ordinary temptations indulge only in petty crimes and small lapses, but committing real enormities needs the aid of an ideology, a revelation, a God-ordained mission. The believers are conditioned to look at the whole thing through the eyes of faith. An infidel in his fundamental misguidance may find the prophet rather sensual and cruel, and certainly many of the things he did do not conform to ordinary ideas of morality. But the believers look at the whole thing differently. To them morality derives from the prophet's actions, the moral is whatever he did. Morality does not determine the prophet's actions, but his actions determine and define morality. Muhammad's acts were not ordinary acts, they were all his own acts. A book was published during June 1990, Hindu Temples, What Happened to Them, a preliminary survey, which is a collection of articles written by Arun Shourie, Harsh Narain, Jay Dubashi, Ram Swaroop and Sita Ramgol. It is perhaps the first attempt on the part of some prominent scholars to dig from the graveyard of history the identity of some 2,000 temples of India destroyed by the Muslim invaders and rulers. The book is not an exercise in rewriting history, but is an effort to present the facts and give a clear view of the truth hitherto unknown. Not only were the temples destroyed but even their material was used in constructing mosques at those places. This was plainly done to hurt the sentiments of the Hindus. The volume 2 of the same book was published during March 1993, which contained many further proofs exclusively to Islamic evidence, historical as well theological. Arun Shourie pointed out many unscientific verses of the Qur'an and criticized its author for his ignorance. Instead of accepting the mistakes about unscientific Quranic cosmology, the Islamists try to cover it by silly explanations which further make them a laughingstock. These silly explanations to protect Qur'an from a divine downfall do not bring prestige either to Qur'an or Muhammad or Allah. Shourie, 2002, page 468, wrote, "Instead of studying the heaven and earth, we are taught how perverse and distorted interpretations can be put on everything. And how what is being done amounts to calumny upon the holy book because what is being proposed is nothing but adding clauses to the word of God." Shourie also widely criticized Islam for the ill treatment of women and deep hatred for the infidels, the cruel Sharia law and the authorities of mullahs in issuing fatwa. According to Shourie, Qur'an should be banned, 2008, page 435. Salman Rushdie's book was banned because it would hurt the feelings of certain group of people, then under the same reason, Qur'an should be banned because it offends the feelings of the whole non-Muslim world. Shourie quoted many militant and unethical verses of the Qur'an and also many sayings of Muhammad as recorded in a hadith to support his argument. In India, whenever a book is published critical to Muhammad, Qur'an or Islam, Muslims demand to ban the book. They usually take shelter under sections 153A and 295A of the Indian Penal Code, IPC, and section 95 of the Criminal Procedure Code for preventing every public discussion of their creed in general and of their prophet in particular. On top of this, the Muslim clerics issue death sentences against people who have said anything against their religion. But two heroic sons of India, Himanshu Kishore Chakraborty and Chandmal Chopra, both from Calcutta, turned the table against the Indian Muslims. On July 20, 1984, Chakraborty wrote to the Secretary, Department of Home Government of West Bengal, demanding the ban of the Qur'an. He wrote again on August 14, 1984, but received no response. Chakraborty thereafter met Chopra, who also wrote to the Department of Home Government of West Bengal on March 16, 1985. But Chopra's letter wasn't answered also. Chopra therefore filed a writ petition at the Calcutta High Court on the 29th of March 1985 stating that publication of the Qur'an attracts sections 153A and 295A of the IPC and section 95 of the Criminal Procedure Code because it incites violence, disturbs public tranquility, promotes, on ground of religion, feelings of enmity, hatred and ill will between different religious communities and insults other religions or religious beliefs of other communities in India. Goal, 1987, ch. 1. The details of these lawsuits are recorded in the book Calcutta Qur'an Petition by Sita Ramgol. Khushwant Singh, a prominent Indian novelist and journalist, wrote, "The most successful lecherous man who used religion for his personal gain is Prophet Muhammad. Islam is a cult with its complete irrational belief in Allah created by Muhammad, who was a liar, thief, murderer and rapist till his last breath." Another most recent critic of Islam is Dr. Radhesham Brahmachari. He is outspoken and seems not believing in political correctness. Brahmachari, 2009, wrote, "In fact, in the language of the Quran, Allah is a cruel tyrant, a barbaric commander of mass murder and violence. Allah commands the Islamic Ummah, the biggest criminal gang on earth, to establish himself as the sole God of the world, not of the universe, through armed jihad, involving terror and bloodshed." Another recent Hindu critic of Muhammad, by the pseudonym Insan Bangal, mainly focused on the self-contradictory nature of Quran though has had criticized many other aspects of Islam. He is a powerful writer and a first-rated thinker. He has an in-depth knowledge of various scriptures of Islam and his faculty of logical reasoning is too strong. He had quoted verses from Quran and also from the sayings of Hadith and with sharp logic proved that Allah is more than one in number. Allah often self-contradicts. Quran contains many words of Muhammad and Allah wrote the Quran only for Arabs. 2007, p. 64, 44, 80, 65. It is unfortunate that this gifted author wrote only one book in Bengali. His small book of 192 pages is enough to expose Islam completely. Unlike Western scholars, in India criticism of Islam is relatively less. Several books criticizing Islam and its role in Indian history have been banned only because the politicians do not want to lose the Muslim vote bank. In spite of this, the debate on Islam is going in full force not only on the net but also in printed form. In sum, what historians throughout the world are unable to find even in this 21st century is a name more hateful than Muhammad. As Muir wrote, 1992, page 522, "The sword of Muhammad and the Qur'an are the most stubborn enemies of civilization, liberty and truth which the world has yet known. From the very beginning of Muhammad's mission, neither Muhammad nor Islam had any shortage of critics." From the point of view of historical truth, only the scholar has the right to criticize, but from ethical or social point of view, the right of criticism belongs to everyone. Even the most sympathetic scholars seem to have genuine problem with writing about Muhammad as a prophet under divine guidance and the Qur'an as the authentic word of a god. Muhammad performed so poorly as a prophet of Allah that he even discredited himself by his own word and actions, as we are going to see next. 1.6. Discrediting Muhammad by his own words and conduct. It is strange but true that after a logical analysis it is possible to discredit Muhammad by using his own words and actions. His life was full of contradictions. There is a vast difference between Muhammad of faith and Muhammad of fact. Often he did not practice what he preached. Quran originally treated Muhammad as a humble messenger of Allah. Gradually this relationship developed into duality and ultimately Muhammad appeared as God's superior. This is the time when the whole divine drama of Muhammad is exposed and the stupid prophet of Islam hammers a nail in his own prophetic coffin. In context of the satanic verses, Tabari and Ibn Sa'd recorded these disgraceful words of Muhammad: "He have fabricated things against God and have imputed to him words which he has not spoken." Tabari, 6.111. He ascribed to Allah what he had not said. Ibn Sa'd, Kitab al-Tabaghat al-Kabir, Volume 1, this single confession of Muhammad is enough to disqualify him of his prophetic claim. Muhammad said that he was deceived by Satan and a revelation from Allah confirmed it. But how can we be sure that the second revelation was also not from Satan? The guarantee of genuineness of one revelation cannot be another revelation. It's beyond any logic. If Muhammad could be deceived by Satan once, how could he know on all the other occasions that he hadn't been deceived? How can we ignore the possibility that Gabriel was actually the Satan himself in disguise and hence the whole Quran is satanic? Allah challenged in the Quran. And if you are in doubt concerning that we have sent down on our servant, then bring a surah like it. Q. 2.23. Satan took Allah's challenge and easily produced a surah like this. Muslims believe that Quran is miraculous in beauty and no one can make anything to compare to it because it is divine. Satan produced the verses and Muhammad spoke those words from Satan, but everyone including Muhammad himself thought these verses were part of the Quran. Surely those satanic verses sound exactly like those of the Quran. If they did not sound like the Quran, then surely Muhammad, his followers and the Quraysh would never have accepted them. There is another way of looking at the above divine confusion. Allah wrote in Quran, "Perfect are the words of thy Lord in truth and justice. No man can change his words. He is all-hearing, the all-knowing." Q. 6.115. Quran also confirms that the Bible, i.e. the Old Testament and the New Testament, or in the Islamic language, Tawrat, Zabur and Anjil, are the words of God. Therefore, they cannot be tampered with, and one can rely upon the truthfulness of the stories that have been narrated therein. Now based on the Quranic sanction that we can rely upon the truthfulness of the Bible, we find that, but the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my God name which I have not commanded him to speak, that prophet shall die. Deuteronomy chapter 18 verse 20. So from the above statement from Bible, either Muhammad was a false prophet or Quran is false. In any case the loser is Muhammad. From the above verses, it is confirmed that Quran was corrupted. But then Quran, 6-115, also says that no man can change God's words. So Quran itself confirms that Quran is falsified. There is another point to note. Muhammad really had a very painful death. He died as a result of eating poison mixed food that he didn't know about. If he was a real prophet, Allah would have warned him in advance by a timely revelation. The prophet in his ailment used to say, "Aisha, I feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. My aorta is being cut from that poison." Bukhari, 5.59.713. Aisha said, Allah's apostle in his fatal illness used to ask, "Where will I be tomorrow? Where will I be tomorrow?" Bukhari, 5.59.731. T used to hear the prophet say that no prophet dies until he is given the option to select either the worldly life or the life of the hereafter. Bukhari, 5.59.719. According to Quran, Muhammad was only a man sent to warn the Meccans and a messenger to convey a divine message to them. Say, T do not have the power to acquire benefits or to avert harm from myself, except by the will of Allah. Had I possessed knowledge of the unseen, I would have availed myself of much that is good, and no harm would have touched me. But I am only a warner and a bearer of glad tidings for a nation who believe. Q. 7.188. Say, Tam only a human like you. Q. 18.110. Quran also says, Allah is the absolute, owner of praise. Q. 2.267. But another verse just goes in opposite direction, where Muhammad reverses his role completely and, as a result, Allah and his angels become Muhammad's worshippers. Quran says, Lo, Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad, O ye who believe also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33.56. This is the height of Quranic stupidity. Why Allah needs to pray peace to Muhammad if Muhammad is only a humble messenger? If Allah is the only God, then he is praying to whom? If Allah is the only owner of praises, then why Quran also instructs Muslims to salute Muhammad? This is absolutely ridiculous. In all other religions, it is man who worships God, but in Islam, it is God who worships man, Muhammad. Then, who is the real God of Muslims, Allah or Muhammad? Muslims 5 times prayers are actually meant for whom, Allah or Muhammad? Allah specifically told Muslims not to worship anyone except Allah. Verily, I am Allah. No God may be worshipped but I. Q. 2014. But during Muhammad's lifetime, his followers used to worship him. Bukhari recorded, Abu Bakr said, to proceed, if you used to worship Muhammad, then Muhammad is dead, but if any one of you used to worship Allah, then Allah is alive and shall never die. Bukhari 5.59.733. The above statement of Abu Bakr confirms the fact that at least some Muslims used to worship Muhammad as a living God and Muhammad did not object to it. There is another point which needs attention. According to Quran 2.267, Allah is supposed to be the absolute owner of praise. Associating someone else with Allah is the most dreadful sin in Islam, which is known as shirk in the strict Quranic terminology. Quran says, Allah does not forgive the sin of inventing an association with him, but he forgives other sins to whomsoever he will. He who associates with Allah has invented a great sin. Q 4.48. Allah forgives not that anyone should be associated with him, Allah, less than that he forgives to whomsoever he will. Whoso associates with Allah anything has gone astray into manifest error. Q 4.115. But Muhammad had committed this unforgivable sin. Shahada, which is the basic confession for every Muslim, includes the name of Muhammad with that of Allah in the same sentence. This is how praising Muhammad is an integral part of the daily prayers of the Muslims. La ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. There is no God but God and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. This is a serious blasphemy. Since the earth is divided into several time zones, and every moment somewhere on the earth, there is some Muslim praying to Allah facing Mecca, so this unpardonable sin is being committed by the Muslims in turn ever since the birth of Islam. What an irony, Muhammad committed this offensive sin for the first time and, since that time Muslims are doing it again and again, but till date, no one amongst them ever noticed it. We wonder why Allah is still silent. Muhammad repeatedly instructed Muslims not to disobey Allah's instruction as recorded in Quran, but did he always obey Allah's instruction? In many instances Muhammad had neglected Allah's instructions. Few examples are as follows. Any sexual activity during daytime is forbidden by Allah, Q 2.187, during the fasting days. But Muhammad did not listen to Allah. Bukhari 1.6.319 recorded that Muhammad slept with Salama during her period, kissed her while fasting and used to take bath from the same pot after having sex under a woolen sheet. Also he used to kiss and embrace his wives while he was fasting. Bukhari 3.31.149. Sucking was the favorite sexual activity of Muhammad. As recorded in Sunan Abu Dawud 13.2380, Muhammad used to kiss and suck Aisha's tongue while they were fasting. Muhammad was much above 50 when youngest wife Aisha was about 9 years old. How disgusting it is to note that a man of above 50 was in an abnormal sexual habit of sucking the tongue of a 9-year-old child who was of his granddaughter's age. Muhammad also violated Qur'anic rules on dower, mahr, and the time of waiting, iddah, in marrying a divorced, widowed woman. In Sharia law, Islamic law, the payment of mahr is compulsory in marriage and widows to wait 4 months and 10 days for remarriage. Quran says, give women their dowries freely, but if they are pleased to offer you any of it, consume it good and smooth. Q 4.4. And those of you who die and leave wives behind, such wives shall wait by themselves for 4 months and 10 nights. When they have reached the end of their waiting period, there shall be no offense for you in whatever they choose for themselves kindly. Allah is aware of what you do. Q 2.234. According to Bukhari 5.59.523 524, after attacking Khaybar, Muhammad took as a captive a very beautiful teenage girl named Safiya and married her without paying any dowry, mahr, and thus violated Allah's instruction. To hide his treachery, Muhammad claimed that marrying Safiya was in itself a respect for her. Her dowry was her manumission from being a sex slave to Muhammad. Muslim 8.3326. Before falling into the hands of this perverted man, Safiya was the legal wife of a Jewish man. Muhammad had killed Safiya's husband and her father after subjecting them to brutal torture and finally beheading them. When Muhammad had satisfied his lust for blood on the same night he killed her closest relatives, he took Safiya into his tent to have sex with her. Muhammad was supposed to wait for 4 months and 10 days before he could even touch her, but he did not do that. From Muhammad's action it is very clear that he was in a hurry to enjoy the new captive girl on the same day she became a widow by Muhammad himself. He was so lustful that he never bothered to obey Allah's instruction. A hadith from Bukhari 4.52.143 says that Muhammad married Safiya because she was beautiful and gave a grand feast at the wedding, then he had sex with her. Allah put a restriction on the number of wives. If you fear that you cannot act justly towards the orphans, then marry such women as seem good to you. 2, 3, 4 of them. Q 4.3. Muhammad did not follow Allah's restriction on him on the number of his wives. Some Islamic sources confirm that he married at least 22 times. After the shameful marriage of Muhammad with Zainab, the wife of his adopted son, Zayd, Allah gave a restriction that he could not collect any more wives. It is not lawful for thee to marry more women after this, nor to change them for other wives, even though their beauty attract thee, except any thy right hand should possess, as handmaidens. Q 33.52. But Muhammad did not follow Allah's instruction and married at least 13 times after this. Muhammad also violated the Qur'anic law on the punishment of sex offenders. In Islamic society, premarital and extramarital sex are two most serious offenses. According to Quran, you shall lash the fornicatress and the fornicator each with 100 lashes. In the religion of Allah, let no tenderness for them seize you if you believe in Allah and the last day, and let their punishment be witnessed by a party of believers. Q 24.2. But Muhammad did not apply this Qur'anic rule when one of his friends admitted having committed a punishable offense, sexual, because the person prayed with him, Bukhari. 8.82.812. Just for praying to Allah, his punishment was forgiven. But if Muhammad was a humble messenger of Allah, how he can override his God by violating the relevant Qur'anic injunction? A hadith demonstrates Muhammad's sexual attitude towards single women, divorced or widowed, rich or poor, which clearly violates the Qur'an. A dignified woman, Janiyah, a princess, was brought to Muhammad to have sex with him, but she was reluctant to give herself to him. Muhammad was angry and raised his hand to beat her. Bukhari, 7.63.182, a man and a woman who are not close relatives, that is, those men and women who could be married to each other, those who are not in the prohibited class for marriage purposes, cannot, under any circumstances, be alone together. This moral guardianship is endorsed in these verses of the Qur'an. Say to the believing men that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty. That will make for greater purity for them, and Allah is well acquainted with all that they do. Q. 24.30. Muhammad violated the above Quranic code of conduct. Muhammad had an adulterous relation with his first cousin's sister, Hani bint Abu Talib, who was a married woman. He used to sleep in her house when no one was around. Once Muhammad was sleeping at Kaaba, but at nightfall, when all were asleep, he stealthily went to Hani's house and spent the night with her. When the people did not find him at Kaaba, they went looking for him, and when he was discovered in the house of Hani, he was embarrassed, so was Hani. To hide the truth, he concocted the story of his night journey to Jerusalem and paradise from Hani's house, more correctly, from her bed, which many Muslims found too incredible to believe and left Islam. When this adulterous affair was leaked out, Muhammad had to leave Mecca and settle in Medina. Afterwards, when Muhammad became militarily strong and conquered Mecca, he went to Hani's house and openly stayed there overnight. If Muhammad was only a messenger of Allah, why 100 lashes were not given to him every time he crossed the limit? Muhammad violated the Quranic rule on sex with menstruating women. According to Qur'an, menstruation is an injury and Muslims are prohibited to have sex during a woman's period. After the period is over, man can have sex in any manner, at any time and at any place. They ask you about menstruation. Say, it is an injury. Stay away from women during their menstrual periods and do not approach them until they are cleansed. When they have cleansed themselves, then come to them from where Allah has commanded you. Q. 2.222. But Muhammad was so lustful that he did not spare his wives when they were in heavy menstruation. He used to order Aisha, his 9-year-old wife, to put on an izar, dress worn below the waist, fondled her in bath, even when she was in her periods. Menses, Bukhari, 1.6.298. Often Muhammad used to put his cheek and chest in between the naked thighs of a menstruating Aisha. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.0270. Though caressing and foreplay do not necessarily constitute actual coition, but we should not forget the fact that these lustful activities are just the beginning of further sexual gratification. Quran, 2.187, 2.197, prohibits having sex with women when in ihram, purity state spent inside a mosque, or when performing Hajj. This is supported by a hadith as well. A pilgrim must not marry and give someone in marriage in the sacred state, while wearing ihram. Sunan Abu Dawud, the 10th of February 1837. Muhammad violated this Quranic rule. Once when he went to Mecca to perform the Hajj and a proposal of marriage was offered to him, he quickly accepted the offer and married the woman even though he was in sacred state wearing ihram. Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet married Maimuna while he was in the sacred state, wearing ihram. Sunan Abu Dawud, the 10th of February 1840. From the above examples, it is very clear that Muhammad did not have much regard for the Quran or even to his own words when it came to marrying women and having forceful sex with them. Fasting is an important religious practice for Muslims which is actually a pagan tradition. Muhammad reintroduced fasting during the month of Ramadan, but this practice was for common Muslims and Muhammad exempted himself from fasting. Muhammad found it difficult to abstain from food and water from dawn to dusk, so he himself ate whenever he pleased. On this, cited in Sina, 2008 p. 99, Ibn Sa'd writes, the Messenger of Allah used to say, we the prophets are required to eat our morning food later than others and hurry in breaking our fast in the evening. These are just a few examples of how Muhammad did anything he liked and made his Allah approve whatever he did. Muhammad placed himself above the law. Often he broke moral and ethical codes whenever it suited him and then made his Allah reveal a verse to confirm that whatever he had done was all right. In the same way he disobeyed Allah and did whatever he liked. The 9-year-old child bride of Muhammad had noticed it and perhaps sarcastically or innocently, told him, narrated Aisha. I said, to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Bukhari, 6.60.311. It is expected that a prophet, who claimed to be God's messenger on earth, should demonstrate the wisdom and infallibility of the divine law through his own action. But since Muhammad had not done it deliberately, it implies that he is neither a representative of God nor the model of action, for being above Allah's law. Also, if Allah gives his prophet dispensation from his own law, then Allah's law is no more than a joke, because if his chosen prophet himself cannot carry it out, then how can Allah expect the ordinary believers to obey his commandments? Quran is a mockery of divine law and Muhammad's own action proves it. Quran is not the divine code as it claimed to be. Instead, it is Muhammad's own composition, and thus, he can treat himself as he wishes and Allah is only a supposition to serve his purpose. So, if Qur'an is truly God's words, then by disobeying God, Muhammad surely goes to hell and Muslims are also destined to hell, and if Qur'an is false, then Muhammad's prophethood stands on what ground? In any case, Muhammad is the loser. Muhammad seemed to have not much faith on Allah during battles with the enemies. In none of the wars he waged, he did put his own life in danger. He encouraged martyrdom amongst his followers and told them not to fear death, but the precautions he used to take were most unprophet-like. He often stood behind the fighting Muslims wearing 2 coats of chain-link mail, flexible armor of interlinked rings, one on top of another. By this way, the double armoring would make him too heavy and his movements used to be difficult. He could not even stand in this condition, let alone walking. While in this awkward position, he used to shout towards the front and loudly encourage his men to show bravery and not to fear death, promising them high-bosomed virgins, unlimited wine and delicious food in paradise. Sometimes he used to grab a handful of sand and throw it in the air in the direction of the enemy, cursing them in the name of Allah while maintaining a safe distance from them. Sina, 2008, pp. 99-100. This is the best he had ever contributed in a war with non-believers. But while collecting the booty or captured women for sex, he is well ahead of everyone. Muhammad convinced the believers that use of booty from the spoils of war are lawful and good, and he used to collect 1/5 of the booty in Allah's name. Know that 1/5 of what you acquire as booty is for Allah and His Apostle. Bukhari, 1.2.50. Allah divided the booty stolen from the first caravan after he made spoils permissible. He gave 4/5 to those he had allowed to take it and 1/5 to his Apostle. Ishaq, 288. Muhammad was a booty lover. He was like a parasitic vampire who lived on others' blood. What Muhammad wanted to mean by the statement, booty is for Allah and His Apostle. Did Muhammad throw booty in the direction of the Kaaba and ask Allah to grab whatever he wanted, and Allah came out hurriedly with a gunny to collect his share and again hurriedly go inside the Kaaba and wait for the next arrival of booty? Or was this all a trick and Muhammad got benefited out of this trick? All faithful Muslims offer their prayers 5 times a day to acknowledge and adore Allah facing in the same direction. In Islam, this direction is called as Qibla, i.e. the direction of worshipping God. Bukhari, 6.60.20, says that every nation has its Qibla. The sacredness of this direction is confirmed in the following 3 Qur'anic verses. Everyone has a direction towards which one turns, therefore, emulate one another in good deeds. Wherever you are, Allah will bring all of you together. Allah has power over all things. Q. 2.148. From whatever place you come forth, turn your face during Salah towards the sacred mosque. This is in fact a commandment from your Lord. Allah is not unaware of what you do. Q. 2.149. Whatever place you come forth, turn your face during Salah towards the sacred mosque, and wherever you are, face towards it, so that people will not have any argument against you, except those among them who are wrongdoers. Q. 2.150. But in spite of the Allah's guidance, once Muhammad had declared Jerusalem, the most sacred Jewish city, as the Qibla for the Arab Muslims. This way he had violated Qur'an. Muhammad had done so purely from political purpose. He thought the Jews will accept him as prophet, but the Jews refused to embrace Islam, which turned Muhammad against them. So after treating Jerusalem as Qibla for about 16 months, he changed it for Kaaba, a sanctuary of Mecca, his own hometown. If Qibla is so sacred, why Muhammad had changed it to Jerusalem and again back to Mecca? Is there any doubt that the change of Qibla from Kaaba to Jerusalem and again back to Kaaba was not God's will but a selfish desire of Muhammad? Muhammad did not believe in the sacredness of Qibla. Following a hadith prove it. Narrated Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you goes to an open space for answering the call of nature, he should neither face nor turn his back towards the Qibla. He should either face the east or the west. Bukhari, 1.4.146. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. People say, whenever you sit for answering the call of nature, you should not face the Qibla or Baytul Maqdi, Jerusalem. I told them. Once I went up the roof of our house and I saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature while sitting on 2 bricks facing Baytul Maqdi, Jerusalem. Bukhari, 1.4.147. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. I went up to the roof of Hafs's house for some job and I saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature facing Sham, Syria, Jordan, Palestine and Lebanon, regarded as one country, with his back towards the Qibla. Bukhari, 1.4.150. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Once I went up the roof of our house and saw Allah's Apostle answering the call of nature while sitting over 2 bricks facing Baytul Maqdi, Jerusalem. Bukhari, 1.4.151. From the above narrations, it is very clear that Muhammad had no respect either for Kaaba or Jerusalem. He had instructed his followers to respect Qibla by not facing or turning back towards this holy direction while answering the call of nature, which Allah instructed in his Qur'an. But Muhammad did not bother to follow it. All the above points lead to one logical conclusion. The Allah of Islam is not real. Muhammad had played false with his followers. Allah was the puppet of Muhammad. He had spoken what Muhammad wished. Allah does not have a separate personality. If Muhammad would have been a true prophet and Allah was a real God, then Muhammad would not have the courage to slight Allah. His own action proves that Allah is a myth-conscious or subconscious fabrication of Muhammad. Muhammad saw the Arabs as either good fighters in his cause, useless hypocrites, or enemy infidels. For recognizing the hypocrites we have to look at the hadith. Bukhari recorded, narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, the signs of a hypocrite are 3. 1. Whenever he speaks, he tells a lie. 2. Whenever he promises, he always breaks it, his promise. 3. If you trust him, he proves to be dishonest. Bukhari, 1.2.32. Whenever Muhammad disliked anyone, he often used to call them with the title, hypocrite. Hypocrisy is the worst form of unbelief, and it carries a terrible punishment under the Islamic law. But what about Muhammad himself? According to his own definition, he was the biggest hypocrite, as we are going to prove now. Telling lie to kill the enemies and to advance the cause of Islam is divinely allowed in Islam. This is called taqiyya, holy deception. Under taqiyya, a Muslim is allowed to lie and say anything to deceive the non-Muslims. In the spirit of taqiyya, Muslims can lie the way we breathe. They even fool each other. Taqiyya was originally a Shia practice. The Shias used to protect their faith from Sunnis by practicing taqiyya. Miller, 1997, p. 433. But now the whole Muslim world practices it. For all religions except Islam, religion and deception are not intermixable. In Islam, deception and religion mutually support one another. Muhammad even allowed his followers to abuse his verbally to win the trust of their victims in order to assassinate them. In the following hadith, cited Sina, 2008, p. 57, we can see, Hajjaj ibn Allah told, O Prophet of Allah, I have in Mecca some excess wealth and some relatives, and I would like to have them back. Am I excused if I badmouth you, to fool the non-Muslims? The Prophet excused him and said, say whatever you have to say. On several occasions Muhammad had broken his promise. Following hadith recorded Muhammad's words, Allah willing, if ever I take an oath to do something, and later on I find that it is more beneficial to do something different, I will do the thing which is better, and give expiation for my oath. Bukhari, 4.53.361. After the death of Khadijah and Abu Talib, Muhammad thought that it might be risky for him to stay at Mecca. Luck favored him, and in the summer of 621, he gained the trust of 12 visitors from the oasis settlement of Medina. They revealed themselves as Muslims and promised Muhammad to propagate his message at Medina. Next summer another 75 people from Medina came to Muhammad, professing Islam and pledging to Muhammad to defend him. Al-Bara, a Medina convert, told Muhammad, by him who sent you with the truth, we will protect you. We give our allegiance, and we are man of war possessing arms which have been passed on from father to son. Khan, 2009, p. 20. If the people of Medina had not given shelter to Muhammad, certainly his divine mission wound has been a total failure. But what Muhammad gave them in return? He raised a band of hooligans from the converts, known as Ansars, and started attacking the rich Meccan caravans. Abu Afaq, a 120-year-old man, recognized Muhammad as a fake prophet. He lamented that his people became followers of Muhammad who had caused them to surrender their intelligence and become hostile to one another. Hearing this, Muhammad got him assassinated. A Jewish mother by the name Asma bint Marwan was so outraged that she composed a poem cursing the men of Medina for letting a stranger divide them and for allowing him to assassinate a venerable old man. Muhammad got her assassinated also. In March 628, Muhammad signed an agreement with the Meccans which demanded a cessation of hostility from both sides for a 10-year period. In Islamic history, this is known as the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. But it took very little time for Muhammad to breach this treaty. Within just 2 years' time of signing the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, Muhammad's army became strong enough to defeat the Quraysh. In January 630, he marched towards Mecca with an army of 10,000 fighting men. Simply speaking, the Medinese trusted Muhammad, but Muhammad proved to be disloyal. The Quraysh trusted Muhammad, but Muhammad proved to be treacherous. These are just 2 examples of Muhammad's dishonesty. Enough had been recorded about the treachery of Muhammad. The history of Islam is full of treachery and deceit. As Sina, 2008, page 101, lamented, from incest to polygamy, from rape to pedophilia, from assassination to genocide, the Prophet of Allah did them all and encouraged his followers to do the same. So according to Muhammad's own definition, he was the biggest hypocrite of Islam. Is there still anything left in favor of Muhammad's prophetic claim which cannot be refuted? He was a charlatan in divine robe to deceive people. 1.7. The message of Prophet Muhammad. Every established religion has a certain core message. Before I talk about Allah's message to mankind through Muhammad, let me examine what are the messages of other world religions. Jainism is the only religion which has the principle of Kathora Ahimsa, strict nonviolence, as its central doctrine. Hinduism talks about Sarva Dharma Sambhava, equal respect for all religions. Hinduism is also known as Sanatana Dharma, and the 5 principal virtues prescribed by all schools of Sanatana Dharma are nonviolence, truthfulness, non-stealing, chastity, and non-covetousness. Buddhism speaks about toleration, kindness, humbleness, peace, and Panchasila, the 5 rules of morality: killing any living being, stealing, adultery, lying, drinking intoxicating drinks. Sikhism advises us to restrain from Punj Chor, 5 cardinal vices: ego, lust, greed, attachment, anger, which should be fought with the weapons of wisdom and knowledge. Christianity teaches us love, brotherhood, and forgiveness. According to scripture, all the teachings of Christianity are based on 4 essentials: humility or faith and trust in God, communication with God through prayer and self-denial, observance of the law which is written in scripture and in the hearts of those who love the truth, and the offering of sacrifice to God and partaking of the sacrificial offering. Jews believe that God appointed them to be his chosen people in order to set an example of holiness and ethical behavior to the world, and peace is seen as something that comes from God and that will only be fully realized when there is justice and harmony not just between peoples but within individual communities. But the instructions of Allah in Muhammad's worldview were totally different from the other religions. Muhammad's bizarre beliefs, incredible teachings, self-elevation and immense hate are well reflected in his Qur'an. In sum, a religion like Islam is a curse upon mankind. The Prophet of Islam did not come to the world to bring something good like other religious teachers. He came to this world to preach hatred, brutality and slaughter. The forgiving and merciful Allah instructed in Qur'an, the Prophet said, "Hear me. By him who holds Muhammad's life in his hand, I will bring you slaughter." Ishaq, 130, Tabari, v.101, Then, when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever you find them, and take them captive, and besiege them, and prepare for them each ambush. But if they repent and establish worship and pay the poor due, then leave their way free. Lo, Allah is forgiving, merciful. Q. 9.5. The only message of Prophet Muhammad to the world was, "I will bring you slaughter," and he had performed extremely well as he had promised. In Islam, love, brotherhood and forgiveness are insignificant matters almost like a religious taboo. More important issues are death and destruction of the infidels, who because of their non-believing status do not consider Muhammad as a messenger of God. As Voltaire, cited Walker, 2002, page 313, concluded, there is nothing new in the religion of Islam except the claim that Muhammad is the prophet of Allah. All else is borrowed. Sina is also too outspoken in this topic, as he, 2008, page 16, wrote, after 23 years of preaching, the core message of Muhammad remained the same. Islam's main message is that Muhammad is a messenger and that people must obey him. Beyond that, there is no other message. Failure to recognize him as such entails punishment, both in this world and the next. Monotheism, which is now the main argument of Islam, was not originally part of the message of Muhammad. Allah wrote in the Qur'an, if you, the believers, obey him, the Prophet Muhammad, you will be guided. Q. 24. 54, and obey Allah and the Messenger, that ye may find mercy. Q. 3.132. Quote. If you love Allah and follow me, Muhammad, God will love you and forgive you your sins. Q. 3.31. We, Allah, sent not ever any messenger but that he should be obeyed by the leave of God. Q. 4.65, Muhammad masterfully exploited the concept of prophethood with Qur'an as the only proof of his prophetic authority. Theoretically, through Qur'anic revelations, the God of Islam wants to guide the human to save them from hell, and in return for the favor, he demands absolute submission, that the humans should only worship Allah and live by Allah's laws without ever questioning their purpose, validity and relevance. But there is a catch in this argument. Only a belief in Allah is not sufficient, they have to believe Muhammad as the only messenger of Allah. Since Allah cannot be seen or contacted by anyone other than Muhammad, the words of Muhammad begin to rank as the words of Allah, and as time passes Allah receded into the background, and the Muhammad, who, apparently, claimed to be Allah's most humble servant, now rises as the dominant force in the God-Prophet relationship. At this time, Muhammad holds the keys of paradise. Therefore, a person must believe in Muhammad to qualify for paradise, and the person who believes in Allah alone cannot rank as a believer. He is an infidel and must go to hell, no matter how righteous he may be. This is the true nature and purpose of Muhammad's claim of prophethood. He wanted to elevate himself. So theoretically Muslims surrender to Allah, but in practice they surrender to Muhammad. Here lies the importance of Islam's divine message. Muhammad is a messenger and people must obey him. And for those people who fail to obey him, there is Muhammad's stern warning, "I will bring you slaughter." The main theme of Islam is only this and nothing beyond than this. Spiritual and moral upbringing of the soul is of no importance. The end result of Muhammad's evil message is disastrous to both Muslims and non-Muslims. Muhammad had permanently divided mankind into two groups. The Muslims are Allah's party and the non-Muslims are Satan's party. Allah hates non-Muslims and wants their death and destruction. Since the true Muslims must follow this poisonous teaching of Muhammad, a two-nation theory arises immediately. As Sheikh, 1998, page 161, lamented, the only relationship between Muslims and a non-Muslim is that of ill will, hatred and animosity. Today an Islamic nation does not require any particular reason to attack a non-Islamic nation. According to Qur'an, all religions except Islam are false. This way Allah is the enemy of all the non-Muslims. It is by itself a heinous crime not to acknowledge Muhammad as the last prophet of Allah. Muslims are brainwashed to such an extent that they are unable to recognize any moral, cultural and family bounds. The following Quranic verses prove my point. Believers, do not take your fathers or your brothers for a guide if they love disbelief rather than belief. Whosoever of you takes them for guides are the harmdoers. Q. 9.23. Say, TF your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your tribes, the property you have acquired, the merchandise you fear will not be sold, and the homes you love are dearer to you than Allah, his messenger and the struggling for his way, then wait until Allah shall bring his command. Allah does not guide the evildoers. Q. 9.24. Muhammad's demand to be recognized as a prophet was so strong that in the above two verses Allah tells the believers to treat their own parents, children and relatives as enemies if they do not believe in Islam. Preaching intolerance, lack of concern and thanklessness towards one's own parents immediately disqualify Muhammad as a prophet and proves without doubt that he was a fake and brought no divine message from God. 1.8. Muhammad's miracles. According to Islamic traditional sources, Muhammad had performed many miracles. He could multiply bread, Bukhari, 5.59.428, produce water for an army for ablution from a small pot, Bukhari, 1.4.170, 1.4.194, 1.7.340, 4.56.779, Muslim, 30.5656-9, multiplied dates, Bukhari, 4.56.780, split the moon in two parts, Bukhari, 4.56.831, 4.56.832, 5.58.208, 5.58.209. 6.60.38891. Once he invoked Allah to bless the inhabitants of Medina with rain, and following this there was rain for 7 days until the valleys flooded, Bukhari. 8.73.115. He visited the towns of jinns and some jinns converted to Islam, Muslim, 26. 5559. Once he stuck a huge solid rock and the rock became like sand, Bukhari, 5.59.427. Once he fought with a big demon and subdued him, Bukhari, 1.9.450. When companions of Muhammad departed from him on a dark night, they were led by two lights like lamps, Allah's magic light, lighting the way in front of them till they reached their houses, Bukhari, 1.9.454, 4.56.833, and the list goes on. The moon-splitting miracle is amazing. When Muhammad called Meccans to accept him as a prophet, the Meccans requested him to show them a miracle. Therefore he showed them the splitting of the moon. When the moon was split, a piece of the moon went towards the mountain. Afterwards this part remained over the mountain, and the other part went beyond the mountain. The two parts of the moon remained apart during the whole lifetime of the Prophet. The miracle of the cave is another wonder of Allah which is related to the concerning and hiding in the cave of Thar. The miracle is that none of these things were there when the Prophet and his companion entered the cave, and that thereafter, the spider hurried to weave its cobwebs, the two pigeons to build their nest and to lay their eggs, and the tree to grow its branches around the door. Many biographers of Muhammad like Ibn Hisham and Hakel exclude the story. In the same connection, the following verses of the Qur'an were revealed. Tfu, the people, do not help Muhammad, then know that God will. For God helped him when the unbelievers drove him out, and he and his companion hid in the cave. At that time, the Prophet said to his companion, Grieve not, for God is with us. It was then that God sent down his peace upon him and assisted him with hosts invisible that the word of God might be supreme, and that of the unbelievers might be repudiated. God is almighty and all-wise. Q. 9.40. When the unbelievers plotted to imprison you, to kill you or to banish you, God planned on your behalf, and he is the best of planners. Q. 8.30. Then, there is a sword miracle also. It is recorded in Sahih Muslim, 30.5665, that once when Muhammad was sleeping under a tree, someone took hold of his sword to attack him. Muhammad woke up and found him standing upon his head, and he had hardly become alert, and saw that the sword was in his hand. The man said, Who can protect you from me? Muhammad said, Allah. The attacker remained standstill and the sword refused to obey him. Muhammad's alleged night journey to heaven, Miraj in Arabic, is equally fascinating like moonsplit. One night while Muhammad was sleeping, the Gabriel woke him up. There was a white animal, half mule, half donkey, with wings on its sides with which it propelled its feet, putting down each forefoot at the limit of its sight. By seeing an opportunity Muhammad jumped on it. Gabriel, Muhammad and this funny-looking divine creature, called Al-Barak, cruised to heaven by way of Jerusalem. At the temple in Jerusalem, Muhammad found Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, along with a company of prophets. Muhammad acted as their imam in prayer. Gabriel took Muhammad up to each of the heavens till the seventh heaven. Muhammad received royal treatment in each of the heavens because he was the messenger of Allah. The night journey is firmly embedded in the Islamic consciousness to such a degree that it serves as the foundation of Islamic claim to Jerusalem as one of the holy cities of Islam. In various Muslim traditional sources, cited Sheikh, 1999, page 13, 14, Shimal, 1985, page 150-51, Andre, 1955, page 35, Dasti, 1985, page 2, Mahmud, 1978, p. 39. There are many amazing claims about Muhammad, which are as follows. 1. Muhammad claimed that he was created from a divine light. Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which he then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. 2. When Muhammad was born, the whole house was filled with light, the stars in the sky bowed to such an extent as if they are about to fall on the earth, the angels started singing, the idols everywhere fell on their faces, and fire worshippers in Persia and India noticed that their temple hearth which had been lit for 1,000 years, turned ice cold, the lake of Persia was flooded which caused the palace of Khosroes, the king of Persia, to crack. 3. Muhammad was born circumcised and detached from the umbilical cord and there was no pollution on his body at the time of birth as is the case with every human baby. 4. Muhammad was a prophet when the body and soul of Adam were still in the making. The only purpose of the above stunning claims is to prove that Muhammad was a chosen prophet of Allah before his birth and he was born guided. In fact, his prophethood was established even before Adam was created. God made an agreement with all the future prophets and under this agreement all the future prophets accepted and acknowledged Muhammad as the final prophet and also told their follower to believe in him. It is said that when Amina, Muhammad's mother, was pregnant with Muhammad, she heard a voice tell her, You are pregnant with the Lord of this people, and when he is born, say, I put him in the care of the one from the evil of every envier, then call him Muhammad. Sometimes Amina would see a light shining from her belly by which she could make out the castles of Syria. Aslan, 2006, 19. No doubt, the above miracle claims are great if looked through the spectacle of blind faith. Blind faith or blind belief is something felt by the mind, which distinguishes the judgment from the frictions of the imagination. Hume, 1992, p. 42. But let us see how they look like through the spectacle of science, reason and logic. 1.8.1. Refuting the claims of Muhammad's miracles. All these miracles were attributed to Muhammad so as to make him look saintly. These are all fabrications by his sycophant followers. There are many miracles which were claimed by Muhammad himself, which no one but he could verify, and many contemporary Muslims doubted them because some of these miracles are so ridiculous that they are hardly more than childish jokes, and Muhammad proved himself to be a laughingstock. It is recorded in Qur'an that the pagan Meccans repeatedly asked Muhammad to perform a miracle so that they could believe him. They say, "We will not believe in you until you make a spring gush from the earth for us, or until you own a garden of palms and vines and cause rivers to gush forth with abundant water in them, or until you cause the sky to fall upon us in pieces, as you have claimed, or as a surety bring Allah with the angels in front, or until you possess an ornate house of gold, or ascend into the heavens, and we will not believe in your ascension until you have brought down for us a book which we can read." Q. 17.90-93. So Allah performed a miracle for him, which was witnessed by Meccans. After all, Allah's miracles are not jokes. With Allah's divine help, Muhammad performed the following miracle. We don't know how many Meccans were really impressed by this miracle. According to an old tradition, cited Walker, 2002, p. 220, when the Meccans demanded Muhammad to prove his divine mission by making a mountain move, Muhammad replied that only Allah has the power to do that. However, by repeated demands from Meccans, Muhammad thought of giving it a try. Turning to the direction of Mount Safa, Muhammad commanded it to come to him, but with much embarrassment to Muhammad, nothing happened. Then Muhammad exclaimed, "Allah is compassionate. Had it come, it would have caused an earthquake or fallen upon us to our destruction. I will therefore go to the mountain instead, and thank God for his mercy." 1 degree. Surprisingly, when Muslims read this story with the spectacle of faith, they see a miracle in it. Then again, some Meccans ask Muhammad to send Gabriel or some other angel to them so that they can believe Muhammad. "O Muhammad, if an angel had been sent with thee to speak to men about thee and to be seen with thee." By seeing Muhammad in trouble, Allah came for his rescue and replied in a revelation, Q. 6.9, that in order to send an angel, he would have had to make him appear as a man, and that would have left the non-believers back where they have started. Spencer, 2006, p. 75. Allah also consoled Muhammad, telling him that before him many other prophets were mocked. They say, "Why is not an angel sent down to him?" If we did send down an angel, the matter would be settled at once, and no respite would be granted them. Q. 6.8. If we had made him an angel, we would have given him the resemblance of a man, and would have as such confused them with that in which they are already confused. Q. 6.9. Other messengers have been mocked before you, but those who scoffed at them were encompassed by that they had mocked. Q. 6.10. Messengers before thee, indeed, were mocked, but that whereat they mocked surrounded those who scoffed at them. Q. 21.41. The Meccans again wanted to know why there was no miracle if Allah was so powerful. Muhammad was comparing himself to Moses and Jesus. Both of them were visited by angels and did miracles. Why Muhammad could not? The Meccans disputed his claims and mocked him mercilessly, saying his religion was a forgery, a counterfeit is recorded in Qur'an, or do they say, he has forged it? Say to them, then produce 10 forged chapters like it. Call, if you are able, upon other than Allah, if what you say is true. Q. 11.13. Throughout the pages of the Qur'an at least 20 times, his clan accused him of being the only prophet who couldn't do a miracle. Muhammad's inefficiency in producing even a single miracle is well recorded by his biographer, Muhammad Hussein Hakel. In this biography, The Life of Muhammad, published originally 1933, Hakel, 1976, Chapter 5, wrote that Abu Lahab and Abu Sufyan, two noblemen of Quraysh, repeatedly asked Muhammad to perform some miracles. They asked, "Why don't you change Mount Safa and Mount Marwa into gold? Why don't you cause the book of which you speak so much to fall down from heaven already written? Why don't you cause Gabriel to appear to all of us and speak to us as he spoke to you? Why don't you resurrect the dead and remove these mountains which bound and enclose the city of Makkah? Why don't you cause a water fountain to spring whose water is sweeter than that of Zamzam, knowing how badly your town needs the additional water supply?" They challenged him to do as much as Moses or Jesus had done. The unbelievers did not stop at these demands for miracles. In ridicule, the Meccans asked, "Why doesn't your God inform you of the market prices of the future in order to help you in the trade of the morrow?" All these questions and demands were answered once and for all by revelation. God commanded Muhammad, "Say, I have no power whatever to bring advantage or avoid disadvantage. What God wills, that will happen. If it were given me to tell the future, I would have used such knowledge to my own advantage, but I am only a man sent to warn you, and a messenger to convey a divine message that you may believe." Q. 7.188. The fact is that Muhammad never wanted to be a miracle worker simply because he could not perform miracle. But he claimed the title of prophet and accepted the fact that, as Bukhari 6.61.504 recorded, every prophet before him was given miracles because of which people believed them. The pagan Meccans could not be blamed for troubling Muhammad for demanding at least one miracle. From other parts of Arabia, there were many charlatans who claimed to be God's messenger. They had at their disposal magic tricks which they presented as proof of their divine mission. One of them was Musaylima, who had a sizable following from his own tribe. He used to run up and down the country, showing a flask with a narrow neck, in which he had inserted an egg which he had learned from a Persian juggler. This was his miracle. He also recited rhymed sentences that he passed of his verses of a second Qur'an, Warwick, 2000, pp. 145-6. This proves how much it was necessary for a man to make some tricks his miracle to promote himself to the rank of a prophet. The claims in traditional Islamic sources that Muhammad was a chosen prophet of Allah before his birth and hence he was born guided were fake publicities. The fact is that Muhammad had been fathered by an idolater and his mother was a pagan woman. Muhammad received his first revelation when he was meditating in a desert cave called Hira at the age of 40. Till that time he knew nothing about Qur'an. If he was born guided, why he wasted 40 years of life and thus knowingly neglected Allah's command? In fact, Muhammad was not much religious before he claimed the title of a prophet. Before he immigrated to Medina, he did not even know that Jews and Christians have serious theological differences. Armstrong, 2006, page 15. He assumed that Jews and Christians belonged to a single faith. Obviously, Muhammad had a religion till the age of 40 and this could not be anything but the faith of his forefather. If he was born guided, how Allah allowed it? After all, Allah is supposed to be all-knowing. A hadith from Sahih Muslim is as below. Habir b. Samura reported Allah's messenger as saying, I recognize the stone in Mecca which used to pay me salutations before my advent as a prophet and I recognize that even now. Muslim, 30. 5654. From the above hadith, it is obvious that Muhammad used to visit the Kaaba before his prophethood when 360 statues were worshipped by different Arab tribes. So, if for worshipping the statues, the non-believers are roasting in hell, Muhammad is also roasting in hell with them. Similarly, the angels started singing and the idols everywhere fell on their faces, and fires of all fire worshippers in Persia and India became cold, a lake flooded which caused a palace to crack. At the birth of Muhammad are very childlike claims. No historian had ever recorded the songs sung by angels or idols fall or fire became cold. If something extraordinary had happened, we knew about them in history books. Also, if Muhammad was really such a great miracle worker, why he could not perform a single miracle in front of the Meccans? Muslims claim that Muhammad was born detached from the umbilical cord cannot be true. Umbilical cord is the only source of supplying nourishment and an unborn baby cannot stay alive in the womb without being attached to it. If this fable was true, Muhammad would have lived without food and water after birth, but he did need food and water like everybody else. The story of pregnant Amina is equally nonsense. If she had really witnessed any such divine occurrence, she would have taken much care of Muhammad by herself instead of giving him to a nurse Halima. In sum, there was not a single miracle to prove Muhammad's claim of prophethood. There were no healings, walking on water, parting seas, raising folks from the dead or feeding multitudes. There are no fulfilled prophecies, like the exacting and detailed predictions that biblical prophets routinely made to demonstrate their divine authority. But the most troubling part about our absolute reliance on Muhammad's testimony that he and his Quran were divinely inspired is that Muhammad's character was as deficient, and his life was as despicable, as anyone who has ever lived. These miracles attributed to Muhammad are later additions. The traditions concerning Muhammad were written down in Baghdad not before centuries following Muhammad's death. Till that time, they were oral traditions which rested entirely in the memory of those who have handed them down. Many myths were invented and added to these oral traditions in an attempt to make Muhammad appear messianic. The Muslim scholars who fabricated those miracles had well-defined agendas and they had a practical and selfish reason to do so. By the time Muhammad started preaching, Christianity was a well-established religion. The very idea that Islam might be a new religion was unthinkable to Christians and they took Muslims as theological deviants. Fletcher, pp. 17-8. But with time, Islam appeared as a religious rivalry to Christianity. So the Muslim scholars tried their best to make Muhammad look as godly as that of Jesus, otherwise they would be out of business. As a result, since the Gospels proclaimed that Christ was the light of the world, so Muslims contrived Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which Allah then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. They even demanded that Muhammad's body emitted luminous waves rendering him visible in thickest darkness. One night this miraculous light enabled Aisha to find a needle she has lost. Also, Muhammad produced no shadow. Warwick, 2000, page 171. Similarly, the story of pregnant Amina is remarkably similar to the Christian story of Mary, who, when pregnant with Jesus, heard the angel of the Lord declare, "You will be with child and will give birth to a son, and you are to give him the name Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High." Luke 131-32. Similarly, the story of Bahira, a Christian monk, is said to have recognized in Muhammad the signs of a prophet, was borrowed from Jewish scriptures. It resembles the Jewish story of Samuel, 1 Samuel chapter 16 verses 1-13. Believing in fictitious and historically worthless tales is worse than unknowing the truth. There was another reason, those miracles were fabricated. Since everything associated with Muhammad was demonic rather than divine and Quran could not stand by its own merit. Muslim scholars choose to deceive others by fraudulent means to keep the falsehood of Islam alive and steady going. The bread and butter of the Muslim scholars and clerics come from the business of Islam. So Islam should survive. At least, those lies, though ridiculous and childish, provided their prophet with some impression of credibility which was sufficient to attract the feeble-minded people. These Muslim scholars pass the story on to next generation and thereafter. Soon it takes on a life of its own and becomes more colorful with time and enters the realm of folklore, myth, and legend. Ultimately, it is accepted by the mainstream Muslims as authentic. Today, the legend of Muhammad appears like a ridiculous collection of absurd fables and in the worst style. According to Kennedy, 2007, page 22, these fables are so contradictory and inconsistent that we cannot be certain for anything, even the very existence of Muhammad was questioned. According to Qur'an, the only miracle associated with Muhammad was the revelation of the Qur'anic Siras themselves. But the satanic verses incident even refuted this Qur'anic claim as already discussed earlier. Qur'an is the only religious book which is expected to be read and recite in Arabic only. It's not necessary to understand the meaning of a single word. In Qur'an there is a large number of contradictions and inaccuracies and grammatical, historical, scientific, numerical and ethical errors. This book is haphazardly written. There is no chronology, no chapters of definite subject matters. Often the verses are unrelated to other. No chapter deals with a particular subject matter. A whole chapter is a mixture of many subjects at random. It is utter stupidity to believe that this book is from God. Similarly, if Muhammad had been involved in a miracle or could do one, all he would have had to do to silence his critics was to explain the ones that had taken place, or simply summon his God's power to perform one. But no, he failed miserably. 1.9. Conclusion. Walker, 2002, page 311, lamented that there is not only a lack of understanding between Islam and the West but also a lack of a desire to understand. But Walker does not tell us this lack of understanding, and a lack of a desire to understand, is on whose part? Are Muslims misunderstanding the Western critics, or it is the Western critics who are at fault? If Western critics say Islam is an alien, aggressive and fanatical faith, should we accuse those critics for their lack of understanding and lack of a desire to understand? Or should we appreciate these critics for their correct understanding? If we want to study Christianity, we cannot do it without learning about Jesus Christ. Similarly, we cannot think about studying Buddhism by ignoring Lord Buddha and Jainism without Mahavira Jain. Likewise, if we want to understand Islam, we have to read about Muhammad. The greatness of the leader depends upon the quality of the followers. A poisonous tree produces poisonous fruits. A psychopath murderer cannot teach nonviolence like Gandhi. R. Experience shows, a Christian or Buddhist or Hindu, with deep and sincere religious devotion, can become one Mother Teresa, Dalai Lama or Gandhi. But in Islam, we see leaders like Ayatollah Khomeini, Osama bin Laden, Ahmadinejad, Mullah Omar, etc. We cannot say Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa or Gandhi is more religious and more sincere than Osama bin Laden, Ahmadinejad or Mullah Omar. The argument is about something else. What are the teachings and demands of that religious group and the founder of that group? Let's compare few words of Muhammad, Allah and Quran with that of other religious leaders. Doctrines. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Luke 23:34, and slay them wherever ye find them, and drive them out of the places whence they drove you out. Q 2.191, If anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew 5.39. T will instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers. Q 8.12, for he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q 108.3. Love your enemies and pray those who persecute you. Matthew 5.44, let your mind be filled with love. Your pain shall be sent far away, and peace shall come to your home. Siri Guru Granth Sahib. Lust, anger, and greed are the three gates of hell leading to the downfall, or bondage, of the individual. Therefore, one must learn to give up these three. Bhagavad Gita 16.21, make ready for them all thou canst of armed force and of horses tethered, that thereby ye may dismay the enemy of Allah and your enemy, and others beside them whom ye know not. Q 8.60, If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Q 3.85, a person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. Bhagavad Gita 2.71, and know that whatever ye take as spoils of war, lo, a fifth thereof is for Allah, and for the messenger and for the kinsman, who hath need. Q 8.41, you shall find peace, doing seva, selfless service. Siri Guru Granth Sahib, the Supreme Lord said, fearlessness, purity of the inner psyche, perseverance in the yaga of self-knowledge, charity, sense-restraint, sacrifice, study of the scriptures, austerity, honesty, nonviolence, truthfulness, absence of anger, renunciation, calmness, abstinence from malicious talk, compassion for all creatures, freedom from greed, gentleness, modesty, absence of fickleness, splendor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, absence of malice, and absence of pride. These are the 26 qualities of those endowed with divine virtues. Bhagavad Gita 16.1-3, in the midst of this world, do seva, and you shall be given a place of honor in the court of the Lord. Siri Guru Granth Sahib, how many a township have we destroyed? As a raid by night, or while they slept at noon, our terror came unto them. Q 7.4, you have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Bhagavad Gita 2.47, does there still exist a lack of understanding, and lack of a desire to understand? Today, instead of talking about Islamic terrorism, should we be more concerned about Buddhist terrorism or Jain terrorism? Tasliman Nasreen's and Salman Rushdie's books were banned because it would hurt the feelings of certain group of people. Is there a lack of understanding if we say Quran should be banned because it offends the feelings of the whole non-Muslim world? Practically everything associated with Muhammad was decidedly unprophet-like. Whereas all other religious leaders preached love and brotherhood, talked about life, freedom and purification of soul and spiritual upbringing, Muhammad focused on hate, violence, and punishment. In his religion, war was elevated as a supreme religious duty. He approved plunder, incest, pedophilia, thievery, lying, assassination, genocide, and rape in the name of God. Paradise is no way better than a brothel and hell is a torture chamber. Muhammad was so spiritually deprived that he could not see anything beyond earthly pleasures even after death, leave aside any moral upbringing and purification of the soul. It is really surprising that today more than 1 billion Muslims put their blind trust on this 7th century criminal, whose life was an example of what not to do, rather than how to behave. His God is an ungodly God. This God is so ridiculous that he is ready to bribe man with the paradisiacal luxuries, and if man does not fall for it, he frightens human beings with the most sadistic torture of hell. Yet this stupid God, Allah, calls himself independent, absolute and disinterested. Such a God is nothing but a clever myth invented by Muhammad. With this invention, Muhammad declared Allah as a real master and himself as his humble servant. This way he fooled the people by personalizing his authority in the name of God and imposed his dictatorship on them. In theory, Muslims are following Allah's guidance, but in practice, they are offering their blind obedience to Muhammad. With all these revelations, Allah slowly moved away into the background, leaving the front seat to Muhammad. The authority of the Quran is unquestionable and it leads to hell. Allah is very specific on this matter. Quran says, O believers, do not ask questions about things that if revealed to you, may cause you trouble. But if you ask a question about something when the Quran is being revealed, it will be made known to you. Allah has forgiven you what you did to date. Allah is forgiving, forbearing. Q. 5.101. Some people before you did ask such questions and later lost their faith because of those very things. Q. 5.102. The following hadith confirms Allah's warning. T. Heard the Prophet say, Allah has hated you for asking too many questions. Bukhari. 2.24.555. The above two verses prove that Allah is an imaginary God. Why Muslims are not allowed to ask questions about the Quranic revelations? The answer is simple. If Muslims start asking questions, the impostor of Muhammad will be exposed and Islam will fall. As Sina, 2008, page 6, lamented, Muslims are genuinely incapable of questioning Islam. They dismiss every doubt and consider things that are incomprehensible as test of God. To pass that test and to prove their faith, all they have to do is believe in every nonsense and absurdity unquestioningly. By revealing those two verses in the guise of Allah, Muhammad had banished reasoning from the kingdom of faith, making fanaticism the foundation of his doctrine. Anyone who questioned Muhammad's authority had been mercilessly killed. Truth and logic are two biggest enemies of Islam. Estelant, cited Gunny, 1996. Pages 168, wrote, he, Muhammad, clearly saw that the spirit of inquiry would not favor him. This is how Islam maintained itself. Muhammad recommended blind faith without question and absolute obedience because of his inability to teach the faith intelligibly. Dasti, cited Warwick, 1995. P.4, mentioned, belief can blunt human reason and common sense. This is how the Prophet of Islam succeeded and his religion survived for more than 14 centuries. He had done whatever he liked in the name of Allah because all his actions counted as the divine will. He claimed that he had no choice but to act accordingly. Thus, whatever may happen to the others, Muhammad always remained blameless. But at the same time he was never capable to prove his claim of prophethood but still was not ready to give up his claim. There are more than sufficient proofs that he was a false prophet, but there is not a single proof of his prophethood. Muhammad's strong dominance urge motivated him to rise above his fellow beings. He sought distinction by imposing his will on others. A book like Quran was essential for him to achieve his goal. The psychologists say that the most effective way of securing dominance is by arousing someone's fear. The second one is favor. Whatever man does, he does out of fear or to gain favor. Muhammad very skillfully exploited man's psychological mechanism, which consists of fear and favor. In Islam, the very idea of heaven and hell is based on this. Quran repeatedly told Muslims to fear God. While other religions like Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism took a straight path, Islam proliferated in a wrong direction. This is because the defining core belief of Islam is wrong. It is nothing but the paranoid delusion and hallucination of an ordinary early medieval unlettered Arab businessman. Putting such vain self-delusion on a par with the profound insights of a Christ, a Shankaracharya, a Buddha, a Confucius, a Mahavira Jain, a Laozi or a Socrates is plainly absurd. The words like lack of understanding and lack of a desire to understand are simply eyewash. The basic truth is that in Islam everything is fake. The God is a fake, the Prophet is a fake, and God's message one's also a fake. The critics of Islam know it very well. Chapter 2. Muhammad's hallucinations. Nothing is too wonderful to be true. Michael Faraday, 1791-1867. But we also know how cruel the truth is, and we wonder whether delusion is not more consoling. Henri Poincaré, 1854-1912, 2.1. The mystery of cave Hira. Due to some unknown reasons, Muhammad loved the seclusion of a cave in Hira. Tabari, v. 67, recorded that loneliness became dear to Muhammad and he used to seclude himself in the cave where he would engage in the tahannath, pagan religious rites performed in Ramadan that included fasting, worship for a number of nights before returning to Khadijah and getting provisions for a like period. Muhammad's this type of behavior was not normal. After all, he was a family man. His wife was rich. He could get his desired seclusion in his home to practice his religious rituals like many other Meccans. If God is everywhere, then why the privacy of a cave was essential? He was not much religious till the time he was visited by the angel Gabriel inside the cave. Were these religious rituals actually lame excuses? Cave Hira is no more than 3.5 meter by 1.5 meter in length and width. Sina, 2008, page .154. This is the size of small toilet. What Muhammad used to do in this small space? Since he liked loneliness, then it is obvious that he used to close the small entrance of this cave. Few days and night deep in pointless thinking, not having proper food and water, lack of oxygen inside the cave, mental fatigue. Does this entire thing cause a hallucination? Was it his initial stage of madness? This is a possibility we cannot ignore. 2.2. The strange subconscious mind. It is beyond doubt that Muhammad was sincere in his claim. He had a deep and genuine religious conviction, which proved his sincerity. As Toynbee, 1935, pages 468, wrote, Muhammad actually thought that he was sacrificing his worldly prospects. He cannot have suspected that he was on the road to making his worldly fortune. But sincerity is not a proof. Some people may sincerely believe in the existence of ghosts whereas others may sincerely disbelieve in it. If someone's sincerity can be taken as a proof, then whose sincerity is to be taken into account? Muhammad was not the first person who claimed to have received messages from God. Throughout the history of mankind there are literally hundreds of thousands of people who declared themselves as spokesmen of God. Even today, in the mental hospitals and in cult scene, we can find many mentally disordered and strange people who likewise believe to be regular recipients of messages from some unknown divine sources. They are sincere in their declaration and they are honest in their claim. Often those people manage to make others believe in their claims too. Many of them set themselves up as cult leaders, revered by a group of followers as their direct telephone line to God or the spirit world. The human mindset is strange. If we dip into psychology textbooks, we will find hundreds perfectly bona fide cases of people who in a state of hallucination hear things and see visions. Often they do not agree that these are hallucinations and claim quite genuinely that they have never to have seen or heard before. But an objective study of their cases shows that these are simply fresh associations produced by the unconscious working on things which have been seen or heard but forgotten. Sagan, 1997, page 131, has the same view as he wrote, snatches of song or foreign languages, images, events that we witnessed, stories that we overheard in childhood can be accurately recalled decades later without any conscious memory of how they get into our heads. Before we proceed further, it is intended to discuss a bit on conscious and subconscious mind. We know something about our conscious mind, as we can make certain presumptions about our consciousness. Consciousness is the fact of the awareness of our thinking, feeling, and doing. These conscious acts are sometimes termed as conscious mind. The conscious mind represents only 10% of the total capacity of the human brain. It sleeps when the person sleeps, it is more logical and is focused in terms of activity on the left-hand side of the brain for the majority of people. Similarly, certain acts are performed without conscious awareness. They arise from the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind represents 90% of the total capacity of the human brain. It is focused on the right-hand side of the brain. Subconscious mind is the sum total of our past experiences. What we feel, think, or do forms the basis of our experience. These experiences are stored in the form of subtle impressions in our subconscious mind. Some scientists say that the subconscious mind stores all possible experiences. The subconscious mind is awake when we are asleep. These impressions often interact or commingle with one another and give a strange outcome. On coming with contact with certain external factors, the necessary conditions are fulfilled and these subtle impressions surface in their manifest form. Often this resultant impression is so strange that the person himself cannot recognize it and then he thinks that it is generated from an external source. As Tompkins, 1995, page 55, call it, there are many ways of knowing anything. False memories are so strong that they often replace reality. The genius of the unconscious mind had fascinated the poets, philosophers and psychologists alike. According to Tallis, 2002, page 5, the ancient intellectuals fully accepted the existence of an unconscious mind but they had no logical explanation for this. However, the present-day psychologists had discovered that the strange performances of subconscious mind are not at all supernatural or divine as it was thought to be, but purely natural and earthly. It was Sigmund Freud who for the first time denied any supernatural basis of subconscious mind and hence his work was pretty original. Talvidi, 2006, p. 34. Zarksky, 2004, pp. 15-40, also noted that Freud's idea on unconscious differed to a great extent from those of his contemporaries. Freud also created a consistent system through which the human actions could be interpreted in terms of subconscious aims and memories and with this help the psychic disorders can be treated. In a brief, Freud put forward the idea that psychic disorders are related to subconscious mind. Dostoevsky embraced the mystery of subconscious in his novels, Talvidi, 2006, p. 32, and in Homer's poems, the unconscious appears as an internal mechanism that receives the wishes of God. Claxton, 2004, page 61. This is perfectly normal. When the confused person cannot find any logical explanation, often thoughts of God, divinity, spirituality, heaven, hell, certain end of the world, divine mission, etc. comes to his mind. By mistake he may take it as a sign of some kind of enlightenment. On top of this, if the person is illiterate and superstitious, the chances are more that he would fool himself more easily. This very self-assurance of being enlightened may make the person a saint or a monster, as in the case of Muhammad and many similar cult leaders. Such was the case with Muhammad. His unconscious mind had played a trick on him. Being illiterate and superstitious, he could not find a logical explanation. Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel is strangely very similar to the experience of one of his close friend Hassan bin Thabit. Hassan came to write poetry under the influence of a female jinni. MacDonald, cited Zwemer, 1908, pp. 126-7, wrote, she met him in one of the streets of Medina, leapt upon him, pressed him down and compelled him to utter 3 verses of poetry. Thereafter he was a poet, and his verses came to him, from the direct inspiration of the jinn. He refers himself to his brothers of the jinn, who weave for him artistic words, and tells how weighty lines have been sent down to him from heaven. There is an extraordinary parallel between the terms used in the story of Hassan's encounter with a female jinni and the accounts of Muhammad's first revelations. The expressions Hassan used are exactly those used of the sending down, that is, revelation of the Qur'an. Did Muhammad's diseased mind play a trick with him and recapture Hassan's story and passed it as of his own subconsciously? Muhammad himself, his wife Khadijah and Muhammad's early followers mistook Muhammad's hallucination as a spiritual experience. We cannot blame those 7th century Arabs for their mistake. It was the parlance of the day. But today, in these days of science, we can certainly find out the true nature of Muhammad's enlightenment. Fraud was a hardcore atheist, Gay, 1987. Pages 37. This is one of the reasons his view on unconscious certainly did not incorporate any hidden religious agenda and based his theory totally on the philosophy of science. Unfortunately, this was not the case for those early followers of Muhammad. 2.3. Logical explanation of Muhammad's mystic experience. How often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth? Sherlock Holmes and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Sign of 4. Undoubtedly, Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel was either a conscious fabrication or a hallucination. The hadith which had documented Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel in a cave logically cannot be true. Any sensible reader will find a flaw in Muhammad's claim. Bukhari recorded, narrated, Aisha, the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me, forcefully, and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read but again I replied, I do not know how to read, or what shall I read? Thereupon he caught me for the 3rd time and pressed me and then released me and said, read in the name of your Lord, who has created, all that exists, has created man from a clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous. Q. 96.1, 96.2, 96.3. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration and with his heart beating severely. Bukhari. Ls. Now the most distressing questions are, 1. The angel did not introduce himself as Gabriel. Then how did Muhammad know that it was really Gabriel? 2. Why the Gabriel did not know that Muhammad was illiterate? 3. Why Allah did not tell him? Did Allah forget? Is it possible for God to forget? 4. How Gabriel could be aggressive to Muhammad repeatedly, the dearest messenger of Allah. It is recorded in the Quran, 33.56, that Muhammad was so close to Allah that, even Allah showered praises on Muhammad and the angel saluted him. There was no eyewitness of the above incident. Later on several times Gabriel visited Muhammad, but nobody else had ever seen this supernatural creature. In fact, Muhammad could not give a single proof of existence of his Allah and Gabriel. If Gabriel existed, at least someone would have seen him or heard him. A real experience can be shared by others but not a hallucinatory experience or well-fabricated experience. But luck favored Muhammad and at least some people around him could not see the fallacy of his story and accepted him as a prophet, and Muhammad started his divine business of Islam. The vision in the cave Hira is interpreted differently by different critics. Some believe it was Satan himself who visited Muhammad in the guise of Gabriel. But leaving aside an assumption based on superstition, it might be a command which emanated from Muhammad's own subconscious, as Walker, 2002, page 97, puts forward his argument. Possibly Muhammad's own subconscious commanded him to read and study the books of Jews and Christians, whose scribes had been given pens to write down the truth of God's dispensation in their scriptures, which the Arabs lacked. There is another point which is worth mentioning. The first revelation which Muhammad received in the cave Hira was a representation of an ancient Semitic tradition of revelation, Sheikh, 1995, p. 4. Moses mediated between God and man and narrated the story of a burning bush which though burnt suffered no consumption at all, Exodus 3.2. It was the genius of Moses who realized that it was God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob under whose glory such an uncanny event was taking place. Moses did not forget to tell his people that he did not want to be their leader but was acting under duress. Moses told God that he was not willing to be the divine viceroy owing to his stammer and lack of eloquence, Exodus 4.10. However, he agreed to carry the yoke of authority because his attitude infuriated the Lord. Thus Moses had no choice but to become God's viceroy and announce that God had sent him to his people. This way he first finds a God for the people, then appoints himself as God's messenger to enforce certain commands in the name of his God. Now let us re-examine Muhammad's mystic experience in the cave Hira. In all possibility, a command originated from his subconscious mind, to read and study, which mixed up with the amazing story of Hassan and took the model of the Semitic tradition of revelation of Moses. These impressions interacted and commingled with one another and took a strange shape and surfaced in its manifest form as a vivid hallucination. This resultant impression was so strong that Muhammad himself could not recognize it, and then he superstitiously thought that it was generated from an external supernatural source, Allah. Hallucinations may occur to perfectly normal people in perfectly ordinary circumstances. Prolonged fasting, sleeplessness and sensory deprivation, epileptic seizures or migraine headaches are the major causes of hallucination. Hallucinations are often felt as real experiences. They are sought out in many cultures and considered a sign of spiritual enlightenment. There are countless instances in the world's religions where patriarchs, prophets, or saviors repair themselves in desert or mountain and, assisted by hunger and sensory deprivation, encounters gods or demons. Psychedelic-induced religious experiences were a hallmark of the Western youth culture of the 1960s. This experience is often described respectfully by the words such as transcendent, numinous, sacred, and holy. Sagan, 1997, p. 105. There are various signs and symptoms of hallucination. One of the most common is rigid muscles. Muscle stiffness, rigidity, often occurs in the limbs and neck. Sometimes the stiffness can be so severe that it limits the size of the movements and causes severe pain and suffocation. Admin, 2010. This perfectly explains why Muhammad's first divine experience was painful. Muhammad said that the angel caught him, forcefully, and pressed him so hard that he could not bear it anymore, which happened for 3 times. Actually, Muhammad felt difficulty in breathing, which he understood as being chalked by Gabriel. 2.4. Traditional Islamic sources on Muhammad's hallucination. Traditional Islamic sources give us enough evidences that Muhammad regularly hallucinated. Few examples are as follows. 1. Once during the childhood of Muhammad, 2 men in white clothes came to him with a golden basin full of snow. They took him and split open his body, took his heart and split it open and took out from it a black clod which they flung away. Then they washed his heart and his body with that snow until they made them pure. Ishaq, 72. 2. Magic was worked on Muhammad by a Jew and he was bewitched so that he began to imagine doing things which in fact, he had not done. Bukhari, 7.71.661, 6.60.658, Muslim 26 to 5428. 3. One day 2 persons came to Muhammad in his dream. One of them asked the other, "What is the ailment of this man? He has been bewitched. He is under the spell of magic." Who cast the magic spell? A Jew. What material did he use? A comb, the hair knotted on it, and the outer skin of the pollen of the male date palm. Bukhari, 4.54.490, 7.71.658. 4. Once Umar asked Muhammad, "Tell me, what is the most amazing saying which your familiar spirit communicated to you?" Muhammad replied, "He came to me a month before Islam and said, 'Have you considered the jinn and the hopelessness and despair of their religion?'" Ishaq, 93. 10, 11, 12, EP 14, 15. Magic was worked on Allah's apostle so that he used to think that he had sexual relations with his wives while he actually had not. That is the hardest kind of magic as it has such an effect. Bukhari, 7.71.660. The stem of a date palm tree used to cry like a pregnant she-camel when a pulpit was placed upon it for Muhammad to give sermon till the time he got down from the pulpit and placed his hand over it. Bukhari, 2.13.41. When Muhammad used to eat, he had seen the foods glorifying Allah. Bukhari, 4.56.779. Muhammad had seen Gabriel with 600 wings. Bukhari, 6.60.380. Gabriel can also take the form of a human being. Bukhari, 4.56.827. Once a tree informed Muhammad that the jinns heard the Qur'an. Bukhari, 5.58.199. When Muhammad was in Mecca, the roof of his house was opened and Gabriel descended, opened his chest, and washed it with Zamzam water. Then he brought a golden tray full of wisdom and faith, and having poured its contents into his chest, he closed it. Bukhari, 1.8.345. Once when Muhammad was offering prayer, Satan came in front of him and tried to interrupt his prayer, but Allah gave Muhammad an upper hand. He choked him. In his hallucination, Muhammad thought of tying the Satan to one of the pillars of the mosque till Muslims get up in the morning and see the Satan. But Allah made the Satan return with his head down, humiliated. Bukhari, 2.22.301. In his hallucination, Muhammad had even seen the future. On the day of resurrection, the sun will come near to the people to such an extent that the sweat will reach up to the middle of the ears, so, when all the people are in that state, they will ask Adam for help, and then Moses, and when everyone has failed they will come to Muhammad. Bukhari, 2.24.553. Muhammad heard the voices of the dead persons in their grave. Once Muhammad went through the graveyards of Medina and heard the voices of 2 humans who were being tortured in their graves. By hearing the conversation between 2 dead people, Muhammad said, "They are being punished, but they are not being punished because of a major sin, yet their sins are great." One of them used not to save himself from being soiled with the urine, and the other used to go about with calumnies, namima. Then Muhammad asked for a green palm tree leaf and split it into 2 pieces and placed 1 piece on each grave, saying, I hope that their punishment may be abated as long as these pieces of the leaf are not dried. Bukhari 8.73. 81. When Muhammad looked at Allah, he saw Allah as a light. Muslim. 1. 341, 342. Muhammad saw the signs of Allah in a green screen covering the horizon. Bukhari 6.60.381. 16. Muhammad saw the display of paradise and hell on the wall of a mosque facing the Kaaba. Bukhari 1.12.716, 17. Muhammad could see in front and behind of him. Muslim 4.853, 854, 855, 856, 18. Once Gabriel brought a kettle from which Muhammad ate and gained the power of sexual intercourse equal to 40 men. Ibn Sa'd, Volume 1, Modern Critics like Warwick, 2000. Pages 136, recorded that often while wandering around the lonely spots near Mecca he heard voices which said to him, Good day, Apostle of God. He turned round, but saw nothing except trees and rocks. Another critic, Ali Dasti, cited in Islam Watch, 2007, wrote, In the days before the appointment, whenever Muhammad walked beyond the houses of Mecca to relieve nature's demands, and as soon as the houses disappeared behind the bends in the path, a voice saying, Peace upon you, O Apostle of God, rang out from every rock and tree that he passed. But when the apostle looked to one side or the other, he did not see anybody. There were only rocks and trees around him. It is beyond doubt that Muhammad was suffering from severe hallucination, both auditory and visual. Most probably he was also suffering from schizophrenia. The Arabs used to think that magic had worked upon him. It does not reflect well on Muhammad. If magic can work upon him, it means Allah had failed to protect his messenger. Neither the stem of a palm tree can cry like a she-camel nor food can glorify Allah while being eaten. A creature with 600 wings is tough to imagine. Such a creature is less divine and more comical. It is not possible to open a chest and to wash it with Zamzam water or snow, and wisdom and faith can be poured into the chest and close it. Neither heart can be opened without surgery, nor snow is a good cleanser. Dead people cannot talk. Rocks are of course inanimate, and trees do not have vocal cords with which to utter feelings and thoughts. The story is so repugnant to reason that many later theologians and writers on the life of the Prophet disbelieved it and maintained that the voices were voices of angels. All these tales were believed by the 7th century Arabs, but today we know for certain that Muhammad was hallucinating. Muhammad's famous night journey, al-Isra and al-Miraj, to Jerusalem and then to heavens was either a hallucination or conscious fabrication. Burak, a white animal, half mule, half donkey, with wings on its sides, carried Muhammad on her back. Muhammad and Gabriel went their way until they arrived at the temple at Jerusalem, where he found Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, along with a company of prophets, and he acted as their imam in prayer. After the prayer, Burak took Muhammad to each of the heavens till the 7th heaven. Muhammad received royal treatment in each of the heavens because he was the messenger of Allah. Muslims go out of their way to beautify this stupid story and give some credibility to it. The stupidest part of the story is that when Muhammad allegedly visited the temple in Jerusalem, there was no temple in Jerusalem. About 6 centuries before al-Burak took flight, the Romans had already destroyed it. By 70 AD not a single stone was left on another. According to Bible, the Temple of Solomon was built around 10th century BC. The Dome of the Rock was raised on the foundations of the Roman Temple of Jupiter. In 691 AD Al-Aqsa Mosque was constructed over a Roman basilica on the southern end of the Temple Mount by the Umayyads in 710 AD, Sina, 2008. Pages 120. So if there were no temple, then which temple Muhammad visited, unless we conclude the whole incident was a hallucinatory experience? And then, what about the divine animal Burak, the half-mule, half-donkey white animal with a human head? This Allah's divine transportation system has wings on its sides with which it propelled its feet, putting down each forefoot at the limit of its sight. Burak does not resemble any animal known to mankind. Half-mule, half-donkey with a human head, what a poor and idiotic imagination. Such a creature, if ever existed, would resemble more to Muhammad himself than to anything else. In Islamic scriptures there is no shortage of stupidity. If Muhammad had some sense of good taste, he would have hallucinated something more beautiful. However, Muhammad had seen angels on his visit to heavens. The Egyptian Muslim scholar and historian, Haeckel, 1976, Chapter 8, describes Muhammad's heavenly experience as follows. The first heaven was of pure silver and the stars suspended from its vault by chains of gold. In each one an angel lay awake to prevent the demons from climbing into the holy dwelling places, and the spirits from listening indiscreetly to celestial secrets. This is the height of Islamic stupidity. All these nonsense used to fascinate the 7th century illiterate Arabs. Those illiterate early Muslims were superstitious and had believed all these rubbish, but today anyone with a little knowledge in astronomy will laugh at these bizarre tales. Haeckel continued with Muhammad's divine experience in different layers in the heaven. There, in the first heaven, Muhammad greeted Adam. And in the 6 other heavens the Prophet met Noah, Aaron, Moses, Abraham, David, Solomon, Idris, Enoch, Yahya, John the Baptist, and Jesus. He saw the angel of death, Azrael, so huge that his eyes were separated by 70,000 marching days. He commanded 100,000 battalions and passed his time in writing in an immense book the names of those dying or being born. He saw the angel of tears who wept for the sins of the world. the angel of vengeance with brazen face, covered with warts, who presides over the elements of fire and sits on a throne of flames, and another immense angel made up half of snow and half of fire surrounded by a heavenly choir continually crying, O God, thou hast united snow and fire, united all thy servants in obedience to thy laws. Quote, the divine stupidity of Al-Miraj is again at its peak. The angel of death, angel of tears and angel of vengeance are the products of Muhammad's hallucination. Is it possible to imagine a creature made up half of snow and half of fire? In the seventh heaven, Muhammad saw such a creature, which a normal person with good mental health cannot even envision. Hegel continues. In the seventh heaven where the souls of the just resided was an angel larger than the entire world, with 70,000 heads, each head had 70,000 mouths, each mouth had 70,000 tongues and each tongue spoke in 70,000 different idioms singing endlessly the praises of the Most High. It is difficult to visualize a creature like this. How Muhammad knew that the angel is larger than the world? How did he count the creature's number of heads, mouths, tongues, etc.? Why Allah created such a horrible creature? Is there any further doubt left on Muhammad's hallucination? After seeing the absurdities of Muhammad's night journey, many of Muhammad's followers left Islam. To save Muhammad from embracement, Allah revealed the following Qur'anic verse, when we said to you, indeed, your Lord encompasses all people. We did not make the vision which we showed to you, except to be a trial for people. Q. 17.60. This verse is too silly and practically it means nothing. Muhammad claimed to have visited a temple at Jerusalem which was destroyed long before him, and he claimed to have seen angels, gibberish creatures at heaven, but could not produce any witness, and Allah wants the Muslims to believe Muhammad without question because it is a test to them. Following quote from Ibn Ishaq shows that Muhammad's famous night journey was a hallucination. Abu Talib's daughter, said, he, Muhammad, slept in my home that night after he prayed the final night prayer. A little before dawn he woke us, saying, I went to Jerusalem. He got up to go out and I grabbed hold of his robe and laid bare his belly. I pleaded, O Muhammad, don't tell the people about this for they will know you are lying and will mock you. Ishaq. 184, on certain occasions Muhammad entertained suicidal thoughts. Once when revelation stopped, Muhammad proceeded to climb a mountain and throw myself down and die. But Gabriel stopped him halfway up the mountain and proclaimed, O Muhammad, you are the messenger of Allah and I am Gabriel. Muhammad looked upwards and saw Gabriel in the form of a man putting his legs on the horizon. Gabriel repeated, O Muhammad, you are the messenger of Allah and I am Gabriel. Muhammad stopped in his place as if he was hypnotized. He tried to shift his eyes away from him, but towards whatever region of the sky he looked, he saw Gabriel as before. Sina, 2008 p. 110. So wherever Muhammad looked, he saw the Gabriel. What a divine comedy. If we have to take this as a divine experience, then we must appreciate Allah's sense of humor. Otherwise, if we want to make some logical sense out of Muhammad's visualization, we have to conclude that the image what Muhammad had seen was actually in his own head. So in whatever direction Muhammad turned his head, Gabriel appeared in that direction. Sina, 2008, page 110. On another occasion, while walking, Muhammad heard a voice from the sky. When he looked up, he saw Gabriel sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. Bukhari, 6-60.448. This is another wonderful hallucination. We can find a flaw in this story. Muhammad had seen that Gabriel had 600 wings. Logically, a creature which has wings does not need a chair to sit to float between sky and the earth. And, if the Gabriel can really sit in between sky and earth, why nobody had seen him? Hallucinations are deceptive lies, and the worst part of lying is that the liar tends to forget what he had said before. Muhammad sincerely took all these hallucinations as signs of divinity. By seeing his sincerity, many of the feeble-minded followers believed him. But many of the intelligent and well-matured Meccans recognized that Muhammad was suffering from mental disease. Timely, Allah, the imaginary friend of Muhammad, certified his hallucinations as divine inspiration, as we can see in the following two Qur'anic Siras. Certainly he saw of the greatest signs of his Lord, Q.53, 18. And of a truth he saw himself on the clear horizon, Q.81, 23. No doubt, Muhammad had an excellent imaginative power, but his thinking was all haphazard. He was not original thinker. He simply did not know how to have a logical and organized thinking. He was handicapped by his mental illness. Bits and pieces he had learned here and there about Christianity and Judaism, and based on this, his handicapped brain worked overtime and produced those hallucinations. Once Allah stamped them in his Qur'an with his divine authority, the hallucinations become heavenly. Allah's authority is so strong that no Muslim is capable of questioning them ever since the birth of Islam. For them the belief comes before the understanding. All they have to do is to believe. Logic and understanding has no value at all. It never occurred to their brains that the voice might have been the voice of Muhammad's own disturbed mind. 2.5. Conclusion, you talk to God, you're religious. God talks to you, you're psychotic. Doris Egan. Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel was a command hallucination. Here people feel that they are being told what to do by an imposing or mythic figure. They are sometimes ordered to assassinate a prominent figure, sacrifice a human being or a child, or harm themselves by the wish of God, or devil, or demons, or angels, or aliens. Sagan, 1997, p. 131. The command is clear and powerful from a voice that no one else can hear. If they are reluctant to comply, dire penalties are threatened. Voices usually do not introduce themselves, e.g., "This is God speaking," is never heard. This leaves the patient wondering, who would issue such a command? Who could speak inside my head? He assumes that it is God or Jesus or Satan or the head of a covert spy agency or criminals or the leader of a gang. Muhammad justified this voice as divine intervention of Allah. For him, only for him, his hallucinations were real experiences. So when Muhammad said that he had been divinely commanded to preach in the name of Allah, he was telling the truth only for him. His sincerity in his prophetic claim and divine mission is based on this elusive truth. The deceitful sincerity of Muhammad misled many Arabs to believe him and join his creed. This is how Islam started, with a falsehood. Chapter 3. Muhammad's strange mindset in religious front. We often hear the phrase, divine experience. As we have seen in the previous chapter, often these cases of divine experiences and heavenly confrontations are pure hallucinations or delusions, and in reality they have no meaning. Many so-called prophets have various degrees of success in deceiving common people, but their claims generally die with them. Though Muhammad was one of them, but his claim did not die with him. He successfully established a religion, which is still going strong and causing much devastation even after 14 centuries of its birth. Archer, 1924, preface, commented, Muhammad the mystic is a greater figure than we have dreamed. According to him, there may be some pathological elements in Muhammad's life, and the essential thing in Muhammad's experience was that he was a mystic. Archer amazingly claimed, 1924, summary, Muhammad was a mystic in the technical sense, and that, too, not merely in mental attitude, but in habitual practice. In this chapter, the mystic of Muhammad is going to be unraveled. To unfold the mystery, we need to dive deep into the strange imaginary world of Muhammad to see how different components of his strange mind had worked with each other. But before we do so, a basic discussion on psychology, i.e. the scientific study of human mind and how it functioned, is needed. I wish to start from the very beginning. 3.1. An introduction to Freud's ID, ego, and superego concepts. Before Aristotle, the science of philosophy and psychology was inseparable. But during the long stretch of time between Aristotle and Immanuel Kant, a new approach to philosophy appeared, a philosophy based on science. As Kant wrote, perceptions without conceptions are blind, cited Durant, 2006, page 352. Before Aristotle, the philosophers just pondered about theories and based their theories on observation, but these scientific philosophers wanted to know more about the biography of mind and how it functions. The biography of mind is what we call today the psychobiography. For a long time, this new scientific study was in its infancy till the time of Sigmund Freud, who was one of the first men to explore deep into the science and philosophy of the mind, and in doing so revolutionized philosophy and psychology. From this time, science actually started replacing religion. Freud's understandings of how the mind works and the structures of the mind replaced the idea of the soul and its functions. For Freud, the mind was central to human development and function, and his later theory, during 1920, of its three components, the id, ego and superego, shapes who we are and how we act. Stevenson and Haberman, 2004, page .161. According to Freud, the id, ego and superego are the parts that make up a person's personality. We are controlled by these three parts of the mind, and they control our varying levels of consciousness, as well as our desires. Though many psychologists question about the validity of Freud's theory of the workings of the mind, but nevertheless the theory does remain one of the most influential till today. His initial work served as a basis for the definition of a narcissist. He only scratched the surface of the narcissistic personality. Wessner, 2007, page 5. Later on, Cohen and Kernberg added more to Freud's theory. During the 1970s and after, James F. Masterson further developed Freud's theory of the three components of human mind. Masterson is internationally renowned for his clinical work, research, and the writings on personality disorder. He used the terms real self, or true self, false self, and superego. In this chapter and subsequent chapters, we will do extensive study on these three basic components and compare the findings with that of Muhammad as reported in Qur'an, Sunnah and Hadith collections. The true self, id, is not influenced by the external world. The false self, ego, is evolved to deal with the true self, and superego authorizes false self to do so. The false self seeks pleasure and tries to avoid things that are unpleasant by analyzing the situation and by deciding whether to proceed with the action or remain idle. Klein, 1972 pp.126-7. For a person with perfect mental health, the actions and inactions and the interactions between real self, false self, and superego do not cause any harm either to him or people around him. But when these three components are not in balance, the person suffers from mental disorder. Muhammad was an ordinary human being. We have already discredited him by every possible logical manner and shown with clear proof that he was not a supernatural or a holy messenger of any kind of God. He was perfectly human with all human weaknesses and worldly desires. Did the three components of his mind work against each other and therefore caused a personality disorder for him? Before we search for an answer, we should study the psychopathology of Muhammad. 3.2. The psychopathology of Muhammad. In every society and amongst all races, we can find individuals who, because of something in their mental setup or their personal history, find it difficult or even impossible to adjust to the roles which society expects them to perform. In some cases, their behavior brings them into violent conflict with their environment. Some of these individuals are very successful in their professional lives, but they are extremely miserable in their family and social lives. They sincerely believe that they are exceptional and hence they are not bound by the norms and rules of the society. They are denier of reality. This is such a feeling, which they cannot even explain, and because of this, they utter words and gestures which are quite outside the normal behavioral patterns of ordinary people. One of the most common features amongst these people is megalomania. Megalomania is a non-clinical word defined as 1. A psychopathological condition characterized by delusional fantasies of wealth, power, or omnipotence. 2. An obsession with grandiose or extravagant things or actions. Grandiosity and delusions of grandeur have similar meanings to megalomania. It is a symptom of mental disorder. There are enough references in traditional Islamic sources that Muhammad was a megalomaniac. In Islam, only belief in Allah is not enough to enter paradise, and Muslims must believe the prophethood of Muhammad also. If Muhammad was only a spokesman of God, why Muslims have to praise Muhammad in their daily prayers? Though in Islam Allah is portrayed as all-powerful, but this is in theory only. In practice, Muhammad is the central figure in Islam and Allah is just a piece of decoration. Allah is obliged to throw a person in hell even he is sincerely devoted of him but does not believe in Muhammad's prophetic claim. So we can see how helpless the God of Islam is. A logical-minded person will doubt about the existence of such a God. Following quotations from authentic Islamic sources prove that Muhammad lived in a grandiose fantasy world and was a denier of reality. Muhammad reinterpreted reality to fit his fantasies. Allah's apostle said, "Whoever obeys me will enter paradise, and whoever disobeys me will not enter it." Bukhari 9.92.384. Allah's apostle said, "Whoever obeys me, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys me, disobeys Allah, and whoever obeys the ruler I appoint, obeys me, and whoever disobeys him, disobeys me." Bukhari 9.89.251. Allah's apostle, the Lord of the Muslims, leader of the Allah-fearing, messenger of the Lord of the worlds, the peerless and unequaled. Ishaq 233. Allah addressed the believers and said, "In Allah's apostle you have a fine example for anyone who hopes to be in the place where Allah is." Ishaq 467. He heard Allah's apostle saying, "He who obeys me, obeys Allah, and he who disobeys me, disobeys Allah." Bukhari 4.52.203. Those who speak negatively of Allah and his apostle shall be cursed. Q 33.57. For he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q 108.3. Though Muhammad placed himself in the position of a humble servant of Allah, we cannot see any humbleness in the above words, and, surprisingly, his God tolerated his arrogance. After a certain period elapsed, Allah became less important than Muhammad, the living God. The person of Muhammad stood out above all in front rank and Allah was given a secondary position in his capacity as the auxiliary of the Prophet. Allah is no longer the supreme being. We can have a look at the following Qur'anic verse. Lo, Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad, O ye who believe also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q 33.56. The above Qur'anic verse alone is enough to prove that the Allah is a myth and Muhammad was a vulgar imposter. Muhammad not only ridiculed and belittled his God, but at the same time also represented the entire divine system as a big joke. Muhammad's this type of behavior is a standard megalomaniac behavior. A person who thinks that he is superior to God is a denier of reality. A megalomaniac tells a big enough lie, repeats it often enough, and the surrounding people will believe it for the imposter to triumph. A lie, if repeated enough, sometimes believed is truth. Muhammad, like other megalomaniacs, was so full of himself that he got carried away. Throughout Quran, Allah has no authority alone and he is so pitifully helpless without his messenger that if we completely erase the name of Allah from hundreds of verses throughout the Quran and Muslims are asked to believe in, submits to, and obey Allah and his apostle, practically nothing would change. No doubt Muhammad was suffering from personality disorder. Before we proceed further with the psychopathology of Muhammad, we should understand what the terms personality disorder, and specifically, narcissistic personality disorder, exactly mean. Then we should see how much these characteristics fit into Muhammad's strange personality profile. 3.3. Understanding personality disorder. Each individual in this world has a unique personality made up of traits that come from both our genetic makeup and our life experiences, yet we tend to behave in fairly predictable ways. It is a vital part of what makes us who we are and how we interact with others. But if a person's pattern of behavior, mood, social interaction, or impulsiveness causes distress to them, or to other people in their lives, they are diagnosed as having a personality disorder. The personality of such a person is too rigid to the point that he is unable to change it in reaction to changing circumstances. A personality disorder is the ultimate misidentification. The individual mistakes his habits for his identity. Although the person feels that his behavior patterns are normal, or right, people with personality disorders tend to have a narrow view of the world and find it difficult to participate in social activities. To diagnose a personality disorder, the patient's problematic behaviors must appear in two or more of the following areas. 1. Perception and interpretation of the self and other people. 2. Intensity and duration of feelings and their appropriateness to situations. 3. Relationships with others. 4. Ability to control impulses. Personality disorders are considered to have their onset in late adolescence or early adulthood. A diagnosis of personality disorder to children is very rare because children's personalities are still in process of formation, which may change considerably by the time they are in their late teens. One of the 10 major personality disorders is narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. 3.4. Understanding, narcissistic personality disorder. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in the land is fairest of all? You, my queen, you, are fairest of all. Famous is thy beauty majesty, but behold, a lovely maid I see rags cannot hide her gentle grace alas, she is fairer than thee. From Snow White, a fairy tale by Walt Disney. NPD is defined more distinctively as a pattern of grandiosity, exaggerated claims to talents, importance, or specialness, in the patient's private fantasies or outward behavior, a need for constant admiration from others, and a lack of empathy for others. The myth from which narcissism gets its name is in Greek mythology. According to Greek folklore, Narcissus was a hero who was renowned for his beauty. Once he fell in love with a reflection in a pool, not realizing it was his own, and perished there, not being able to leave the beauty of his own reflection in the water. He was so mesmerized by his own unattainable reflection that he exclaimed, "Then let me look at you and feed my wretched frenzy on your image." Vazire et al., 2008, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, specifies 9 diagnostic criteria for NPD. For the clinicians to make the diagnosis of a narcissist, an individual must fit 5 or more of the following descriptions. Livesley, 1995. Pages 205, Benjamin, 1996, p. 143, 1. The individual has a grandiose sense of self-importance, exaggerates accomplishments and demands to be considered superior without real evidence of achievement. 2. He lives in a dream world of exceptional success, power, beauty, genius, or perfect love. 3. He thinks of himself as special or privileged, and that he can only be understood by other special or high-status people. 4. He demands excessive amounts of praise or admiration from others. 5. He feels entitled to automatic admiration, compliance, or favorable treatment from others. 6. He is exploitative towards others and takes advantage of them. 7. He lacks empathy and does not recognize or identify with others' feelings. 8. He is frequently envious of others or thinks that they are envious of him. 9. He has an attitude or frequently acts in haughty or arrogant ways. Major components of narcissistic self-fused states of feeling, thinking, needin, Q to T pressure, B protect pressure 1 Q woe it now it's me fits 4, source, The Impact of Narcissism on Leadership and Sustainability by Bruce Gregory, Ph. D. The above diagram can best be understood if compared with the abnormal mindset of the wicked queen of Snow White. This queen is not asking the mirror because she is curious. She is asking because her identity is wrapped up in her unchallenged beauty and superiority. Rather than just accept she is a typical woman subject to short-lived beauty, meaning age, gray hair, wrinkles, weight gain, etc., and that she must compete fair and square with her competitors on the great catwalk of life. Instead, she insists on being numero uno, forever. Secondly, in the event the mirror drops the bomb and breaks her the bad news that indeed she has been replaced as grand champion, she needs to know who the lucky lady is so that the opponent can be eliminated from the scene, thus replacing the balance of her own private universe. The narcissist's personality is based on a defensive false self that he must keep inflated at any cost in order not to feel the underlying rage and depression associated with an inadequate, fragmented sense of self. Masterson, 1990, p. 90. This inflated false self is like a balloon. If there is a leak in the balloon, i.e., the inflated false self cannot be preserved, the narcissist feels very miserable and insecure. This is because it punctures the narcissistic grandiosity and reflects the discrepancy between NPD expectations or fantasies and the reality what he wants to deny. Beck and Freeman, 1990, p. 239. About 1% of the general population and 2 to 16% of the clinical population has NPD. As long as this false self is adequately inflated, it provides him energy to float high, oblivious to frustration and depression. This is the reason a narcissist seems to immune to life's changes, both positive and negative, much to the admiration or envy of those around him. In fact, the common impression given by a narcissist is that depression is simply not a part of his life. But this is an illusion. The successful narcissist, successful in the sense that his perception of the world and his place in it manages to prevent him from questioning his importance, is very creative and imaginative. But his creativity is haphazard. They are also quite talented to develop a lifestyle that will resonate to his grandiose projections of himself and fuel his narcissistic need. In this airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment, he relaxes and life seems to be pretty good. He feels good, he feels secure, and as long as nothing punctures this closed circle, he will not be aware of any serious personality problems. The emperor must not be told that he does not have cloths. Narcissists are pathological liars, which means either they are unaware of their lies or feel completely justified and at ease in lying to others. They are master of deception. First they tell a lie and then they genuinely believe in their own lies. Vaknin, 1999, page 24. This way they are capable of even deceiving themselves. They are extremely offended if contradicted or even criticized. They often see the difficulties that they have with others as external and independent of their behavior or input. Beck and Freeman, 1990, pp. 5, 6. They enjoy putting something over on others, obtaining their feelings of superiority by lying to, victimizing and manipulating them. In a short, a narcissist has 2 different personalities or 2 selves: the true self, which is the real one, and the false self, which is the fabricated and projected one. These 2 selves are at serious conflict with each other. Many celebrities, politicians, movie stars and show-off men, in general, the prominent personalities and public figures, have 2 personalities or 2 selves: the real one which they reserve for their family and relatives, and the forged, or false, or concocted, one which they exhibit in public. If we recall the terms used by Freud, this real self is the real identity, id, and the concocted or the false self is the ego of that person. This is perfectly healthy behavior as long as the real self and the false self are not in clash with each other. These prominent personalities and public figures are not necessarily suffering from any mental disorder. But this is not the case for a narcissist. Masterson, 1990, p. 174, wrote, "The narcissist resembles a psychological turtle with a hard, impenetrable shell inside of which is an equally soft, fearful center, the impaired real self." A narcissist has no meaningful private life and genuineness. The more successful is his false self, the more he becomes divorced from his true self and married to his false self. His true self is so much dominated by the false self that the true self is actually paralyzed. His life is constantly on the display of the false self, a monodrama in an open theater where everyone has an access. This is the basic difference between a narcissist and a normal healthy person. For a sane person, the false self and the true self are at friendly terms with each other and never try to subdue each other, which a narcissist is deprived of. The false self is not overprotective to the true self, it is simply defensive to the true self. For a narcissist, his true self is the worst enemy of his false self. The biggest fear of a narcissist is that his true self may get accidentally activated. 3.4.1 The 7 Deadly Sins of Narcissism, according to Sandy Hotchkiss, 2003, Part 1, identified what she called the 7 Deadly Sins of Narcissism. This characterization is a clear, well set out, very readable examination of the nature, effects, provenance and prevalence of narcissism. Shamelessness. Shame is the feeling that lurks beneath all unhealthy narcissism and the inability to process shame in healthy ways. Shame is a basic emotion that begins early in life for a healthy person. The narcissist has the opposite problem. He appears to be abnormally shameless. He accuses others when the reverse is true. Actually, he feels shame, but he is capable of bypassing the shame or simply put the burden of shame on others. So it appears that the shame does not touch him or he is immune to it. Magical thinking narcissists see themselves as perfect using distortion and illusion known as magical thinking. They also use projection to dump shame onto others. Magical thinking often has placebo effect. Some very common narcissistic magical thinking are, I'm immune and completely safe, nothing can happen to me. I am the best. The world revolves around me and I am at the center. The world is created for me. I am not answerable to anyone. Sin cannot touch me, etc. If magical thinking really worked, it would be possible at any time for a group of us to get together for a few seconds and visualize world peace, a stable global economy, no child molesters, no murderers, and no violent crimes of any type, no pollution, no famine, no homelessness, no poverty and no disease. We could prevent, even undo, tsunamis, tornadoes, and hurricanes. We could resurrect the dead. In this case we would be God. Though a lot of healthy people spend some time in magical thinking, they do not deny the hard reality. This is where the narcissist fails. For him, his magical thinking replaces reality. Arrogance is the divorcement from reality, it is a life of deception and lies. Arrogant people are often skilled liars and deceivers. They wear their deception without the suspicion of others. Arrogance cannot handle critical situations and might simply resolve to violence. An arrogant person is interested only with self, not with the welfare of others. As example, in spiritual arrogance the person has an unhealthy inflated opinion of the self. He lives in self-importance, succumbs to flattery and praises of men and builds his self-glory and monument out of human viewpoint. A narcissist who is feeling deflated may re-inflate his false self by arrogantly diminishing, debasing, or degrading somebody else. They have contempt and disdain for those they view as inferior. The real downside of arrogance is negativity. Arrogance in a leader invariably leads to megalomania and it results in collapse of ethics. He is simply too proud to be humbled. Although narcissists may appear incredibly confident, haughty, and arrogant below the surface, there is often a thin veil of insecurity. Envy. A narcissist may secure a sense of superiority in the face of another person's ability by using contempt to minimize the other person. Narcissists are constantly envious of other people. This is their unique way of interacting with the world. They envy others their success, or brilliance, or happiness, or good fortune. If a narcissist comes across someone who appears to know more or have more than they do, they will attempt to devalue or belittle that person. Sometimes they even choose to destroy the object. For a narcissist, others are merely objects. That gives them so much grief by provoking in them feelings of inadequacy and frustration. By diminishing the accomplishments of others or simply eliminating them, the narcissist elevates himself. The alternate favorite solution is avoidance, the schizoid solution. When the narcissist finds that it is too painful for him to see the success and the happiness of others and he cannot do anything to devalue them, he prefers loneliness. He simply withdraws himself from the society or engages in such jobs where he can avoid mixing with the people he envies. So he creates a bubble universe, something like a dream world where he is the king. Entitlement. Narcissists hold unreasonable expectations of particularly favorable treatment and automatic compliance because they consider themselves uniquely special. Any failure to comply will be considered an attack on their superiority and the perpetrator is considered to be an awkward or difficult person. The narcissist simply assumes, I deserve. Defiance of their will is a narcissistic injury that can trigger narcissistic rage. Often narcissists will only interact with people they feel are their equals. A sense of unhealthy entitlement is a substantial barrier to forgiveness. For them, forgiveness is hard to do because they lose face. Forgiveness is too costly in terms of pride, so they do not want to face the costs of forgiving others. This is one of the reasons narcissists are often very cruel. If necessary, they will create hypothetical offense situations to inflict pain on others. Over time, such unforgiving tendencies may prevent the healing of wounded relationships and lead to social alienation. Exploitation. It can take many forms but always involves the unjustified use of others without regards for their feelings or interests or preferences. Often the other is in a submissive position where resistance would be not easy or even impossible. There is complete lack of empathy and humanity. Narcissists are often very charming and can make people around them feel special and desired. They do that in order to leverage what they want out of them, validation, respect, and favors they are not entitled to. When people question this behavior or challenge the narcissist, he devalues them and casts them aside, only to soon find new friends to exploit. The narcissist is best at his exploitation when he wears a religious mask. The religious narcissist takes advantage of tragedy and grief of other people to secure future narcissistic supply. Narcissistic abuse may sometimes go unnoticed by others, even by the victims themselves. This is called ambient abuse. This is the most dangerous type of abuse because it is more difficult to pinpoint and identify. In the long term, the ambient abuse erodes the victim's sense of self-worth and self-esteem. Slowly, the victim loses faith in his ability to manage and to cope with the world and its demands. His self-confidence is destroyed and a kind of mental paralysis encroaches him. Bad boundaries. In the mind of a narcissist, there is no boundary between self and other. Boundaries refer to the rules that define the limit of personal or professional behavior. Boundaries are also the dividing lines between people. Psychotherapists use the term to describe the degree of psychological individuation versus enmeshment between individuals. A normal mentally healthy person understands his own boundary and the boundaries of others with whom he interacts. But the narcissists do not recognize that they have boundaries and that others are separate and are not extensions of themselves. They cannot define where individuality ends and the world begins. Others either exist to meet their needs or may as well not exist at all. Those who provide narcissistic supply to the narcissist will be treated as if they are part of the narcissist and be expected to live up to those expectations. 3.5. Understanding malignant narcissism. Malignant narcissism is a syndrome consisting of a crossbreed of the narcissistic personality disorder, the antisocial personality disorder, as well as paranoid traits. The malignant narcissism differs from narcissistic personality disorder in that the malignant narcissists derive higher levels of psychological gratification from accomplishments over time. This way, their mental disorder worsens with time. Also, they suffer from many other mental disorders. This is called comorbidity. Because the malignant narcissist becomes more involved in this psychological gratification, they are prone to develop the antisocial, the paranoid, and the schizoid personality disorders. The term malignant is added to the term narcissist to indicate that individuals with this disorder tend to worsen in their impulse controls and desires over time. Malignant narcissism is the worst of all the personality disorders. This psychological problem sometimes can be partially treated with medications and therapy, and it can help to reduce aggravating symptoms only. Although narcissistic personality disorder is found in the current version of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-IVTR, malignant narcissism is not. Hence it should be considered a theoretical or experimental diagnostic category and not as an official diagnosis, but rather a syndrome. Individuals with malignant narcissism would be diagnosed under narcissistic personality disorder. Eric Fromm first coined the term malignant narcissism in 1964, describing it as a severe mental sickness, representing the quintessence of evil. Monty, 1995, page 595. He characterized the condition as the most severe pathology and the root of the most vicious destructiveness and inhumanity. Refusal to acknowledge evil and sin, self-image of family's perfection. Source: Malignant Narcissism. Quotations by M. Scott Peck's People of the Lie. Personality theorist Otto Kernberg pointed out that the antisocial personality was fundamentally narcissistic and without morality. Malignant narcissism includes a sadistic element, creating, in essence, a sadistic psychopath. Kernberg called malignant those narcissists whose grandiosity is built around aggression and destruction of those who offer love. Hotchkiss, 2003, page 168. These are sadistic antisocial types with a deeply paranoid orientation toward life who so idealize their own aggressive power that they have killed of the same and loving parts of themselves that might have enabled them to develop attachments and tolerate dependence. The malignant narcissists only wish to destroy, symbolically castrate, and dehumanize others. Their paranoia becomes so intense in old age that they are virtually unapproachable even by the people who are very closely related to him. They ultimately not only destroy themselves but also everyone around them. Malignant narcissists are what are called necrophiles. It is always better to deal with these people by maintaining a distance and being careful about their dehumanizing capabilities. They are even capable to fool the therapists treating them. Kernberg first proposed malignant narcissism as a psychiatric diagnosis in 1984 and used the terms malignant narcissism and psychopathic behavior interchangeably. Followings are the special characteristics of malignant narcissism: aggressiveness 1, glibness, superficial charm 2, grandiose sense of self-worth 3, pathological lying 4, cunning, manipulative, deceitful 5. Lack of remorse or guilt, callous, lack of empathy, absence of conscience, characteristic demonstrations of joyful cruelty and sadism. 6. Failure to accept responsibility for own actions. 7. Promiscuous sexual behavior, many short-term marital relationships. 8. Criminal versatility. 9. A psychological need for power, socially deviant lifestyle. 1. 2 to 4. Parasitic lifestyle, impulsivity, inclined to act on urge rather than thought. Family and social irresponsibility, juvenile delinquency, pedophilia. All these above traits are common amongst individuals with psychological disorders. But the psychopath, malignant narcissist must display a strong tendency towards these characteristics. While the psychopath displays more antisocial features, the malignant narcissist desires unlimited power and everything. He cannot delay gratification. He does not want to be equal to God, but he wants even God to be inferior to him. It is possible for the malignant narcissist to move above and beyond their contemporaries by sincere attempts to make full use of their capabilities. Rarely, they make positive contribution to the society, but almost all the times their contributions are negative and harmful to the society. Malignant narcissism is a deadly illness and they deserve our genuine compassion. However, it is an extremely dangerous situation when a malignant narcissist is in a position of power where he can create endless, unnecessary suffering and destruction. Malignant narcissists have a sadistic willingness to kill just to protect their own self-serving delusions. This makes them particularly dangerous, as they will literally stop at nothing to hold on to the position of power in which they find themselves. War and an atmosphere of violence is the situation in which they feel most themselves. Malignant narcissists are ruthless murderers, whether it be physically or psychically, who are criminally insane. They literally turn a man into a corpse without giving a second thought about the consequences. As we are going to see subsequently, all the above-mentioned special characteristics of malignant narcissism were present in Muhammad, and with further critical analysis of the extent of his cruelty, abnormal sexuality, paranoia and extreme greed, it is possible to prove that the beloved Prophet of Muslims was actually a malignant narcissist. 3.5.1 The defensive false self of a narcissist. TT terrifies me to think of saying, this is me, this is my skin. So I cop out on myself by being some other person, living with some other person's fantasy. It becomes my fantasy. I know it's not my real self. It's fake, but I'm fake. If I let my real self come out, I'll be all alone and I can't handle that. A Narcissist's Confession, Masterson, 1990. Pages 19. The defensive false self of a narcissist is characterized by self-importance, grandiosity, and omnipotence. The false self is bogus because it is based on a grandiose fantasy rather than on reality, and it is defensive because its purpose is not to cope or adapt to reality but to reinforce grandiosity in order not to feel depressed. Masterson, 1990, page 93. He is always alert and at war with his own true self to prevent it from emerging. But we should not forget the fact that no matter how rigid the false self is, deep down it is fake and fragile. A narcissist cannot be happy unless he is the best. They often seem to be the people who have everything: talent, wealth, power. They also have a strong sense of knowing what they want and how to get it. They are intelligent and often manipulative. Many are very successful at work, but a close observation of these people reveals that underneath of this well-constructed mask of grandiose style behavior, they are actually insecure and often miserable people. Masterson, 1990, page 91. A narcissist's life is empty at its core, and he often fails to realize that beneath this narcissistic glitter there is an impaired real self. There are two reasons. Firstly, they are under strong domination of this false self. In fact, a time comes when the narcissist becomes a slave to the false self and the true self, impaired real self, becomes like an apparition. Secondly, they all are deniers of reality, and at the same time they don't want to face this fact. Vaknin, 1999, page .23. Life is a change. Those who cannot change with time cannot live happily. Vaknin, 1999, page 9, wrote, a narcissist is an actor enacting a monodrama, yet forced to remain behind the scenes. The scenes take the center stage instead. This is where the false self is in action. For example, a reporter on a crime scene may feel as if he is really a participant and he starts reacting that way. The narcissist does not cater at all to his true self because he does not love his true self. He is in love with the reflection of his true self, i.e., the false self. He is always pressurized by his false self to keep moving, to keep reinforcing his sense of grandeur. He may be a workaholic to satisfy his false self, and hence, nothing to do is a threat to him from his false self. Ultimately, he adopts the old saying, not to move forward is to drop behind. This often makes him a restless person. There is another important feature of the false self of a narcissist. The false self develops a strong defense mechanism to protect itself from the intolerable feeling of shame about personal shortcomings and inferiority complex. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. A narcissist wants to avoid these two things at any cost. So when we encounter arrogance in a narcissist, it is not really the pride that we are seeing but a deep and irrational fear of being worthless. His superiority complex is actually an extension of his inferiority complex, and the narcissist is well aware of it. The feeling of supremacy often serves to mask a cancerous complex of inferiority. So often he finds an easy way out: avoidance and social isolation. The narcissist spends most of his energy to keep his false self firm. Vaknin, 1999, p. 157, wrote, the narcissist has a fake, substitute ego. This is why his energy is drained. He spends most of it on maintaining, preserving and protecting the wrapped unrealistic images of his false self and of his fake world. The narcissist is a person exhausted by his own absence. Value is always relative, not absolute. The false self of a narcissist thinks this way: if someone else's stock goes up, my stock automatically goes down. When the false self feels deflated, it can reinforce itself by diminishing, humiliating or degrading someone else. If his balloon gets punctured by the ill winds of life, it can only be repaired by proving that someone else is more inferior to him. 3.5.2 The narcissistic supply. A narcissist is motivated by the continuous need for supplies to feed this grandiose conception of himself. In this sense, the word supplies means those specific activities and relationships that reinforce his grandiosity. He feeds of other people who hurls back him an image, the inflated false self, that he projects to them. This is their sole function in this world: to reflect, to respect, to applaud, to detest, in a word, to assure that he exists. Vagnin, 1999, p. 9. Other people exist in a narcissist's life to gratify him. For him, the people are like useful tools and opportunities, they should be used and exploited. The purpose of their very existence is to mirror the narcissist's image of himself and being unique, special and important. Otherwise they have no right to tax his time, energy or emotions. This is what a narcissist feels. The narcissistic supply can be anything that feeds his fragile false ego. He always goes around, hunting and collecting, the way the expressions on people's faces change when they notice him. He places himself at the center of attention or even as a figure of controversy. He lives in world which is black, being unknown and deprived of attention, i.e., deprivation of narcissistic supplies, and white, being famous and celebrated, i.e., rich narcissistic supplies. For a narcissist, the world looks like a place where the only food is meat and all humans are cattle. That's why, at the most primitive level, narcissists think they have to act the way they do in order to survive. A narcissist continuously rates people around him for potential supply sources. This is the main reason he is often a restless person. First, he conducts a binary test: can this or that person provide him with narcissistic supply? For him, those who fail this test simply do not exist. They are two-dimensional cartoon figures, as Vagnin, 1999, page 38, commented. Their feelings, needs and fears are of no interest or importance. Those persons who filtered through are regarded as human, and he will nurture and cultivate those people. Needless to say that he loses interest in them once he judges that they have lost their capacity to supply him what he needs. In this case, he is not at all concerned or interested either in the person or in the circumstances. The narcissist has no time or energy for anything, except the next narcissistic fix, no matter what the price, and who is trampled upon. Vagnin, 1999, p. 39. There is no place for sentiment. It is impossible for a narcissist to commit himself emotionally or sincerely to another human being because in doing so, the underlying emptiness, rage and depression of his impaired real self will be exposed. We should not forget the fact that a narcissist is fully self-absorbed and self-centered. An emotional involvement means directing his feeling and interest to another, but as far as he is concerned there is no other in his life. Narcissists crave for more power. They are never satisfied. The more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep themselves inflated. They misuse the power to secure more narcissistic supplies. They often cause unjustified harm to others without provocation, because they want to get rid of the exaggerated shame of real or imagined inferiority. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. He is scared that he might be proven worthless by others or his worthlessness may be exposed accidentally in any unguarded moment. He is feared because, if people find him worthless, his narcissistic supply sources will diminish with it. 3.5.3 The cause of narcissism. The root causes for development of an inflated false self is comparatively a new subject in psychology which is not yet thoroughly studied. Hence still there is considerable speculation on how the narcissistic personality develops. It appears that the narcissist suffers a developmental arrest prior to the emergence of real self in early childhood, but how and why this arrest occurs is not always clear. Another theory regards NPD as a young child's defense against psychological pain. These two perspectives have been identified with two major figures in psychoanalytic thought, Heinz Kohut and Otto Kernberg respectively. Both the above theories about NPD go back to Sigmund Freud's pioneering work on narcissism, published in 1914. Freud introduced a distinction between primary and secondary narcissism which has been retained by almost all later writers on this subject. According to Freud, all human infants pass through a phase of primary narcissism, in which they assume they are at the center of their universe. This phase ends when the baby is forced by the realities of life to recognize that it does not control its parents or other caregivers, but is in fact entirely dependent on them. On realizing this, the baby gives up its fantasy of being all-powerful and becomes emotionally attached to its parents rather than itself. But the secondary narcissism is a pathological condition in which the infant does not invest its emotions in its parents but rather redirects them back to itself. So, from a Freudian perspective, narcissistic disorders originate in very early childhood development, and this early origin is thought to explain why they are so difficult to treat in later life. Both Kohut and Kernberg agree with Freud in tracing the roots of NPD to disturbances in the patient's family of origin, specifically, to problems in the parent-child relationship before the child turned 3, Masterson, 1981, p. 16, 24, but they disagree in their accounts of the nature of these problems. According to Coate, the child grows out of primary narcissism, acquiring a more realistic sense of self and a set of personal ideals and values, but if the parents fail to provide appropriate opportunities for idealization, the child remains stuck at a developmental stage in which its sense of self remains grandiose and unrealistic, while at the same time he remains dependent on approval from others for self-esteem. In contrast, Kernberg views NPD as rooted in the child's defense against a cold and unempathic parent, usually the mother. Masterson, 1990, page .102, agrees with Kernberg and observed that the mothers of the narcissists are emotionally cold and exploitive narcissistic personalities themselves. They ignore their child's separation and individual needs in order to mold the children to fit their own uncompromising standards and serve their own emotional needs. Emotionally hungry and angry at the depriving parents, the child withdraws into a part of the self that the parents value, whether looks, intellectual ability, or some other skill or talent. This part of the self becomes hyperinflated and grandiose. Any perceived weaknesses are split off into a hidden part of the self. Splitting gives rise to a lifelong tendency to swing between extremes of grandiosity and feelings of emptiness and worthlessness. However, in both accounts, the child emerges into adult life with a history of unsatisfactory relationships with others. Today, all the famous psychologists agree that unempathic parenting is one of the main causes of pathological narcissism. Costello, 1996, p. 148. The narcissist feels unprepared for adulthood because he has been raised with an unrealistic view of life. For him, reality is distorted. The child grows up with a grandiose view of the self but has a conflict-ridden psychological dependence on others. Ultimately, he shows the symptoms of a full-blown narcissism. Faye. 3.6. Correlating Muhammad and malignant narcissism. As we have already discussed in the first chapter, there are literally hundreds of thousands of short stories available about Muhammad, and unlike other semi-mythological religious figures, Muhammad is as well known to us as that of any other prominent historical figure. With all the traditional sources available to us and comparing these sources with modern development of psychological studies on NPD, it is possible to make an objective study to evaluate the character and psychological makeup of Muhammad. And with this investigation, this prophet Muhammad, an insignificant 7th century illiterate Arab, who also claimed the title of the Prophet of Allah, stands exposed in front of us. The divinity vanishes into thin air and we can identify him as a malignant narcissist. We can clearly see his inflated false self and the monodrama he enacted yet skillfully remained behind the scene. We can make out that the above-mentioned 7 deadly sins were prominently present in him. Now, I will explain step by step why Muhammad thought of himself as special or privileged and demanded excessive praise, why he lacked empathy and enjoyed putting something over others, and how Muhammad failed to realize that beneath this narcissistic glitter there is an impaired real self and became a slave to his false self. Next, I will try to answer the question, was he unaware of his lies or felt completely justified while lying to others about his prophetic mission? Lastly, I intend to discover the impaired true self of Muhammad. 3.6.1. The narcissistic delusion of Muhammad. Obviously, Muhammad was under the delusion that he was the chosen messenger of Allah. With this delusion, Muhammad started his new career as a prophet. He is now no more an insignificant merchant of Mecca, but the only spokesman of God on the earth. He is on a divine mission. Now if we apply Freud's theory of id, ego and superego to Muhammad's strained mental setup to identify different important players in his mind, our findings will be as below. ID, true self, Muhammad, the weak, neglected, coward, insignificant and illiterate merchantman of Mecca who never got a meaningful employment in his life and lived a parasitic life with the wealth of his wife. Ego, false self, Prophet Muhammad, the apostle of Allah, the best of creation, the preferred one, an excellent example to mankind, exalted above other prophets in degrees and mercy to the world. He is on a divine mission to conquer the world for Allah. Superego, Allah, the God who had authorized Muhammad as a prophet and takes special care for every whimsical demand of his beloved prophet. Allah is the most merciful and most powerful God. He is the Lord of the worlds. Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which he then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. On the day Muhammad had a vivid hallucination in the cave Hira, i.e., received his first revelation from God, his false self started realizing its self-importance. He started thinking about himself as special or privileged. He felt entitled to regular admiration, compliance, or favorable treatment from others. From this day his false self started dominating his true self, and it continued until his true self was actually paralyzed. In sum, he constructed an airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment where he can relax, feel good and feel secure, all because he had invented a lie that he was the chosen prophet of Allah. He mistook his hallucination for real and thus believed in his own lie. He successfully deceived himself. However, his psychopathic behavior was not noticed by others till the time he got a strong foothold in Medina. After the first revelation, when Allah was silent for a long time, Muhammad realized that his inflated false self could not be preserved and the narcissistic grandiosity balloon would be punctured, which may ultimately activate his true self. He felt so miserable and insecure that he even wanted to commit suicide. In the beginning of his prophetic mission, Muhammad was not sure who should be his God. When he received the first revelation in a cave, overnight he changed his rank from a merchantman to a prophet without even knowing from whom he received the divine instruction. The voice he had heard in the cave did not tell him about the identity of his God, because it was a command hallucination. He started warning the Meccans with dire consequences if they did not accept him as a prophet while he himself was in such a delusion. Muhammad tried a few different brands of Allah, but he was disappointed with the response from his audience and changed his mind several times. Surprisingly, the real Allah did not come forward to remove the delusion from Muhammad's mind. In the end, Muhammad realized that all the pagans, despite their numerous idols, were wholly devoted to their moon god, Allah, because they believed that Allah had the ability to inflict punishment as well as rewards. This is the only reason Muhammad chose the pagan Allah as his god. The therapists of NPD call this narcissistic delusion. We should note that Allah did not find Muhammad, but it was Muhammad who looked for a suitable Allah to preach in his name. The deception of the malignant narcissist started from here. 3.6.2. Identifying the defensive inflated false self of Muhammad. The defensive inflated false self of Muhammad is the role he had played under the title of a prophet for the entire period of his prophetic mission. The true self of Muhammad was subdued and his inflated false self started playing the monodrama with a prophetic cap on his head, but he was quite aware that a direct self-promotion would be seen as repulsive and hence would be rejected. A prophet cannot stand alone unless he has a god to certify him. In other words, the false self of a narcissist cannot survive without the authorization of a superego. Throughout Muhammad's prophetic mission, Allah had no other job but to defend his beloved prophet. To preserve his false self and to exaggerate his own importance, Muhammad had some extraordinary claims about himself. Apart from thinking that he was the anointed messenger of God and the seal of the prophets, Q. 33.40, this megalomaniac regarded himself as Khairu, called the best of creation, an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and had given us a hint that he was exalted above other prophets in degrees, Q. 2.253. He also claimed to be the preferred one, Q. 17.55, and sent as a mercy to the worlds, Q. 21.107, to have been risen to a praised estate, Q. 17.79. Not only Qur'an but in Sahih Hadith also, Muhammad made many extraordinary claims about himself. It is recorded, the very first thing Allah Almighty ever created was my soul. First of all things, the Lord created my mind. I am from Allah and believers are from me. Just as Allah created me noble, He also gave me noble character. Allah very generously declared, were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe. Tabakat, Volume -1. Narcissists are sick and their claims are strange. They are also prone to illusions and delusions, especially self-delusion, and hence lack in judgment. Vaknin, 1999, page 19. They are also massive denier of reality. Masterson, 1990, p. 93, Vaknin, 1999, page 23. This is what we understand from Muhammad's extraordinary claims. His regard for himself and others was very distorted and abnormal. Only a malignant narcissist can be so cut off from reality as to claim that God had created universe because of him. Muhammad's claims are self-contradictory. At the beginning of his mission he did not even know who his God was. Magical thinking is one of the deadly sins of narcissist Muhammad. All his claims were bogus. He was a pathological liar and believed his lies to be true. This way many false memories and fantasies are taken as true. Vaknin, 1999, page 157, wrote, the narcissist is bound to develop false memories, conjure up false fantasies, anticipate the unrealistic and work his intellect to justify them. Muhammad's extraordinary claims about himself are of this type which does not have any realistic basis. These are actually falsifications of his false self. A healthy person preserves some senses of continuity and consistency, both in his thought and in his actions. It serves as a point of reference. It links his past and present actions and future plans. These senses of continuity and consistency are regulated by memory, eagerness, imagination and understanding. But for a narcissist, the senses are relegated to the false self. Hence an aura of falseness is attached to all of them. Since the false self has a false perception, it weaves enchanted and grandiose fables as substitutes. This is how Muhammad evaluated himself and the world. Vaknin, cited Sina, 2008, page 82, suggested that the narcissists, while masters of self-deception or even malignant con artistry, are usually fully aware of the difference between true and false, real and make-believe, the invented and the extant, right and wrong. But they can convince themselves of those lies as if they were absolute truth and will change his story whenever it suits him. When faced with limits or criticism, narcissists are apt to turn nasty and defensive. A narcissist cannot tolerate criticism because the balloon of narcissistic grandiosity may get punctured by criticism. They always overreact to criticism, becoming angry or humiliated. Allah prohibited criticism in Qur'an with the verses 5 to 100, 1102. Muhammad demanded an unquestionable obedience from Muslims. He knew that Qur'an cannot survive criticism. If Quranic criticism once allowed, then it will lead to a situation where his false self will be exposed. A false self cannot survive without delusion, deception and lie, simply because it is false. Muhammad could not stand as a prophet simply because he was a bogus. The deception is at the very core of Islam. The images of the true self are derived mostly from reality and to a small extent from fantasy, in other words, what one wishes as well as what one really is. The false self, on the other hand, is derived mostly from infantile fantasies. Masterson, 1990, page 23. Muhammad's biggest fantasy was that he was on a divine mission. The motive of a false self is not to deal with the reality but to work against it. Hence the false self, however well set up, always lacks something. Winnicott, 1960, p. 152. This is exactly what Muhammad had feared. He lacked the capability to silence his critics in a fair debate because his prophetic claim was based on the quicksand of grand delusion. All he wanted was to relax in his airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment where he could feel secure. But despite of all his efforts to project himself as a prophet, there were many instances when he behaved in such ways that were disgraceful to discuss. Ibn Ishaq truthfully recorded them, but later on Ibn Hisham removed them to save Islam. To save his false self from collapsing, Muhammad put any word in the mouth of Allah as he liked. Often while reading Qur'an, a logical-minded reader gets confused by seeing so many contradictions in this supposed to be holy book. But all these contradictions have meaning. Muhammad wrote those revelations as situation demanded. When Muhammad was weak, Allah revealed the following verses: be patient with what they say, and part from them courteously. Q. 73.10, and do not dispute with the people of the book, Nazarenes, except in the best manner, except for those among them who do wrong and say, to them, we believe in that which was sent down to us and that which was sent down to you. Our God and your God is one, and to him we have surrendered. Q. 29.46, there is no compulsion in religion. Q. 2.256, but when Muhammad became strong enough to move from the stage of weakness to the stage of jihad, Allah revealed the following verses which were not so peaceful. Kill them wherever you find them, and drive them out from wherever they drove you out. Q. 2.191. Fight those who do not believe in God and the last day, and fight people of the book who do not accept the religion of truth, Islam, until they pay tribute by hand, being inferior. Q. 9. 29. It is not difficult to justify the contradictions. This is the typical working style of a narcissist to keep his false self inflated at any cost, even let it be at the cost of the God. Muhammad's prophetic claim could not stand unless he could gather a large number of followers. Allah was a useful apparatus of Muhammad to achieve this, i.e., to secure his narcissistic supplies, to keep his false self alive and steady going. If Allah had not revealed the above verses in perfect time and in perfect contradictory manner, Muhammad's false self could not stand. The fake prophetic false self of Muhammad required creating a scarecrow to pose as a true God and to speak out in divine voice so that Muhammad's position as a prophet could be established. Neither Quran nor Allah had any other purpose beyond than this. Once Muhammad died, there were no more Quranic revelations and Allah also became silent forever. When the narcissist is dead, with him died his false self and the hunger of the false self for narcissistic supplies. But Islam did not die with Muhammad. Though Muhammad died like any other mortal human being and his Allah became silence, but Islam survived because Muhammad left a book containing his poisonous instructions in the name of God. Muslims, when pick up this book of instruction and put their trust on it, indirectly they came within the narcissistic grip of Muhammad. I will discuss more on this in the forthcoming chapter on Quran. 3.6.3 The development of Muhammad's narcissism. The circumstances of Muhammad's childhood confirm that his family had fallen on harder times. Muhammad's father Abdullah passed away before his son's birth, leaving very little for his wife and son, and Amina, mother of Muhammad, died when Muhammad was only 6 years old. Geiler and Salib, 2002, p. 70. Amina lacked interest in her child and wanted to give her to a nurse. But it was difficult for her to get a nurse because she was a poor widow and hence the pay was miserable. When infant Muhammad was shown to some women who were looking for infants to nurse, one of them is reported, Rodinson, 1980, page .45, to have said, an orphan. And with no money. And what can his mother do? Ultimately Halima took away the child with much unwillingness because she did not get a child from a wealthy family and her family desperately needed the extra income even though it was not much. There was a possibility that Halima or her family did not treat the infant well due to this. However, at the age of 5, Halima returned Muhammad to his mother Amina, but again she was reluctant to take the child back. 1 year after reunion, Amina died. So Muhammad was neglected not only by his foster mother but by his real mother also. Being orphan in those days was a curse. In Quran Muhammad recalls those cursed days of his lonesome orphanhood, the last shall be better for you than the first. Your Lord will give you, and you will be satisfied. Did he not find you an orphan and give you shelter? Did he not find you a wanderer? So he guided you? Did he not find you poor and suffice you? Do not oppress the orphan. Q. 93.4-8, those were clearly Muhammad's words, but it was put to Allah's mouth. Allah, the talking doll of Muhammad like a puppet sitting on a ventriloquist's knee, is expressing his frustration on behalf of Muhammad. Here the narcissist is playing a monodrama in an open theater where everyone has an access. Muhammad remained behind the screen, while Allah took the center stage and echoed Muhammad's words of frustration. But why there was so much neglect? It was not only poverty but something more than that. Often the parents of a narcissist are narcissists themselves. If the mother is a narcissist, she may be either detached from or overly invested in aspects of her pregnancy. When the child arrives, the narcissist mother may become depressed as the newborn has some demands from the mother. This leaves little opportunity for the mother to satisfy her grandiose fantasies. Often the mother looks for a way out. She does not hesitate to take advantage of someone else's offer to shoulder some or the entire burden. If there is no way out, she shows extreme carelessness, of course, unless others are watching, to the child. Hotchkiss, 2003, page 49. Islamic traditional sources do not tell much about Amina, the mother of Muhammad, hence we are not very sure if Amina was a narcissist herself, but her behavior strongly points out the same. However, it is for certain that a discrepancy between Muhammad's chronological age and the level of his psychological functioning formed at his adolescent days, which widened with time till his death. Those Qur'anic words show how much the memory of his neglected childhood had pained him. The psychological scars that left in his mind never healed. Muhammad made his dead mother responsible for all these sufferings caused to him. When Muhammad conquered Mecca, about 50 years after Amina's death, he visited his mother's grave. He told, cited Sina, 2008, page 11, his companions, "This is the grave of my mother, the Lord has permitted me to visit it. And I sought leave to pray for her, but it was not granted. So I called my mother to remembrance, and the tender memory of her overcame me, and I wept." The root cause for development of an inflated false self of Muhammad was due to this faulty parenting and traumatic childhood experiences. Like other narcissists, Muhammad suffered a developmental arrest prior to the full emergence of his true self. The first few years of a child is a very crucial stage, which may make or breaks the child. Clinical experience shows that childhood trauma and abuse are almost impossible to erase. Modern brain research tends to support this sad view but offers some hope. Vaknin, 1999, page 217, wrote, "Traumas are inevitable. They are an inseparable part of life. But in early childhood, especially in infancy, ages 0 to 4, they acquire an ominous aura, an evil, irreversible meaning. No matter how innocuous the event and the surrounding circumstances, the child's vivid imagination is likely to embed it in the framework of a highly idiosyncratic horror story. During this period, the child struggles hard with a very important developmental task, the formation of a healthy, autonomous self. The caregivers and parents are required to be tolerant, sympathetic and clear on boundaries of what is good and bad. But for doing this job well, the parents and caregivers first need to have a realistic sense both of themselves and of the child. They should also be able to control their own aggressive impulses. If they don't, the healthy mental development of the child is threatened. If Amina was a narcissist, she created a fertile ground for the creation of a future narcissist. Muhammad remained trapped in the narcissistic position like an extension of his mother just as she was of him. His sense of self became grandiose and unrealistic while at the same time he remained dependent on approval from others for self-esteem. Kernberg's views are much more simple and straightforward. According to him, the narcissistic disorder is the child's defense against a cold and unempathic parent, usually the mother. This is what we see in the case of Muhammad. Amina ignored her child's separation and individual needs in order to mold the child to fit her own uncompromising standards and to serve her own emotional needs. Though we cannot say for sure that whether Coates, Kernberg's or Masterson's views are applicable to Muhammad's narcissism, but we should remember that in all accounts the child emerges into adult life with a history of unsatisfactory relationships with others, which was very similar to Muhammad. Though Muhammad gave the impression of a sensible and well-balanced man in his adulthood, but in spite of this, undoubtedly, he had a conflict-ridden psychological dependence on others. 3.6.4. Why Allah did not allow Muhammad to pray for his mother. The simple answer is, Muhammad could not forgive his mother even after more than half a century of her death. God cannot be unjust and God's unwillingness in this case is just absurd. Allah is the puppet of Muhammad, hence Allah says whatever Muhammad wants him to say. Underneath this dramatic divine rejection there remains the fact that it is impossible for a narcissist to forgive someone, particularly his mother. They have overly complicated relationship with their parents, mainly with their mothers. For a narcissist, his parents never die. They live on to torment him, to persecute and prosecute him, to put him on constant trial. Vaknin, 1999, p. 172. Their criticism, mental torture, apathy, other forms of abuse and berating him, all these things live long after their physical death. Even after several decades of his mother's death, Muhammad was still tormented because his relationship with his mother was too complicated and too bitter. So it was not Allah who prevented Muhammad to pray for his mother, but it was Muhammad's own preference, which he skillfully put on Allah. If Allah is really so angry with Muhammad's mother, why he allowed Muhammad to visit her grave? How disgusting it is to think that the God is still angry with a woman who is dead for over half a century. Muhammad did not really cry for his mother. It was a pretension. The display of outburst of fake emotions had specific purpose to obtain certain result. By shedding few drops of crocodile tears, Muhammad sent a deceitful emotional message to mislead the people around him. Narcissists' parents are narcissistic supply sources. By ignoring his mother in front of others, though long after her death, Muhammad's false self just reinvested itself through the look of others. Once Muhammad devalued his mother, his own value is increased. But at the same time, Muhammad proved that he was not cruel. By mimicking real emotions artfully, Muhammad made other people to believe that he is more human than common. It was his mask of sanity. 3.6.5. The narcissistic supply sources of Muhammad. To preserve his grandiose conception of himself, there is a need of continuous supplies. The defensive false self cannot stand by its own, because no matter how big it is projected, deep down it is false. Since at any cost the narcissists have to protect their false images, they are often restless. Masterson, 1990, page 92. Muhammad was continuously under pressure to maintain his status of a prophet. The narcissistic supply means quite specifically those activities and relationship that reinforce his grandiosity. Muhammad demanded absolute obedience from his followers. He required excessive admiration, adulation, attention and affirmation. A narcissist reinvests himself through the look of others. He is forced to use other people in order to feel that he exists. This is what we might call reinforcing feedback. Masterson, 1990, p. 92. The sick narcissist's sense of self-worth and self-esteem derive entirely from audience feedback. The narcissist has no self-esteem or self-worth of his own, no such ego functions. In the absence of observers, the narcissist shrivels to non-existence and feels dead. Hence the narcissist's preying habits in his constant pursuit of narcissistic supply. It is an addictive behavior. After 13 years of preaching, Muhammad could not gather more than a handful converts. From a worldly point of view, his mission was a complete failure. The early Muslims were mostly slaves, who had hardly any social standing. Muhammad was desperate to convert some influential people. During the pilgrimage season, whenever Muhammad approached the chiefs of tribes visiting the Kaaba and invited them to embrace Islam, his influential uncle Abu Lahab used to follow him and say to them before his face, "This nephew of mine is mad. So take no notice of what he says." Islam Watch, 2007. It clearly shows that Muhammad's eagerness to gain converts was so intense that it appeared he had gone crazy. The narcissists can go to great lengths to make a big impression on the listeners. They never stop doing that. They want to be sure they have others' attention. Muhammad required influential converts to gain more converts to his religion. More converts means more narcissistic supply. Narcissists are mental equivalent of an alcoholic. They don't know when to stop but ask for more and yet more. They always look for new victims. They are always hungry for narcissistic supply sources. Muhammad only wanted to be recognized as a prophet and to live in his invented world, an airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment, where he must be surrounded with the right people who would appreciate and advertise him as the only chosen prophet of Allah. It does not matter for a narcissist if these attributes are superficial and not accurate indicators of a person's real worth. But the narcissist takes them seriously and continues believing in his supremacy. At Medina, Muhammad showed his real face. When he came to Medina, he was penniless. He was given asylum, but what Muhammad gave them in return? He assassinated his critics, divided the population and subdued them and established his reign of terror in that city. All these things he had done to secure narcissistic supply sources. A narcissist does everything with one goal in mind, attracting more narcissistic supplies. Vaknin, 1999, p. 98. Muhammad's mind was a one-track mind. Muhammad wanted converts not because he was interested in humans. He never loved human. He was only interested in gaining followers. For this he was ready to go any length. The actor and the drama changed from this time on. Allah wrote in the Qur'an, "Do not fear people, but fear me. And do not take a small price for my verses. Those who do not judge with what Allah has sent down are the unbelievers." Q. 5.44. This path of mine is straight. Follow it and do not follow other paths, for they will scatter you away from his path. With such Allah charges you, in order that you be cautious. Q. 6.153. Narcissists always rate people around them. They ask a simple question to themselves. Can this or that person provide him with narcissistic supply? If the answer is yes, he is interested, not at the human, but to secure a supply, and if the answer is no, the person simply does not exist. To secure narcissistic supply sources, the narcissist changes his color like a lizard. He flatters, adores, admires and applauds the target in an embarrassingly exaggerated and profuse manner, and at the very next moment sulks, abuses, and humiliates the target in every possible way and shows violent displays of abuse, rage attacks, or cold detachment if the target fails to comply with his narcissistic requirements. Muhammad perfectly fits into this profile. At the birth of Islam, Muhammad tried to formulate his religion in the style of Moses. He was much influenced by the rabbinic literature and borrowed extensively from the holy scriptures of Jews. As Wansborough, cited, Warwick, 2002, page 24, put forward his argument that Islam emerged only when it came into contact with and under the influence of rabbinic Judaism. Earlier scholars like Torrey also recognized that there are genuine borrowings from Jews' literature. Some present-day prominent critics of Islam have the same view, as Khan, 2009, p. 42, mentioned that Muhammad was highly influenced by the learned Jews rabbis, and some Jews used to tell him ancient history as recounted in the Torah. Even Muhammad agreed that the holy book of Jews can influence Qur'an. In this year, the Prophet commanded Zayd bin Thabit to study the book of the Jews, saying, "I fear that they may change my book." Tabari, 7.167, when Muhammad relocated in Medina in 622, a large number of thriving, rich and influential Jews and polytheistic tribes lived there. Economically, these tribes were much stronger than the uncivilized Arabs. At the beginning in Medina, Muhammad continued praising the Jews and their faith. He also maintained good relations with them and adopted many Jewish customs, as example, fasting of Ashura, later changed to Ramadan, zakat, contribution to charity, prohibition on eating the pig meat, introduced ceremonial ablutions and purifications, established the Sabbath observance on Saturdays, later changed to Friday, circumcision, etc. Khan, 2009, p. 42-44. To flatter the Jews, he used to call himself Nabi, the Jewish term for prophet. To make the Jews happy, Muhammad even adopted Jerusalem as the Qibla for his prayers. Muhammad thought that by this way he would be able to secure his narcissistic supplies from these wealthy and influential people by converting them to his creed. Though some polytheist tribes joined his creed in large numbers, but the wealthy Jews paid him little attention. Allah started revealing verses specially designed to lure them. Many verses confirmed the Jewish stories of Genesis, Q. 2.3038, and Judaic stories of Moses and the children of Israel, Q. 2.24061. Then Allah strongly urged the Jews and Christians, and the monotheistic Sabians, to believe in the Qur'an alongside following their own scriptures to gain Allah's mercy, Q. 2.62 and Q. 22.17, and to accept Muhammad as their prophet, Q. 5.19, 5.20. A logical-minded reader will not fail to notice the strong narcissistic urge for attention of Muhammad in the following verses. There is no divinity attached to these verses. All we can see that a narcissist is desperately seeking attention from his potential victims. People of the book, after an interval during which there were no messengers, our messenger, Muhammad, has come to clarify your religion to you, lest you should say, no bearer of glad tidings or a warner has come to us. Indeed, there has come to you a bearer of glad tidings and a warner. Allah has power over all things, Q. 5.19. Remember, when Moses said to his people, remember, my people, the favors which Allah has bestowed upon you. He has raised up prophets among you, made you kings, and given you that which he has not given to any one of the worlds, Q. 5.20. However, still the Jews did not pay him any attention. The narcissist is again in action and the following verses were revealed. We gave to the children of Israel the book, judgment and prophethood. We provided them with good things and preferred them above the worlds of their time. Q. 45.16. Children of Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you and that I referred your prophets among you, above the worlds, Q. 2.122. We have sent down the Torah in which there is guidance and light by which the submissive prophets judged the Jews, as did the rabbis and those of their Lord, guarding what they were required to of the book of Allah, and for which they were witness, Q. 5.44. Then to Moses we gave the book, complete for him who does good, and, to make plain all things, and guidance, and mercy, so that they might believe in the ultimate meeting with their Lord, Q. 6.154. Yet among the people of Moses there was a nation who preached the truth and acted justly, Q. 7.159. We gave to the children of Israel the book, judgment and prophethood. We provided them with good things and preferred them above the worlds of their time. Q. 45.16. In the following a hadith Muhammad gave much superior status to Moses. On the day of resurrection Moses will hold one of the pillars of Allah's throne, Bukhari, 4.55.610. The Prophet said, don't give me superiority over Moses. On the day of resurrection Moses will be standing and holding a side of Allah's throne, Bukhari, 6.55.20. All the nations were displayed in front of me, Muhammad, and I saw a large multitude of people covering the horizon. Somebody said, this is Moses and his followers, Bukhari, 4.55.622. Muhammad knew that if he could gain the influential Jews as his followers, he will be more powerful. Power for a narcissist is not only an affirmation of superiority but also a means of controlling others to ensure narcissistic supplies. Anything that can feed his fragile false ego. The more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep their false self-inflated, Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. This was the actual cause of Muhammad's urge to get the Jews as his followers. Neither he was interested in Jews nor he ever loved them. He was only interested to establish himself as a prophet. He wanted to see that the image of a prophet is being hurled back at him by the Jews. He wanted the Jews to reflect him, to confirm him, to admire him and to applaud him. In a word, Muhammad wanted an assurance from the Jews that he exists as a prophet. He simply wanted to see his reflection in the eyes of the Jews. Still unsuccessful, Muhammad desperately took one step further in his pursuit of gaining the Jews in his creed. Now he claimed that he is the Messiah whose coming was foretold in the Torah. Allah declared, and to those who shall follow the messenger the unlettered prophet, Muhammad, whom they shall find written with them in the Torah and the Gospel. Q. 7.157. The worst part of lying is that the liar keeps on forgetting what he had told before. So to cover up one lie, the imposter needs to tell several lies. If Muhammad's coming was foretold in the Torah, then it also contradicted another revelation. According to Allah, Q. 45.16, the prophethood is bestowed upon the children of Israel only and more specifically upon the family of Isaac and Jacob, Q. 29.27. But Muhammad was an Arab, not an Israelite, and his family line leading up to Ishmael is different from those of Isaac and Jacob. The Jewish rabbis caught the liar red-handed on this point. Jews also rejected Muhammad's claim that Qur'an was divine revelation because it was not revealed in sacred language, Hebrew or Syriac. For Jews, Arabic is a language of poets and drunkards. They also pointed out many contradictions in Qur'an, like Allah wrongly accused Jews of saying that Ezra, Azer, was the son of God, Q. 9.30. The Jews also pointed to multiple errors in Muhammad's versions of the events of the Torah and called him ignorant of Jewish scriptures, which his revelation claimed to affirm. In sum, they rejected Muhammad, Allah, Qur'an and Islam altogether, calling the revelations as garbled, fallacious and at times unintelligible. Khan, 2009, page 44. At this moment a narcissist argues this way, my feeling and needs are all that matter and whatever I want I should get. If you cannot make yourself useful in meeting my need, you are of no value. If you defy my will, prepare to feel my wrath. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 20. For Muhammad, mutuality and reciprocity were entirely alien concepts. The very existence of the Jews is only meaningful if they are ready to agree, to obey, to flatter and to submit to Muhammad, in short to anticipate and meet every narcissistic need of Muhammad. Vaknin, 1999, page 183, wrote, "The narcissist simply discards people when he becomes convinced that they can no longer provide him with narcissistic supply. This is an evaluation subjective and highly emotionally charged. It does not have to be grounded on reality. Hell hath no fury like narcissist denied." Muhammad had praised, respected, admired and applauded his target, i.e., the Jews in an embarrassingly exaggerated and profuse manner, even had accepted the divine status of Moses, but now the time is up. It is time for narcissistic rage. It is the time to abuse and humiliate the Jews in every possible way and to show violent displays of abuse and rage attacks because the Jews failed to comply with his narcissistic requirements. A narcissist first overvalues the target in order to obtain narcissistic supply from them, and if his ambition is not fulfilled he starts devaluing them. Vaknin, 1999, p. 73. When Muhammad could not do it by means of flattery, he would do it by means of cruelty. The goal was to get from the Jews to give him what he wanted. A narcissist doesn't especially care which method he uses, so long as he finds one that works. Muhammad felt an unbridled urge to destroy the Jews and, with his strong narcissistic urge, Allah's tone and Muhammad's gesture towards the Jews started changing. In narcissistic frustration, Muhammad put the following words in the mouth of Allah. Allah was clearly dissatisfied because the Jews had rejected Islam and now the Jews are subjected to the wrath from Allah. You will please neither the Jews nor the Nazarenes unless you follow their creed. Say, the guidance of Allah is the guidance. And if after all the knowledge you have been given you yield to their desires, you shall not have, other than Allah, either a guide or a helper. Q. 2.120. Allah has cursed them, the Jews, for their disbelief, so they do not believe. Q. 4.46. Jew hatred in Islam started with these verses. No God can so miserably express his frustration over the Jews. It was Muhammad himself who felt helpless at the point of rejection. The narcissist was craving for attention, i.e., for narcissistic supply sources, and he was deprived of it. Muhammad started playing a monodrama. Allah took the center stage while Muhammad took a backseat behind the scene. Once the Jews rejected Islam, Muhammad condemned them. Genuine love and affection is never conditional. It was Muhammad who was frustrated, but Allah expressed the frustrations on behalf of Muhammad. In the following hadith from Bukhari, Muhammad could not hide his frustration. Narrated Abu Huraira, while we were in the mosque, the Prophet came out and said, "Let us go to the Jews." We went out till we reached Bayt al-Midraz. He said to them, "If you embrace Islam, you will be safe. You should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle, and I want to expel you from this land. So, if anyone amongst you owns some property, he is permitted to sell it, otherwise you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle." Bukhari, 4.53. 392. Gradually, Qur'an became a mine of anti-Jewish passages. The hadith did not lag behind. In recent years some Western scholars have tried to argue, cited Bostom, 2008 p. 22, that Islamic anti-Semitism, i.e., hatred of the Jews, is only a recent phenomenon learned from the Nazis during and after the 1940s, and Jews lived peacefully under Muslim rules for centuries. Both assertions are gross ignorance of these scholars. Muhammad set the example for anti-Semitism. The oldest biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq and also Tabari's history are full with Muhammad's deep hatred for Jews. Allah continues with anti-Jews revelations. Humiliation and abasement were pitched upon them, the Jews, and they incurred the anger of Allah, because they disbelieved his signs and slew his prophets unjustly, because they disobeyed and were transgressors. Q. 2.61. You will find that the most people in enmity to the believers are the Jews and idolaters. Q. 5.82. Believers, take neither Jews nor Christians for your guides. They are guides of one another. Whosoever of you takes them for a guide shall become one of their numbers. Allah does not guide the wrongdoers. Q. 5.51. Believers, many are the rabbis and monks who in falsehood defraud people of their possessions and bar people from the path of Allah. Give glad tidings of a painful punishment to those who treasure gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of Allah. Q. 9.34. Believers, do not take as guides those who were given the book before you, who have made of your religion a jest and a pastime, nor the unbelievers. Have fear of Allah, if you are believers. Q. 5.57. Do those of the Lord and the rabbis not forbid them to speak sinfully and to devour what is unlawful? Evil indeed is what they were doing. The Jews say, the hand of Allah is chained. Their own hands are chained, and they are cursed for what they said. Q. 5.63, 64. In a fury against Jews, Allah again started contradicting himself. Torah, which Allah had recognized as a divine book containing His guidance and light. Q. 5.44, and a blessing and guidance for the righteous. Q. 6.154, is now became perverted by the Jews. Q. 2.75. The Jews, earlier recognized by Allah as privileged above all people. Q. 45.15, now became those who show greatest hostility to the believers. Q. 5.82, envious people. Q. 2.109, whose hearts are as hardened as rocks. Q. 2.74, they confound truth. Q. 2.42, liars. Q. 2.78, ill-informed people of little faith. Q. 2.89, and they pursue vague and wishful fancies. Q. 2.111. Allah now sent new revelations for changing the direction from Jerusalem to Mecca. Q. 2.144. Muhammad started calling himself a Rasul instead of Nabi. The day of Sabbath was changed from Saturday to Friday, Juma, and many other Jews' customs and practices were modified. Khan, 2009, p. 45. Muhammad belittled Moses in the following hadith. Habir bin Abdullah narrated that when Umar came to Allah's messenger, S.A.W., he said, "We hear the narration from the Jews, which sounds pleasing to us, so should we not write some of them?" Whereupon he, S.A.W., said, "Do you want to be baffled as the Jews and the Christians were baffled? I have brought to you guidance bright and pure, and if Moses were alive now there would have been no alternative left for him but to follow me." Tirmidhi, 177. If Moses were alive now, and he found my prophethood, he would have definitely followed me. Tirmidhi 194, Darimi and Mishkat 120th. And then Muhammad declared, Abu Hurairah reported Allah's messenger as saying, "The last hour would not come unless the Muslims will fight against the Jews, and the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, and a stone or a tree would say, Muslim, or the servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him, but the tree Garkat would not say, for it is the tree of the Jews, Muslim." 41 6985. Muhammad's this type of behavior is not abnormal. Narcissistic rage is very prominent in malignant narcissism. Muhammad felt that by not accepting him as a prophet, he was degraded by the Jews. This way his grandiose sense of self-worth is perceivably being attacked. In this situation, a narcissist's natural reaction is to rage and pull down the self-worth of others to make him feel superior to others. In narcissistic injury, the pain is devastating. It is an attempt by the narcissists to soothe their internal pain and hostility, while at the same time rebuilding their self-worth by degrading others. The narcissistic rage cannot be compared with the healthy anger of a normal person. A normal healthy person needs a provocation to become angry, but the narcissist does not. Muhammad felt deflated, and the only way he can re-inflate himself is by diminishing, debasing, or degrading the Jews. Allah, the puppet of Muhammad, now started saying that he had transformed Jews into apes and swine. "You have surely known of those amongst you who transgress the Sabbath. We said to them, Be apes, despised." Q. 2.65. Say, shall I tell you who will receive a worse recompense from Allah than that? Those whom Allah has cursed and with whom he is angry, and made some of them apes and swine. Q. 5.60. And when they had scornfully persisted in what they had been forbidden, we said to them, Be apes, despised. Q. 7.166. The superinflated false self of Muhammad is still not satisfied. Now he turned his sword against the Jews without any provocation. The fates of 3 Jewish tribes who lived in and around Yathrib, Banu Qurayza, the Bani Nadir, and the Banu Qurayza, are well recorded in various Islamic traditional sources. These 3 tribes were the original inhabitants. The narcissist prophet of Islam forced the Qurayza and Nadir tribe into exile and mass assassinated some 800 to 900 male members of the Qurayza tribe and reduced their children and women to slavery. With the elimination of Banu Qurayza, Medina was cleansed of the Jews. Muhammad's attention now turned to the Jewish community in Khaybar, another powerful Jewish stronghold in Arabian Peninsula. During 627 CE, Muhammad got the leader of the Jews of Khaybar, Abu Rafi, assassinated. Then in May 628 CE, Muhammad set upon an expedition against them with himself at the command of a strong army, some 1,600 fighting men. The young grandson of Abu Rafi, Kanana, was the leader of the Jews. Kanana was tortured for the information of the whereabouts of his treasures. When the treasure was found, Kanana was put to death. All the fighting-age men were put to sword, and their children and women were taken as captives. In this regard, Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded, so Muhammad began seizing their herds and their property bit by bit. He conquered home by home. Tabari, 7.116, Ishaq, 511. After the messenger had finished with the Khaybar Jews, Allah cast terror into the hearts of the Jews in Fadak. Tabari, 8.129. Narcissists cannot feel the pain of others. Muhammad was a predator and just did not know what it meant to be human. A narcissist has no time or energy for anything except the next narcissistic fix, no matter what the price and who is trampled upon. Vaknin, 1999, p. 98. Those helpless people of 3 Jewish tribes were like 2-dimensional caricatures for Muhammad. They were given no right because they were of no use of Muhammad for his narcissistic fix. During the first 5 years of Muhammad's prophetic mission, about 20 out of 114 chapters of Qur'an were revealed. These revelations mention very little about Christ, Bible, and Christianity in general. Only after Muhammad had sent away some of his followers to Christian Abyssinia in 615, new revelations started coming down from Allah confirming biblical stories, as example, the Surah Maryam that talks about Virgin Mary, John the Baptist, and miraculous birth of Jesus, affirming the Christian faith. Khan, 2009, page .61. The narcissist was in action again to secure his needs. This trend continued until some early period of Muhammad's prophetic mission in Medina. By seeing the biblical stories in Qur'an, some Christians were confused and they mistook Islam as another prospering sect of Christianity. This way Muhammad was partially successful in deceiving the Christians, but the mainstream Christians paid him very little attention. By seeing the rejection, Muhammad felt that he had been treated unjustly. Shortly, the Christians also recognized him a false prophet and turned to be his major critics, adding insult to injury. The narcissist Muhammad, despite borrowing so intensely from Christian faith to formulate his religion, now would not hesitate to condemn the Christians. He denied the divinity of Jesus and his incarnation. Muhammad's Allah denied that Christ died on the cross. If the death of Jesus on the cross for the sin of mankind is denied, the Christian faith loses much of its claimed greatness. This is how the narcissist took his sick revenge. Since Christians did not accept Islam, the Quran invokes Allah's curse on them. We can have a look at the following Qur'anic verses. And for their saying, we killed the Messiah, Jesus the son of Mary, the messenger and prophet of Allah. They did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but to them, he, the crucified, had been given the look of Prophet Jesus. Those who differ concerning him, Prophet Jesus, are surely in doubt regarding him, they have no knowledge of him, except the following of supposition, and, it is, a certainty they did not kill him. Rather, Allah raised him up to him. Allah is Almighty, the Wise, Q. 4.157, 158. With those who said they were Christians, we made a covenant, but they have forgotten much of what they were reminded. Therefore, we stirred among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection, Q. 5.14. Indeed those who say, Allah is the third of the Trinity, became unbelievers. There is but one God. If they do not desist in what they say, a painful punishment will afflict those of them that disbelieve, Q. 5.73. From the above verses we can see how much Allah was ignorant about basis tenets of Christianity. Allah thought that the Christians believe in 3 gods and on this ground he attacked them. To continue with Allah's hatred for the Christians, people of the book, do not exaggerate your religion. Do not say about Allah except the truth. Indeed, the Messiah, Jesus son of Mary, is only a messenger and prophet of Allah, Q. 4.171. Lord, she said, how can I bear a child when no human being has touched me? He replied, such is the will of Allah. He creates whom he will. When he decrees a thing, he only says, be, and it is, Q. 3.47. Say, people of the book, do not exaggerate your religion, other than the truth, and do not follow the desires of a people who went astray before, and led many astray, and, once again, have gone astray from the straight path. Q. 5.77. With those who said they were Nazarenes, we made a covenant, but they have forgotten much of what they were reminded. Therefore, we stirred among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection when Allah will inform them of all that they have done. Q. 5.14. Allah prescribed eternal hellfire for the Christians with Jews and idolaters for not joining Islam. The unbelievers among the people of the book and the idolaters shall be forever in the fire of Gehenna, hell. They are the worst of all creatures. Q. 98.6. The unbelievers are those who say, Allah is the Messiah, the son of Mary. But the Messiah said, children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. He who associates anything with Allah, Allah has indeed forbidden paradise to him, and his abode shall be in the fire. The harmdoers shall have no helpers. Q. 5.72. After condemning the main doctrine of Christianity, Muhammad turned to the Christian priests as his main target. These priests, according to Muhammad, were greedy and devourer of people's wealth because they prevented the Christians from joining Islam. In the following 2 verses, Allah is clearly angry with them. Believers, many are the rabbis and monks, Christian priests, who in falsehood defraud people of their possessions and bar people from the path of Allah. Give glad tidings of a painful punishment to those who treasure gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of Allah. Q. 9.34. They take their rabbis and monks as lords besides Allah and the Messiah, son of Mary, though they were ordered to worship but one God, there is no God except He. Exalted is He above that they associate with Him. Q. 9.31. Even after condemning the main doctrine of Christianity, attacking the priests and prescribing hellfire for the Christians, the narcissist was still not happy. His superinflated ego was not satisfied. In the following hadith, Muhammad made some absurd and baseless claims, similar to what he made about the Jews, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, by him in whose hands my soul is, surely, Jesus, the son of Mary will soon descend amongst you and will judge mankind justly, as a just ruler. He will break the cross and kill the pigs and there will be no jizya, i.e. taxation taken from non-Muslims. Money will be in abundance so that nobody will accept it, and a single prostration to Allah, in prayer, will be better than the whole world and whatever is in it. Bukhari, 4.55.657, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, how will you be when the son of Mary, i.e. Jesus, descends amongst you and he will judge people by the law of the Qur'an and not by the law of gospel? Bukhari, 4.55.658, now Muhammad wants to take arms against Christians and called it as Allah's divine punishment. With divine sanction from Allah, Muhammad launched military campaigns against all the kings who had rejected his call for submission to Islam. Amongst these non-believers there were Arab Christian kings of Yamama, Oman and Bahrain, and powerful foreign Christian rulers like, governor of Egypt and Emperor Heraclius of Rome, Constantinople. The governor of Egypt offered Muhammad with 2 beautiful slave girls as friendly gifts. In September 629, Muhammad sent a strong force of 3,000 jihadi Muslim warriors to Muda, a Christian border district of Syria. The Christian king clashed with Muhammad with greater military force and Muslims suffered severe losses. In February 630, Muhammad sent another Muslim army to fight the Christian tribes of Oman. Under sword, some tribes were subdued to embrace Islam while others were forced to surrender half of their land and property in order to keep their Christian faith. In October 630, again the narcissist Muhammad is raged against the Christians. A large army of 30,000 horses and foot soldiers was sent to fight Byzantine frontier in Syria. However, this massive army of Muslims retreated when spies arrived with the intelligence that a large Greek army had assembled at the border to confront the Muslim army. Khan, 2009, p. 64. Muhammad's hate for Christians and Jews continued well into his deathbed. Just a few days before his death, the revengeful Muhammad cried out, "O Lord, destroy the Jews and Christians. Let the Lord's anger be kindled against them. Let there remain throughout Arabia no other religion except Islam." The dying wish of the narcissist was carried out to conclusion by his immediate successors by expelling the Jews and Christians from Arabia. Khan, 2009, page 64. With Jews and Christians, the idolaters are also condemned by Allah and Muhammad because they had rejected Islam. A few quotes from the Qur'anic revelations is below. The believers should not take the unbelievers as guides in preference to the believers. He who does this does not belong to Allah in anything, unless you have a fear of them. Q. 3.28. The worst beasts in Allah's sight are the disbelievers. Q. 8.55. He who chooses a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him. Q. 3.85. Believers, do not take intimates with other than your own. They spare nothing to ruin you, they yearn for you to suffer. Hatred has already shown itself from their mouths, and what their chests conceal is yet greater. Q. 3.118. Indeed, the basest creatures before Allah are the unbelievers, for they will not believe. Q. 8.55. Muhammad, the malignant narcissist, simply could not understand why he could not be obeyed by everyone. In a normal healthy person, we can see a substantially genuine interest in others in addition to their interest in themselves to hold up their hands. But for a narcissist, as Masterson, 1990, page 98, wrote, he has absolutely no interest in others for themselves. Narcissists are completely foreign to most of us in this regard. They do not realize or accept the fact that the world contains other human beings who are emotionally involved with each other and with their own legitimate needs and interests which are just as important as the narcissists. This is the reason of Muhammad's hate and fury to the disbelievers, and the above Qur'anic verses, which Muhammad put in the mouth of Allah, are typical examples of his narcissistic rage. From Muhammad's point of view, the very existence of the non-believers was painful for him to see. A narcissist feels that he is superior, omnipotent, omniscient, invincible, immune, above the law, and omnipresent, magical thinking. He rages when frustrated, contradicted, or confronted by people he considers inferior to him and unworthy. Initially, Muhammad tried to preach his religion peacefully. He had made several attempts to attract the Jews and Christians to his faith to make them stable sources of narcissistic supplies. He changed the Qibla to please the Jews, included biblical stories in his book to impress the Christians, but even after all these efforts, when he was rejected, his narcissistic superinflated ego was hurt and his concocted personal myth, the false self, was directly and effectively challenged, and he was consequently discredited and humiliated in public and thus injured. The humiliation and the proven emptiness of his prophetic claim caused narcissistic frustration which accumulated with repeated rejections from various tribes whom Muhammad called for submission to his faith. The accumulated frustration and hurt translated into devaluation and defiance of the Jews and Christian and idolaters' faith in gods. Muhammad, who shamelessly plagiarized the biblical stories to please Christians, is now eager to devalue the Christian faith by denying the death of Jesus on the cross for the sin of mankind. So, which was previously idealized is now discarded with contempt and hatred. Ultimately, the devastating pain caused by narcissistic injury and inevitable narcissistic rage due to this turned to a terrifying display of unbridled aggression against the Jews and Christians. Once a narcissist is furious, he knows no bounds and no mercy. The devaluation is not only shocking and devastating, but also unexpected. Following hadith proves my point. Allah's wrath became severe on anyone the Prophet killed in Allah's cause. Bukhari, 5.59.401. But are all Jews and Christians bad in the eyes of Muhammad? The answer is, yes. This is how the narcissist generalizes his enemies. A narcissist does not react to people, or interact with them, as individuals. Rather, he generalizes and tends to treat people as symbols or classes. The Prophet declared, kill any Jew who falls under your power. Tabari, 7.97, for Muhammad anyone who is a Jew is an enemy of Islam. This is how he generalized people. He believed in, all or nothing. Muhammad either idealized or devalued people to the extreme. To the narcissist, things and people are either entirely bad, evil, or entirely good. For this reason, a Muslim will go to paradise even if he the worst criminal, and the Jews, Christians and idolaters will go to hell only because they do not submit to Islam, no matter even if they are saints and pious people. Being in a position of authority secures the uninterrupted flow of narcissistic supply. Fed by the awe, fear, subordination, admiration, adoration and obedience of his victims, the narcissist thrives in such circumstances. The narcissist aspires to acquire authority by any means available to him. The more he gets, he starves for more. His thrust for interrupted narcissistic supplies is never satisfied. In a particular moment, even God cannot escape from him. The narcissist devalues God and shows to others that even God is powerless to him. On several occasions, Muhammad disobeyed Allah outrageously. He never followed the Qur'an, as I have shown in previous chapter. By neglecting Allah's divine instruction, Muhammad's narcissistic supply stock had gone up at the expense of God. Not to forget, there was another reason for Muhammad for not to follow Qur'an. A narcissist is a show-off man. He always wants to give an impression that he belongs to his group and believes in equality, but at the same time he is well aware of his superior position and consciously maintains his stance as an outsider. By neglecting Allah's divine instruction in Qur'an, he proved that those instructions are for common Muslims and not for a great man like Muhammad. Muhammad adopted Jerusalem as the Qibla for his prayers. It was an absolute conspiracy to belittle God. This single action of Muhammad is enough to prove that he had no respect or fear for Allah. By disobeying Allah, Muhammad proved that even God is miserably helpless to him. This is how Allah indirectly became his dominant source of narcissistic supply. Vaknin, cited Sina, 2008 p. 66, Road. Narcissists use anything they can lay their hands on in the pursuit of narcissistic supply. If God, creed, church, faith, and institutionalized religion can provide them with narcissistic supply, they will become devout. They will abandon religion if it can't. Even God cannot escape from providing him narcissistic supply. Like everything else in the narcissist's life, he mutates God into a kind of inverted narcissist. From the following Qur'anic verse, we can clearly recognize Muhammad as a pathological narcissist and how much he craved for narcissistic supplies. Lo, Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe, also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33.56. We will try to analyze the above Qur'anic verse with the help of the following quote from Vaknin. While describing the strange interaction between the God and a malignant narcissist, Vaknin, 1999, page .148, wrote, God is subsumed in a larger picture, that of the narcissist's destiny and mission. God is to serve his cosmic plan by making it possible. Indirectly, God is therefore perceived by the narcissist as his service. Aisha also had exactly the same experience. Bukhari recorded Aisha's words, narrated Aisha, I said, to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Bukhari, 6.60, 311, if Allah is at the service of Muhammad, what's wrong in him to pray peace to Muhammad along with the angels? We don't need to quote any other verse to prove that Muhammad was suffering from malignant narcissism. Value is never absolute, it is always relative. By devaluing Allah and the angels, Muhammad put himself in a very high position. This megalomaniac delusion of grandeur is one of the most important symptoms of malignant narcissism of Muhammad. From Muhammad's point of view, when Allah's stock goes down, his stock equally goes up. It is expected that Prophet must uphold God over his own self and devote his life for the service of God. But in Islam it is theoretical. In practice Muhammad put himself in a position superior to Allah. Muslims fail to see this point, but I can quote from authentic Islamic sources to prove my point. Narrated Abu Sa'id bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying in the mosque, Allah's apostle called me but I did not respond to him. Later I said, O Allah's apostle, I was praying. He said, didn't Allah say, give your response to Allah, by obeying him, and to his apostle when he calls you? Q. 8.24, he then said to me, I will teach you a surah which is the greatest surah in the Qur'an, before you leave the mosque. Bukhari, 6.60.1, the same hadith is repeated again with a slight variation. Narrated Abu Sa'id bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying, Allah's apostle passed me and called me, but I did not go to him until I had finished the prayer. Then I went to him, and he said, what prevented you from coming to me? Didn't Allah say, O you who believe, answer the call of Allah, by obeying him, and his apostle when he calls you? He then said, I will inform you of the greatest surah in the Quran before I leave the mosque. Bukhari 6.60.170. Now let me put my observations logically point by point to prove that Muhammad had placed himself in a position higher than Allah. 1. A Muslim was praying to Allah and hence he neglected Muhammad's call and continued praying, quickly, and once his prayer is finished he gets to Muhammad. 2. This behavior of a Muslim made Muhammad angry. He asked the Muslim for a reason for not responding sooner. The Muslim gave an honest reply that he was praying. 3. On hearing this, Muhammad quoted the following verse from Quran, O you, who believe. Answer Allah, by obeying him, and his messenger when he calls you to that which gives you life. Q. 8.24. 4. But the Muslim's business in prayer frustrated Muhammad, though Allah said, answer Allah, by obeying him. 5. It means what Muhammad was frustrated because the Muslim did not obey him, even if he was praying to Allah. So the logical conclusion is that Muhammad put himself in a higher position than Allah. He was so desperate of attention that he can't bear even the simplest signs of him being neglected, even if it would mean placing him higher than his God. A narcissist does not even leave the God to live peacefully. Muhammad could not tolerate to see that his Allah was getting more attention than himself from a common Muslim. Once he realized that his false god Allah is revered more than himself, he came out with Qur'anic revelations demanding more respect. For a narcissist, even God is his victim for narcissistic supplies. The only difference between God and Muhammad is that God does not believe that he is Muhammad. The narcissist always tries to change his victims as a steady source of narcissistic supply. The victims obey his commands, pay attention to him, share his belief, admire his personality, applaud his personal traits and satisfy his needs and ultimately ready to die for him. He narcissist does not change but his victims changes. Muhammad wanted to be superior to God and he had achieved his goal. In his lifetime, Muhammad literally became a living God. The Muslims used to worship him. In the beginning, Muhammad neither envisioned that his newfound religion would be so successful to spread well outside Mecca or in greater sense, outside the confines of Arabia, nor ever thought that his religion could have been suitable for anyone other than Arabs. He was motivated by the success of the contemporary small-scale self-proclaimed prophets in Mecca. Initially he wanted to be one like them and live a parasitic life by fooling a number of people at and near Mecca. The early Qur'anic verses confirm that Qur'an was written for to attract the Meccans. And this is a blessed scripture which we have revealed, confirming that which was revealed before it, that thou mayest warn the mother of villages and those around her. Those who believe in the hereafter believe herein, and they are careful of their worship. Q. 6.92. And thus we have inspired in thee a lecture in Arabic, that thou mayest warn the mother town and those around it, and mayest warn of a day of assembling whereof there is no doubt. A host will be in the garden, and a host of them in the flame. Q. 42.7. Lo, we have appointed it a lecture in Arabic that haply ye may understand. Q. 43.3. Or say they, he hath invented it? Nay, but it is the truth from thy Lord, that thou mayest warn a folk to whom no warner came before thee, that haply they may walk aright. Q. 32.2. And thou was not beside the mount when we did call, but the knowledge of it is a mercy from thy Lord, that thou mayest warn a folk unto whom no warner came before thee, that haply they may give heed. Q. 28.46. And we have made this scripture easy in thy language only that they may heed. Q. 44.58. TT is not for the townsfolk of Al-Madinah and for those around them of the wandering Arabs. So stay behind the messenger of Allah and prefer their lives to his life. Q. 9.120. From the above verses we can see that Allah speaks to the Muhammad in Arabic, which is used only in one particular geographic location and spoken by a certain group of people, and its significance is for people in and around Mecca. If Islam is a universal religion, then why could not Allah create one universal language for all of mankind so that all people could benefit from that equally? Arabic Quran is certainly beneficial for the Arabs only. It means Islam is not a universal religion, but as Muhammad grew in power, his need for narcissistic supplies continued to increase. Now he is determined to conquer not only Mecca but the Central Arabia also. Let us analyze the following hadith. He heard Allah's apostle saying, "From my followers there will be a crowd of 70,000 in number who will enter paradise, whose faces will glitter as the moon." Bukhari, 8.76.550. Verily, 70,000 of my followers will enter paradise altogether, so that the first and the last amongst them will enter at the same time. Bukhari, 4.54.410. Allah's apostle said, 70,000 of my followers shall enter paradise like the full moon. Ishaq, 306. At this point of his divine mission, Muhammad's vision was no greater than the conquest of Mecca and Central Arabia. He needed to brainwash 70,000 people to fight for him, and if necessary die for him, which he thought to be sufficient to conquer the Central Arabia. That's why, he said, 70,000 of his people will enter paradise and their faces will glitter as the moon. This is nothing except narcissistic manipulation. But little did he know that his religious deception would live on, infecting billions and sending millions to their death. After conquering what he desired, Muhammad moves on. Now his Allah declares that Islam is a universal religion. It means the whole world to be conquered for Allah. More correctly, his narcissistic thirst for praise, respect, devotion, authorization and attention could never be quenched. He was like a mental equivalent of an alcoholic. The more he got, the more he needed. Allah revealed the following verses. Lo, it is not else than a reminder for all peoples. Q. 38.87, when it is not else than a reminder to creation. Q. 68.52, Allah changes his color with time. Like other narcissists, Muhammad was self-deceptive. Narcissists lie at the drop of a hat. Most of their lies are needless. They have to lie in order to maintain their false self and to avoid the grandiosity gap, when the borderline between fact and narcissistic fiction becomes too thin to ignore. Another reason a narcissist tells lie to extract narcissistic supply from unsuspecting sources. In the absence of observers, the narcissist shrivels to non-existence and feels dead. They collect evidence, defending his version of events, and in reinterpreting reality to fit his scenario. As a result, most narcissists are self-delusional, obstinate, opinionated, and argumentative. 3.6.5.1. Why Muhammad became an outlaw. For a narcissist, being notorious is second best to being famous, and of course it is far preferable to being ignored. For him, there is nothing called bad publicity. What matters is to be in the public eye. He has hardly any choice and equally enjoys all types of attention and likes as much to be feared as to be loved. The narcissist's only bad emotional stretches are during periods of lack of attention, publicity, or exposure. If necessary, the narcissist will gamble away all their savings just to become heavily indebted so that he can get some attention to remain in public eye. He does not mind being humiliated if this were to make him more unique. Some narcissists even cry, but they cry exclusively for themselves, and they do so noticeably and publicly to attract attention. Without narcissistic supply, the narcissist crumbles like the zombies or the vampires one sees in horror movies. It is terrifying, and the narcissist is ready to do anything to avoid it. The greatest fear of Muhammad was that he could be ignored by his followers. When he found that Allah was getting more attention than him, he did not hesitate to slight Allah and to show that his Allah was inferior to him. A narcissist wants to gain authority on his followers at any cost for narcissistic supplies. He is always in pursuit of an ever-increasing supply, of an ever larger dose of adoration, and an ever bigger fix of attention, gradually loses his moral constraints. If a narcissist cannot secure sufficient narcissistic supplies by peaceful means, he desires to be notorious and feared. This is the only choice left to him to secure his supply sources. If he can secure attention by being the big bad wolf, the narcissist swiftly transforms himself into one. He shows no hesitation in eliminating men whom he had ceased to trust, either with or without the pretense of a fair trial. Muhammad ordered Muslims to fear Allah and obey him. Allah was the superego of Muhammad. As I will discuss in later chapters, Muhammad's only intention was to gain authority over his followers. A bandit leader does not preach crime to his followers in a peaceful manner, rather he wants to be feared and obeyed by his followers to carry out his unlawful orders. He demands authority so that law of the jungle can be established in the civilized society. Being in a position of authority, a narcissist wants to secure the uninterrupted flow of narcissistic supply. The more authority he gets, the more he thrives. A narcissist aspires to acquire authority by any means available to him. When Muhammad could not get the Jews to convert to Islam, Muhammad said, "O Jews, fear Allah and submit." Ishaq 257. On several occasions Muhammad repeatedly instructed Muslims to fear Allah. Few quotations are as below. Allah helped you at Badr when you were contemptible, so fear Allah. Fear me, Ishaq 392. Pronounce the name of Allah and fear Allah. Q. 5.4. What is the matter with you that you do not fear Allah? Muslim 71. 013. Fear Allah, Allah is severe in punishment. Muslim 59.6. Fear Allah as much as you can. Listen and obey. Q. 64.16. Obey Allah and His Messenger. Muslim 8.1, 8.20. This particular divine instruction, obey Allah and His Messenger, is repeated again and again in the Islamic scriptures, as if Allah is in a constant panicky state that he might not be taken seriously by the Muslims. But why Allah needs to be feared, and who will be most benefited if Allah is feared? As I have shown before, both Qur'an 33.56 and a Hadith confirms that Muhammad was in a more significant position than Allah. Then logically, if Muslims are instructed to fear Allah, it means they have to fear Muhammad also. With fear comes the obedience. This is how Muhammad had secured obedience from his followers. He who fears will obey. Muslim 87. 10. Narcissists demand blind obedience from his victims because they want to transform the victims into loyal and stable sources of narcissistic supply. The victims must obey his commands, pay attention to him, follow his statement of belief, admire his personality, applaud his personal traits and satisfy his needs. Muhammad recorded in his Qur'an that even the mountains fear Allah. Had we sent down this Qur'an on a mountain, verily, you would have seen it humble itself, turn desolate and cleave asunder, splitting in two for fear of Allah. Such are these parables which we propound to men, that they may reflect. Q. 59.21. In fact, the whole doctrine of Islam is greatly dependent of this fear factor. Muslims are slaves of Allah. Slaves must fear their masters. Since Allah was inferior to Muhammad, hence Muslims are practically the slaves of Muhammad. This dominant urge of Muhammad had only one goal, to confirm superiority on both friends and foes. On this point, Sheikh 1999, page 13, lamented, in person, in known history, has ever possessed the magnitude of dominance urge that Muhammad did. If we turn the entire humankind into a pyramid, right at the apex shall be found the Arabian prophet. Allah instructed in the Qur'an. Pay the zakat, those saved from covetousness prosper. If you loan to Allah a beautiful loan, He will double it. He will grant forgiveness, for Allah is most ready to appreciate. Q. 64.16. God does not need a loan. It is a blasphemy to God to say that He needs a loan. Muhammad needed it to propagate Islam and to become rich. Muhammad was so greedy that he even wanted the inheritance of the dead Muslims who had no inheritor. Sunan Abu Dawud, 18.2895. With the prosperity of Islam, more narcissistic supply sources were secured for Muhammad. The above verse is a complete mockery to God. There are hundreds of jihadi verses in the Qur'an. If Allah was so hateful to the non-believers, then why He did not eliminate the infidels with some so-called divine punishment like massive earthquake, plague, flood, bad harvest, etc.? Actually, all these hatred came from the sick mind of a narcissist. If Muhammad could establish himself as a prophet in Mecca, he would not have become a bandit. All he wanted was steady sources of narcissistic supply. When he could not achieve it by peaceful means, he became violent. 3.6.5.2 Muhammad's excessive cruelty and hatred for non-Muslims. Much had been talked about the cruelty of Muhammad in the traditional Islamic sources. There is no crime known to the society that he had not committed in the name of God. He was in fact a terrorist, criminal and murderer whose entire life was based on victimizing innocents and indulging in mindless violence, carnage and massacre. He was a man who destroyed peace wherever he went, and in its place brought terror, carnage and death. During the last 10 years of his prophetic mission, he organized no less than 86 expeditions, 27 of which he led himself. Guillaume, 1955, page 659. He did not possess a shred of pity or kindness, or the slightest sense of justice. He was obviously motivated by nothing but hatred and greed. The three main motivations of Muhammad's heinous actions are as follows. 1. His fanatic greed for all the wealth that had been created by the blood, sweat and toil of the Jews, Christians and idolaters. 2. His maniacal craving for power at any cost. The Jews were the biggest obstacle in his plan to subjugate all of Medina, so they had to be removed by any means possible. When the opponent Jews are gone, naturally Christians became Muhammad's next target. 3. His fear of all other religions. This malignant narcissist believed that he was the supreme ruler of the world. Anything that threatened this sick fantasy of his had to be exterminated. Since the religion of the Jews rejected his claims to divine rule, they were the targeted victims in Medina, just as the polytheistic Arabs had been his victims in Mecca. The bloody stories of Muhammad's trail of violence, hatred and bloodshed that soon destroyed the once flourishing culture of Arabia had been well documented in detail by his biographers, surprise raids on trade caravans and tribal settlements, the use of plunder thus obtained for recruiting an ever-growing army of greedy desperados, assassinations of opponents, blackmail, expulsion and massacre of the Jews of Medina, attack and enslavement of the Jews of Khaybar, rape of women and children, sale of these victims after rape, trickery, treachery and bribery employed to their fullest extent to grow the numbers of his religion Islam, which ironically was supposed to mean peace. Moreover, whenever the Apostle of Peace committed one of his criminal onslaughts, he always justified the crimes by quickly claiming a divine revelation, which conveniently removed the blame from his bloodied hands. Allah had a very high opinion on Muhammad. We have not sent you, Prophet Muhammad, except as a mercy to all the worlds. Q. 21.107. Muhammad was very sincere and alert to give an impression that Allah had given him authority to be cruel to others. A narcissist does not persecute, ransack, terrorize and abuse others in a cold, calculating manner. He does it as if he has an authority to do such horrible things. He does it so rudely that it becomes a sign of his true character. Muhammad wanted to terrorize his enemies, and Allah gave him the authority. A narcissist does not own his actions. He deliberately confuses guilt with responsibility. A sane person should feel guilty by terrorizing others, but for Muhammad it was his divine responsibility to terrorize. The Prophet said, Allah made me victorious with terror. Bukhari, 1.7.331. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle sent us in a mission, i.e. an army unit, and said, if you find so and so and so and so, burn both of them with fire. When we intended to depart, Allah's apostle said, I have ordered you to burn so and so and so and so, and it is none but Allah who punishes with fire, so, if you find them, kill them. Bukhari, 4.52.259. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's apostle never took revenge over anybody for his own sake, but he did only when Allah's legal bindings were outraged, in which case he would take revenge for Allah's sake. Bukhari, 4.56.760. Warfare is ordained for you, though it is hateful unto you, but it may happen that you hate a thing which is good for you, and it may happen that you love a thing which is bad for you. Allah knoweth, you knew not. Q. 2.216. How skillfully Muhammad put the authority on Allah and completely removed all blame from him for having started the fighting and in terrorizing others. He did not say that he successfully terrorized others, but it was Allah who made him successful in terrorizing others. This way Muhammad did not own his actions. Muhammad gave an impression that he should not be held responsible for his actions because he had Allah's authority. The most insidious and devilish implication of the above Quranic verse is that Allah is completely justifying Muhammad's murder of the innocent people in warfare. Over and above, Muhammad is conveniently implying that warfare is hateful to him, but he participated in it because it was ordained by Allah. He was just carrying out Allah's instruction. Anyone who wants to achieve victory by terrorizing others is simply called a terrorist. But Muhammad was not a terrorist by choice but by compulsion. It was Allah who wanted him to be a terrorist. Nobody could blame him for whatever misery he had caused to others. Do not rise up against Allah. I come to you with clear authority. Q. 44.19. Clear authority also includes killing of innocent children and women of the infidels. Allah's dictatorial nature does not spare even the children. With the authority of Allah, Muhammad approved killing of women and children of the pagans because they, the children, are from the infidels. Narrated as Sab bin Jathama. The Prophet passed by me at a place called Al-Abwa or Wadan, and was asked whether it was permissible to attack the pagan warriors at night with the probability of exposing their women and children to danger. The Prophet replied, they, i.e. women and children, are from them, i.e. pagans. I also heard the Prophet saying, the institution of Huma is invalid except for Allah and His Apostle. Bukhari, 4.52.256. Again in the following verse, Allah is clearly saying that to kill or create warfare in the sacred month of Rajab is a very grave offense, but to justify his own violation of Allah's rules, Muhammad comes up with the idea that since the people killed were unbelievers, it was perfectly justified. They question you, O Muhammad, with regard to warfare in the sacred month. Say, warfare therein is a great transgression, but to turn men from the way of Allah and to disbelieve in Him in the inviolable place of worship and to expel its people thence is a greater transgression, for persecution is worse than killing. Q. 2-217. During March, Ramadan, 623 AD, Muhammad ganged up all the criminals of Medina and set out to raid the caravan with 300 men. The Meccans got word of the raid and sent out an army to protect the caravan. The Muslims killed some 70 Meccans and took 70 prisoners. Bukhari, 4.52.276. In history, this is known as Battle of Badr. All 70 of the prisoners were ransomed, and any prisoner who did not fetch a ransom had his head chopped off. Muhammad was delighted at the sight of his murdered victims. This time Muhammad needed a revelation that would not only forgive him of all the guilt for murdering so many innocent people, but also give him the divine right to get a huge share of the plundered booty. Quite a few revelations magically appeared after the Battle of Badr. TT is not for any prophet to have captives until he hath made slaughter in the land. You desire the lure of this world and Allah desires for you the hereafter, and Allah is mighty, wise. Now enjoy what you have won as lawful and good and keep your duty to Allah. Lo, Allah is forgiving, merciful. Q. 8.67 to 68. The above revelations are in reference to the prisoners that Muhammad held for ransom after the battle. Allah the Merciful is saying that they should all have been killed. In addition, Allah is conveniently commenting that whatever loot Muhammad has plundered is lawful and good, because it was done in the service to Allah. So murder, rape, plunder and destruction are all perfectly fine with Allah as long as they are done in the name of Islam. Muhammad is also insidiously making himself seem very kind for having spared the lives of the prisoners when in fact he only let them live so he could get more money from the ransom for them. In today's world this is called terrorism of the worst kind. Muhammad's most dreadful act of cruelty came in April 627 when he killed the entire adult male members, some 800 to 900 of them, of Qurayza tribe. Their adulthood was determined by the growth of pubic hair. The women and children were captured as slaves, their homes and properties were confiscated and distributed amongst Muslims. This beheading ceremony, with heavy swords, started in the morning and continued whole day long and continued by torchlight into the following night. Khan, 2009, p. 48. Muhammad kept 1/5 of the captured property of the Qurayza and the rest was distributed amongst other Muslims. Amongst the female captives, the young and pretty ones became his sex slaves. Muhammad himself took a beautiful woman, Raina, as his own concubine and took her to bed on the same night he had killed her male relatives. As usual, Muhammad did not own his actions. Allah revealed the following verses to clear Muhammad from taking any blame for his actions. He brought down from their fortresses those who had supported them from among the people of the Jewish book and cast terror into their hearts, so that some you killed and others you took captive. He made you inheritors of their land, their houses, and their possessions, and another land on which you had never set foot before. Truly, Allah is powerful over everything. Q. 33.26-27. Narcissists have defense mechanisms by which they can disown their own actions. This way they are immune to take any blame. They are apparently unable to predict the inevitable outcomes of their actions. Conscience is predicate D on empathy. One puts oneself in other people's shoes and feels the way they do. Without empathy, there can be conscience. A narcissist can only recognize his reality and no one else's. Vaknin, 1999, page 67, wrote, a narcissist's behavior is directed by forces that he cannot master. Most of the time he is not even conscious of why he is doing what he is doing. When he is, he can't tell the outcomes. Even when he can, he feels powerless to behave otherwise. The narcissist is a pawn in the chase game played between the structures of his fragmented fluid personality. So, in a classical, juridical sense, the narcissist is not to blame, he is not fully responsible or aware of what he is doing to others. The narcissist feels that no evil can be inflicted on human beings because they are like objects. With this mindset, it is very easy for a malignant narcissist to become an antisocial or a psychopath killer because he is not prevented by his consciousness. He simply does not understand the pain of others. Some researchers say that even if he is able to recognize emotions in others, he is also able to disconnect that recognition from their own emotions. Hence they do not share the pain he inflicts on his victims. Abbott, 2007, page 942. There is high incidence of NPD among prison inmates, i.e., among the criminal population. What prevents a sane person from immoral, cynical, callous behavior is that they have ethical imperatives embedded in them through socialization and empathy. Rational people can differentiate between right and wrong, and this particular ability is internalized in them. They can choose right from wrong without mistake when they face a moral dilemma. They empathize with other human beings, putting themselves in their shoes, and refrain from doing unto others what they do not wish to be done to them. When a malignant narcissist's lack of empathy and compassion, his deficient social skills, his disregard for social laws and morals erupts and blossoms, he becomes a full-fledged antisocial, sociopath or psychopath, as we have seen in Muhammad. When the malignant narcissist is in leadership, he continues his cruel acts unabated. Muhammad ignored the wishes and needs of others, broke the law as he liked, and violated all rights, natural and legal. He held people in contempt and disdain, he derided society and its codes and punished the innocent peaceful citizen who had not done any harm to him by acting criminally and by jeopardizing their safety, lives, or property. The most pathetic part of this story is whatever Muhammad had done, he had done in the name of God. Vaknin, 1999, page 191, wrote that a narcissist provoke violence, often not knowing why he is violent. Like a vampire, they innocently claim that they do not know that violence is wrong. When Allah instructed that a prophet should not take captives until he hath made slaughter in the land, it is not a god but a malignant narcissist is talking in this verse. Because of his defense mechanism, he was powerless to himself and did not know what would be the outcome of his cruel acts. It is hard to distinguish narcissists from psychopaths. Few more quotes as below. Killing disbelievers is a small matter to us. Tabari, 5.69. Allah said, a prophet must slaughter before collecting captives. A slaughtered enemy is driven from the land. Muhammad, you craved the desires of this world, its goods and the ransom captives would bring. But Allah desires killing them to manifest the religion. Ishaq, 327. Allah and Muhammad humiliated every coward and made our religion victorious. We were glorified and destroyed them all. By what our apostle recites from the book and by our swift horses, I like the punishment the infidels received. Killing them was sweeter than drink. Ishaq, 576. Muhammad was cruel to animals also. The notion that people who are intentionally and repeatedly cruel to the animals are at risk of violence against people has been part of our popular culture for centuries. Merce Perez and Haida, 2004, p. X. Kindness for animals is intimately connected with goodness of character of a man, and it may be boldly asserted that he who is cruel to animals cannot be a good man. Cruelty to innocent animals is one of the distinguishing vices of low minds. Muhammad prescribed slaughter not only to humans but also to the animals. On the authority of Abu Ya'la Shaddad ibn Aus, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Messenger of Allah, may the blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, said, "Verily Allah has prescribed proficiency in all things. Thus, if you kill, kill well, and if you slaughter, slaughter well." Al-Nawawi, Hadith number 17. If you kill, kill well, and if you slaughter, slaughter well, was Muhammad's way of pleasing Allah. The final humiliation for any animal undergoing the Islamic halal process is the slitting of the throat, preferably hanging upside down, held aloft by the rear legs while the animal is still breathing. A cut to the major blood vessels in the neck allows continuous drainage of blood out of the animal while still alive with a beating heart. Big animals like camels take few minutes to die in this condition. And yes, this practice is ordained by the all-merciful God of Islam through his holy prophet Muhammad. This is the humanness of Allah and his messenger. Where are animal right activists who emphasize the idea that the most basic interests of non-human animals should be afforded the same consideration as the similar interests of human beings? Muhammad had slaughtered animals in large numbers during his various pilgrimages. As Muhammad's wealth and power increased, the scale of his sacrifices also increased. On his pilgrimage in the 6th year, he sacrificed 70 camels at Hudaybiyah, and next year, he sacrificed 60 camels, Swaroop, 1984, 5.12. On the farewell pilgrimage in the 10th year, total 100 camels were gathered. Out of this, 63 camels Muhammad slaughtered by his own hand, one for each year of his life, and rest were slaughtered by Ali. A hadith from Sahih Muslim as follows. Ja'far b. Muhammad reported on the authority of his father, he, Muhammad, said, "I have with me sacrificial animals, so do not put off the ihram." He, Habir, said, the total number of those sacrificial animals brought by Ali from the Yemen and of those brought by the Apostle was 100. He, Muhammad, then went to the place of sacrifice and sacrificed 63 camels with his own hand. Then he gave the remaining number to all who sacrificed them, and he shared him in his sacrifice. He then commanded that a piece of flesh from each animal sacrificed should be put in a pot, and when it was cooked, both of them, the Holy Prophet and Hadrat, all, took some meat out of it and drank its soup. Muslim, 7.2803. Muhammad also encouraged others to slaughter animals to satisfy Allah. He, Muhammad, said, "Offer it as a sacrifice." He who slaughtered after prayer, his ritual of sacrifice became complete, and he in fact observed the religious practice of the Muslims. Muslim, 22.4823, Allah's Messenger said, "Allah cursed him who sacrificed for anyone besides Allah." Muslim. 22.4876. Practically everything associated with Muhammad was only hating, killing, raping, and looting. He never made a positive contribution to the mankind during 23 years of his prophetic career. His mind was full of hate, which caused depression and anxiety. Depression and rage ride in tandem. For a narcissist, as depression intensifies and comes to the surface of awareness, so does anger. Masterson, 1990, p. 64. At first, many narcissists cannot pinpoint the reasons why they are angry and project their rage to the world as if the whole world is their enemy. He cannot justify himself. This is the internal hell of a narcissist, and he continuously pays for it. When Muhammad ordered slaughtering innocents, he was venting out his internal depression for not obtaining enough narcissistic supplies. Did Muhammad have a conscience? No, not at all. He had no feelings of guilt or remorse no matter whatever he had done. He had absolutely no struggle with shame. The very concept of responsibility was unknown to him. A psychopath liar defends his lies by using violence. Was Kernberg far away from truth when he proposed malignant narcissism as a psychiatric diagnosis and used the terms malignant narcissism and psychopathic behavior interchangeably? Narcissist psychopaths can't stop because they are addicted to the excitement of being notorious. Psychopaths don't have a conscience. They lie profusely, and they are capable of killing millions of people without any compunction to protect their lies. A narcissist simply does not know what it is like to be a human being. Vaknin, 1999, p. 75. Our very humanness depends largely on our self-knowledge, our very realization of self-worth. It largely depends on our experience of ourselves. An individual, after experiencing thoroughly with his own self, can understand and fully appreciate the humanness of others. In this respect, the narcissist has very little or no experiences of his own self. Muhammad's own true self was overly subdued and impaired by his false self. He lived in an invented world of his own design. He was like a fictitious figure in a grandiose script where he was the leading actor with his Allah as a supporting actor. Therefore, he possessed no skills which may enable him to cope with other human beings. He was emotionally invalid. To react emotionally to a narcissist is like preaching nonviolence to an Afghan Taliban fundamentalist. Since a narcissist cannot share others' emotions, he cannot put himself in their shoes. One cannot truly love others if he is unable to truly love himself. Loving the true self is healthy, but loving the reflection of the true self has severe drawbacks. To a narcissist, other humans are merely instruments. In personality studies, often a term is used, emotional involvement prevention mechanisms, EIPMs. The EIPMs are intended to prevent the narcissist from getting emotionally involved. Vaknin, 1999, page 127. For a narcissist, people are either functional and useful to his pursuit of narcissistic supply or not a living creature at all. By inflicting pain to others, Muhammad felt superior. In Qur'an, Allah said that Prophet should make great slaughter before taking captives, and it is the duty of the Prophet not to forget his obligation to Allah. Q. 8, 67-68. This proves my point. Because of his lack of empathy and rigid personality, Muhammad could not estimate the pain of his victims. Though Muhammad enjoyed their sufferings, but he was not a sadist. There is a small difference between a narcissist's victimization and sadism. Muhammad's cruelty had a purpose. All he wanted was to secure narcissistic supply sources so that his fragile false self could survive. The narcissist tortures and abuses as a means to punish and to reassert superiority and grandiosity, but the sadist does so purely for enjoyment, like animal torture, child rape, forced sex, etc. Vaknin, 1999, p. 184. But in both cases, the abusers are ruthless, self-centered, strictly rigid, and unable to empathize with their victims. If the Jews and Christians had taken him as a prophet at first call, certainly they would not have been tortured and mass murdered. According to Muhammad, if anyone does not accept him as a prophet, then it is a worst offense and he should be punished. When Muhammad attacked Khaybar, Kanana was the young leader of the Jews. He was protecting his treasure, hiding in a secret location. For extracting information about the whereabouts of his treasures, Muhammad instructed the Muslims to put him under severe torture, saying, "Torture him until you extract it from him." Al-Zubair struck a fire with flint on his chest until he was nearly dead. Then by Muhammad's order, another Muslim cut off his head. Muhammad not only took possession of all their property and fortresses, but killed all the able-bodied men, and women were distributed amongst Muslims. Bukhari, 2.14.68. The war cry of Muhammad's companions at the Battle of Khaybar was, "Oh, you have been given victory, kill. Kill." Boston, 2008, page 278. Amongst the captured women, there was Safiya, Kanana's 17-year-old beautiful wife, and two cousins of hers. Muhammad took possession of Safiya and took her to a tent for sexual pleasure on the same day he had killed her husband and many other male relatives. 2 years before, Safiya's father was killed along with many male relatives of her when Muhammad butchered another important Jews tribe, the Qurayza. He was so devoid of humanity, and Muslims accept him as a superior being and the mercy of God among mankind. How could Muhammad show this type of monstrous brutality against Safiya in a single day? Safiya was the wife of a Jewish tribal chief, a widow, a captive, and wife of Muhammad. Muhammad did not know how to feel like to be a human. No one should think that Muhammad fell in love with Safiya's beauty and took her to tent for sex. It was something else. Muhammad wanted to show his superiority over the Jews. The narcissist thinks this way: J inflict pain, therefore I am superior. Vaknin, 1999, page 183. It was his strong urge to punish the Jews for not accepting him as a prophet. He compensated his defeat by inflicting pain on them. The narcissist himself is helpless to his narcissistic rage. After it explodes, the narcissist does not know where to stop and how much punishment is enough for his victims. For a narcissist, there is no moral dimension. The brutal murder of Kharfa is worth mentioning. She was a very old woman. Tabari, 896, recorded, one of Muhammad's commanders tied her legs with rope and then tied her between two camels until they split her into two. Muhammad was a creature of hate. He thrived in hate, torture, murder, and plunder. The godly words like love, brotherhood, and forgiveness were like poison to him. This prince of darkness was an interspecies predator, with an abnormal lack of empathy combined with strongly immoral conduct, masked by an ability to appear outwardly normal. For a malignant narcissist, the world, the closest relationship, and even his own body can become the enemy in the eyes of his false self. Masterson, 1990, p. 61. Narcissists smell blood where others smell beautiful emotions. Sometimes the hate is so intense that he immensely hates himself but cannot show this to others. The malignant narcissists avoid emotional handles, photographs, music identified with a certain period in his life, places, people, mementos, and emotional situations. They are scared that at any unguarded moment their true self may get accidentally discovered. This is one of the reasons Muhammad prohibited drawing his portrait. He was so abnormal that he even feared to look at his own picture. But from deep inside, a narcissist is fully capable of differentiating between right and wrong. He is in his sense and perfectly capable of anticipating the results of his actions and their influence on human environment. But he does not care because his false self simply cannot react in a healthy manner to a changing situation. He feels compelled to continue to pursue precisely the same path. Vaknin, 1999, page 44, 89. The narcissist often notices that something is wrong and people around him are not happy. Vaknin, 1999, p. 96. But emotionally he is so empty that he cannot find an answer of his query. Sometimes an internal struggle starts. This time often the superego emerges for rescuing the false self of the narcissist. With the confirmation from his superego, the narcissist tries to convince himself repeatedly that everyone else is wrong, defiant, incapable, and lacking in judgment, and he is not on the wrong side and the other party is in fact the abuser, and the future will correct the misconception and misjudgment about him. In sum, he projects that he is victimized, not a victimizer. Under narcissistic delusion, Muhammad deceived himself and thought that he was doing Allah's work. Allah was Muhammad's superego. Superego, which I will discuss in details in later chapters, is the inner voice of a narcissist. Superego gives authorization to the narcissist. Beyond that, superego is just a paper tiger, a filthy scarecrow, impotent and powerless. Ever after committing so much crime in the name of Allah, the God of Islam is not capable of accusing Muhammad. On the contrary, this God said, "Were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe." Tabakat, Volume -1, surely, you, Prophet Muhammad, are of a great morality. Q. 68.4. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. He is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Q. 33.40. Superego is not same as false self, but it is the master of the false self. Both of them has well-distinguished, imaginary, existence, only in the sick mind of a narcissist. Though they often work in favor of each other, on rare occasion they can function against each other also. Hence superego is not strictly same as alter ego, but often it works as alter ego. Sometimes the narcissistic hate is so strong that a narcissistic leader even justify the butchering of his own people by claiming that they intended to assassinate him, undo the revolution, devastate the economy, harm the nation or the country, etc. Vagnin, 2004. We have seen this tendency in notorious narcissistic leaders like Saddam Hussein and Hitler. The narcissist tends to be vile, cruel and malicious. He is also full of self-doubts. Latchker, 2008 p. 30. The narcissist sees enemies and conspiracies everywhere. He often casts himself as the heroic victim, martyr, of dark and stupendous forces. The thinking is that a great man should have great enemies, or every great prophet must have an equally strong ungodly opponent, otherwise the narcissist is devalued, and with this devaluation his stock of narcissistic supplies are exhausted. On several occasions, Muhammad's hate turned to his own people. The prophet said, "Burn all those who had not left their houses for the prayer, burning them alive inside their homes." Bukhari, 1.11.626, a person in authority, who wants to maintain his position by frightening others, cannot rest peacefully. Muhammad used to see enemies everywhere. This way, Muhammad developed paranoia. Vagnin, 1999, page 116, wrote, "He attacks those he thinks take him for granted, those who fail to recognize his superiority, those who render him average and normal. And they, alas, include just about everyone he knows." In the following verse, Muhammad was unable to hide his panic. "Remember how the unbelievers, Meccan merchants, plotted against you, O Muhammad, to keep you in bonds, or slay you, or get you out of your home. They plotted, and Allah too had arranged a plot, but Allah is the best schemer." Q. 8.30. While revealing this verse, Allah forgot that he was supposed to be the all-powerful and all-knowing. Why Allah needs to arrange a plot if he is all-knowing? It is just an insult to God to say that he is the best plotter or world-class schemer. Actually, these were Muhammad's own words but put in Allah's mouth. Muhammad was preoccupied with unjustified doubts about the trustworthiness of the Meccans. Here Muhammad is again playing a monodrama. Allah took the center stage and Muhammad remained behind the screen. Muhammad ordered the destruction of an opposition mosque at Duaywin during April 631 CE after accusing its builders of being unjust. He sent a band of Muslims destroy the freshly constructed mosque by burning it down. Tabari, 5.61. Muhammad concocted the story that he suspected that the builders of the Mosque of Dissent were planning to assassinate him. Allah promptly sent down verses 9, 107 to 110, justifying the destruction of opposition mosques. And as for those who chose a place of worship out of opposition and disbelief, and in order to cause dissent among the believers. Q. 9.107. Never stand to pray there. Q. 9.108. Is he who founded his building upon duty to Allah and his good pleasure better, or he who founded his building on the brink of a crumbling, overhanging precipice so that it toppled with him into the fire of hell? Allah guideth not wrongdoing folk. Q. 9.109. The building which they built will never cease to be a misgiving in their hearts unless their hearts be torn to pieces. Q. 9.110. The above behavior of Muhammad was a classic case of paranoia. Paranoia is an unhealthy thought process which is heavily influenced by anxiety or fear, often to the point of irrationality and delusion. Muhammad had a pervasive distrust and suspiciousness of others such that their motives were interpreted as malevolent, and hence he called for the destruction of rival mosques. He suspected, without sufficient basis, that others were trying to exploit, harm, or deceive him. Since Muhammad suffered from paranoia, so his God also suffered from paranoia. A real God cannot suffer from paranoia. Allah is not an all-knowing God. There is at least one thing which he does not know, i.e., what is real. The fact is that those verses were not revealed by any god or supernatural, rather they originated from the delusional mind of the fake Prophet of Islam, Muhammad the malignant narcissist. 3.6.5.3, the paradise and the hell. In Islam, the very concept of both paradise and hell are immoral and disgusting, more satanic than divine. This view of paradise is so vulgar, demeaning, sexist, and immoral, and hell's torments are so hateful that any logical-minded person will find it repulsive. A god shall never resort to sex, violence, and torture to gain followers. To criticize Islam and Muhammad, this particular topic is often taken up by both non-Muslim and ex-Muslim scholars. According to Qur'an, in paradise, there are gardens and vineyards, and high-bosomed virgins with a truly overflowing cup. Q. 78.31-33. The virgins are bashful, dark-eyed, and as chaste as the sheltered eggs of ostriches. Q. 37.40-48. Allah created them to serve the Muslims as loving companions. Q. 56.7 to 40. Muslims will wed these houris, beautiful virgins. Q. 44.51 to 55. The virgins shall recline on couches ranged in rows. Q. 52.17 to 20, and the virgins are untouched by man or jinns, and they are fair as corals and rubies, sheltered in their tents, and within reach will hang fruits. Q. 55.53 to 58, 70 to 77. Allah's promise of 72 virgins ones recorded in Tirmidhi. Narrated al-Migdam ibn Matakarib, Allah's messenger, peace be upon him, said, the martyr receives 6 good things from Allah. One of this is, he is married to 72 wives of the maidens with large dark eyes, and is made intercessor for 70 of his relatives. Tirmidhi, 1067. After promising paradise, Muhammad realized that a man cannot have so much sexual power to have sex with 72 virgins. So he gave a vivid description of the heavenly vaginas and promised the Muslims prolonged erection of their sexual organs. Anas, Umama reported that Allah's messenger said, Allah, the mighty and glorious, will marry him with 72 wives, 2 will be from virgins, Harin, with big eyes, and 70 will be his inheritance from the people of the hellfire. Every one of them will have a pleasant vagina, and he, the man, will have sexual organ that does not bend down during sexual intercourse. Sunan ibn Majah, 5.4337. Not only this, the believers can father a son also. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri reported that Allah's messenger said, when a believer will wish a son in the paradise, its conception and its birth will happen in one single hour as he wishes. Sunan ibn Majah, 5.4338, as if it is not enough, Muhammad went one step further to excite his followers. He informed the Muslims that there is a free sex market where there is no limit of the number of sexual partners. Women and young boys are on display as if in a fruit market where believers can choose the desired ripeness. Cited Mirza, 2007. If we have to believe the Qur'an, then Allah's paradise is a celestial brothel. Muhammad knew very well that he is leading a group of lecherous Muslim warriors who are not much motivated by religion. Their only motivation was sex slaves and booty. To make these Muslims happy, Muhammad concocted the above verses and put them in the mouth of Allah. However, after promising virgins, Muhammad suddenly realized that some of his followers were homosexuals and hence virgins were of no use for them. Homosexuality was and is widely practiced in Arabia and also in many Islamic countries. Many famous poets in Arabia have glorified homosexuality in their literature. To please the homosexual Muslims, Allah promised them young boys. Qur'an says, the handsome boys are like scattered pearls, Q. 76.19, and well guarded, Q. 52.24, and of perpetual freshness, Q. 56.17. Whenever the Muslim clerics are asked to explain the purpose of boys in paradise, they say that they are servants of the faithful. But why a servant has to be ever young, beautiful like pearls, dressed in brocades and bracelets? He can surely be old, ugly, and poorly dressed. It should not matter as long as he serves his master sincerely. These pearl-like boys are supplied by Allah to provide special service to the homosexual Muslims. For vulgar people, sex is not enjoyable without alcohol. Readers, no offense please. So Allah promised Muslims wine in his paradise. Wine was an extremely precious commodity in the dry deserts of Arabia where it was rare to find vineyards. According to Qur'an, the gardens of paradise have river of wine, Q. 47.15, pure wine will be served, securely sealed, whose very dregs are musk. Q. 83.25, 26, Muslims will recline on jeweled couches and will be served by those pearl-like boys with bowls and ewers and a cup of purest wine, Q. 56.7 to 40, Muslims will be served with goblet filled at a gushing fountain, white and delicious. But the wine will neither dull their senses nor befuddle them, Q. 37.40 to 48, and by drinking Allah's wine, the faces of the Muslims will have the mark of glow of joy, Q. 83.24. Sex is not enjoyable in empty stomach. Besides that, one needs lots of nutrition in order to have the energy to perform with so many virgins and young boys. Hardly any vegetation is seen in the deserts. Most of Muhammad's companions have never tested any fruit in their life except dates and dry pomegranates, so Allah included inexhaustible supply of every variety of fruits in his paradise package. Quran confirms that Muslims will feast on fruits and honored in the gardens of delight, Q. 37.40 to 48. These are everlasting fruits, Q. 13.35, Q. 43.68 to 73, 2 kinds of every fruit, Q. 55.52, the fruits will be near and easy to reach, Q. 55.54, all kinds of trees and delights, Q. 55.47 to 49. The young boys will serve choicest fruits, Q. 56.17, 20, 21, while feasting. With silver vessels and crystal goblets, Muslims will feel neither the scorching heat nor the biting cold, and trees will spread their shade around them, and fruits will hang in clusters over them, Q. 76, 13 to 21. Now, everyone may not be happy with fruits and wine. For them Allah had promised, as recorded in Quran, there are rivers of milk whose taste never changes and rivers of honey pure and clear, Q. 47.15. The problem with a narcissist is that when he lies, he does not know where to stop, and he lies so often that it becomes a second nature to them. Vaknin, 1999, p. 260. So the best of Allah is more amazing. It is recorded in Hadith, Muslim, 39.6798, that in Allah's paradise, one doesn't have to go to the toilet. All-merciful Allah had provided a much better system for getting rid of body waste. Muslims will simply sweat it out. Not only this, their sweat will be that of musk and they will glorify and praise Allah as easily as breathing. After promising fruits, wine, milk and honey and plentiful sex, Allah's next luxury for Muslims is pure drinking water. One of the major problems in the desert of Arabia was shortage of pure water. Muhammad knew very well that to the Arabians, fresh water was an item of luxury. Allah assures 1 and Qur'an, paradise is watered by incorruptible running streams in which they will abide forever. Q. 13. 35, 3.136, 198, 22.23, 47.15 Fountains of clear flowing water in the gardens. Q. 15.45, every garden has 2 running fountains in continuous abundance. Q. 55.50 to 51, 55.66 to 67, in paradise, Allah will make the Muslims wealthy. They will have plenty of worldly things to pursue in heaven. Few Qur'anic verses confirm this. In paradise, Muslims will be decked with pearls and bracelets of gold and arrayed in garments of silk. Q. 22.23, dressed in garments of fine green silk and rich brocade and adorned with bracelets of silver. Q. 76.21, wives will be given goblets of gold. Q. 43.70 to 71, they will recline on green cushions and fine carpets. Q. 55.76, inner linings will be of rich brocade. Q. 55.54, dressed in rich silks and fine brocade. Q. 44.53. Muhammad's promise of an erotic paradise that glitters with the fulfillment of all sorts of worldly desires and sexual enjoyment was nothing but a sinister ploy to gain converts in his religion. Narcissists are master manipulators. They are thoroughly dishonest with the people around them. Their constant dishonesty and lies are both disturbing and unbelievable. They lie at the drop of a hat. They lie so profusely that the abyss between fact and narcissistic fiction becomes too gaping to ignore. Muhammad misguided the Muslims by portraying an erotic picture of paradise in front of them. He convinced his followers that a Muslim is God's soldier whose life has been bought by Allah in return for paradise. Jihad in Islam is killing and robbing the non-Muslims if they do not accept Islam when invited to do so. Allah made jihad obligatory for the Muslims. Allah's apostle said, "Know that paradise is under the shade of swords." Bukhari 4.52.73 God has bought from the believers themselves and their possessions against the gift of paradise. They fight in the way of God, they kill and are killed. That is a promise binding on God. Q. 9.110 The Prophet said, Paradise has 100 grades which Allah has reserved for the mujahideen, Muslim fighters, who fight in his cause. Bukhari 4.52.48 Our Prophet has informed us that our Lord says, Whoever amongst us is killed as a martyr shall go to paradise to lead such a luxurious life as he has never seen, and whoever survives shall become your master. Bukhari 4.53.386 Allah's erotic paradise is the largest and the sweetest carrot that was ever dangled before the Muslims to motivate them to fight in the cause of Allah. But when Muslims fight, kill or get killed, who benefits from their sacrifice? I have shown previously that though Muhammad claimed to be Allah's most humble servant, but he had risen as the dominant force in God-Prophet relationship. Therefore, a Muslim must believe in Muhammad to qualify for paradise. He, who believes in Allah alone, cannot rank as a believer. He is an infidel and must go to hell, no matter how righteous he may be. Thus, it is Muhammad who holds the key of paradise. All that we must do to go to paradise is to have a little faith in Muhammad's prophethood. Our conduct is not that important. Following hadith from Bukhari confirms it. Allah's apostle said, Whoever obeys me will enter paradise, and whoever disobeys me will not enter it. Bukhari 9.92.384 The lure of paradise turned early Muslims into moth eager to cremate themselves in the flame of the Allah's cause, i.e., holy jihad. Muhammad knew this side of human weakness very well. Let us compare the vivid description of paradise what Muhammad had fabricated with the burning sands of Arabia, without water, trees, pastures, rivers and gardens. And regarding sex, though Arabia did have plentiful women for the Arabs to practice polygamy, but the marriage facilities are not certainly comparable with the virgins of Allah's paradise. Muhammad promised his followers paradise in God's name and his stupid followers gave him the world in exchange. Muhammad made the attraction of paradise more impelling when wine and pearl-like boys are made a part of paradisiacal living where, according to Tirmizi, Volume 2, a man is given virility equal to 100 men. His paradise has arrangements for fun for everyone. If Muhammad wanted to lure a person who was addicted to animal sex, then he would have added animal sex in his paradise package too. A narcissist always looks for new victims for an abundant narcissistic supply sources. He does everything with one goal in mind, no secure more narcissistic supply. He is a charlatan. He is a pathological liar, either implicitly or explicitly. His whole existence is a derivative of false self, a deceitful invention in its reflection. Vagnon, 1999, p. 59, 98, 111. Allah is so desperate for believers that he bribes man with the paradisiacal luxuries, and if man does not fall for it, he frightens him with the most sadistic torture of hell. Yet, Allah calls himself independent, absolute and disinterested. Little thoughts are required to understand that Muhammad was playing the role of God in fabricating things. It was not God who was desperate for believers, but it was a malignant narcissist who was desperate for seeking attention. If a God is really so desperate for gaining devotees by such sadistic ploys, then certainly he lacks the dignity. Such a God does not exist. Muhammad's dishonestly in describing paradise is easy to catch. He lied so profusely that he often contradicted himself. Muhammad had included wine in his paradise package, but how could he include it in the list when Allah had declared intoxicants as sinful? Muhammad had noticed this contradiction and came out with a new idea that the wine in the promised paradise was not intoxicating and therefore not sinful. But the fact is that wine by nature contains alcohol, which is intoxicating. Muhammad condemned those who listen to music, and yet the angels sing. How can I trust a God whose reward in paradise, drinking, listening music and fornication is what he forbids on earth? Muhammad got tangled up in his webs of deception and eventually the truth came out. The God of Islam is too silly and comical. If anyone can remember Allah's 99 names, he will be allowed to enter paradise. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, Allah has 99 names, i.e. 100-1, and whoever knows them will go to paradise. Bukhari, 3.50.894. By the way, Allah's paradise is not very high. A ladder would have been sufficient to reach there. Jihad is not necessary to enter paradise. All they have to do is to gather some wood and find a carpenter to build a ladder. Allah says in Qur'an, or have they a ladder by which they can climb up to heaven and listen to its secrets. Q. 52.38. This is the height of Allah's stupidity or Muhammad's sick imagination, whatever we may call it. Right from the birth of Islam, there has been a clear and undeniable pattern of conscious manipulation, deception, and delusion. There is no end of it and it is continuing even today. Muhammad was willing to say and do anything in the name of his Allah so long as it advanced his personal agenda, i.e., the sick and selfish ambition of a malignant narcissist. It is such a conspiracy where even God is victimized. Why Allah wants his paradise to be full of assassins, murderers, rapists and terrorists. Why Allah has placed so much emphasis on fighting and killing and rewards those who kill for him more than those who don't. The answer is simple. Allah was Muhammad's puppet, his talking doll, his domestic pet. Allah was Muhammad's instrument to fulfill his self-serving narcissistic desires. Muhammad knew that the advance of political Islam was possible only under the guise of a religious conviction, and its success depends upon this simple concept: serve me now, bring booty and women for me, and if necessary die for my cause without expecting anything in return. In this worldly life, and I assure you that Allah will reward you later, much later after your death. A hadith from Bukhari's collection is as below. The Prophet said, good will remain, as a permanent quality, in the foreheads of horses, for jihad, till the day of resurrection, for they bring about either a reward, in the hereafter, or booty, in this world. Bukhari, 4.52.104. It is such a win-win situation. If they survive the battles, they secure booty and women, and if they fall they are sure to enter paradise. Having painted the lustiest picture of paradise, the Muhammad proceeds to describe the sketch of hell. Allah created Islamic hell or Jahannam for serving two purposes: to have a torture chamber for all the infidels and to terrorize people into accepting Islam. Muhammad was very specific in Qur'an, who are the people destined to hell and the cause why they should go to hell. But those who disbelieve in Bil'ayah or verses shall be the companions of the fire, and there they shall live forever. Q. 2.39. As for those who disbelieve in Bil'ayah or verses, they shall become the companions of hell. Q. 5.10. Do you not see how those who dispute the revelation of God turn away from the right path? Those who have denied the book and the message we sent through our apostles shall realize the truth hereafter, when, with chains and shackles round their necks, they shall be dragged through scalding water and then burned in the fire of hell. Q. 40.69-72. Here the wrongdoers are none other than the people who do not follow Islam. They're harm-doers because they rejected Islam. In Qur'an, Allah had given horrible description of hell. In hell, all non-Muslims will burn forever in hellfire because they are vilest of creatures. Q. 98.1-8. A woeful punishment. Q. 33.8. Unbelievers will wear garments of fire, scalding water will be poured upon their heads, melting their skins, and that which is in their bellies will be tortured with hooked rods of iron. Whenever, in their anguish, they try to escape from hell, they will be dragged, and will be told, taste the torment of the conflagration. Q. 22.19-22. When they cry out for help, they shall be showered with water as hot as molten brass, which will scald their faces. Evil shall be their drink, dismal their resting place. Q. 18.29. Their punishment will never be lightened, and they shall be speechless with despair. Q. 43.74-75. Unbelievers shall be seized by their forelocks and their feet. Q. 55.41. For the unbelievers we have prepared chains, fetters and a blazing fire. Q. 76.4. Q. 73.12. Choking food and a painful punishment. Q. 73.13. Roast the unbeliever in hell. Q. 69.31. Neither shade nor shelter from the flames. Q. 77.31. You and your idols shall be the fuel of hell. Q. 21.98. Food for unbelievers is zakum tree and foul pus. Q. 44.43. Q. 69.36. The hell is not for punishing the Muslim wrongdoers. They will go directly to paradise. Muhammad's recommendation is final and Allah cannot deny. So, all Muslim terrorists, murderers, rapists, cheats, thugs, pickpockets and pimps will go to paradise because they follow Islam. The people of the book, idolaters and atheists, are destined to hell for eternal suffering no matter how pious and God-fearing they may have been. Their good thoughts, good actions or piety are of no value. The idolaters will be burnt in hell along with their idols. What a sick and disgusting imagination and a distortion of reality. No doubt, Muhammad was under severe delusion. As if this is not enough, Muhammad said that the punishment is never ending. Muhammad thought that people of other religions will convert to Islam out of sheer terror of hell. The Muslims do not need to be better human being in terms of character or consciousness. All they have to do is to recite the kalima, incantation, there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And Allah will give them free gate pass to enter paradise. Muhammad's early companions did not believe him so easily. Many rational thinking people noted the above ethical contradiction and distortion of reality. Quran confirms it. The hypocrites and those in whose hearts there is a disease said, Allah and his messenger promised nothing but delusion. Q. 33.12. The non-believers got it right when they said, promised nothing but delusion. This is narcissistic delusion. Muhammad reinterpreted reality to fit his narcissistic fantasies. The tempting description of paradise and painful description of hell has only one reason behind it: to secure more converts to his faith. The narcissist is an evil ploy again to secure his narcissistic supply sources. Muhammad used the device of contradistinction to sharpen the appeal of his message for arousing human instincts of pain and pleasure to secure submission of ordinary man. A narcissist blames the external world for their mishap. Vaknin, 1999, page 49. Allah's punishment falls heavily upon non-believers because they are harm-doers. They are harm-doers because they do not accept Muhammad as their prophet. In Quran, Allah blames the infidels for their suffering. We did not wrong them, but they, infidels, were harm-doers. Q. 43.76. Islam offers nothing to men but distort reality by giving the false hope of a twisted paradise and false warning of a twisted hell, so much so that the ethical and logical faculty of a person is subdued. It uses fear to suppress and stupefy the common Muslim masses. It worked wonder for Muhammad by enriching and empowering him during his lifetime. Today it works wonder for the imams, mullahs and tyrants alike. Islam was created for one malignant narcissist's quest for narcissistic supply sources. It is utter foolishness to search for spirituality in Islam. It is tool for domination. Muhammad was powerless, poor, and unloved. Therefore, his Islam was focused on power, money, and sex. It's really sad that today more than 1 billion people sold their soul to this 7th century malignant narcissist like a guinea pig in laboratory. 3.6.5.4 The critics of Muhammad was constantly on the lookout for slights. He was hypervigilant. He perceived every disagreement as criticism and every critical remark as complete and humiliating rejection and a direct threat to his prophetic claim. Gradually, his mind turned into a chaotic battlefield of paranoia. His thinking was dogmatic, rigid, and doctrinaire. He did not tolerate free thought or free speech and did not allow criticism and disagreement. He demanded and, often got, complete trust and frequently dismissed his fellow Muslims from all decision-making. He was so afraid of being exposed that he ordered his followers to assassinate anyone who criticized him. In Quran, Allah said, for he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q. 108.3. Narcissists cannot tolerate criticism. When a narcissist feels that he is degraded by another person, typically in the form of criticism, he suffers from narcissistic injury, which ultimately results in narcissistic rage. When the narcissist's inflated but unstable false self is combined with their hypersensitivity to interpersonal feedback, the result may often be a tendency to hostile, aggressive, and even violent responding. Hook, 2007, p. 29. Insecure men are enraged by criticism. They will stop at nothing to silence anyone who irritates them. The narcissist perceives every disagreement, let alone criticism, as a threat to his authority. He reacts defensively and becomes aggressive. He detaches emotionally for fear of yet another narcissistic injury. He devalues the person who made the disparaging remark. Sometimes the narcissist attempts to astonish the surroundings with apparent brilliance, bombastic announcements, and the unnecessary and wrong uses of professional language. But beneath of his showmanship, he is shallow and devoid of real knowledge. Vaknin, 1999, page 110. He is always fearful of being discovered and deceitful. Like a trapped animal, the narcissist is forever on the lookout. Was this comment meant to humiliate him? Was this utterance a deliberate attack? There are 2 reasons a narcissist cannot accept criticism. Firstly, he is simply the greatest, equal to God, the perfect creature. He is omnipotent, omniscient, immune and, above the law, and universal. The more the narcissist convinces himself, the better he feels. Such a person is above any criticism. He never admits to ignorance in any field. Vaknin, 1999, page 190. Secondly, the narcissist is very scared that by criticism, his true self may be accidentally discovered. In case the true self is discovered, it may get activated, resulting in immediate collapse of the false self. This scares the narcissist to death. In this respect, the narcissists are like children. Their true self is isolated. It is only the false self which gets in touch with the outside world. Deep down, he can be compared like a muddy shallow pond which is pretending to be a deep ocean. At any cost, this fantasy needs to be upheld. The airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment must not collapse at any cost. He doesn't dare confront the truth and admit it even to himself. In extreme cases, the narcissist may entertain suicidal thought also. For the same reason, narcissists do not like humors. He cannot share a joke, which is directed to him because he cannot admit his vulnerability. Masterson, 1990, p. 96. After all, his omnipotence and grandiosity are not joking matters. He only likes to talk about himself and only about himself. Sometimes he may pretend to be interested to others, but it is only with a potential source of narcissistic supply and nothing beyond than that. He is dead serious about himself. Vaknin, 1999, page 191. In sum, the superiority complex of a narcissist is an extension of his inferiority complex. Muhammad's first victim was a poet named Ashraf. He was a young, handsome and talented poet and a chief of the Banu Nadir, one of the Jewish tribes of Medina. In an illiterate society, poets were the journalists of their day. Their words swayed public opinion. After Muhammad banished the Banu Kainuka, a Jewish tribe of Medina, Ashraf became concerned about his own people's security and visited Mecca to seek protection. He recognized that Muhammad was not a prophet but an imposter. He composed poems and praised the Meccans for their bravery and honor. He had the courage to express his opinion. When Muhammad heard about this, he assigned the job of killing Ashraf to one of his henchmen. Bukhari recorded, narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, who is ready to kill Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, who has really heard Allah and his apostle. Muhammad bin Maslama said, O Allah's apostle, do you like me to kill him? He replied in the affirmative. So, Muhammad bin Maslama went to him, i.e. Ka'b, and said, this person, i.e. the Prophet, has put us to task and asked us for charity. Ka'b replied, by Allah, you will get tired of him. Muhammad said to him, we have followed him, so we dislike leaving him till we see the end of his affair. Muhammad bin Maslama went on talking to him in this way till he got the chance to kill him. Bukhari, 4.52.270, Muhammad murdered another Jew Abu Rafi, one more of his critic. This time Muhammad have sent Abd Allah bin Atik, another of his henchmen, to kill Rafi. Few quotes from Islamic sources are as follows. In this year, it is said, the killing of Abu Rafi the Jew took place. The reason for his being killed was, it is said, that he used to take the side of Ka'b bin Ashraf against Muhammad. Tabari, 7. 99, narrated Bara bin Azib, Allah's apostle sent a group of persons to Abu Rafi. Abdullah bin Atik entered his house at night while he was sleeping and killed him. Bukhari, 5.59.370, the murderer of Abu Rafi, came to my companions and said, by Allah, I will not leave till I hear the wailing of their women. So, I did not move till I heard them crying for the Jewish merchant. I said, deliverance, Allah has killed Abu Rafi. Tabari 7. 100, the above quote from Tabari needs particular attention. The murderer of Abu Rafi did not say that he killed him, instead he said, Allah killed him. Each time Muslims kill they absolve themselves of the crime and blame their God. While calling Allah an assassin seems odd, but Muslim mindset is different. For them calling their God as a murderer is not blasphemy. When Muhammad gained power in Medina, a man and his wife were murdered because they had written insulting poetries against Muhammad. Freeling, 1978 p. 33. On another occasion, Abu Azza, another critic of Muhammad, was beheaded. His fault was that he used to write poetry urging the desert tribes not to join Muhammad's gang. Walker, 2002 p. 318. Muhammad had now become a psychopath serial killer. Criticizing Muhammad became a deadly game, and one after another of Muhammad's critics started falling in pools of their own blood. There were no words more pleasing to a Muslim than, a critic of Muhammad is dead. The followers of Muhammad were so brainwashed by him that they believed they were doing Allah a service by eliminating Muhammad's critics. He permitted murdering another man. Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded. They, the Khazraj tribe, asked the Prophet for permission to kill him, Salam Haqq of Khaybar, another critic of Muhammad, and it was granted. Tabari, 7.101, Ishaq, 482, Muhammad's another victim was a 120-year-old poet named Abu Afaq. He realized that Muhammad was a false prophet. In some of his poetry, he lamented that people had become followers of Muhammad. He wrote that Muhammad was a madman who randomly told people what was prohibited and what was allowed. This had caused them to surrender their intelligence and become hostile to one another. By hearing this, one of Muhammad's henchmen, Salim ibn Umayr, killed the old man when he was sleeping in an open place in a hot night. Sina, 2008 p. 42. Muhammad's narcissistic rage and fury knew no bounds and no mercy, and this 120-year-old poet had to pay by his life. When Asma bint Marwan, a Jewish mother of 5 small children, heard about this, she was so outraged that she composed a poem cursing the men of Medina for letting a stranger divide them, and for allowing him to assassinate a venerable old man. She spoke critically of Muhammad, telling her tribe to be wary of him. Ibn Ishaq wrote, you obey a stranger who encourages you to murder for booty. You are greedy men. Is there no honor among you? Upon hearing this, Muhammad said, will no one rid me of this woman? Umayr decided to execute the Prophet's wishes. That very night he crept into her home while she lay sleeping surrounded by her young children. There was one at her breast. Umayr removed the suckling baby and then plunged his sword into the poet. The next morning in the mosque, Muhammad, who was aware of the assassination, said, you have helped Allah and his apostle. Umayr said, she had 5 sons, should I feel guilty? No, the Prophet answered. Killing her was as meaningless as 2 goats butting heads. Ishaq, 676, soon after receiving praise from Muhammad for the assassination of Asma, the killer went to her children, bragged about committing the murder, and taunted those little kids and the clan of the victim. Sina, 2008 p. 43. Muhammad created such an atmosphere of terror that no one could disagree with him. He was a man of the extremes and only of the extremes. It is recorded, Sunan Abu Dawud, 38, 4348, that once a blind Muslim murdered his slave woman by pressing a dagger in her belly that killed her on the spot. In the morning, Muhammad called the man to explain why he committed such horrendous murder. The man stood up while trembling and said that the woman used to abuse and ridicule Muhammad and hence she was killed. Hearing this, Muhammad said, "O be witness, no retaliation is payable for her blood." The message that Muhammad wanted to send was clear: if anyone insults me, he should be put to death and the killer will not be charged. This is the defense mechanism of a narcissist. By showing that the man was not guilty of murder, Muhammad minimized the impact of the disagreement or criticism on himself. In psychopathology, this defense mechanism is known as cognitive dissonance, which is a process of self-justification. Cult leaders often use this mechanism to persuade their members. Humans are sensitive to inconsistencies between actions and beliefs. When he recognizes this inconsistency, it causes dissonance, which motivates an individual to resolve the dissonance. The easiest way to resolve dissonance between actions and beliefs is simply to change the belief. This is what Muhammad achieved. Through his words, Muhammad implanted a new way of thinking in the minds of his followers. This is also a type of distortion of reality. All those critics recognized Muhammad as a fake and hence they had every right to oppose him to save their clan from harming themselves. Muhammad's Qur'an recitals were conflicting, the stories could not be kept straight and new verses often abrogated old verses. They understood that internal contradiction was the surest sign that something was bogus. But neither Muhammad nor his Allah was able to refute his critics' claims in an intelligent manner. The only option left to Muhammad was to kill them. Even today, when Muslims cannot defend Islam logically, they insult, threaten and even kill the critics. In the following verse, Allah confirms that Qur'an cannot survive mockery and criticism. When you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. Why Allah forbade Muslims to ask questions? The reason is that there is no well-argued explanation for Islam. It relies upon ignorance and thrives in it. The deeper one digs, the more obvious the deception becomes. This is precisely why Muhammad protected his doctrine by attacking those who criticized him and his religion. Muhammad was scared that his deception might get exposed in any unguarded moment. A narcissist is ever possessed with the inner sensation that he is really a pretty crook who is vulnerable of being exposed and condemned by society. Vaknin, 1999, p. 110. In this situation, assassination one's the easiest way out. It provides a quick way to end disputes, silence troublesome rivals and above all, it instills fear into the hearts of those who are still alive. 3.6.5.5 Narcissist Muhammad and his collection of women. Sex is a very important factor in a narcissist's life. But there is only one condition. The sex should be without emotion. The narcissist uses sex as an instrument designed to increase the number of narcissistic supply sources. When a narcissist cannot obtain adoration, admiration, approval, applause or any other kind of attention by other means, i.e., intellectually, he indulges in sex. He indiscriminately engages in sex with multiple partners and becomes a lecherous man. He will consider his sex partners as objects not of desire but of narcissistic supply. Through this, the narcissist derives his badly needed narcissistic fix. Narcissists' inflated sense of entitlement may make them think that women owe them sexual favors. Hook, 2007, p. 32. Often he prefers complicated situation, like sex with virgin, married women and adolescents. Vaknin, 1999, pp. 88-89. The aim is, the more difficult the target, the more rewarding the narcissistic outcome. The sexual philosophy of a narcissist is same as an animal. Muhammad was guilty of every sex crime known to man: pedophilia, incest, rape, polygamy, adultery, womanizing, fornication, sexism, and abetting prostitution. Quran limits, Q. 4.3. Muslims to 4 wives, but Muhammad did not restrict himself by the Qur'anic rules. Allah revealed verses, Q. 33.49-50, telling Muhammad that he was exempt and could have any number of women he pleases, as wives, concubines or slaves, so that there might be no difficulty for him. But this revelation of Allah is illogical. During the lifetime of Khadijah, Muhammad did not dare to bring another woman in the house. As a young man, he did not face any difficulty to sleep with an older woman, but his difficulties appeared only during the last 10 years of his life, when he was old and suffering from all types of ailments. By following Allah's divine instruction, Muhammad took a total 21 wives and 2 concubines and many slave girls in his lifetime. It does not represent Muhammad a very loving and romantic person. On the contrary, it proves Muhammad's vulgarity, ugliness and instability of mind. This shows how he treated the institution of marriage. Even after having so many sexual outlets, Muhammad was a pedophiliac. When he was above 50, he married a 6-year-old child. He also stole his son's wife. After forcing young girls to watch his men execute their fathers and husbands, Muhammad raped them. Worst of all, he rewarded his mercenaries by dividing captured young girls among his followers. It's little wonder his Quranic paradise is so perverted. Narcissists often prefer pedophilia. 7. Sex with innocent children. Vaknin, 1999, page .264. There are several reasons behind it. Firstly, they want emotionless sexual relations. A narcissist is scared to look deep inside of him. He does not want to discover the truth, the true self. If he is attached emotionally with a woman, then there is likelihood that at any unguarded moment, his partner may discover his true self. This is what scares the narcissist to death. He is the denier of reality. If a child is taken as a sexual partner, the narcissist is safe. Second, sex with a minor gives freedom of action with impunity. It enhances the narcissist's magical sense of omnipotence and immunity. It thrills the narcissist that he can defy the authority of the state and the edicts of his culture and society. The third and the most important advantage, from a narcissist's point of view, of course, of having a minor as a sexual partner is that the narcissist can demand and obtain complete obedience from his partner. Narcissists do not hesitate to exploit the purity of a child to extract narcissistic supplies from their heavenly innocence. Sub-teen children are, as a narcissist defines, inferior. They are physically weaker, dependent on others for the fulfillment of many of their needs, cognitively and emotionally immature, and easily manipulated. Their fund of knowledge is limited and their skills restricted. These are the best victims of a narcissist because they are defenseless. The narcissist can punish his partner the way he wants to enforce discipline and feels entitled to adulation and special treatment from his child mate. This way his narcissistic stock goes up at the cost of the poor and defenseless child. The aims and acts of a sadist pedophile and a narcissist pedophile are different. The sadist does it only for abnormal sexual acts, always forceful, and to inflict damage on the child's body and mind, and this way derives pleasure out of it. But for a narcissist, pedophilia is, in essence, autoerotic. This may be forceful or deceitful. The narcissist pedophile uses children's bodies for autoerotic sexual monogames, sexual excitement by manual stimulation of his own genitals, Vaknin, 2006. Pages 144. For the malignant narcissist, this is also a definition of self-love. Unlike sadists, the narcissist pedophiles are not enticed by the children themselves but by their bodies, or by their budding and immature sexuality. At the age of 51, Muhammad suddenly received a revelation from Allah that Aisha would be his wife. The revealed bride was only 6 years old. A pedophile is aware of society's view of his actions as vile, corrupt, forbidden, evil, and decadent. But it was not a problem for Muhammad because he had Allah's recommendation for this. This is how reality is reinterpreted to fit Muhammad's fantasies. To please Muhammad with pedophilic sex, Allah did not hesitate to take the role of a marriage broker. Aisha reported Allah's messenger having said, "I saw you in a dream for 3 nights when an angel brought you to me in a silk cloth and he said, 'Here is your wife,' and when I removed the cloth from your face, lo, it was yourself. So I said, 'If this is from Allah, let him carry it out.'" Muslim. 31. 5977. However, Abu Bakr had to agree to an immediate marriage. Abu Bakr was Muhammad's best friend and confidant. Much is written in Islamic sources about Abu Bakr, but we know very little about his relationship with his daughter. Law can forbid the father from killing their young daughters, but this does not mean fathers truly loved and protected their daughters. The union was consummated when Aisha was 9. Sexual acts with a 9-year-old child gave Muhammad freedom of action with impunity. It also enhanced the pedophilic Muhammad's magical sense of all-powerfulness and immunity. So, at the age of 54, the narcissist Muhammad started using the tender body of his 9-year-old sexual partner, Aisha, for autoerotic sexual monogames, sexual arousal by manual stimulation of genitals. Few quotes from the Islamic sources, narrated, Aisha, "The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot. During the menses, he used to order me to put on an izar, dress worn below the waist, and used to fondle me." Bukhari. 1.6.298. Muhammad put his cheek and chest in between the naked thighs of a menstruating Aisha. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.0270, sucking and testing the saliva of a child was the favorite sexual activity of Muhammad. Following a hadith confirm this, Muhammad used to kiss and suck Aisha's tongue while they were fasting. Sunan Abu Dawud, 13.2380. Aisha said, "During menstruation, I used to bite off meat from bone. The Prophet would take the bone from me and place his mouth at the same spot to eat of it where I had been biting. When I drank water, he would take the vessel from me and place his lips at the same spot where I had put mine." Ibn Majah, Volume 2. How disgusting it is to note that a man of above 50 was in an abnormal sexual habit of sucking the tongue of a 9-year-old child and eating, drinking the leftover of a child, who was of his granddaughter's age. How ridiculous it is to believe that Allah calls this sexual pervert as excellent example. Q. 33.21. However, after the monogame, Muhammad used to spoil his own garment and his child's sexual partner took the job of cleaning it. How disgusting. Al-Awad and Hammam reported Aisha as saying, "I used to scrape off the drop of semen from the garment of the Messenger of Allah." Muslim. 2.567. In case I, Aisha, found that semen on the garment of the Messenger of Allah dried up, I scraped it off with my nails. Muslim. 2.572. Narrated Sulaiman bin Yasar. I asked Aisha about the clothes soiled with semen. She replied, "He used to wash it off the clothes of Allah's apostle and he would go for the prayer while water spots were still visible." Bukhari. 1.4.231. Narrated, Aisha, "I used to wash the semen off the clothes of the Prophet and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them." Bukhari. 1.4.233. Muhammad raised his violent hand on his child bride Aisha for not listening to him. According to Sahih Muslim, once while sleeping with Aisha, Muhammad secretly left his bed and went to the graveyard at Baqi. Aisha spied and followed Muhammad. When Muhammad learned Aisha's misdeed, he hit her, beat her, on her chest that caused much pain to her. Muslim. 4.2127. However, Muhammad's pedophilic lust was not satisfied with Aisha. He was so sexually perverted that once he was attracted to a baby and wanted to marry her later. It shows how perverted this man was. Ibn Ishaq noted, the apostle saw Ummah when she was a baby crawling before his feet and said, if she grows up, I will marry her. But he died before he was able to do so. Ishaq, 311. In the following quote, we can see Muhammad's ugliness while dealing children. It is recorded by Ash Shifa, Trail. Aisha Abdurrahman Bewley, 2004, p. 184, cited Qasim, 2007, that Muhammad had a disgusting habit of spitting in the mouths of suckling children. No doubt, Muhammad was at top of his ugliness with this type of act. How a sane person can ever think of forcing the babies to drink his spittle? It is simply disgusting. There is a possibility that Muhammad used to get sexual pleasure by spitting in the mouth of the babies. The early Muslims had allowed this. How many narcissists can attain this type of devotion from his followers? A narcissist has no regards for women except fulfilling his own purpose and securing narcissistic supplies. He cannot love himself, his true self, and he is not capable to love others. He may act lovingly and even pretends to be madly in love with a woman, but actually he displays love to achieve goals. It may be money, power, political strength, or a narcissistic supply. Masterson, 1990, page 97. Once substitutes are available, the former ones are abandoned. Mercilessly, Vaknin, 1999, page 51. He does not feel guilty for it. After all, a narcissist is above normal humans. A quote from the Qur'an confirms it. T.F. Muhammad willed, he could divorce all his wives and Allah could marry him with better consorts either previously married or virgins. Q. 66.5. The narcissist knows that he can rely only on one stable, unconditional source of love, i.e., himself. Where normal people love others and empathize with them, the narcissist loves his false self and identifies with it to the exclusion of all else, his true self included. Hence the definition of love according to a narcissist is completely different than that of a normal healthy person. Masterson, 1990, page 210, 211, wrote, love is the capacity to acknowledge the other's real self in a warm and affectionate way, with no strings attached. True love is a union of two people each for the good for the other, where the other's best interests become at least equals to one's own. But the narcissist defines love as the ability of someone else to admire and adore him, and to provide perfect mirroring. In most cases, the narcissist prefers to be feared or admired, rather than loved. Vaknin, 1999, page 358, wrote, when the narcissist says, I love you, he really means, I depend on you for the stabilization of my narcissistic supply and for the accumulation of the supply for the road ahead. Narcissists always want something from others. They are not capable to give anything to anyone, no matter how small, without asking something in exchange. When a narcissist asks a person how you are doing, in his mind he actually does not intend to know about the well-being of the person. Rather, he is taking the emotional temperature of the person to see if he is reacting because he is looking for that reaction from the person. Even if the person is finally giving him a piece of his mind, the narcissist is not listening. The statement simply goes in one ear and comes out from the other. Nothing makes a difference. The listening part is an illusion. Muhammad needed wives not for loving but to fulfill his desires. He lived in a fantasy world, the airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment which had no connection with the real world. Our very humanness depends largely on our self-knowledge and on our experience of ourselves. We can fully appreciate the humanness of others because we are human. We know that sexual feeling for a child is wrong and a man should not seek sexual pleasure from his daughter-in-law, but the mindset of a narcissist is different. A narcissist has no genuine sentiment. Muhammad did not know how to form a stable marital relationship. He simply could not postpone satisfaction. Narcissists are creatures of here and now because they judge themselves to be all deserving. They regard and treat people around them as objects. He is immature in every walk of marriage and sex. Vaknin, 1999, page 139, 272, 273. I can make a comparison. A person who has been in a wheelchair since childhood cannot have any idea of what it feels like to walk, run, jump, do gymnastics, ride a bike, etc. Similarly, the person with NPD is an emotional cripple whose experience of life bears no resemblance to the ordinary person's. For Muhammad, sex was an expression of power, both emotional and physical, in two victims as we have discussed before, Rayna and Safiya. But Muhammad did not feel anything wrong in this because as far as he was concerned, women were objects, instant narcissistic solutions. Vaknin, 1999, page 357, 195, wrote, the narcissist never invests in anything, and never perseveres, so he never gets emotionally attached to anything. If he does not get attached, he cannot get hurt. Conquest of the body of a helpless woman is a status symbol for a narcissist. This is the proof of his virility. This type of cruel activities allow the narcissist to engage in vicarious, narcissistic behaviors, to express his narcissism through the conquered women, transforming them into instruments at the service of his narcissism, into his extensions. Muhammad had no shortage of women. He could easily spare those two women who were in extreme grief. But he did not do so. He used sexual attack to conquer and secure new sources of narcissistic supply. The narcissist likes to believe that he is the maker of the decision of which type of relationship he should establish and with whom. For Muhammad, she must value his companionship sufficiently to sacrifice any independent expression of her personality. They often found depictions of rape on video as enjoyable and sexually arousing. Hook, 2007, page 33. As Masterson, 1990, page 124, wrote, the exhibitionist, showing expression of power, narcissist would see the woman's sexual response as part of his entitlements and would say openly that he expects her to devote herself to his needs. He would manipulate her in such a way that she would have to accept his entitlement. Quote. A woman has no mind, only the meat of her body is halal for Muhammad to enjoy. The halal meat of a woman's body has no individuality, no identity of its own, it is a toy for enjoyment. Following a hadith prove my point. Narrated Habir bin Abdullah, when I got married, Allah's apostle said to me, "What type of lady have you married?" I replied, "I have married a matron." He said, "Why, don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them?" Habir also said, Allah's apostle said, "Why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you?" Bukhari, 7.62.17. When I returned to Medina, the Prophet met me in the market and said, "Give me the woman." I said, "Holy Prophet of Allah, I like her, and I have not uncovered her garment." Muhammad said nothing to me until the next day. He again met me in the market and said, "Salama, give me the woman." I said, "Prophet, I have not uncovered her garment but she is yours." Tabari, VIIT.97, the lascivious Prophet had a secret desire for his daughter-in-law Zainab bint Jahsh. It was not socially accepted for Arabs to marry their daughter-in-law. But a narcissist is not bound by any rule. It is the narcissist who determines which laws to obey and which to break. He expects society, his partners, his colleagues, his spouse, his children, his parents, his students, his teachers, in short, absolutely everyone in this world to abide by his rulebook. So Muhammad broke all the social taboos by expressing his desire for his adopted son's wife, the petite and elegantly attractive Zainab. It is the narcissist who retains the power to decide which contracts are to be scrupulously observed and which offhandedly ignored. By family obligation, Muhammad was supposed to be as her father. To fulfill his desire for Zainab, the narcissist was in action again. What commences as an elaborate daydream ends up in the narcissist's mind as a plausible scenario. To achieve his goal, he started playing his sick game to substitute fiction for truth. He was a con artist. Muhammad silenced his critics with a simple solution. He claimed that Allah had instructed him to get married to Zainab and that Allah himself would solemnize the marriage of Muhammad with his daughter-in-law. To fulfill Muhammad's desire, Allah revealed the following verses. And when you said to he whom Allah had favored and yourself have favored, keep your wife and fear Allah, and you sought to hide in yourself what Allah was to reveal, fearing people, although Allah has a better right for you to fear him. And when Zayd had accomplished what he would of her, divorce, we gave her to you, Prophet Muhammad, in marriage, so that there is no fault in believers concerning marriage to the former spouse of their foster children if they divorced them. The decree of Allah must be done, Q. 33.37. No fault shall be attached to the Prophet for doing what Allah has obligated for him. Such was the way of Allah with those who passed away before the decree of Allah is a decree determined, Q. 33.38, by marrying his daughter-in-law, Muhammad again proved that he is uniquely special. The society must attend to his needs whereas Muhammad is under no obligation to listen to or understand anyone. He felt entitled to respect without giving it in return. Was Muhammad ashamed when he desired Aisha and Zainab? No, he did not show any shame at all. Shamelessness, i.e., bypassed shame, is one of the deadly sin of a narcissist. Hotchkiss, 2003, pp. 5-6, wrote, "The shame is so intolerable that the means have been developed not to experience it at all. What psychologists call bypasses shame looks like shamelessness or the absence of a consciousness. Since there is no healthy internal mechanism available to process this painful feeling, the shame is directed outward away from the self. It can never be my fault. Whenever Muhammad had taken undue sexual advantage, he directed the shame to Allah, as if whatever he had done, he was actually following Allah's instruction. So it was never my fault. This way he had bypassed shame. The Qur'anic revelations, where Allah granted Muhammad special sexual privileges, served only one purpose: it transformed Muhammad's fault to Allah's fault. A narcissist cannot have a meaningful family life. He hates women virulently, passionately, and uncompromisingly. His hate is original and inherent, irrational, the progeny of mortal fear and sustained abuse. It is true that most narcissists learn how to disguise, even repress these untoward feelings. But their hatred does swing out of control and erupt from time to time. The narcissist does not react to people, or interact with them, as individuals. Rather, he generalizes and tends to treat people as symbols or classes. Due to this reason, Muhammad was a misogynist, strong hatred for women. He generalized and treated women a class rather than individual. In his farewell sermon, Muhammad equated women to cattle. Tabari recorded, "Treat women well for they are like domestic animals and they possess nothing themselves. Allah has made the enjoyment of their bodies lawful in his Qur'an." Tabari, X 113, since women are domestic animals, logically the old stock can be replaced by new one, as Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded. Ali, Muhammad's adopted son, son-in-law, and future caliph, said, "Prophet, women are plentiful. You can get a replacement, easily changing one for another." Tabari, 8. 62, Ishaq, 496. Elsewhere, cited Dagger, 1995, page 18-9, Muhammad is reported to have said, "The woman has two things to cover her, the grave and the marriage." When he was asked which one was better, Muhammad replied, "The grave." Lastly, following quotation from Imam Ghazali's work shows how much hatred Muhammad had for women. Prophet said, "If husband would be covered with pus from head to toe, and wife would lick it, even then wife's gratitude to husband wouldn't be fulfilled." Imam Ghazali, from Ulam al-Din, Volume 2, there is a reason, from narcissistic point of view, of course, why Muhammad equated women with domestic animals. The ideal life partner of a male narcissist is someone who is willing to become an extension of the narcissist's fragile ego, to serve as an object of admiration, contempt, or often enough both, as if a narcissist had put a sign over this door ought to read, "Abandon self all ye who enter here." Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 121. It means the life partner must obliterate her autonomy in the service of her husband's narcissism. In sum, the husband cannot regard the separate existence of his wife as she does for her own. Such a woman is no way better than a domestic animal. Lastly, a quote from Russell, 2009, page 76, which is self-explanatory: "Those who have never known the deep intimacy and the intense companionship of happy mutual love have missed the best thing that life has to give. Unconsciously, if not consciously, they feel this, and the resulting disappointment inclines them towards envy, oppression and cruelty." 3.6.6. Why Muhammad was sinless. Muslims believe that Muhammad possessed special spiritual qualities, was Soam, which means immaculate from sin. Nasr, 2007. Pages 39. According to Qur'an, Allah was so much impressed by Muhammad that he forgave all past, present and future sins of his beloved Prophet. It means, whatever evils Muhammad wants to do, he can do without any remorse. He can loot, murder, plunder, rape, practically commit any crime known to society with Allah's license. God himself is guarantor of his forgiveness. Allah wrote in the Qur'an, "Indeed, we have opened for you, Muhammad, a clear opening, that Allah forgives your past and future sins, and completes his favor to you, and guides you on a straight path." Q. 48.12. This is a narcissistic delusion. Under this delusion, Muhammad never felt guilty for his cruel acts. He put Allah directly responsible for all his wrongdoings and gave an impression to his followers that he was merely following Allah's instructions. Muhammad was convinced that he was on a divine mission. A person who is carrying out God's order is not responsible for his actions, both directly and indirectly, and hence he is immaculate from sin. If Allah's decrees are delivered by Muhammad's tongue, then of course Muhammad is sinless. Following a hadith confirm this, Abu Musa reported the apostle of Allah as saying, "Make intercession to me, you will be rewarded, for Allah decrees what he wishes by the tongue of his prophet." Sunan Abu Dawud, 3.5112. Messenger of Allah, Allah pardoned thee all thy sins, the previous and the later ones. Upon this the Messenger of Allah said, "By Allah, I am the most God-conscious among you and I fear him most among you." Muslim, 6.2450. Narcissists are prone to magical thinking. In this respect they are like children. The fact that nobody is perfect gives very little comfort to a narcissist. He thinks that he is an exception to this natural law, so it is his challenge to find a way to stay pumped up inside in order to hold these harsh realities at bay. The methods they typically employ involve a considerable amount of distortion of realities and illusion. Hotchkiss, 2003, page 7. Narcissists maintain their grandiosity and omnipotence through a connection to someone who can pump up. This someone helps the narcissist to sustain the illusion of his chosen specialness. For Muhammad, this someone was none other than Allah, and the chosen specialness was of course sinlessness. Throughout his prophetic career, Allah had continuously pumped up Muhammad's narcissistic fragile ego, his false self, and his chosen specialness, i.e., his sinlessness. A narcissist's false self is rigid. His sense of true self cannot develop because it is deprived of contact with the world, and the narcissist always prefers his invented false self to the true one. This false self cannot fathom the reciprocity in human relations, and slowly the narcissist becomes antisocial, lacking in morale and in consequences. Instead of taking responsibility for his actions which cause untold pain to others, he blames others for his behavior. Muhammad ordered killing of the infidels because he believed that he had an authority to do so. The very thought that non-believers do not consider him a prophet of Allah was enough reason to attack them, terrorize them, kill them, loot them and rape their women. Muhammad needed people to bolster his self-image. It is the sole function of the Muslims to reflect, to admire, to applaud, to assure Muhammad that he exists as a prophet. Those who could not do it have no reason to be alive. The narcissists have no guilty feeling for this. He does not feel that in any way he is related to his former selves, hence he does not understand why he should be punished for someone else's actions. He is surprised by society's insistence that he should be punished for his deeds and be held responsible for them. Vaknin, 1999, page 186. Even he may develop a feeling that he is being persecuted by powers greater than him. Malignant narcissism is such a deadly, evil and painful disease. It not only destroys the narcissist but infects and forever changes those people who are in touch with him by paralyzing their thinking capability. Muslims reason out this way, since Muhammad never felt guilty for his inhuman acts and thought himself sinless, hence Muhammad is sinless and all his acts are divine. With this distortion of reality, slowly Muhammad himself became the object of worship. But deep down, sometimes the narcissist realizes that something is wrong. He understands that people around him are sad and disappointed, and it has certainly something to do with his attitude towards them. But his grandiosity has a defense mechanism which covers up his disagreeable state of things by convincing him, poor things, they can never fully understand him, they are so inferior, it is no wonder they are so depressed. Vaknin, 1999, p. 46. He cannot see through the defensive structures of his life, his thinking, his ways of perceiving reality. He senses but cannot understand the hollow core at the center of his life. He lived too long on deception and fantasy, and now he is the master deceiver. Masterson, 1990, page 81. This is how Muhammad immunes himself from sin. He had a divine authority to do any kind of wrong to others, so why should he feel guilty? For a person to be truly guilty, he needs to intend, to deliberate, to contemplate his choices and then to choose his acts. He had done none of these. A narcissist, because he is deeply immersed in his delusion and grandeur, believes that his heinous acts however will have a great positive influence on mankind. Vaknin, 1999, p. 140. This is what we are going to see in the following verse, which is also the most hateful verse in Qur'an. When the sacred months are over, slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Take them and confine them, then lie in ambush everywhere for them. If they repent and establish the prayer and pay the obligatory charity, let them go their way. Allah is forgiving and the most merciful. Q. 9.5. The above verse appears to be self-contradictory, but no. From a narcissist's point of view, this verse is perfectly meaningful. While fabricating this verse, Muhammad knew very well that his instructions are immoral and will cause great pain to others, but his magical thinking worked out for him. He thought that though his actions are against society and humanity, he can get away with this, because whatever he is doing today is for a long-term benefit to the civilization. In long term, people will accept him as a precious gift to humanity, and his Allah as the forgiving and the most merciful. A narcissist's magical thinking is so strong that if this, someone, cannot sustain his chosen specialness, then the narcissist will look for support from another object. But the very concept of his chosen specialness does not change. For Muhammad, Allah was merely an object, whose only purpose was to certify Muhammad that he was a prophet. Beyond this, Allah has no other purpose. If Allah had failed to pump up Muhammad's ego, Muhammad would have dumped Allah in a dustbin and picked up another god to uphold his prophetic position. This is narcissistic immunity. Muhammad had the immunity but God did not. Hence God changes, but Muhammad's sinlessness would not change at any cost. Muhammad would never take the responsibility of the harm inflicted on others by the results of his own decisions, opinions, beliefs, deeds and misdeeds, actions and inactions. He is above reproach and punishment. In this situation Allah is helpless. In the hands of a malignant narcissist his condition is miserable. If Allah fails to prove Muhammad sinless and take away his moral responsibility to any of his misconduct, his usefulness will cease immediately. This is the reason, whenever Muhammad commits any crime, Allah is in a hurry to send a timely revelation and exempt Muhammad from taking responsibility. Muhammad commands Allah. If Allah does not do that, Muhammad will dismiss him immediately from his divine position and find another suitable god. Muhammad demanded sinlessness from Allah and Allah granted it to protect himself from the fury of his narcissist messenger. Narcissists exude a powerful force field that is difficult to stay clear of it. They distort reality so skillfully that the people around him are just sucked in and absorbed in his way of thinking, voluntarily or reluctantly. The followers of Muhammad thought that Muhammad was sinless because they came within the grip of Muhammad's narcissism and absorbed by his way of thinking. 3.7. A quest for the impaired true self of Muhammad. Have often thought that the best way to define a man's character would be to seek out the particular mental or moral attitude in which, when it came upon him, he felt himself most deeply and intensely active and alive. At such moments, there is a voice inside which speaks and says, "This is the real me." William James in a letter to his wife, 1878, cited Masterson, 1990, p. X11. From his childhood, Muhammad was ill-fated and faced much psychological adversities. He lost his father before his death and lost his mother's love and affection during the time he needed these most. After his mother's death, he spent 2 years in the house of his grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, who also died shortly. It means whenever the child was emotionally attached to someone, he faced abandonment. Because of all these adversities, his personality was not fully developed. It is a medically proven fact that adverse family and social environment often not only retard mental growth but the child grows up with adjustment problems with others. During his early adult days he did not get any meaningful employment and remained unmarried till 25, which was quite a late marriageable age for Arabs during those days. The Arabs who were wealthy and those who had shown bravery in the battlefield obviously used to get better preferences in marriage. In this respect Muhammad was very unlucky. Neither he had money nor courage. Most probably he was also physically weak. During those days Arabs were good fighters and they really craved for the excitement of the battlefield. But Muhammad did not have the courage to confront the enemy face to face at the battlefield. He never fought any battle personally. In one of the battles, a war known as the Sacrilegious War, fought in Mecca, Muhammad assisted his clan by gathering up the arrows discharged by the enemy during the ceasefires and handing them to his uncles. Muir, cited Sina, 2008, page .33, explains, physical courage, indeed, and martial daring are virtues which did not distinguish the Prophet at any period of his career. But once he confirmed his rank as a prophet of Allah and became powerful at Medina, he was completely changed. Now it would be disgusting if he behaves like a coward. He has gathered enough strength by becoming the leader of a band of criminals. So, the megalomaniac false self of Muhammad declared openly, "T will bring you slaughter." Ishaq, 130, Tabari, v.101, Allah made me victorious with terror, Bukhari, 1.7.331. But deep inside in his heart, Muhammad still remained a coward in spite of having Allah, angels, jinns on his side. Muhammad never took part in a single battle where he had to put his life in danger. He often stood behind the fighting Muslims at a safe distance surrounded by bodyguards wearing 2 coats of chain-link mail, one on top of another and a helmet with a visor that covered his face. This double armoring would make him so heavy that his movements used to be very burdensome. He could not even stand in this condition without assistance from others, let alone walking. All he could do in this situation was to shout towards the front and loudly encourage his men to show bravery and not to fear death, sitting at a same place like a divine statue. During the Battle of Uhud, he was beaten up by the brave Meccans and knocked down into a ditch. He owed his life only to the devotion of his helpers, who shielded him with their bodies, and then he got up again all covered with mud and blood. Warwick, 2000, p. 141. And this shameless coward claims that God is on his side and talks about bringing slaughter to the infidels. The fact is that neither a god nor any supernatural power was with Muhammad. Allah, angels, jinns were all Muhammad's narcissistic delusions, either conscious or subconscious fabrication of his diseased mind. When he said, "I will bring you slaughter," it was an act to hide the reality that he was weak and a spineless coward. He himself did not believe that Allah could save him, so he used to take extra precautions. Deep down, he knew that he was a fake. He knew that his prophetic claim was nothing but a concoction, a figment of his distorted thinking, that he could live only like a parasite in the guise of a prophet. With falsehood, a number of people can be brainwashed, but in the harshness of battles, survival depends on courage and skill. Sadly, Muhammad lacked both of these qualities, and he knew it very well. All the mechanisms of malignant narcissism were at work since the very childhood days of Muhammad, and his sick and overpowering false self was growing unnoticed by others. A child's self-image emerges from the symbiotic image of his mother because the mother is the primary caretaker. Amina, being the mother of Muhammad, should have nurtured the psychological growth of her child. But because of her negligence, the unique personality qualities of Muhammad's real self could not emerge. Masterson, 1990, page 54, wrote, "How fully, smoothly, or quickly the child's innate psychological potential develops depends in part of the mother's, and to a lesser degree the father's, psychological ability to provide the environment in which the seeds of the real self can grow." On the very same day Muhammad started his mission, he lost several key capacities of his real self. When Muhammad got a strong foothold in Medina and started plundering the rich Meccan caravans, his real self was fully paralyzed by his false self. With this he lost his capacity to experience a wide range of feelings deeply with liveliness, joy, vigor, spontaneity and the excitement of creativity. From an orphan to parasitic husband of a wealthy woman to a small-scale prophet to a bandit king to the conqueror of Mecca to the ruler of the whole Arabia. Muhammad's journey and the path of his life is really amazing. Muhammad was never a religious person. The Ahadith do not mention much about Muhammad's religious indulgence before his prophetic days. Though, in Mecca there were Jews, Christians, and as some historians says, many Hindus settled and lived with harmony, but Muhammad never showed any interest in the religious beliefs of other people. He did not even know that Jews and Christians have theological differences. Armstrong, 2006, page 15. When he came to know, he was surprised. Let alone Jews and Christians, he knew nothing about any religion. He never studied any religious scriptures because of his illiteracy. In fact, in the early Siras, all his religious vocabulary was restricted to that which can be illustrated from the compositions of the early poets. But when Muhammad picked up bits and pieces about the religious doctrines of Jews and Christians, all his language in the Qur'an started changing accordingly. From the Qur'an itself we can see Muhammad gradually acquiring more and more information about other religions. In spite of this, when Muhammad established himself as a prophet, Allah declared that Muhammad was a prophet when the body and soul of Adam were still in the making. The false self of Muhammad may think anything about himself, but the fact is that this charlatan was neither a mystic, nor a messenger of any god, but a narcissist political leader who used God for his selfish use. Though the seed of narcissism was deep-rooted in Muhammad's mind much before he claimed the title of prophet, no one had seen his narcissistic outburst till the time he had a vivid hallucination because he did not have any followers, or precisely, he could not victimize anyone. He was a lone narcissist. Most of the narcissist cult leaders start their cult with peaceful intention and activities. When they have hardly any following, they are shy and humble. But the narcissistic monsters lurk inside them waiting for a suitable chance to come out. From the very young days Muhammad had a strong desire for recognition. According to Bukhari, 4.56.762, 8.73. 140, Muhammad was shyer than a veiled virgin girl. Sometimes Muhammad used to attend sheep with a miserly small payment. For the Arabs, this is an unmanly profession mostly reserved for girls. There are two reasons Muhammad took this unmanly job. First, he was unsuitable for any meaningful job because his illiteracy and laziness. Secondly, it allowed him to avoid interaction with others, with whom he, more correctly, his grandiose false self, was incapable of dealing as equal. But we should not think it as his superiority complex. His superiority complex was actually a mask of his inferiority complex. Haeckel, 1976, Chapter 3, wrote, Muhammad's occupation as herdsman during the years of his youth provided him with plenty of leisure to ponder and to contemplate. He took care of his family and neighbors' herds. Later, he used to recall these early days with joy, though Haeckel said that Muhammad loved the occupation as herdsman, but it is not true. Muhammad had adjustment problems. A study conducted by Lengua et al., 2000, pp. 232-244, with a sample of 231 children between the ages of 9 and 12 provided data for the parental rejection and depressive symptoms. The study suggests that children who experience parental rejection and low levels of positive emotionality are more likely to exhibit higher levels of adjustment problems as they grow up. Muhammad suffered from inferiority complex because of his poor and insignificant position in the society. He was a social misfit. He devalued himself, deflation of the false self, and became unduly sensitive. He was constantly envious of people. To witness the success and joy of others was too painful for Muhammad to see and too high a price to pay. So he had a favorite solution: avoidance. The very thought of being inferior often drives an individual to overcompensate, which results either in spectacular achievement or extreme, schizotypal behavior, is a personality disorder that is characterized by a need for social isolation, odd behavior and thinking, and often unconventional beliefs, or both. Hegel continued, Muhammad used to say proudly that God sent no prophet who was not a herdsman. Moses was a herdsman, David was also a herdsman, I, too, was commissioned to prophethood while I grazed my family's cattle at Ajid. Muhammad's thinking, all prophets are herdsmen, and since I am also a herdsman I am also a prophet, was an odd thinking. This type of thinking is not only baseless but delusional also. It's a personality disorder. Muhammad's behavior was schizotypal behavior. Muhammad liked social isolation. Social isolation is the willful abandonment or avoidance of social contact or communication with others. The real self has the ability to pacify painful feeling. It will never allow us to stumble in misery. When things go wrong and we are hurt, the real self devises means to minimize and soothe painful feelings. Masterson, 1990, page 42. Often one of the means is to interact with others or go to a therapist. But for a narcissist, the situation is different. His false self in action, and he simply does not know how a true self functions. Muhammad was never interested in human. He was not fond of work also. He preferred to withdraw from the world and live in his dream-like sweet imaginary world. He used to retreat into his own thoughts. Even when he was a child, he avoided the company of other children. He hardly laughed because he thought it is silly. Sina, 2008 p. 15. In his fantasy world, Muhammad was no longer the cast-off or unwanted child, rather loved, respected, praised and even feared. He was the one and the only one. He was so absorbed in his fantasy world that it became as real to him as the real world, only more pleasurable. Sina, 2008, page 15. This is called rescue fantasy. Neglected children often indulge in such fantasies. It is harmless, but it is a matter of grave concern when a grown-up person cannot come out from these fantasies. Masterson, 1990, page 83, wrote, such rescue fantasies have great appeal to the young child who has not yet learned how to cope effectively with reality, and same type of fantasies appeals to patients whose ability to deal with life as it is severely impaired by the false self. This attitude is normal for people who have developed an utter negative attitude towards society. Masterson, 1990, page 42, wrote, the real self does not block feelings or deaden the impact of emotions. It provides a sense of what is appropriate. A narcissist cannot be happy because his feelings and expression of emotions are all distorted. He is chronically depressed and anhedonic, finds no pleasure in life. Vagnon, 1999, p. 193. Muhammad also suffered from anxiety, which was also deep-rooted in his parental rejection. Children with a diagnosable anxiety disorder reported lower levels of maternal acceptance than other children. Hazen, 2005, page 8. Sina continued, he would often spend his time in pensive mood. He did not know how to be happy or have fun. When reality became hard to bear and his loneliness overwhelmed him, he would escape into fantasy, where he could be anyone or anything he wanted to be. Vagnon, 1999, page 74, wrote, the narcissist feels miserable, inferior and dependent. He rebels against this degrading state of things by partly escaping into a world of make-believe, daydreaming, pretensions and delusions of grandeur. The narcissist knows very little about himself and finds what he knows to be abhorrent. All these attitudes of Muhammad were caused by his psychological distress at the very initial stage of his life. During later years, when he established himself as a prophet, his false self showed the same derogatory attitude toward others. Islam is a religion which was created from Muhammad's frustration and hate for the society. This way the very foundation of hate is within Muhammad himself, which made his religion so hateful and destructive. When Muhammad secured a job to work as a trustee for a wealthy merchant woman, Khadija, he had at least some protections. Khadija fell in love with young Muhammad and proposed marriage to him. She was a 40-year-old widow and twice married before. For Muhammad, the marriage with Khadija was a blessing. He was a needy man both emotionally and financially. In his wife, Muhammad found a financial security. This also allowed him to never work again. But still he was not happy. He left his wife at home to take care of several children and retreated to the caves around Mecca. This way he secluded himself from the world and wrapped himself in his own megalomaniac thoughts. This is the beginning of the outburst of Muhammad's narcissistic personality disorder. He was in distress because he could not secure his narcissistic supply sources, and due to this deficiency, narcissistic deficiency dysphoria set in. In this situation, a narcissist will behave very much in the same way a drug addict behaves in the absence of his particular drug. Vagnon, 1999, page 85-6, wrote, the narcissist will turn more and more mechanical, detached and unreal. His thoughts will constantly wander, become obsessive and repetitive. He will be far away, in a world of his narcissistic fantasies where narcissistic supply is aplenty. He will withdraw from the painful world which knows not how to appreciate his greatness, special skills and talents, potential, or achievements. Muhammad liked loneliness even after his marriage and having several children. The real self allows us to be alone without feeling abandoned. It enables us to manage ourselves when there is no special person in our lives. Masterson, 1990, p. 46. With a loving and caring wife and several children, there was no way Muhammad could feel alone. Actually, his marriage was a financial security only. There was absolutely no emotional attachment. During his frequent visits and long stay in the cave, a struggle was going on in his mind. His false self was continuously destroying whatever little humanity was still left in him. The monster which was lurking inside Muhammad was getting prepared to emerge with clear authority from Allah to take revenge by punishing the same cruel society which had neglected him. At last, a timely hallucination, which Muhammad interpreted as a divine message from Gabriel, caused the final narcissistic explosion. Now he hates to look back to his true self. When the true self was in action, it had accepted and modulated various self-images and resolved much apparent and temporary confusion. It also integrated various diverse aspects of his life, related them to each other to form a whole life and a whole self. But his true self failed to improve his status, by which he can command respect from others. Now it is time for the false self to be in action. 3.8. Conclusion. What the world needs is not dogma, but an attitude of scientific inquiry combined with a belief that the torture of millions is not desirable, whether inflicted by Stalin or by a deity imagined in the likeness of believer. Bertrand Russell, 1996, p. 165. Muhammad did not establish Islam to teach the pagans humanity. Spirituality is basically a non-existent matter in Islam. The only purpose of Islam was to enslave people in the name of God, i.e., to extract narcissistic supply from Muhammad. Simply speaking, Muhammad was a vulgar imposter in a divine robe. In religion, a prophet is a person who has been contacted by, or has encountered, the supernatural or the divine, and serves as an intermediary with humanity by delivering this newfound knowledge from the supernatural entity to other humans. In Judaism, a prophet is seen as a person who is selected by, and speaks as a formal representative of God, and the intention of the message is always to effect a social change to conform to God's desired standards. The charlatan prophet of Islam adopted the same style of Judaism to shape his religion, but in a twisted form. He elevated himself in the expense of God. To achieve this, he had discouraged free will. Allah's will is the only freedom, which is the origin of free thinking, enquiry and social progress, and set a great barrier for the unity of mankind. It imposed complete hegemony of fate on man. It is obvious that Muhammad's prophethood has nothing to do with a god or a divine guidance. Muhammad was less a spiritual leader and more of an ambitious narcissist political leader. He achieved his narcissistic ambitions under the pretense of spirituality. In the beginning, Muhammad started as a humble servant of Allah and continuously stated the purity of his intentions and his unselfishness, but his prestige and authority were truly unassailable when he got a strong foothold at Medina. He transformed himself into an absolute ruler. This sudden change of his personality did not escape the notice of his contemporaries. That man aspires to dominate the Arabs, said the Tayyid chief Zahra ibn Saduz. Abu Sufyan was to make the same observation. Prophetism is finished, the empire is beginning. Trifkovich, 2002, p. 45. This is what real Muhammad was. Many of the early Meccans clearly understood Muhammad's real intention of starting a new sect. They knew that Muhammad conceived his religion solely to satiate his lust for power, sex, and money. He was a criminal. There is no way he could qualify as a true prophet of God. It is worth quoting from Robert L. Snow from his book, Deadly Cults, The Crimes of True Believers. Practically everyone has seen the cartoon with a character wearing the sandwich sign that proclaims, "The end is near." While this meant as a joke, throughout history a large number of people have proclaimed with all seriousness that they have unique knowledge that the end of the world is coming. Through this proclamation, many prophets of doom have attracted large group of followers who believe that these doom forecasters have some type of special insight, special vision or special relationship with God that gives them inside knowledge about the impending end of the world. Once this belief system is established, the doomsday forecasters then have tremendous control over the lives of the people who believe in them. Snow, 2003, page .109. Muhammad did not perform any better. He was a fake prophet, and as described in the above quotation, he demanded that he had unique knowledge about unseen and unknown. He spied everywhere in search of enemies, as Tabari recorded. Muhammad sent out spies to obtain intelligence, but they came back with their joints dislocated. When he asked what had happened, they said, "We saw white men on black horses. Before we could resist, we were struck as you see us now." Tabari. By point 6, the messenger sent Amr to the Quraysh as a spy. Tabari. 7.146. The prophet asked, "Who will go and spy on the enemy?" The messenger stipulated that should he come back, Allah would cause him to enter paradise. Tabari. 8.26. Muhammad's spy brought him word that Ikrimah was coming out with 500 men. Tabari. 8.71. Abdallah married a woman but couldn't afford the nuptial gift. He came to the prophet and asked for his assistance. He said, "Go out and spy on the Jusham tribe." Tabari. 8.149. But after being tipped off by his spies, he used to say, "Allah informed me, the Gabriel informed me, 2 angels of Allah informed me, a tree told me, and the deception went on." This is the source of Muhammad's secret knowledge. He fooled the fools with all this Qur'anic rubbish, and surprisingly, he never ran shortage of fools who wanted to be fooled by him, and his tribe of fools multiplied. Muslims fraudulently claim that the Qur'anic Siras stunned the early Arab intellectuals. But the fact is exactly opposite. Though early Meccans were mainly illiterate and superstitious people ready to believe any sort of rubbish in the name of religion, but there were few wise and practical people who had recognized that Muhammad was suffering from mental illness and his alleged proclamation of prophethood was purely based on hallucination and delusion. Those Meccan Arabs had seen many imposters like Muhammad. During the time of Muhammad, prophetic business was a thriving profitable industry in Arabia. After discovering Muhammad's true color, the Meccans ignored Muhammad as they ignored any other madman. The following verses confirm it. The hypocrites and those in whose hearts is a disease said, Allah and His Messenger promised us nothing but delusion, they have promised only to deceive us. Q. 33.11. Then they had turned away from him and said, one taught by others, a madman. Q. 44.14. They said, are we going to abandon our gods for the sake of a mad poet? Q. 37. 36. When his lies were exposed and Islam was destined to vanish in its infancy. To console Muhammad, Allah assured him by the following Qur'anic revelation, by the favor of Allah, you are neither a soothsayer nor mad. Q. 52.29. The Meccan Arabs turned away from Muhammad knowing that he was fraud. They were sympathetic to him by seeing his mental condition. They left him alone in his imaginary fantasy world and allowed him to believe in whatever rubbish he wanted. They were even ready to pay for medical advice to cure his mental disease. Utbah ibn Rabi'a, one of the distinguished leaders of Arabia, convinced the Quraysh at one of their community meetings to delegate him to approach Muhammad. So on behalf of the Quraysh, he came to Muhammad to assist him with different alternatives. Hakel recorded, 1976, Chapter 5, Utbah's words, "Tf you are unable to cure yourself of the visions that you have been seeing, we shall be happy to seek for you at our expense all the medical service possible until your health is perfectly restored." During the pilgrimage season, Muhammad used to irritate the chiefs of tribes visiting the Kaaba and invited them to embrace Islam. This way, Muhammad became a menace to the pilgrims. The keepers of Kaaba knew that if Muhammad started babbling his nonsense to the pilgrims, one would detrimentally impact the revenue streams. So at a meeting Muhammad had called to present his claims, Abu Lahab, the Prophet's uncle, used to warn the visitors, as recorded by Ishaq. Abu Lahab, the Prophet's uncle, said, Muhammad is trying to bewitch you. With that the Quraysh got up and left before the messenger could speak. Ishaq. 118. In sum, Muhammad suffered a complete intellectual defeat and the most embarrassing social humiliation. He was mocked mercilessly by his people and faced extreme skepticism. Smith and Haddad, 2002, page .147. Those critics were asking the same questions about his divine mission that we still ask in our time without getting any answers from the Muslim scholars. These questions are as old as Islam. On this occasion Allah again revealed the following verses, they take you not except for mockery. Q. 21.36. And when they see you, they treat you only as a mockery. Q. 25. 41. However, Muhammad's fortunes changed dramatically when he met people from some brainless tribal people of Medina. When those dim-witted people allowed Muhammad and his followers in their city, within a few months Muhammad took over the city in which he was supposed to be a guest. Though Muhammad lost in this battle of minds, he won in the battle of swords. Narcissism evolves through power. Narcissism manifests itself after the narcissist finds a following and creates his mini-cult. Narcissists who are not successful in creating a cult live a reclusive life. Once Muhammad converted some brainless people to his cult, who were ready to fight and die for him, there was nothing to look back. Slowly his tribe prospered with hostility and bloodshed as Ayatollah Khomeini, cited Trifkovich, 2006, page 25, commented, Islam grew with blood. Chapter 4. The creation of Qur'an in the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate. S2SNABDR Asif 15.3, page 7s at www.coxandforcum.com d. 4. Source. Jihad proselytizing, Cox and Forcum, editorial cartoons. In previous chapters I have shown that it is not a difficult task to disqualify Muhammad of his prophetic claim. He was a master manipulator. Once we critically analyze Islam under the searchlight of truth and logic, Muhammad's emptiness and vulgarity is very easily exposed and the Prophet of Islam and his Allah stand naked in front of us. We can give enough scientific explanation of his mysterious divine confrontation, event by event, and correlate it with his hallucinatory experience. We also know how his narcissistic personality disorder gave him strength to push forward against all odds to establish himself as a prophet. Muhammad claimed that Qur'an was his only miracle. It is supposed to be the direct word of God passed to him by Angel Gabriel. For Muslims, the Qur'an is so sacred that no devout Muslim would touch it with his left hand. Qur'an is supposed to be, as Guillaume, 1978, page 74, wrote, Qur'an is the Holy of Holies. It must never rest beneath other books, but always on top of them. One must never rink or smoke when it is being read aloud. And it must be listened to in silence. It is a talisman against disease and disaster. The claims are no doubt fascinating, but once we attempt to make an objective study of this book, we can find several holes in this supposed to be holy book. 4.1. The authenticity of Qur'an and the authority and responsibility of Allah. Once Ripon, 1991, page 1x, lamented, have often encountered individuals who come to the study of Islam with a background in the historical study of the Hebrew Bible or early Christianity, and who express surprise at the lack of critical thought that appears in introductory textbooks of Islam. Another earlier Islamic scholar, Arthur Jeffrey, had the same view. Jeffrey, 1937, page 1, wrote, Critical investigation of the text of the Qur'an is a study which is still in its infancy. Muslims will never allow a critical investigation of their book. In fact, they cannot tolerate any criticism of Quran no matter how small. Quran is from Allah because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was the messenger of Allah because Quran says so. But this is a circular reasoning, not a proof. What we need is at least one concrete evidence, not logical fallacy. Quran was revealed to Muhammad by angel Gabriel gradually over a period of years until his death in 632 CE, but by the time of Muhammad, there was not a single manuscript in which Muhammad himself or any of his followers had collected all the revelations. Why Muhammad was so careless? After all, if these were God's words, they need to be preserved. Secondly, Muhammad claimed that Quran was the only miracle, but still why he did not bother to preserve it before he died. The idea of revelation is the idea of something which is being shown, more strictly unveiled or unfolded. In Quranic revelations, Allah gave some divine instructions to the Muslims. He had also shown the mankind what he likes and what he expects from us. But unfortunately, Allah did not do that by showing us what it is like to be God. He only made himself known through a chosen messenger Muhammad, even though the media Allah adopted was an unusual one. But where is the divine verification for divine revelations? On this particular point, the God of Islam failed miserably. Why Allah wants us to accept a claim at random? Blind faith can be accepted up to a certain extent, but somewhere we should draw the line and must seek justification after that. It is for Allah to choose Muhammad as his last prophet, and there could be no question about it, only if we had sufficient evidence to believe in Muhammad's claim. Now we know that he was suffering from malignant narcissism and hallucinatory experiences. Narcissists are pathological liars. This is the only reason we need some external evidence that it was God who wrote the Quran. Needless to say, his Quran is proven to be false. Neither Islam nor Muhammad have any stand after this. In Allah's revelation, the mystery is more at the origin than at the substance of the communication. It is because these revelations are not revelations of Allah, but revelations from Allah. These revelations had revealed nothing about Allah. Did Allah ever mention anywhere in Quran who gave him authority to send his divine instructions to the Muslims? Only for this cause, the skeptics find Allah's revelations very difficult to accept, and these revelations drastically upset our logical way of thinking. We have to suppress our rational faculty to believe the genuineness of these revelations, which are beyond any external proof. Lewis, 1961, page 228, has the same view. How do we know that the words which purport to tell us this are genuinely the words of God? What is the warrant for divine disclosure? What assurance do we have that it is God and not the man who is speaking, or if at the first place the word of a man, what enables us to say that God speaks to us through him? To silence the skeptic's acid tongue, is there any divine guarantee that these revelations were from an infinite being? Can any divine disclosure be beyond any question and criticism as stated in verses 5 to 101, 5 to 102? This would be like asking, why should I believe the truth? If something is true, then we obviously believe it after confirming the fact by physical verifications or by reasons. There are likewise questions to ask about Quranic revelations. Why should I believe the Quranic revelations unless I am sure that they are true? As Lewis, 1961, pages 231, argued, there are two sides to revelation. It involves man as well as God, and I do not see what a revelation could be like that does not involve the use of the faculties with which we are endued as human beings. Right reason is the rule of true faith, and we have no problem to believe in a religion so far as we see them agreeable to reason, and no further. As Abelard, 1836, pages 15, wrote, the first key to wisdom is assiduous and frequent questioning. For by doubting we come to inquiry, and by inquiry, we arrive at the truth. The faith should be founded in human reason and the contrary. Clifford, 1897, page 186, was very right when he said, in religious belief, it is wrong always, everywhere, and for everyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence. Where is the evidence that the Quranic revelations were not Muhammad's hallucinations or his conscious fabrications? On the contrary, we have enough evidence that Muhammad was mentally ill and also had a political ambition for power and dominance. Where is the proof that Muhammad's disturbed mind did not work futilely and Quran was created? Where is the assurance that Muhammad did not create the Quran to fulfill his personal desires and political aspiration? Revelation is not above reason, as Caird, 1956. Pages 356, observed, revelation, which is a necessary presupposition of religion, is often understood to fall outside science or philosophy. Truth cannot be contrary to truth and reason. And since the study of philosophy does not merely to find out what others have thought, but what the truth of the matter is, truth cannot be contrary to philosophy also. Hence logically, there should be no disagreement between true revelation and philosophy. It is wrong to say that a proposition is false in philosophy and true in faith. Did the Quranic teachings match with the teachings of any single one great philosopher throughout the recorded history of mankind? Muhammad's teaching cannot conform to any other school of philosophical thought. Philosophy recognizes two ways in which human beings may come to know whatever there is to be known: one way through experience, stressed by empiricism, and the other is through reasoning. Hick, 1993, p. 68. Our experience says, Allah's guidance and instructions through the Quranic revelations had failed miserably to improve Muslims' lives. Also, Allah demands blind obedience. Q. 5.101, 5.102, hence reasoning out the revelations is impossible. Therefore, either those revelations are actually fabrications without any divine touch, or the whole theme of philosophy is wrong. Are Allah's revelations complete? Not at all. As per Sunnah ibn Majah, 3-1944, during preparation of Muhammad's funeral some verses were lost when a domestic goat entered the house and ate them. Since several Muslim scholars had recorded this hadith, it must be true. How divine words can be eaten by a goat and thus lost forever, when the Qur'an claims to have been revealed word by word and letter by letter? Some very early Muslim scholars also openly acknowledge that arrangements and the syntax of the Qur'an are not miraculous and work of equal or greater value could be produced by other God-fearing persons. Warwick, 1995. Pages 5. Dasti, cited Warwick, 1995. Pages 5, concluded that Qur'an was not the word of God, since it contains many instances which confuse the identities of two speakers, Allah and Muhammad. Dasti also noted more than 100 Qur'anic aberrations from the normal rules. A belief must be shown to be sound in itself as well as in some consequences of holding it as Sina, 2008 p. E. wrote, after reading the Qur'an, I was in shock. I was shocked to see the violence, hate, inaccuracies, scientific errors, mathematical mistakes, logical absurdities, grammatical solecisms and dubious ethical pronouncements in the Book of God. Under the guidance of Quranic revelations and Sunnah, Muslims live in a supernatural world of fearful piety, surrounded by devils, jinns crossing themselves 100 times a day, imploring the intercession of Muhammad for afterlife, prostrating 5 compulsory prayers, awed by miracles performed by Muhammad, dividing the moon, multiplying the food etc., trembling over Allah's fury and selling everything to perform Hajj. A non-Arab Muslim family is a poor imitation of an Arab family within the principled confines of Islam. Is there any Muslim scholar who can sincerely clarify the doubts raised on the Qur'anic revelations in this literature? Let this literature be an open challenge to all the Muslim scholars. I am sure that the challenge will remain unanswered. If unanswered, then let this be an eye-opener to common Muslim folks. One point is very clear. Since the authenticity of Quranic revelations is still remained unproven even after 1400 years of its reception, Qur'an has no authority to control Muslims' lives, not even for a single moment from cradle to grave and life thereafter, if any. An authority must produce its credentials and Qur'an has none. And since there is no assurance regarding authenticity and authority of the Qur'an, it is safe to conclude that Allah has no responsibility for the welfare of the Muslims, or simply He does not exist. 4.2. Is the Qur'an preserved? Muslims believe that the original copy of Qur'an, the mother of the book, Q. 43.3, a concealed book, Q. 55.77, a well-guarded tablet, Q. 85.22, is kept in the heaven. By a process of sending down, one piece after another was communicated to Muhammad by Angel Gabriel. To prove that Qur'an is superior to Bible, Muslims say that both Old Testament and New Testament are corrupted and seriously changed. They say, for a holy scripture to be authoritative, it has to be preserved without any changes at all, and point to their Qur'an, which claims to have been revealed word by word and letter by letter to Muhammad by Allah. Qur'an claims, no change there can be in the words of God, Q. 10.64, there is none that can alter the words, and decrees, of God, Q. 6.34. But at the same time, Qur'an itself confirms that God's words can be changed. This is what we call the doctrine of abrogation, by which later revelations can cancel previous ones, as Qur'an confirms revelations. We abrogate or cause to be forgotten, Q. 2.106. Not only 2 different Sunni and Shia Qur'ans, today we can present many other, authentic Qur'anic manuscripts, dating from 1st century of Hira, which are different from existing standard forms. These Qur'ans were discovered in the Great Mosque of Sana'a, Yemen. Carbon dating system confirmed that these Qur'ans were not forged by religious rivalries. Moreover, these were discovered by Muslims, not infidels. The Great Mosque of Sana'a is one of the oldest mosques in Islamic history. The date of building goes back to 6th year of Hijra. In 1972, during the restoration of this great mosque, laborers working in a crown space between the structure's inner and outer roofs stumbled across an amazing grave site containing an unappealing mountain of old parchment and paper documents, damaged books and individual pages of Arabic text, fused together by rain and dampness for over 1,000 years. By realizing the potential importance of the find, the president of Yemeni Antiquities Authority sought international assistance in examining and preserving the fragments because no scholar in his country was capable of working on this rich find. In 1979, he managed to interest a visiting non-Muslim German scholar, who in turn persuaded the German government to organize and fund a restoration project. Soon after the project began, it became clear that the paper grave was a resting place for, among other things, tens of thousands of fragments from close to 1,000 different codices of the Qur'an. Muslim authorities during early days cherished the belief that worn out and damaged copies of the Qur'an must be removed from circulation, leaving only the unblemished editions of the scripture for use. Also, such a safe place was required to protect the books from looting or destruction if invaders come, and hence the idea of a grave in the Great Mosque in Sana'a, which was a place of learning and dissemination of the Qur'an and was in existence from the 1st century of the Hijra. Restoration of the manuscript has been organized and supervised by Gerd R. Puin and H. C. Graf v. Bothmer. Carbon-14 tests date some of the parchments to 645 to 690 AD. Calligraphic dating has pointed to 710 to 715 AD. Some of the parchment pages seem to date back to the 7th and 8th centuries or Islam's first 2 centuries, perhaps the oldest Qur'an in existence. Between 1983 and 1996, approximately 15,000 out of 40,000 pages were restored, specifically 12,000 fragments on parchment and manuscripts dating back to the 7th and 8th centuries. The rare style of fine and artistic handwriting had fascinated both Pune and Bothmer, but more surprise was waiting for them. When these ancient Qur'ans were compared with the present standard one, both of them were stunned. The ancient texts were found to be devastatingly and disturbingly at odds with the existing form. There are unconventional verse ordering, small but significant textual variations, different orthography, spelling, and different artistic embellishment, decoration. It scattered the orthodox Muslim belief that the Qur'an as it has reached us today is quite simply the perfect, timeless, and unchanging words of God. It means Qur'an has been distorted, perverted, revised, modified and corrected, and textual alterations had taken place over the years purely by human hands. The sacred aura surrounding this holy scripture of Islam, which remained intact for over 14 centuries, is gone with this astonishing discovery, and the core belief of billion-plus Muslims that the Qur'an is the eternal, unaltered word of God is now clearly visible as a great hoax, a totally downright falsehood. Not only this, the Qur'anic claim that nobody can alter the words of God is also a fake. Muslims call the Qur'an mother of books and believe no other book or revelation can compare. Kaner and Kaner, 2002. p.84. However, it's all gone now. The end result of whole Islamic struggle for 14 centuries is a big zero. As if it is not enough, many manuscripts show the sign of palimpsests, i.e., versions very clearly written over even earlier washed-off versions. The underwriting of palimpsest is, of course, often difficult to read visually, but modern tools such as ultraviolet photography can highlight them. It suggests that the Sunnah manuscripts are not the only variants, but, even before that, Quranic text had been modified and rewritten on the same paper. It means, Allah's claim, Q. 56. 77-78, 85. 21-22, that original text is preserved in heaven on golden tablets, which none can touch except angels, is also a fairy tale. Pune, after extensively studying these manuscripts, came to the conclusion that the text is actually an evolving text rather than simply the word of God as revealed in its entirety to Muhammad. Warwick, 2002, p. 109. He is thrilled. So many Muslims have this belief that everything between the two covers of the Quran is just God's unaltered word. They like to quote the textual work that shows that the Bible has a history and did not fall straight out of the sky, but until now the Quran has been out of discussion. The only way to break through this wall is to prove that the Quran has a history too. The Sunnah's fragments will help us to do this. Pune even concluded, cited Tahir, 2000, TT is not one single work that has survived unchanged through the centuries. It may include stories that were written before the Prophet Muhammad began his ministry and which have subsequently been rewritten. Elsewhere, Pune, Leicester, 1999, recalls, the Yemeni authorities wanted to keep this thing low profile, as we do too, although for different reasons. They don't want attention drawn to the fact that there are Germans and others working on the Qurans. They don't want it made public that there is work being done at all, since the Muslim position is that everything that needs to be said about the Quran's history was said 1,000 years ago. In fact, Pune and his colleague Bothmer knew for some time during their study that Quran is an evolving text, but they wisely understood the possible implications of their findings and kept quiet. If Yemeni authorities come to know about this discovery, they may even refuse them further access. This is actually what Pune called different reasons. So both sides kept quiet, and those two scholars carried on their research unabated. Pune's findings also confirm Wansborough's assumption on Quranic text. During the 70s, Wansborough concluded that Quran evolved only gradually in the 7th and 8th centuries after a long period of oral transmissions, and different sects used to argue furiously with each other on the genuineness of the revelations. The reason that no Islamic source material from the very beginning of Islam never survived is because it never existed. In fact, Pune admitted that he was rereading Wansborough during the course of analyzing the Yemeni fragments. Warwick, 2002. Pages 122. Pune's other radical theory is that pre-Islamic sources have entered the Quran. He argues that two tribes it mentions, as Sahab ar-Ras, companions of the well, and the Ashab al-Aga, companions of the thorny bushes, are not part of the Arab tradition, and the people of Muhammad's time certainly did not know about them. He also disagrees that Quran was written in the purest Arabic. The very word Quran itself is of foreign origin. Contrary to popular Muslim belief, the meaning of Quran is not recitation. It is actually derived from an Aramaic word, Qarian, meaning a lectionary of scripture portions appointed to be read at divine service. Quran contains most of the biblical stories but in a shorter form and is a summary of the Bible to be read in service. Bothmer has painstakingly finished taking more than 35,000 microfilm pictures of the fragments by 1997 and brought the pictures back to Germany. Warwick, 2002. p. 109. It means now Bothmer, Pune and other scholars will finally have a chance to scrutinize the texts and to publish their findings freely. Pune already wrote several short essays on their findings in various science magazines, where he pointed out several aberrations between the ancient Quran and the present standard one. The extraordinary discovery of Pune had fascinated Andrew Rippon, a professor of religious studies and a leading expert on Quranic studies. Rippon, cited Warwick, 2002. p.110, concluded, the impact of the Yemeni manuscripts is still to be felt. Their variant readings and verse orders are all very significant. Everybody agrees on that. These manuscripts say that the early history of Quranic text is much more of an open question than many have suspected. The text was less stable and therefore had less authority than has always been claimed. Warwick, 1998, page 14, has the same view as Ripon. Muslim scholars of the early years of Islam were far more flexible in their position, realizing that parts of the Quran was lost, perverted, and that there were many thousand variants which made it impossible to talk of the Quran. There is another proof that Quranic messages were distorted in the early days of Islam, and nothing like the Quran does exist anymore. Inscriptions of several Quranic verses are decorated on the Dome of Rock of Jerusalem, which is most probably the first Islamic monument meant to be a major artistic achievement, built in 691 CE, Whelan, 1998, pp. 1-14. These inscriptions significantly differ from the present standard text. Coins from 685 AD have inscriptions that don't match today's verses. Warwick, 2000, page 34. Mingana, cited Warwick, 1998. p.80, lamented, the most important question in the study of the Quran is its unchallengeable authority. This is the only reason. Critical investigation of the text of the Quran is a study which is still in its immaturity. Muslim criticism of Quran is very rare and almost non-existent. Recently, some websites critical to Islam are doing some remarkable work on this. Otherwise, whatever criticism is done on Quran are all by the Christian scholars. But Muslims should not take the Christian criticism as a mark of religious opposition. Christian scholars have done much more criticism of their own religion than Islam. Sproul and Salib, 2003. Pages 17, Spencer, 2007, page 1. But once the Sunnah findings are published in details, Islam will not be the same as it was for 14 centuries. Islam is definitely going to take a strange position. Many Muslims will cast doubt on Quranic sacredness, and the very romantic concept of the Quran will gradually disappear, and then a very interesting development can be observed. The first question which will appear in their mind is which version is superior. But then, it is not possible to choose a Quran and discard the other by preference. Because the Muslim belief also confirms that who denies a single verse of the Quran denies the entire revelation. Sunnah episode had put the Muslims in such an awkward position that even circular reasoning or absurd logic will not help. Instead of trying hard to reason out the above doubts, is not it more sensible to agree that 1 billion plus Muslims had been fooled by a vulgar imposter named Prophet Muhammad? Is not it time for Muslims to care for what is true? As Sina, Ghamidi et al., 2007, p. 211, concluded, no matter how you look at Islam, it turns out to be a foolish religion. To protect the Quran from more humiliation, Yemeni authorities had debarred Pune and Bothmer from further examination of those manuscripts. In fact, now they do not allow anyone to see those manuscripts anymore except some very carefully selected non-Quranic parchments, which are at display at the ground floor of Dar al-Maktudat library. But this is not going to help. The bird is already out of the cage, and it is useless closing the door now. More than 35,000 microfilms are out of Yemen before the authorities even came to know, and already several duplicates are made. These microfilms, once published, will hammer the last nail in the coffin of Islam. Islam is in real danger now. Ursula Dryvolts, a preservation expert who worked on the Sunnah project for 8 years as the chief conservator, is much frustrated by seeing the lack of concern of Yemeni authorities to protect those manuscripts by using modern technology. 1983, pp. 30-8. Neither the security devices are correct, nor is adequate attention being given to the manuscripts to avoid further deterioration. 1996, pp. 131-45. In fact, Dryvolts, 1999, pp. 21-5, said that it was her greatest concern to create a safe and reliable permanent storage system for the restored fragments. Also, there is poor storage, hardly any protection from insects and water. Most importantly, the real problem is the lack of a fire prevention or detection system, keeping in mind the truly catastrophic fires that have destroyed important libraries and artworks around the world throughout history. The Yemeni authorities said neither they have money nor means to install such fire protection systems. Obviously, by realizing the divine downfall within sight, many Muslims are disturbed and offended. The fundamentalists will not accept Puin's and Bothmer's work as having been done with academic objectivity, but see it as a deliberate attack on the integrity of the Quranic text. Tahir, 2000. Naturally, those two German scholars will be at forefront of their rage. Puin fears a violent backlash from Orthodox Muslims because of his blasphemous theory, which he says he cannot take lightly. By remembering the Salman Rushdie affair, he wrote, "My conclusions have sparked angry reactions from Orthodox Muslims. They've said I'm not really the scholar to make any remarks on these manuscripts. If Puin's views are taken up and trumpeted in the media, and if there are not many Muslims being rational about it, then all hell may break loose. There will be some hostile response and riots causing much death and destruction, maybe another fatwa from Khomeini, and surely some hollow threats from our camera-loving bin Laden and his ideological brothers. But can they stop the truth from spreading?" 4.3. The trustworthiness of Allah and His Quran has no authenticity as God's words. If it were authentic, Allah would have preserved His book. If the authenticity cannot be proven, authority cannot be established. Without authenticity and authority, the trustworthiness of Allah and His Messenger is seriously under doubt. The value and importance of truth is proclaimed in every religion. The Bible does not condone or allow for deceit of any kind. Revelation chapter 22 verse 15. Believers are commanded to keep their oaths even to their own detriment. Joshua chapter 9, Psalm chapter 15 verse 4. The Bible describes Jesus as truth, John chapter 14 verse 6, and instructs that the believers should to be holy as God is holy. Leviticus chapter 19 verse 2, 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 16 etc. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John chapter 8 verse 32. In Hinduism, the absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, which continues through many incarnations. As example, those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, Lord Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, 9.23, and I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me, Bhagavad Gita, 10.8. In Sikhism we find similar truth claims, as example, all truth, all austere discipline, all goodness, all the great miraculous spiritual powers of the Siddhas. Without you, no one has attained such powers. O siblings of destiny, follow the Guru's teachings and dwell in truth. Practice truth, and only truth, and merge in the true word of the Shabad, Siri Guru Granth Sahib. Since Islam also claims to be a divine religion, Muslim scholars tell us repeatedly that in Islam telling lies is a serious crime and unpardonable sin. A Muslim must always be sincere and truthful in whatever he says and does. Like Bible, the Qur'an in numerous places condemns falsehood. As example, lying is considered to one of the great sins. When you speak, be just, even if it affects your own kinsmen. Fulfill the covenant of Allah, Q. 6.152. Confound not truth with falsehood, nor knowingly conceal the truth. Q. 2.42. Now, based on this divine instruction, no one should ever expect that Muhammad as the chosen prophet of Allah to shamelessly tell lies or to fervently incite other Muslims to gleefully resort to lies and deception, but the reality is different, and the Islamic claim that lying is the greatest sin is highly doubtful. Both Muhammad and his Allah were habitual liars. Muhammad even taught his followers how to lie and deceive because deception was an authorized Islamic strategy. In Islam, lying is not only permitted, but actually fostered and sometimes even commanded. No doubt, lying is a core part of the religion of Islam. Allah claims 30 times in the Quran that he misleads, sends astray people, and that he is the greatest deceiver. Allahu Khairul Makirin, Q. 3.54, 8.30. Allah says that he leads people astray, Q. 4.88, 143, 6.39, 126, 7.178, 186, 9.51, 13.27, 31, 14.4, 16.93, 17.13, 97, 30.29, 35.8, 36.8 to 10, 39.23, 40.33, 34, 74, 42.44, 46, 74.31. Even the first rightly guided caliph, Al-Khulafa ar-Rashidin, Abu Bakr, 632-634 AD, said, I swear to Allah that I do not feel safe from Allah's cunning even if one of my feet is already inside paradise. Sayyid Khalid, 2005 page 99. God playing with men's souls is an embarrassing thing in a religion. How are Muslims to differentiate between Allah and Satan? In this situation, how do I know that either Satan or Muhammad did not write the Quran to deceive the Muslims? How Khairul Makarayan can be trusted? Islamic belief is that Muhammad is the perfect example to be followed by all Muslims. This perfect example, Muhammad believed that lying was acceptable and even taught his followers how to lie and how to expiate, make amends for, an oath. Muhammad's disgraceful words were recorded by Bukhari. Allah willing, if ever I take an oath to do something, and later on I find that it is more beneficial to do something different, I will do the thing which is better, and give expiation for my oath. Bukhari, 4, 53.361. If we translate the above hadith in common English, it means, by the will of Allah, I am a liar, you should not trust me. You are forewarned. Now let's read the above hadith once more in conjunction with following hadith. All these two hadith, if analyzed together, speak volumes. Abu Musa reported the apostle of Allah as saying, make intercession to me, you will be rewarded, for Allah decrees what he wishes by the tongue of his prophet. Sunan Abu Dawud 3.5112. So, the conclusion is, Allah speaks through a liar's mouth. Nobody had seen or heard Allah. Allah revealed Quran through Muhammad, who was a habitual liar. So where is the trustworthiness of Quran? These above two hadith are enough to destroy the entire religious credential of Quran. How can a real God speak through an immoral person, who is not trustworthy? If prophet is immoral, his God has to be immoral also. Lying and deception had found a place in the Sharia law, divine law of Allah. It permits a Muslim to tell lies if and when necessary for the benefit of Islam. When it is possible to achieve such an aim, the victory of Islam, by lying but not by telling the truth, it is permissible to lie if attaining the goal is permissible. Keller, 1994, p. 745. Imam Jafar Sadiq, cited Richardson, 2006, page 170, said, one who exposes something from our religion is like one who intentionally kills us. You belong to a religion that whosoever conceals it, Allah will honor him, and whosoever reveals it, Allah will disgrace and humiliate him. This is called al-taqiyya, legal deception. One scholar defined al-taqiyya as, Richardson, 2006, page 172, taqiyya is merely uttering of the tongue, while the heart is comfortable with faith. The ultimate purpose of taqiyya is to confuse and split the enemy, so that they can be conquered for Allah. Deception for the cause of Islam is one of the main reasons Islam spread in Malaysia and Indonesia, and now some Westerners are converting to Islam. Muhammad saw nothing wrong in practicing duplicity. According to Allah, treaties are not binding. Q. 47.35, 2.224 to 225, 66.1 to 2, 16.91, 16. 94, and used to provide time to regroup and rearm. It was his common practice to say one thing and do exactly the opposite if something appealed to him otherwise. He sent men to kill people unaware in their homes and also gave them permission to tell lies in order to deceive the people being killed. No Muslim could ever believe that Muhammad would have ever denied that he was sent by Allah as a messenger. But Muhammad did exactly that. When Allah's apostle concluded a peace treaty with the people of Hudaybiyah, Ali bin Abu Talib wrote the document and he mentioned in it, Muhammad, Allah's apostle. The pagans said, no Muslim could ever believe that Muhammad would have ever denied that he was sent by Allah as a messenger. But Muhammad did exactly that. When Allah's apostle concluded a peace treaty with the people of Hudaybiyah, Ali bin Abu Talib wrote the document and he mentioned in it, Muhammad, Allah's apostle. The pagans said, don't write, Muhammad, Allah's apostle, for if you were an apostle we would not fight with you. Allah's apostle asked Ali to rub it out, but Ali said, I will not be the person to rub it out. Allah's apostle rubbed it out and made peace with them on the condition that the Prophet and his companions would enter Mecca and stay there for 3 days, and that they would enter with their weapons in cases. Bukhari. 3. 49. 862. An immoral God cannot be trusted. When God has to lie to propagate his religion, there is a problem. The dishonest God of Islam is not worthy of a religion, devotion, sacrifice, or martyrdom. With such an ungodly God, the trustworthiness of Qur'an is also gone. Islam is nothing more than a prophetic plan of the narcissist Muhammad for making profit. The deception is at the very core of Islam. I cannot find any difference between Muhammad and a conman on the street. Did Muhammad believe in the sacredness of those revelations? He did not, because he knew that those were his fabrications. Though narcissists are pathological liars, they can clearly distinguish between a lie and a truth. A narcissist knows to tell right from wrong. Vagnin, 1999, p. 44. Muhammad did not follow the Quran because he knew that it was not from God, because he himself had fabricated it. The narcissists lie in a very convincing way. The biggest lie of Islam is that the author of Quran was Allah. When a narcissist lies, he lies as if he has no choice. Even if he has a choice, he just does not think anyone is worth making it. Vagnin, 1999, p. 44. Why should Muhammad follow the Quranic instructions which limit his sources of narcissistic supply? Muhammad was the most evil man who ever lived on the earth, and Islam was the most hateful and violent fraud ever perpetrated on humankind. Both Allah and Quran were created from the sick mind of a malignant narcissist. Every established religion has produced several spiritual books, which they claim to be holy. The trustworthiness of these books is often doubted by rivalries, but Quran is a book which is proven to be the most untrustworthy amongst all. The author of the Quran is an ungodly God, and his spokesman is a confirmed liar by his own conviction. Though Quran claims to be a divine guidance, but in reality it revealed the path to damnation. Can Islam stand if Quran is proven to be wrong? I agree that to accuse someone of being a liar is quite an insult. But lying is practiced so much by common Muslims and the scholars alike that it became an integral part of their religion. So if I do not call them liars and put them on the same line with non-Muslims, it would be an insult to the rest of the humanity. Muhammad started it and it has continued throughout the history of Islam, and now the most respected scholars allow lying as a means to propagate Islam. According to Ibn Kathir's Tafsir Surah 328, cited Richardson, 2006, page 173, 999, Abu ad-Darda said, we smile in the face of some people although our hearts curse them. Sunnis often say that al-Taqiyya is a Shia practice. But according to Ibn Kathir's Tafsir, al-Taqiyya is indeed a doctrine for all Muslims that allows them to literally deny any aspect of their faith, and it is allowed until the day of resurrection. Since the God is not trustworthy, the Holy Book is not trustworthy, and the Prophet was not trustworthy, how the followers can be trustworthy? A poisonous tree produces only poisonous fruits. 4.4. Who wrote the Quran? The untrustworthy God of Islam made a big claim in the Quran. Did they not consider the Quran with care? Had it been from other than Allah, they would surely have found therein much discrepancy. Q. 4.82. It means, Allah boasts that since this book is written by him, there cannot be any error. This should hold true for all times because God is supposed to be eternal. However, in spite of Allah's claim, such is not the case. Here I will show many holes in this holy book. The opening Surah Fatiha of Quran is as below, in the name of the merciful and compassionate God, praise belongs to God, the Lord of the worlds, the merciful, the compassionate, the ruler of the day of judgment. Thee we serve, and thee we ask for aid. Guide us in the right path, the path of those thou art gracious to, not to those thou art wroth with, nor of those who err. Q. 1.1-7. The above words are addressed to God in the form of a prayer. Is it Allah, who is praying himself, or it is Muhammad's words of prayer to God? Some Muslim compilers conveniently add the imperative, say, in the English translation of the Quran at the beginning of the surah to remove this difficulty. This imperative form of the word, say, occurs at least 350 times in the Quran, which is lacking in the original Arabic version of the Quran. It's obvious that this word has, in fact, been inserted by later compilers of the Quran to remove countless similarly embarrassing difficulties. So now we have direct evidence that the Quran starts out with the words of Muhammad. But even if the word, say, is inserted, the difficulty is not removed. Qur'an, the perfect words of Allah, is supposed to be in existence even before the creation of mankind. This means that the above surah has always existed as part of this eternal speech, and yet this is clearly a prayer that is being offered in worship to God. What sense does it make that God in eternity instructs people how to pray to Him when those people do not even exist? Who was offering this specific prayer before creation? Who are the objects of the plural pronouns that appear in the above surah? It can't be angels or jinn since they didn't exist before creation, and it definitely wasn't humans. The only logical answer is that it is Allah who is praying here, that He is glorifying and praising Himself. Otherwise, these are Muhammad's words put in the name of Allah to fool people. There are many verses in the Quran where the speaker is clearly Muhammad, not Allah. Take refuge with the Lord of the Dawn, Q. 113.1. If Allah is the only God, then who is the Lord of the Dawn? If this verse is taken as true, then the Lord of the Dawn must be more powerful than Allah. Proofs have come unto you from your Lord, so whoso seeth, it is for his own good, and whoso is blind to his own hurt. And I am not a keeper over you. Q. 6.104. Who is the speaker of the line, I am not to watch over your doings? Is it Allah or Muhammad? In fact, Dawood in his translation adds a footnote that the I refers to Muhammad here. But what Muhammad's words are doing in the Quran? For me, I have been commanded to serve the Lord of this city, Him who has sanctified it and to whom belong all things, and I am commanded to be of those who bow in Islam to Allah's will. Q. 27.91. Again, if the speaker is Allah, then who commanded him to serve the Lord of the city? Obviously, the speaker is Muhammad, and here he is trying hard to justify killing of innocent Meccans who were not willing to follow his version of God. So verily I call to witness the planets that recede. Q. 81.15. Swear by the afterglow of sunset, and by the night and all that it enshroudeth, and by the moon when she is at the full. Q. 84.16-18. If the whole universe is created by Allah, why he needs to call to witness the planets and why? He needs to swears again in the name of the moon? Or was it Muhammad's own words attributed to his God? Muhammad was unable to disguise his pagan heritage. Pre-Islamic Arabs considered moon as holy deity. Shall I seek other than Allah for judge, when he it is who hath revealed unto you this scripture, fully explained? Those unto whom we gave the scripture, aforetime, know that it is revealed from thy Lord in truth. So be not thou, O Muhammad, of the waverers. Q. 6.114, as Allah himself is asking a question, if you should seek other judge than himself. Does this verse make any sense, if it is spoken by anyone else other than Allah? Another verse proves that the real author of Quran was Muhammad. Blessed is he in whose hand is the sovereignty, and he is able to do all things. Q. 67.1, in the above verse, if it is Allah speaking, then why is Allah blessing himself? Is it really Allah speaking or it was Muhammad who expressed his narcissistic ambitions? Is the malignant narcissist seeing himself as a mighty king under the narcissistic delusion? Our Lord, cause not our hearts to stray after thou hast guided us, and bestow upon us mercy from thy presence. Lo, thou, only thou, art the bestower. Q. 3.8. Our Lord, lo, it is thou who gatherest mankind together to a day of which there is no doubt. Lo, Allah faileth not to keep the tryst. Q. 3.9. In the above verses, Allah is addressing himself, our Lord. How Allah can use the pronoun thou to himself. How Allah can grant mercy to himself. It seems that every now and then, Allah is forgetting that he himself is Allah and Muhammad was forgetting that Quran is supposed to be Allah's words, not his. Allah has said, take not for worship two gods, for he is just one Allah, then fear me, and me alone. Q. 16.51, is there any doubt that the speaker of the words, Allah has said, was the words that came from Muhammad's mouth? There is no way that Allah could have expressed himself in those words. And even if he does so, it proves that Allah is crazy. The later part of the sentence, then fear me, indicates whom? It is definitely not Allah because he already said before, he is just one Allah. So this, me, should be someone else and he is also the speaker of the verse. A logical study of the Quran will show sufficient verses where the speaker is someone else other than Allah, or there are multiple authors of one single verse. As example, the following verse, nothing of our revelation, even a single verse, do we abrogate or cause be forgotten, but we bring, in place, one better or the like thereof. Knowest thou not that Allah is able to do all things? Q. 2.106, if Allah is the only God, then, we, includes who else? Is it Muhammad? Does it mean Muhammad had the power of abrogating verses and bringing new verses? If it is true that in which respect Allah is superior than Muhammad? Same problem arises in the following verses. And we have not taught him, Muhammad, poetry, nor is it meet for him. This is not else than a reminder and a lecture making plain. Q. 36.69, lo. We inspire thee as we inspired Noah and the prophets after him, as we inspired Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob and the tribes, and Jesus and Job and Jonah and Aaron and Solomon, and as we imparted unto David the Psalms. Q. 4.163, the question is, who used to teach and inspire Muhammad besides Allah? Again, in the following verse, the use of words like, he said, thy Lord saith, easy for me, in one sentence are not only confusing but also self-contradictory. The author cannot be Allah. He said, so, it will be, thy Lord saith, it is easy for me, even as I created thee before, when thou wast not. Q. 19.9, there are hundreds of evidences to show that Quran contains Muhammad's word. This leads to one conclusion: Muhammad was the actual author of this book. If Muslims say that Muhammad was illiterate, therefore he could not be the author of Qur'an, in this case the next best logical conclusion is Muhammad must have engaged several scribes to compose the verses conveying whatever he had in his own mind, more correctly, the master plan of a malignant narcissist. Neither Muhammad had shortage of money, nor were all his gang members illiterate. Then Qur'an was the handiwork of a few wicked people who were working for their narcissist leader. Finally, a timely ecstatic seizure, perspiration, foaming in the mouth etc. are some other kind of overacting used to give his fabrications divine approval. Those who tell lies cannot get away so easily. Befooling others by telling lies in the name of God is a serious crime and criminals always leave a clue behind. In all the above verses, the fake prophet of Islam is caught red-handed. Allah is the rock god of pagan Arabia. A rock cannot reveal anything to anyone. Muhammad, the living god of the Muslims, revealed the Qur'an. And if we borrow words from J. Von Hammer, cited Warwick, 1998, page 97, we hold the Qur'an to be as truly Muhammad's word as the Muhammadans hold it to be the word of God. Cook and Crone, 1977, p. 18, concluded, the Qur'an, strikingly lacking in overall structure, frequently obscure and inconsequential in both language and content, perfunctory in its liking of disparate materials and given to the repetition of whole passages and variant versions. On this basis, it can be argued that the book is the product of a belated and imperfect editing of materials from a plurality of traditions. In refuting the sacredness of Qur'an, Puan, cited Warwick, 2002. Pages 73944, wrote, my idea is that the Qur'an is a kind of cocktail of texts that were not all understood even at the time of Muhammad. Many of them may even be 100 years older than Islam itself. The Qur'an claims for itself that it is mubin, or clear. But contrary to popular belief, if you look at it, you will notice that every fifth sentence or so simply does not make sense. The fact is that a fifth of the Quranic text is just incomprehensible. If the Qur'an is not comprehensible, if it can't even be understood in Arabic, then it's not translatable into any language. That is why Muslims are afraid. Since the Qur'an claims repeatedly to be clear but is not, there is an obvious and serious contradiction. Something else must be going on. Allah loves Muhammad so much that he even allowed Muhammad to change his name in the Qur'an. The Prophet said, I was asked to recite the Qur'an. I was asked, in one mode or two modes. The angel that accompanied me said, say in two modes. I said, in two modes. I was again asked, in two modes or three. The angel that was in my company said, say, in three modes. So I said, in three modes. The matter reached up to 7 modes. He then said, each mode is sufficiently health-giving, whether you utter, all-hearing and all-knowing, or instead, all-powerful and all-wise. This is valid until you finish the verse indicating punishment on mercy and finish the verse indicating mercy on punishment. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.1472, the truth is so prominent that even Islamic scholars accepted this. As example, Professor Ahmad Hassan, the translator of Sunan Abu Dawud, wrote, the Prophet was allowed to make minor change in the name of Allah at the end of the verses. But ordinary persons cannot be allowed to do so. Hassan, 2001, p. 387, footnote 819. This way, if Allah had allowed Muhammad to make minor changes in the Qur'an, how we can say that Qur'an is the pure words of God? Critics often complain that Qur'an is written haphazardly. Sometimes Allah refers to himself in third person singular, he, then shifts to first person plural, we, and sometimes to first person singular, I and me. Why Allah used this unusual way of speech? If we have to believe that Qur'an is the words of Allah, then Allah cannot allude to himself in third person. If we read the Qur'an thoroughly, we will find this error in the entire Qur'an. According to a prominent Islamic scholar, Mas Abdul Halim, 1992, the most common type of shifting is from third to first person, over 140 instances, then first to third person is the second largest, nearly 100 instances. Third to second person, nearly 60 instances, and second to third person, about 30 instances. For example, I have chosen some verses on intercessions from Qur'an. Unusual shifting of pronouns is highlighted. And do not plead on behalf of those who act unfaithfully to their souls, speaking in first person, surely Allah does not love, shifting to third person, him who is treacherous, sinful, q. 4.107, ask forgiveness for them, O Muhammad, speaking in 1-inch person, or ask not forgiveness for them, though thou ask forgiveness for them 70 times Allah will not forgive them. Switching to third person, that is because they disbelieved in Allah and his messenger, and Allah guides not wrongdoing folk. q. 9.80, and never, O Muhammad, first person, pray for one of them who died, nor stand by his grave. Lo, they disbelieved in Allah and his messenger, switching to third person, and they died while they were evildoers. q. 9.84, and Noah called upon his Lord, third person, and said, O my Lord, surely my son is of my family, and thy promise is true, and thou art the justest of judges. He said, O Noah, he is not of thy family, for his conduct is unrighteous. So ask not of me that of which thou hast no knowledge. I give thee counsel, lest thou act like the ignorant. Why when talking to Abraham Allah uses the correct pronoun and when speaking to Muhammad he mostly uses a wrong pronoun, suddenly speaking of himself in third person? Noah said, O my Lord, I do seek refuge with thee, lest I ask thee for that of which I have no knowledge. And unless thou forgive me and have mercy on me, I should indeed be lost. Q. 11.45-47. Did Muhammad keep on forgetting that he should represent the Quran as word of Allah and hence Allah should not allude to himself in third person? This inconsistency had been noticed by Muslim apologists also, and for this they have a ready-made answer. They say that Quran is a masterpiece of Arabic literature. This book is not just a bland piece prose in Arabic that was revealed to hand down some instructions to Muhammad. The unusual use of pronouns is actually a style of presentation. A reader who is not fully conversant with literary writings may consider this is an error of the author, in this case Allah. For this reason, the Quranic style of presentation should not be critically examined from the point of view of ordinary logic. So, in a brief, these apologists want to say that, in Allah's language, wrong uses of pronouns add beauty to the language. But the fact is that, switching from one pronoun to another without notice only creates confusion and it does not transform a prosaic writing into a masterpiece of literature. It only indicates that the author of the book was an illiterate man. Now I will scientifically explain why Allah wrote the Quran with such wrong pronouns. This is how a narcissist looks at his false self. At times of crisis or danger or depression or when sufficient narcissistic supply is not available, he feels that he is watching himself from outside. Vagnin, 1999, p. 118. This is not a physical description. The narcissist does not really exit the body in his narcissistic thought. He also does not believe that he is doing so, but he assumes. For a normal healthy person, such assumption is absurd, but the narcissists are delusional. In his narcissistic delusion, involuntarily, he takes the position of a spectator, a polite and silent observer mildly interested of only one person, the narcissist himself, as if he is seeing himself in a movie. On the screen, he observes events and people, his own experiences and loved ones of his own life. As a spectator, he finds some parts of this movie are exciting and some parts may be boring. This detachment continues for as long as this unwanted situation persists. During this time, the narcissist cannot face who he is or what he is doing or what are the consequences of his deeds. Unfortunately for a narcissist, this is the case for most of the time. He gets used to seeing himself in the role of the hero of a motion picture or of a novel. Also, this strange pattern of behavior fits well with his grandiosity and fantasies. In sum, the narcissist does not occupy his own soul, nor apparently does he inhabit his own body. Vagnin, 1999, p. 119. He is never fully there, entirely present. In this unusual situation, the narcissist often talks about himself in third person singular. Sometimes he would call his other narcissistic self in a different name. Vagnin, 1999, p. 118. He will switch pronoun frequently and without prior notice. Always he will describe his life, its happenings, ups and downs, pain, excitement and disappointment in the most remote voice. In the case of Muhammad, his remote voice was his chosen God Allah. Muhammad had created Allah, the voice of Allah was nothing but the voice of Muhammad, and the words in the Quran were actually the word of Muhammad himself. So when Allah had sent down some instructions to Muhammad, it was in fact Muhammad received those instructions from himself while playing two different roles. He switched role frequently and without any prior indication. This is the actual reason behind the use of wrong pronouns in Quran. As he changed role, naturally the pronouns were also changed. The very notion that Quran is a masterpiece of Arabic literature is an utter nonsense. The problem is that the narcissist practically feels this way. The presentation of life as a movie, gaining control by writing a scenario, or by inventing a narrative, is a very common trait for a narcissist. He really experiences his life as belonging to someone else and his body is just a dead weight or as an instrument in the service of some entity. Vagnin, 1999, p. 118. For Muhammad, it was Allah, his own mental figment. So when Muhammad claimed to the title of Prophet of Allah, he really felt that way. If we say that Muhammad was sincere in his claim, it was on which his sincerity was based. Those Quranic revelations were originated from his own sick mind. Tisdall's got it right when he cited Trifkovich, 2002, page 75, concluded, the Quran is a faithful mirror of the life and character of its author. It reveals the working of Muhammad's own mind, and shows the gradual declension, deterioration, of his character as he passed into the conscious imposter and open sensualist. In this respect, every Quranic verse is meaningful if analyzed from Muhammad's point of view. These revelations put in the name of God, actually sanctioned Muhammad for his personal pursuit of sex, plunder and to fulfill his strong desire to achieve power, even to solve his domestic problem. Now we know why Allah was always at readiness to entertain Muhammad. According to Quran, Allah spies on Muhammad's wives and alert Muhammad on various domestic issues. This is truly amazing. The Prophet confided a certain matter to one of his wives, but thereafter she disclosed it, then Allah revealed what she had done to him. He made part of it known and another part not, and when he acquainted her with it, she said, "Who has told you this?" He replied, "He was told of it by the knower, the aware." Q. 66.3, TF both of you, wives, turn to Allah in repentance, even though your heart's inclined, but if you support one another against him, know that Allah is his guardian, and Gabriel, and the righteous among the believers, and thereafter the angels are his reinforcers. Q. 66.4. A logical-minded person will always wonder if God had nothing better work to do. A large portion of the Quran is preoccupied with the personal and political affairs of one man and his companions at one particular stage in history. Most of these statements have no value to any other generation. Muhammad knew this fact very well. Therefore, he was never interested to compile the verses in a single book before his death. Another important point to note. Muhammad said that he used to get revelations only when he slept with Aisha, Bukhari, 3.47.755. It's really surprising, why not when he slept with other wives? Very few Islamic scholars will ever try to find out the answer. The fact ones, except Aisha, all his wives were grown up and matured. They have seen the wickedness of life. It was not easy to convince these women about his divine communications from Allah via Gabriel. But Aisha was a kid. With all her childlike simplicity and innocence, it was easy for Muhammad to exploit her. She was completely dependent on Muhammad's maturity. Hence she was ready to believe in whatever Muhammad told her about Gabriel, revelations, etc. Following hadith will throw some more light on Muhammad's deception. Narrated Abu Salama. Aisha said that the Prophet said to her, "Oh, Aisha, this is Gabriel and he sends his greetings, salutations to you." Aisha said, "Salutations, greetings, to him, and Allah's mercy and blessings be on him," and addressing the Prophet she said, "You see what I don't see." Bukhari, 4.54.440. If Gabriel could come in front of Aisha to give Muhammad Allah's revelations, what made him shy to show his face to the child? If Aisha could see the Gabriel, Muhammad would use Aisha as a witness of his divine communication, but no. The narcissist's manipulative capacity has its limits. Let alone Aisha, no one ever had seen Gabriel because all these divine confrontations of Muhammad were drama. Bukhari recorded that once a blind man corrected Allah's revelation. Ibn Maktum, a blind man from Mecca, requested Muhammad to correct a verse to exempt him to join in a jihad because of his blindness. Narrated Al-Bara. There was revealed, not equal are those believers who sit at home, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. 4.95. The Prophet said, "Call Zayd for me and let him bring the board, the inkpot and the scapula bone, or the scapula bone and the inkpot." Then he said, "Right, not equal are those believers who sit," and at that time, Amr bin Maktum, the blind man, was sitting behind the Prophet. He said, "O Allah's apostle, what is your order for me, as regards the above verse, as I am a blind man?" So, instead of the above verse, the following verse was revealed, "Not equal are those believers who sit at home, except those who are disabled by injury or are blind or lame, etc., and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah." 4.95, Bukhari, 6.61.512. So, we can see how cleverly Muhammad had corrected, deleted, modified the contents of a verse to suit his purpose. At last, I will quote few verses from Qur'an. This holy book of Muslim itself confirms that there was a human hand which was involved in the construction of the Qur'an, and his identification is also revealed. Rather, I swear by the returning, orbiting, disappearing, by the night when it approaches and the morning when it extends, it is indeed the word of an honorable messenger of power, given a rank by the owner of the throne, obeyed, and honest. Q. 81.15-21. The critics of Islam often ridicule Qur'an by the derogatory terms like holy divine ignorance, which of course offensive to the Muslims. Many Muslim scholars, unable to defend, concoct that the above verses refer to Gabriel as the honorable messenger of Allah. Even then, those verses point that the Qur'an contains Gabriel's words and not completely Allah's words. However, the very next verses help us to recognize this honorable messenger. It is obviously not Gabriel, but none other than Muhammad. Your companion is not mad, in truth he saw him, Gabriel, on the clear horizon. Q. 81.22-23, 4.5. Why narcissist Muhammad needed the Qur'an. Muhammad wrote the Qur'an to serve two specific purposes. First, without a Qur'an, Muhammad could not be accepted as a prophet. He could not perform miracle, so they put the Qur'an in front of the Meccans and claimed it as his only miracle. For Muhammad, Qur'an was a status symbol of Islam. Second, through Qur'an Muhammad was capable to command Muslims in the name of God. In this respect he is so successful that not only during his lifetime, but even today, after 14 centuries of his death, he is still capable to enslave and control the Muslims. Beyond the above two reasons, this supposed to be holy book of Islam has no other purpose. This book is purely man-made and Muhammad was one of the authors. Some sort of divinity was attached to the Qur'an so that it can command some respect because it could not stand on its own worth. This way, in acknowledging the claims of the Qur'an as the direct utterance of the divinity, the early manipulators had blocked all the criticism, which could otherwise have exposed it. Now I will explain from narcissism point of view, why Muhammad needed the Qur'an. What was actually going on in his mind when he decided to write the Qur'an and fake it in the name of God? A narcissist always exaggerates his talents and achievements. He has a grandiose sense of self-importance. He expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements. The narcissists are simply the most immature people on earth. Though they believe that they are special and unique and can only be understood by, or should associate with, other special or high-status people or institutions, but deep inside, they are hollow like a bubble, always fearful of being discovered as deceitful. Obviously Muhammad was well conscious of the fact that he was lying. To overcome this fear and to gain trust of the people, the narcissists like to collect evidences of their dramatic talents, intellectual achievements or similar kind of things. Vaknin, 1999, p. 145. In the case of Muhammad, he collected the Quranic verses as a proof of his prophetic claim. Narcissists file them away almost compulsively. Vaknin, 1999, p. 145-6, name these as narcissistic handles. These narcissistic handles operate through the mechanism of narcissistic branding. By interacting with these objects, the narcissist recreates the narcissistic supply-rich situation. Qur'an served this purpose of narcissist Muhammad. When a narcissist cannot collect proof of their exaggerated talent, they write autobiography. Adolf Hitler wrote his own autobiography when he was still nobody. So did Stalin. For a narcissist, no subject is as important as his own self. Why would he waste his precious time and genius writing about insignificant things when he can write about such an august being as himself? At least Hitler and Stalin were educated. But Muhammad did not qualify to that also so that he could write an autobiography. The second function is that a narcissist wants to prove that he is not under delusion or hallucination, and what he is telling others regarding himself, his grandiose fantasies, his achievement, brilliance, fabulous wealth, and regarding his past is true. Vaknin, 1999 page 145. A narcissist discourages the audience from looking into his mental diseases because they are afraid that people around will find out about them. For Muhammad, Qur'an is the only proof that he was the messenger of God. Qur'an was from God because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was the messenger of God because Qur'an said so. Beyond that, no other proof is required. Muslims have absolutely no problem to believe in Islam with this analysis. As a narcissist, Muhammad was not out to prove anything to the outside world. Muhammad projected his false self to his followers, and this false self of Muhammad constantly demanded input from outside world. When his followers believed that the Qur'an was written by Allah, Muhammad was self-aware by watching their reactions, by listening to their words, and by studying them. Without Qur'an, the false self of Muhammad could not stand. If Muhammad did not fake Qur'an, Islam would not have survived. If Islam does not survive, from where the narcissist will secure his narcissistic supply sources? Qur'an was also a useful tool for Muhammad to use the fear factor for propagating his religion. There are 146 references to hell in the Qur'an. Out of this, only 6% of those in hell are there for moral failings, murder, theft, etc. The other 94% of the reasons for being in hell are for the intellectual sin of disagreeing with Muhammad, a political crime. Hence, Islamic hell is a political prison for those who speak against Islam. Glazov and Warner, 2007. Islam is actually a political movement in the camouflage of a religion. In a political movement, there is no such thing as a universal statement of ethics. Muslims are to be treated one way and unbelievers another way. The goal is to dominate the entire world under Arab supremacy. Muslim scholars often try to silence the critics by saying that if Qur'an is a lie, how the lie survived for so many centuries. The reason of Qur'an survival is that the divinity attached to Qur'an is not a small lie, but the big lie. The big lies are very powerful, and it always has a psychological effect on the listeners. The big lie is a propaganda technique. The bigger the lie, the more believable it is. Adolf Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, 1925, the broad mass of a nation will more easily fall victim to a big lie than to a small one. Big lies are extraordinarily convincible because it offsets the scale of the listener's common sense, as Sina, 2008 p. 179, explained. An ordinary person does not dare to tell a big lie thinking that it would not be believed and he would be ridiculed. Since there is no one who had never told a lie in his life, small lies are often detectable sooner or later. But the big lies are so strange that it often startle the listener. It offsets the scale of our common sense. When the lie is gigantic, the average person is left to wonder how anyone can have the courage, the impudence to say such a thing. Big lies always work wonder in politics. As George Orwell, cites Sina, 2008, page 179, said, political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable and give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Today, when the divinity of Qur'an is scattered by the Sunnah manuscripts, the spiritual nature of Islam is also exposed. Islam is nothing but a pure Arab political movement. The divinity was attached to Qur'an when Arabs started conquering the surrounding nations and Islam was imposed on them by force. Arabs not only imposed Islam on others but also imposed this irrational belief of Qur'an's holiness to the minds of their victims, so that once they are gone, the conquered people cannot come out from this mental enslavement and revert back to their original faith. The big lie of the Qur'an has skillfully and systematically paralyzed the rational faculty of those people who were forcefully converted to Islam. It is a rare political skill. Hitler knew it and so was Muhammad. If someone tells a big enough lie and repeat it frequently, it will be believed as true. 4.6. Conclusion. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis is folly to be wise. Thomas Gray, cited Sagan, 1997, page 12. As I have stated before, though Qur'an claims for itself that it is mubin, or clear, but a large portion of this book simply does not make any sense. As Puan says, the fact is that a fifth of the Quranic text is just incomprehensible. After the Sunnah discovery, once the sacred aura of Qur'an is gone, many lies are exposed. First, if there are two or more versions of Qur'an, then there must be equal number of Allahs. This is the plural form of an Allah. So if only two Qur'ans are authentic, is Islam any longer monotheism? How to decide which Allah gave which Qur'an? If there is only one Allah, then which Qur'an is authentic? Second, if we still believe that one Qur'an is authentic, then how Allah allowed the others to survive? Third, is it true anymore that Qur'an 10.64 says Allah's words do not change? This is indeed the mighty achievement? If yes, what more than one Qur'an is doing now? If not, how this false revelation is recorded in Qur'an? did Satan put it? Final, Bukhari, 4.52.233, recorded, unbelievers will never understand our signs and revelations. But we see, for understanding the Sunnah Qur'an, the Yemeni authorities invited German scholars because there was no one in Yemen capable of working on this rich find. No doubt this book is highly confusing and self-contradictory. We should read this book from psychology point of view. Every single verse of the Quran directly or indirectly points out that the author was suffering from some kind of mental disorder. It also depicts the changing thought pattern of a severely confused author. When the verses of the Quran are studied carefully with a critical mind, anyone who knows the different characteristics of narcissism will be able to without any difficulty whatsoever to detect that the author was a malignant narcissist. So, if Quran calls itself to be mubin or clear, this is what it means. By the standard of a narcissist's sick judgment, every single verse of the Quran is meaningful. In the following verse, Muslims are being exhorted to not only help Muhammad but also to revere and glorify him day and night. Muhammad wrote this verse to make him the object of praise, worship and glorification. More precisely, the malignant narcissist is hunting for narcissistic supply sources. That you may believe in Allah and His Apostle and may aid, help Him and revere Him, and that you may declare His glory, glorify Him, morning and evening. Q. 48.9. Not only every verse, but every letter and every word of every verse is the product of Muhammad's own sick narcissistic imagination to achieve his own sick narcissistic ambition and to secure narcissistic supply sources. In this respect, Muslims are more confused than the non-Muslims. For Muslims, to call, or to even think, their prophet a mentally deranged person is a serious sin, but the non-Muslims due to our non-believing status are not bound by this. This is the only reason Muslims are not capable to question their faith. Amongst early Muslims, Quran was open for debate between different sects of Islam because they had witnessed that large portion of this supposed to be holy book was lost and corrupted. The authenticity of many verses had been called into question by the early Muslims themselves. Many Kharijites, who were followers of Ali in the early history of Islam, found the verses recounting the story of Joseph offensive, an erotic tale that cannot belong to the Quran, cited Warwick, 1998. P.17. We do not know when religious blindness crept in, but undoubtedly the early Muslims after Muhammad were more liberal than the present generation we are seeing today. But for other holy books the attitude is different, as Rodinson, 1980, page V, observed. For Bible, the scientific attitude begins with the decision to accept something as fact only if the source has been proved reliable. Muslims wrongly interpret the honesty Christians display about some variant readings of the Bible as weakness. Ali and Spencer, 2003. Pages 76-9. Christians, like Hindus, want to see their holy book through scientific and historical point of view. When old biblical manuscripts, parchments or ancient sacred manuscripts of Hinduism are discovered, Christian and Hindu scholars almost climb over each other's shoulder to gain an early access to them. Such findings cause great excitement to them. But sadly, no such excitement exists in Islam. Christians and Hindus are eager to see more and more light shed on the earliest manuscripts of their scriptures, while Muslims resist, often with strong determination. The contrast is really striking. While both Hindu and Christian faiths are strongly backed up by archaeological and historical evidence, so far neither any archaeological exploration was allowed in Mecca and Medina, nor there is any prospect in the future. Peters, 1986. Pages 72-4. Throughout the recorded history of Islam, Quran, the most unholy religious book, had turned men into monsters. There have been millions of murderers, millions of rapists and millions of terrorists. They commit all sorts of crimes with a clear conscience and in the name of Allah. But while committing crimes in the name of God, they do not question the credibility of the revelations in this book. Chapter 5. The creation of Allah. In previous chapter I have shown with definite proofs that Quran is a fake. Quran was written to achieve specific goals, and these goals were neither of any divine nature nor to bring some positive changes to human society. Mankind will do much better if there were no Quran. When Quran is exposed, the fake God Allah is also exposed with it. All the existing religions acknowledge that God is the creator of the universe. As creator of the universe, God must be distinct from the world, and God's existence cannot depend on any of his creation, and he is absolutely different from anything else that exists. Therefore he is totally unknowable. Although God himself is unknowable, we can, to some degree, understand his relationship to the universe. In this manner, we speak of God through his attributes of action. Also, although we cannot know what God is, we can learn much by realizing what he was not. Since God is eternal, there is no creator of God. But since Allah is not a God but pretending to be God, then he has a creator. In this chapter I want to find out who had created Allah and how he was created and why he was created. 5.1. Allah, the ungodly God. In what concerns divine things, belief is not appropriate. Only certainty will do. Anything less than certainty is unworthy of God. G. Simone. Well, for past several thousand years, there had been two main religious groups predominant in much of the civilized world. One of them was sun worshippers and another one was moon worshippers. So we can divide the world religions as solar religions and lunar religions. The main solar religions thriving today are Hinduism, Christianity and Buddhism. Buddhists follow largely lunar calendar, but the main characteristic and many other important doctrines and traditions of Buddhism are solar, whereas lunar religions are Islam and Judaism. Hiddy, 2002, p. 97, wrote that the moon worshipping is principally a pastoral society and the sun worshipping ones mainly an agricultural society. Allah is at the center of the religion of Islam. He has quite an interesting history. In ancient Arabia, much before the birth of Muhammad, a deity by the name Allah was worshipped by the desert Bedouin of Arabia. The Bedouin Arabs had a nomadic life. They were half-starved anarchic tribes incapable of sustaining an agricultural society. Rodinson, 1980, page 17. Daytime travel was nearly impossible due to the unbearable heat of the sun. Most journeys were undertaken at night, on moonlight and beneath a sky bedecked with glittering stars. Those indigent Bedouin Arabs were so intimately connected with the moon and its phases that their lives were literally governed by the moon. To them, the moon was their life sustainer. So they associated Allah with the moon. To the Arab Bedouin folks, moon was an absolute holy entity to be worshipped and revered with utmost zeal. After Muhammad forced Islam at the point of sword on these desert Arab indigents, these neo-Muslim Bedouins still continued with the practice of their age-old belief that their life was regulated by the moon. By this way, those desert Arabs considered moon as their highest deity, Allah Ta'ala, the supreme God. Even today, we find that this obsession with the Arab Bedouin moon is strongly prevalent in Islam. Islam is intimately connected with the moon. All its rituals are based on the sighting of the moon or on the moon calendar. Every religious act and ritual, jihad and Islamic bloodshed, attack on non-Muslims and every Islamic law is designed for only one purpose, to please Allah. Allah revealed the Qur'an to Muhammad but did not reveal himself in his Qur'an. He preferred to remain a mystery to the Muslims. In fact, this mysterious, intangible nature of Allah is the essence of Islam. Allah plays hide and seek game with the Muslims. Through Qur'anic revelations, Allah shows to mankind what He likes and what He expects from us. But why He does not do that by showing us what it is like to be God? Allah wants absolute obedience and He does not like to be questioned, but in this case, how do I know that? Allah had really appointed Muhammad to act as a prophet? In this regard, Allah failed miserably. If there was a strict direct disclosure of Allah, then we could have no doubt about His existence. As Caird, 1956. Pages 60, concluded, a God who does not reveal himself ceases to be God, and religious feelings, craving after a living relation to its object, refuses to be satisfied with a mere initial and potential revelation of the mind and will of God, a God who speaks once for all, and then through the whole course of history ceases to reveal himself. How do we know that Muhammad was not a liar? For us, this is a crucial problem. Why there is no strict and direct disclosure of Allah? If there were, and we could see Allah strictly as He is, then there could have been no doubt about Him and His revelations would have carried an absolute guarantee in itself, and we knew it is Allah who speaks. If it is Allah's intention to confront us with His presence, His personal will and purpose, why has this not been done in an unambiguous manner, by some overwhelming manifestation of divine power and glory? As Lewis, 1961, p. 228, concluded, if God wants to communicate with us in terms of what we understand as finite being, if He has to make Himself known within the human situation, how are men able to recognize the ways He does this? How does an occasion which is in substance a finite one carry with it some reference or overtone which is more than finite? Quote single quote dot. Why Allah did not disclose Himself? Is He ashamed of His own creation? As Sheikh, 1998, wrote, the cause of God would have been served better if He were to show His face to mankind frequently for assuring them that He is there. Is Allah too great to bother about what people think of Him? The answer is simple. Allah did not disclose Himself because He lacks one element of perfection, namely, existence, and those Quranic revelations are actually a parody of Allah for His imperfection. In fact, Allah did not disclose Himself to Muhammad also. Quran confirms that even Muhammad did not have much knowledge of his Allah. No doubt, Allah was playing a sick game with Muhammad. Muhammad has no knowledge of Allah, but he only gives warning plainly and publicly. Angels only bring Allah's messages to him. Q. 38.67-70. What a divine paradox. Muslims have to put their trust on Quran because their bread and butter in the afterlife will depend on Allah's heavenly pension, but in doing so, they are actually mocking Allah for His imperfection. Goodness and love are treated as two attributes of God. If Allah is a perfectly loving God, then Allah must wish to abolish all evil, and if Allah is all-powerful, Allah must be able to abolish all evil. But evil exists, and more amongst the Muslims, therefore Allah cannot be both omnipotent and perfect loving. So when a revelation describes Allah as all-powerful and merciful, the revelation must be false. Eternal torment of hell, which is affirmed to be fate of a large proportion of human race, is mentioned in Qur'an, where Allah very specifically said, and he who disobeys Allah and His messenger and transgresses His bounds, He will admit him to a fire and shall live in it forever. For him, there is a humiliating punishment, Q. 4.14. But logically the above statement cannot be true. It is unjust for God to burn a disbeliever in hell forever, as Kasem, 2003, brings forward his argument. A disbeliever, being a finite being, can only commit a limited amount of sin in his entire life. Eternal torment of hell is an infinite punishment. It is unfair to punish for a finite amount of sin with infinite torment. Hence, the above Quranic verse cannot be from a real God. Also, since such punishment would never end, what constructive purpose will it serve? Can this give any solution to the problem of evil? Why Allah is silent on this issue and did not send a suitable revelation to justify His divine decision? If eternal torment is Allah's will, then on what basis He is most gracious, most merciful? If God really punishes or rewards, then it is more justified to believe good conduct will be rewarded and bad conduct punished, either here or in a life hereafter. Durant and Durant, 1961. Pages 187. In fact, this is same as the law of action and reaction in Hinduism, Abhedananda, 2005, page 79. but these moral values are in contradiction with Qur'an. Radhakrishnan, 1970, pages 19, wrote, "We can believe only in a just God, who is impartial to the saint and the sinner even as the sun shines on those who shiver in cold or sweat and heat. God is not angered by neglect or placated by prayers. The wheels of his chariot turn unimpeded by pity or anger. God is not mocked." Thomas, cited Durant, 1950. Pages 969, had the same view when he wrote, "The highest knowledge we can have of God in this life is to know that he is above all that we can think concerning him. If this is true, then the 5 obligatory prayers, Hajj, Ramadan, etc. are useless. But Allah is jealous, revengeful, hateful and proud. If Allah is the only God, then he is jealous on whom? Why he is so upset? Why he is suffering from inferiority complex? Is Allah suffering from some kind of mental disorder?" Lewis, 1961, page 265, wrote, "TT is in ethics that God comes nearest to us. The voice of God is above all the voice of consciences. It is a divine refinement of the working of conscience. There are several highly offensive verses in Qur'an which promote hate, call for violence and murder, allow deception, curse the non-believers and prescribe severe punishment for them. These verses are highly unethical, and if it is in ethics that God comes nearest to us, once true, then Islam is not that right path which can lead a person to the real God." As Gandhi, 1961, page 10, wrote, "One cannot reach truth by untruthfulness. Being guided by those absurd revelations, Muslims cannot reach the ultimate truth, i.e., the God." When Muhammad started preaching his religion in Mecca, there were never-ending arguments going on between the Meccans and Muhammad over Muhammad's lack of prophetic credentials. In this regard, Allah seemed to be very puzzled and wrote in the Qur'an, "Tease it that their mental faculties of understanding urged him to this, or are they an outrageous folk, transgressing beyond the bounds?" Q. 52.32, the above verse demonstrates Qur'an's lack of divine inspiration. If Allah is all-knowing, then he can never ask such a question. A logical-minded reader will always be in doubt, whose inadequacies are reflected by the above verse, Muhammad or his Allah. Islam, though presented as a divine and pure religion from God, the fact is that its origin, tenets and traditions and also the central figure Allah's strange attitude do not reflect the same. Allah itself is too confusing. During those days there was much idolatry in practice with hundreds of deities around. This made Muhammad utterly confused. Muhammad experimented with various brand of Allah, but the Meccans disappointed him and hence Muhammad changed his mind several times. Every time he made some necessary changes to his version of Allah as situation demanded. Muhammad had designed his own Allah to go well with his requirement, and hence Allah has the similar likes and dislikes as that of Muhammad. Such a God is an absolute fake. In reality, Allah does not exist. He had an imaginary existence. It is the sick mind of Muhammad which created Allah. Muhammad had developed a reverse, benign, form of paranoia which is very common to a narcissist. A narcissist feels constantly watched over by senior members of his group or frame of reference, the subject of permanent, avuncular, criticism, the center of attention. If a religious man, he calls it divine providence. For Muhammad it was Allah, the superego of Muhammad's false self. 5.2. Narcissism and the concept of superego. Before we attempt to recognize Allah as Muhammad's superego, we should try to understand the very concept of superego, how it forms and how much influence does it have on the day-to-day business of a normal person, normal in the sense, he is not suffering from excessive narcissism, and of a malignant narcissist. Freud saw the adult personality structured into 3 parts, the id, real self, the ego, false self, and the superego, all developing at different stages in our lives. All these components are functions of mind, not parts of the brain or in any way physical. For Freud, the eternal struggle between these forces, which occurs at an unconscious level, constitutes the problematic of the human condition. In sum, throughout his thought Freud saw man as a closed system, and this theory characterizes the mental apparatus as a dynamic union of opposites. Marcuse, 1972, p. 35. In previous chapters, I have discussed in details the functions of true self and false self and how they interact with each other. In this chapter, I wish to discuss the third component, superego, in details. The superego is the last part of the mind to develop. It might be called the moral part of the mind. The function of the superego is to control the id's impulses, especially those which society forbids, such as sex and aggression. It is the part of the psyche that internalizes the standards and moral demands of his parents and culture and consists of 2 systems. The conscience. Conscience is the ability or the faculty that distinguishes whether one's actions are right or wrong. The conscience punishes our ego through causing feelings of guilt and also reward us when we behave properly, by making us feel proud. The ego ideal in Freud's psychoanalytic theory of personality, the ego ideal is the part of the superego that includes the rules and standards for good behaviors. These behaviors include those that are approved of by parental and other authority figures. Obeying these rules leads to feelings of pride, value, and accomplishment. In sum, the ego ideal is an imaginary picture of how we ought to be and represents career aspirations, how to treat other people, and how to behave as a member of society. Now we will see how the superego functions in the sick mind of a narcissist, and more precisely a malignant narcissist. A malignant narcissist lacks in a fully developed and healthy superego. He is not structured by regular moral standards because he does not have the ability to distinguish whether his actions are right or wrong. In sum, there is no inner moral judge to teach Immoral values. Religious views of conscience usually see it as linked to a morality inherent in all humans, but for a malignant narcissist, he can become an unattached, conscienceless deceiver, manipulator and killer. He simply does not have the capacity to see themselves from the point of view of another person. So the whole concept of superego is twisted in the case of a narcissist, and it plays a very important part of his narcissistic tendency. Narcissists suffer from obsessions and compulsions, and their superego is connected to this. The superego of a narcissist is very harsh, cruel, uncompromising and punishing. In fact, the narcissist's sense of self-worth is totally at the mercy of the superego. It haunts the narcissist every moment of his life that he is always at unrest. The false self cannot stand by its own, simply because it is false. So the false self needs authorization. Here lies the very importance of superego. The term, superego, itself indicates that the superego dominates the ego, the superinflated ego, the false self. The tension between the two agencies take the form of moral anxiety, mistrust and paranoia. The command of the superego is very powerful. The concepts of the superego and narcissism are linked at the roots, and that superego pathology should be seen as a determining factor in the formation of a narcissistic disorder. Superego has an imaginary existence same as his false self. It is equally as false as the false self of a narcissist. But while the false self of the narcissist is directed to the outside world, the superego is directed to the narcissist himself. This superego punishes the narcissist for the deeds and misdeeds of his false ego. Vaknin, 1999, page 328. This punishment by the superego creates within the narcissist a strong feeling of paranoia and injustice. He feels punished without any wrongdoing. Just like the false self is the inflation of the true self, in the same manner the superego is the inflation of the false self. According to Freud, the superego development starts from the childhood with the development of the false self. The superego, Freud called it, das Über-Ich, is very primitive, and often it is a self-destructive unconscious wish of a narcissist. Freud observed that the superego had a general propensity for cruelty. The superego of a narcissist often takes the authoritative position of God or some kind of superior power, which has full authority and control on the narcissist. The narcissist mistook it as a representation of a spiritual call toward enlightenment. When the narcissist is deluded, he experiences a higher moral and spiritual state of mind, which actually stems from the superego rooted in his subconscious. The relationship between the false self and superego is very strange. A sadistic, idealized superego and a grandiose and manipulative false self interact with each other mechanically, just like the relationship between a master and a slave. There is absolutely no emotional attachment. It is always a terror-based abusive relation, like a hostage gets attached to his captor. The slave is terrorized by the master and he has no free choice. Narcissists are mental equivalent of robots, and no robot is capable of introspection. With such an ideal, sadistic, rigid, primitive, and punishing superego, the narcissist eventually becomes a zombie lacking in morals and in conscience and becomes antisocial. The superego commands the narcissist with negative evaluations, criticisms, angry or disappointed voices. It berates him for failing to conform to his unattainable ideals, fantastic goals, and grandiose or impractical plans, i.e., if he fails to secure adequate narcissistic supply sources. But the superego of a narcissist does not terrorize him all the times. There are moments when it can be rewarding also. Freud observed that there is also a pleasure that is derived from the interplay between the ego and the superego. Freud calls this narcissistic pleasure. A rewarding superego is the other side of the superego coin. Most of the time when the narcissist one's overly punitive, he has very limited ability to be rewarding. Certainly part of helping a person deal with an overly punitive superego would be to help him balance it with a rewarding superego. What Freud called narcissistic pleasure is also called as narcissistic reward. The victory of the ego over the id can only occur if, by way of compensation for this renunciation, a narcissistic reward is accorded by the superego. Sheridan, 1999, p. 199. The behavior of a narcissist is a product of these dualistic forces. His true self is paralyzed, so actually the determining factors are false self and superego. His false self serves as a barrier and as a shock absorber between the true self and the sadistic, punishing, immature superego. Vaknin, 1999, page 156. He is trapped. He cannot escape these two determining forces which underlie his actions. Every moment of his life is strictly supervised by the exceptionally strict court of superego. Bentham, 1988, page 1, wrote, "Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do." But for a narcissist, the two determining factors are false self and superego. Deep down both of them are false. Hence a narcissist's thinking is also erratic. He simply misunderstands and misjudges these two aspects, pain and pleasure. Without a strong and dictatorial superego, a narcissist cannot move forward. He is so helpless that he even cannot detach himself from his superego. Deep inside of his mind, the narcissist knows that he is a fraud. He is so emotionally invalid that he does not trust his ability to manage his own affairs and to set practical aims and realize them. This is why he needs the superego as a guardian and regulator of his own affairs, more specifically the affairs of his false self. It is such a self-contradictory mission. When the narcissist is fooled into thinking that the voice of this internalized judge is coming from God, he becomes addicted to religion. His inner voice confirms him of his divine mission. He is under delusion and hence he thinks about himself of being chosen, or of having a destiny, or clear authority. He believes that he has a direct telephone line to God. Sometimes it is God who serves him through divine intervention. This inner voice instills fear in his mind. Slowly he becomes paranoid and this false God which is produced in his sick mind starts running the show. Vaknin, 1999, page 148-166, wrote, "A narcissist often suffers from the delusion that God, or an equivalent institutional authority, is an active participant in his life in which constant intervention by this God is a key feature. God is included in a larger picture, that of the narcissist's destiny and mission. The narcissist firmly believes that he is unique and that he is thus endowed because he has a mission to fulfill a destiny, a meaning to attain. In rare incidents, the punishing superego is so harsh that the false self cannot take it anymore. This is the time they compete with each other to establish superiority on each other and the narcissist contradicts himself the most. On the one hand, the narcissist accepts the authority of his superego by disregarding the fact that the superego is inhuman to him. On the other hand, he confronts this authoritative personality and demands clear proof of their fallibility. With the above confrontation, either of the two things happens. Either he becomes more desperate to secure more narcissistic supply sources or serious doubts creeps in which may free him at last, i.e., he recovers from his narcissism. 5.3. Allah, the superego of a malignant narcissist. Now it is time to discover the true character of Allah. If the whole doctrine of Islam is put under the searchlight of psychological analysis, it is not difficult to understand that Allah is the superego of Muhammad. Allah gave Muhammad authority and Qur'an confirms it. Do not rise up against Allah, I come to you with clear authority, Q. 44.19. Those who swear allegiance to you, Muhammad, indeed swear allegiance to Allah, Q. 48.10. According to Islamic belief, Islam was created by Allah, but the final and truest revelations of Islam were passed down to humanity via the angel Gabriel to Muhammad. Therefore, Muhammad is the final authority for Allah's revelation here on earth. This is how the false self of Muhammad keeps its narcissistic balloon inflated with the strong authority of his superego, Allah. Without a strong and dictatorial Allah, Muhammad could not move forward in his divine mission. But what are Allah's credentials? Such questions are forbidden in Allah's religion and may lead to a grave danger. If you insult Allah's apostle, Allah will slay you. Ishaq, 414. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, Satan comes to one of you and says, who created so and so? Till he says, who has created your Lord? So, when he inspires such a question, one should seek refuge with Allah and give up such thoughts. Bukhari, 4.54.496. Is narrated on the authority of Abu Huraira that the Messenger of Allah said, men will continue to question one another till this is propounded. Allah created all things but who created Allah? He who found himself confronted with such a situation should say, I affirm my faith in Allah. Muslim, 1.242. He, Allah, will say, do not dispute before me. I sent you a warning beforehand, Q. 50.28. By this way Allah debarred any possibility of criticism in Islam and the authority remains unchallenged. The fact is, Muhammad's false self knows very well that Allah does not exist. But he has to keep Allah at work. The relationship between Allah and Muhammad was not friendly. Their liaison is not like father and son, it is purely that of a master and slave. Allah, the superego of Muhammad, never gave Muhammad the intimate love that a father gives his son. Muhammad had spent years among Christians and Jews, and also adopted many of their customs and stories in Qur'an, but he never wanted to adopt the father and son theological concept of Jews and Christian, because Allah was a mental figment of Muhammad. It is the harsh, cruel, uncompromising and punishing superego. Muhammad simply could not imagine that God could be lovable. Hence the relationship between Muhammad and Allah was one of a slave to his master, with obedience rather than love being the primary impulse. Bukhari confirms it, narrated, Umar. I heard the Prophet saying, do not exaggerate in praising me as the Christians praised the son of Mary, for I am only a slave. So, call me the slave of Allah and his apostle. Bukhari, 4.55.654, a common Muslim name is Abdallah, which literally means, servant of Allah, or, the slave of Allah. Allah makes it clear humans are his slaves, and slaves have no freedom, except do what the master orders. But in other world religions, the view is different. According to Hindu belief, the whole universe is one self-same reality, teachings of Upanishad. There is no distinction or duality between God, Paramatma, and the soul, Jivatma, except in our perception. God and the soul are one and the same. There is nothing like a soul separating itself from God and then entering the body as a separate entity. It means every human being is a part of God. Therefore, the core teaching of Hinduism, the Vedanta philosophy, is, do not injure another. Love everyone as your own self because the whole universe is one. In injuring another, I am injuring myself. In loving another, I love myself. In Talmudic Judaism, God is called Father because he is the creator, lawgiver, and protector. In Christianity, God is called Father not only for the same reasons, but because of the mystery of the Father-Son relationship revealed by Jesus Christ. This is the revelation of a sense in which fatherhood is inherent to God's nature, an eternal relationship. But Muhammad's Islam does not match to any of these divine theological concepts. Throughout his prophetic career, Muhammad had interacted with Allah mechanically. He just obeyed the orders of Allah without question, just like a slave is commanded by his master. There is neither any father-son relationship nor any sense of divine union. Allah is very harsh, uncompromising, cruel and punishing. Neither he trusts others nor is he trustworthy at all. The Quran describes Allah as the best deceiver and a liar who is not above using the same evil and wicked schemes of his opponents. Quran calls Allah, Al-Maker, in fact Allah is the best maker in the world. The word for deception, deceiver, scheme is maker. Muhammad thought that he was under constant watch of Allah. Indeed, your Lord is ever watchful. Q. 89.14. Allah loves those who are afraid of him, whosoever fears the merciful in the unseen, and comes with a contrite heart. Q. 50.33. Allah is so cruel that he even frightens the Muslims. The eclipse of the sun was from Allah to scare Muhammad and his followers. Narrated Abu Musa. The sun eclipsed and the Prophet got up, being afraid that it might be the hour, i.e. Day of Judgment. He went to the mosque and offered the prayer with the longest qiyam, bowing and prostration that I had ever seen him doing. Then he said, these signs which Allah sends do not occur because of the life or death of somebody, but Allah makes his worshippers afraid by them. So when you see anything thereof, proceed to remember Allah, invoke him and ask for his forgiveness. Bukhari. 2.18.167. The above hadith also shows that Muhammad was suffering from some kind of anxiety and frustration. It is the tension between the false self and the superego. Allah demands unquestionable obedience, fear, and affection from his slaves. If the slaves fail to please Allah with those emotional needs, he gets furiously angry. When he is angry, he acts like a child. He gets mad and fires his outburst in an uncontrollable manner. He then proceeds to destroy his slaves who made him angry. Few quotes from Qur'an and Hadith are as follows: My, Allah, anger should fall upon you, and upon whosoever my anger falls has assuredly fallen. Q. 20.81. Allah warns you to be cautious of him. The arrival is to Allah. Q. 3.28. Narrated, Abdullah. The Prophet said, there is none having a greater sense of gira, a feeling of great fury and anger when one's honor and prestige are injured or challenged, than Allah, and for that reason he has forbidden shameful deeds and sins, illegal sexual intercourse, etc. And there is none who likes to be praised more than Allah does. Bukhari. 9.93.500. Superego is often relentless and cruel on his insistence on perfection. Engler, 2009, page 48. But this ideal perfection may be quite far from reality or possibility. Allah wants to be perfect, hence he cannot coexist with other gods of other religions because in that case he is not the supreme power. Hence in Quran Allah repeatedly said, Q. 3.19, 3.85, 6.153, 12.40, that no other religion except Islam is acceptable to him. Allah is the most uncompromising God in the history of religion. Superego's power to enforce rules comes from its ability to create anxiety on the false self. Often the rules, demands and wishes of the superego are very unrealistic because it did not fully develop. If Muhammad cannot perform well in propagating Allah's religion, Allah threatens him to send a beast as the final messenger of humankind. No doubt this malignant narcissist was terrorized by his punishing superego. This continuous degradation of his false self by his superego made Muhammad a violent person. And when the word falls on them, we will bring out from the earth a beast that shall speak to them. Indeed the people were not certain of our verses. Q. 27.82. The above verse is practically meaningless. How a beast can perform better than a man in preaching a religion? Which beast can speak Arabic? What kind of beast will replace Muhammad? Is it a camel, an ostrich, an orangutans or a chimpanzee? The problem is that a narcissist often contradicts himself. Muhammad also claimed to be the last prophet. Q. 33.40. If verse 33 to 40 is right, then the verse 27 to 82 must be wrong. Following hadith further prove that he was under tremendous pressure of his cruel superego. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's apostle never took revenge over anybody for his own sake, but he did only when Allah's legal bindings were outraged, in which case he would take revenge for Allah's sake. Bukhari. 4.56.760. However, Muhammad's superego rewarded him well. Terror was Muhammad's legacy. His motivation was money and sex with captured women. Allah does not care for justice or decency. He is too rigid. Allah's apostle said, I have been made victorious with terror. The treasures of the world were brought to me and put in my hand. Bukhari. 4.52.220. Muhammad said, rejoice, Allah has promised us victory after tribulation. This increased the Muslims' faith and submission. When cities were conquered, Muslims used to say, conquer for yourselves whatever seems good to you, because all treasures were given to Muhammad. Tabari. 8.12. Allah has promised you much booty that you shall take, and he has made this easy for you. Q. 48.19. If we make a close observation of the doctrine of jihad, we will find that it is a gross insult to the very concept of God, because this violent doctrine depicts him as a bloodthirsty dictator who allows murder, rape, death and destruction of the infidels on a permanent basis only because of their crime of not believing in him. Such a God cannot be the creator of the universe. Now we know it was the superego of Muhammad which had commanded him in such an uncompromising voice, and Muhammad mistook it as a divine voice. If Allah hates the non-Muslims, then based on what logic he created them? Why he had not created all humans as Muslims to obviate the need for such atrocities that his followers are required to commit as jihad? If Allah has to depend on the Muslims to do his bidding, then he cannot be almighty. Sheikh, 1999, page .162, wrote, "Just ponder over the vastness of this universe, which exceeds trillions of stars and planets bound by the authority of an unbending and natural law. If God is the controller of such an immense and wonderful world, he cannot be so mean, miserable and miscreant to terrorize mankind into submission. It is difficult to imagine that the God of humankind acts like a terrorist. He has got to be merciful, loving and liberal. We, human beings, need God's mercy and understanding owing to our inborn infirmities. Allah is merciful only in theory, in practice he is cruel. Not only this, he even expects a share of booty from Muhammad. Know that 1/5 of what you acquire as booty is for Allah and his apostle, Bukhari, 1.2.50. And know that whatever ye take as spoils of war, lo, 1/5 thereof is for Allah and for the messenger, Q. 8.41. What the false self regards as danger and respond to with an anxiety signal is that the superego may be angry with him or it will punish him or cease to love him. The biggest fear of the false self is that his superego may die. Freud, 1979, page 297. This is what the narcissist is even scared to think. His false self is on absolute dependence on the superego, more specifically on the authorization of the superego. The narcissist is merely acting as a robot. The above observation of Freud fits perfectly with Muhammad attitude. If Allah cannot survive as a god, if he is not worshipped, or if the religion of Islam cannot continue to exist, then what is the value of Muhammad? Who is going to accept him as a prophet? With the no acceptance of Allah, Islam dies, and with it dies the prophetic claim of Muhammad. In the following hadith, Muhammad expressed his grave concern on this. On the day of Battle of Badr, Muhammad cast a glance at the mighty infidel army. He was terrified by seeing the vastly numerical superiority of the enemy. Muhammad then prayed to Allah to grant his victory. O Allah, accomplish for me what thou hast promised me. O Allah, bring about what thou hast promised to me. O Allah, if this small band of Muslims is destroyed, thou wilt not be worshipped on this earth. Muslim, 3.4360. Though it appears strange that a man is telling his creator what will happen if he does not listen to him, but from psychology point of view, it is not odd at all. Muhammad's concern is not for Allah but for his own selfish interests. The punishing superego sometimes crosses the limit in its cruelty so much that the false self cannot take it anymore. Allah became so ruthless and uncompromising with Muhammad that at different points in his career, as Margoluth, cited Warwick, 2000, page 340, wrote, he abandoned the unity of God and his claim to the title of the prophet. This is a disagreeable picture for the founder of a religion and it cannot be pleaded that it is a picture drawn by an enemy. No doubt, this is an unacceptable image of Muhammad. From psychological point of view, it was the withdrawal symptom of a narcissist. On one hand, Muhammad had to accept the authority of Allah, otherwise he cannot stand as a prophet, by disregarding the fact that Allah is cruel and ungodly. On the other hand, he confronted his superego, this authoritative Allah, by abandoning the unity and sovereignty of Allah. Though Muhammad's complete prophetic life is full of contradictions, but, undoubtedly, this is the time when Muhammad contradicted himself the most. He was very close to free himself from the tyranny of his superego but he could not. If he could, then surely Islam would have died shortly, but he dived deep into his sick narcissistic world and persuasion of further narcissistic supply sources and Islam survived. 5.4. Conclusion: the so-called God of Islam is not a loving God. He simply cannot love. Muslims often claim that the Christians and Muslims pray to the same God, which is a deceitful attempt to misguide and gain convert from Christianity. While Christianity is based on love, brotherhood and forgiveness, Islam is based on hate, hate and more hate. False self and superego are components of the same mind of an individual. They are neither parts of brain nor have any physical existence. Superego is the unconscious wish of a narcissist, which is projected back at him. Allah was everything what Muhammad wanted to be. Since they are parts of the same sick mind, they are often identical. They think alike and their preferences are also similar. They also command together. The pivot of Islamic faith is Muhammad, not Allah. Few quotes from Islamic sources are as below. If you, the believers, obey him, the Prophet Muhammad, you will be guided. Q. 24. 50. If you love Allah and follow me, Muhammad, God will love you and forgive you your sins. Q. 3. 25. Allah's apostle said, whoever obeys me, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys me, disobeys Allah, and whoever obeys the ruler I appoint, obeys me, and whoever disobeys him, disobeys me. Bukhari, 9.89.251. Allah expresses all his wishes through Muhammad, but he completely failed to provide any external proof of his existence. It is because, while Muhammad had projected his false self to the outside world, his superego is directed to narcissist Muhammad himself. Since Muhammad cannot prove his prophethood, his Allah also cannot prove that he is the real God. Muhammad's prophetic claim and Allah's claim of one true God are all imaginary. Allah can claim anything about himself, but he definitely lacks in one area of perfection: he simply does not exist. He is not the real God, but a dummy, a scarecrow, a paper tiger. A God who resorts to sex and violence to gain followers is a myth. Neither he has the power to throw the non-Muslims in hell nor can he reward anyone with paradise. Longing for praise and greatness is human weakness and it does not fit God. Similarly, when Muhammad felt a sexual desire for Aisha, a child of only 6 years old, and to Zainab, his daughter-in-law, his God sanctioned it. Why Allah did not scold Muhammad for his abnormal desires? Because all these revelations were unconscious wishes of the narcissist Muhammad. He was sincere while bringing revelations, no doubt, but he was self-deluded also. The unconscious wishes of Muhammad came down to him as divine revelations and recorded in the Qur'an. Allah made exclusive laws of sexual enjoyments for Muhammad to the total exclusion of other Muslims. It is this exclusivity that cancels out Muhammad's claim he is a behavioral model for his followers. Though Muhammad did not follow Qur'anic instructions and on occasions placed himself in a position higher than Allah, but still Allah called him an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and great morality, Q. 68.4. Human can follow in the footprints of a human, but cannot measure up to the conduct of someone who occasionally gives the impression of a man but often claims the privileges of a god. In this case both the claimant and the god both are frauds. Chapter 6. The creation of Islam. Islam was not created to teach humans spirituality, nor make them enlightened. The spiritual message in Islam is secondary or virtually non-existent. Piety in Islam means emulating Muhammad, a man who was far from pious. Rituals like prayers and fasting are mere window dressing to lure unbelievers inside, to give Islam the appearance of sacredness and spirituality. False prophets can deceive only in sheep clothing. Ali Sina, 2008, page 169. In Islam, the sick mind of a narcissist created a superego, mistook it as God and claimed that divine revelations were given to him by that God. But a God and his divine instruction are of no use unless there is a religion to hold them. So just creating Islam, Muhammad took a step ahead and his narcissistic goal was achieved. The only goal of a narcissist is to secure perfect narcissistic supply sources, and Muhammad's all efforts to establish his religion was no exception. He knew perfectly well what he was supposed to do. The best way of enslaving people is to create a religion. In this way, both Muhammad and his Allah were safe and secured. 6.1. The purpose of creation of Islam. The entire purpose of this divine planning, what we call Islam, is to install Muhammad as the holiest of holies, i.e., to secure his narcissistic needs. Muhammad's entire leadership under the authority of Allah was a sick game played ultimately for the sake of himself. For the narcissists, what matters is power. This is their ultimate goal, to achieve supremacy. More power means more victims for narcissistic needs, because the more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep themselves inflated. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. In some cases, the narcissist looks for the weak points of his potential victims, and then project himself in such a clever manner that their grandiosity may seem to offer something that is missing from the life of his potential victims. Sometimes their hunger of admiration makes them want to please the targets which the unsuspected victim may feel like real love. For this reason, narcissism and religion go well together. A narcissist wants to feel unique, and a purpose-built religion permits him to feel unique. Vaknin, 1999, page 147. He fools his followers and sees his reflection through the eyes of his victims. A narcissist often looks for religious domination. Religious supremacy and pretended divine authority allows the narcissist to exercise his control over his followers openly and unabated. He can taunt and torment his followers, bully and punish them, humiliate and berate them, abuse them spiritually or even sexually. He can also extort money and steal the property of his followers by some pretense. A narcissist, whose source of authority is religious, can easily obtain obedient and unquestioning slaves upon whom he can exercise his capricious and wicked mastery. He can transform even the most harmless and pure religious sentiments into a cultish ritual and a virulent hierarchy. In sum, his followers become his prey. He preys on the gullible, and ultimately his own followers become his hostages. Islam is such a purpose-built religion of Muhammad. Through Islam, Muhammad not only distorted the reality, but at the same time imposed his unquestionable authority in the name of God. But in doing so he had highly contradicted himself. On one hand, Muhammad talked about Allah's authority, but at the same time, he had put himself in a higher position than Allah. Two quotes from the Quran are as below. Lo, Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe, also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33-56. Do not rise up against Allah, I come to you with clear authority. Q. 44.19. The above revelations are enough to prove that Islam was a tailor-made religion of Muhammad. It is his strong dominance urge that forced him to rise above Allah. Hence Islam is Allah's religion by name only, actually it is the religion of Muhammad. He is at the center in his clever plan of self-elevation. The Islamic theory of guidance simply means following Muhammad blindly. Any question or hesitation is tantamount to blasphemy, which leads to hell. He achieved this self-elevation step by step. First he advocated the destruction of idols of Kaaba so that they should not rival Allah. When his followers accepted his advocacy, the supremacy and oneness of Allah is established. Now he took the second step very wisely. He put himself in a rank higher than Allah by becoming an object of praise of Allah and his angels. How nicely he used Allah's authority to insult and devalue Allah, the same God who had authorized him. When Allah and his angels have showered praises on Muhammad, naturally all believing Muslims are bound to follow this pattern of human worshipping. How many Muslims have ever noticed this trick of Muhammad? Is there any further proof required that Muhammad was actually an imposter and his religion was a fake? Narcissists do not directly promote themselves. Sina, 2008, p. 69, because, by this way they will be exposed immediately. Hence, Muhammad first elevated his God and then elevated himself. A popular Persian saying, Faith in McCallum, 2005, p. 132 goes like this: Bakuda Dawana Bashad Ba Muhammad Hashiya. T means, take liberties with Allah, but be careful with Muhammad. This again proves my point. Belief in Allah alone counts for nothing. Therefore, in Islam, Muhammad is the central figure and Allah is just a decorative convenience. Praising Muhammad is an integral part of the daily prayers of the Muslims. La ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. It means, there is no God but God and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. A Muslim utters those words several times a day. The Shahada is also recited in the Muezzin's call to prayer, included in the Salat, daily ritual prayer, and incorporated in Sufi contemplative prayer. It is also recited in the moments before death. Muhammad associated himself with Allah in such a way that practically they became inseparable. By recitation of this confession of faith, Muslims are supplying narcissistic needs to Muhammad. Muslims like to call themselves as slaves of Allah, but actually they are the slaves of Muhammad. Vaknin, cited Sina, 2008, page 66, wrote, narcissists use anything they can lay their hands on in the pursuit of narcissistic supply. If God, creed, church, faith, and institutionalized religion can provide them with narcissistic supply, they will become devout. They will abandon religion if it can't. Vaknin, 1999, p. 149, elsewhere wrote, narcissists switch groups and ideologies with the ease with which they change partners, spouses and value systems. Narcissists are narcissists first and members of their group only in the second place. A narcissist wants to leave a legacy, Sina, 2008, 66. On his deathbed, Muhammad instructed his followers to continue their jihad against the infidels. This is the fruit of Islam. Jihad is the means to raise Muhammad above the mark of divinity. Muhammad wanted to be eternal like God. For achieving this, he had left behind him a devoted, dedicated and determined band of followers. So when a Muslim sacrifices his life thinking that he is doing a service for Islam and Allah, actually he is carrying the personal flag of Muhammad. This way Islam is the most unspiritual amongst all the religions. The early Meccans and contemporaries of Muhammad had noticed all these contradictions in Muhammad's newfound religion. There was large-scale apostasy amongst those early Muslims. Immediately after Muhammad's death, most of the tribes of Arabia returned to their original faith. Some of the apostates said if Muhammad had really been God's messenger then he would not have died. Others maintained that his religion would only to last during his lifetime. Warwick, 2000, page 145. In sum, those apostates completely discarded Muhammad and looked at his prophetic claim with much suspicion. A quote from Ishaq shows how the early Meccans assessed Muhammad and his religion. He heard the apostle say, I have never invited anyone to accept Islam who hasn't shown signs of reluctance, suspicion and hesitation. Ishaq, 116. Let alone the non-believers. How the Muslims used to regard their religion. Did they show any spiritual tendency? Following hadith will give us a clue. Narrated Hamza bin Abdullah, my father said, during the lifetime of Allah's apostle, the dogs used to urinate and pass through the mosques, come and go, nevertheless they never used to sprinkle water on it, urine of the dog. Bukhari, 1.4.174. In sum, from a narcissist's point of view, religion has a totally different meaning and purpose, which is shown in the following tabular form, which will give the readers a better idea. Is healthier people religion encourages people to live by a set of rules, both religious and moral. Religion brings people together as a community of believers, discouraging selfishness and encouraging cooperation. With more religious devotion, people are more loyal to their group and the members of that group. Religion instills a belief in something greater than ourselves, and not just something, but a being to which we are held to account. Religion encourages a narcissist to develop their own rules and get divine sanction for these. He believes he has a direct line to God. Morality is not an important issue. Religion brings the narcissist closer to his community of believers, but the group must magnify the narcissist, echo and amplify his life, his views, his knowledge, and his personal history. This intertwining and enmeshing of individual is what makes the narcissist the most devout and loyal of all its members. Religion instills a belief in a narcissist that he is this, something. In playing God, he is completely convinced that he is merely being himself. Even he has no hesitation to put people's lives or properties at risk. Narcissists search for more narcissistic supply sources. 4. People search for truth in religion. All the religious aspects of Islam are later additions. After Muhammad's death, the Arabs realized that the cult of Muhammad was an excellent tool for domination. They realized that Islam can be used to raise a strong and spiritually dedicated army, to gain power and to become rich. In haste, the caliphs compiled the Qur'an to keep Islam steady going. Sina, 2008, page 67, is very outspoken in criticizing Islam. TT is a mistake to think of Islam as a religion. The religious, spiritual aspect of Islam was created later by Muslim philosophers and mystics who gave esoteric interpretations to Muhammad's asinine words. His followers molded the religion according to their penchant, and with the passage of time, those interpretations inherited the seal of antiquity and thus credibility. Sina's assertion that the religious and spiritual aspects of Islam are latter additions is true. Initially, Islam grew as a political movement rather than a religious affair. The early Muslims were hardly any religious in the strict sense of the term. It was because Islam had hardly anything new which were not there during pre-Islamic days. Islam is pagan beliefs plus the prophethood of Muhammad. The prophet of Islam was not an original thinker. Whatever good exists in Islam is all shamelessly plagiarized from Judaism and Christianity. This ignorance of Islamic doctrine and rituals continued well in the first Islamic century. Indeed, Islam cannot be properly said to have existed in the sense of a fixed dogma until later. Warwick, 2003, p. 42. The indoctrination of Islam continued taking shape when Islam had to confront Christianity, a rival religion. Islam is devoid of spirituality. Many of the early Muslims had noticed it. They clearly knew that this religion could not be from God. They understood that Muhammad was faking the Qur'an, but they remained with their prophet to share the booty and to enjoy the women. They had no respect for Muhammad. After the booty captured at Hunain was divided to the Muslims, some of the followers of Muhammad were not happy. They became violent with Muhammad. Tabari, Ibn Ishaq and Bukhari recorded this. Muhammad, divide the spoil and booty of camels and cattle among us. They forced the prophet up against a tree, and his robe was torn from him. Muhammad cried, give me back my robe. If there had been more sheep I would have given you some. You have not found me to be niggardly, cowardly or false. Tabari, X31, Ishaq, 594. While Allah's apostle was on his way back from Hunain, the Bedouins started begging for things so aggressively that they forced him to go under a samura tree where his outer garment was snatched away. On that, Allah's apostle stood up, in his undies, and said, return my clothes. If I had as many camels as these trees, I would have distributed them amongst you, and you will not find me a miser, liar or coward. Bukhari, 4.53.376, this is what happens if the bandit leader cannot pay his accomplices. Muhammad was scared of these people. Because of these unruly followers, Muhammad suffered from paranoia. O Allah, I seek refuge with you from distress and sorrow, from helplessness and laziness, from miserliness and cowardice, from being heavily in debt and from being overcome by men. Bukhari, 4.52.143. This was how Muhammad saw himself, and in fact, it was what he had become in the hand of his greedy followers. Now a quote from Vagnon to understand the above hadith in a better way. Deep inside, he, the narcissist, knows that he is wrong to do so because they might retaliate. Hence his paranoid fears. Vagnon, 1999, page 115. Of course, Muhammad was scared of running heavily in debt. All his money and property were stolen and looted from others. He never earned a single coin by any honest means. He was lazy and a bloodsucker. He had no idea how hard-earned money looks like. He did not know how to value capital or labor. So, no matter how much he stole, he always felt that it was less for him. Even Muhammad's close associate Hamza did not show him respect. Once Hamza was drinking in this house with some Ansari drinkers and a girl singer was singing. At one moment the girl said in her song, "Oh Hamza, get at the fat she camels." On hearing this, Hamza rushed to his sword and cut of the alley's camels' humps and cut their flanks open and took out portions from their livers. Seeing this, Ali started weeping and complained to Muhammad and then narrated, Ali. The Prophet started blaming Hamza for what he had done. Hamza was drunk and his eyes were red. He looked at the Prophet, then raised his eyes to look at his knees and raised his eaves more to look at his face and then said, "You are not but my father's slaves." When the Prophet understood that Hamza was drunk, he retreated, and walking backwards went out. Bukhari, 5.59.340, this is the height of insult Muhammad had to take. All the above hadith shows that Muhammad was not a very respectable figure in the eyes of many of his followers. They joined Islam for booty and women. Allah, Islam and Muhammad's prophethood meant nothing to them. They had seen Muhammad closely and they knew that Muhammad was delusional and his claims were untruthful. But I cannot deny that the fact that at least some of his followers truly believed in Muhammad's claims and his descriptions of heaven and hell. But their number was less. Most of the people were pure bandits and rapists. They had joined Muhammad only for opportunities and in no sense they can be called religious. Lastly, a quote from Sina, TF we think of religion as a philosophy of life to educate, to bring forth human potential, to elevate the soul, to stimulate spirituality, to unite hearts and to enlighten mankind, then Islam surely fails that litmus test completely. Therefore, by this measure, Islam should not and cannot be regarded as a religion. Sina, 2008, page 67. If Islam cannot be regarded as a religion, then we must investigate if it is a cult. 6.2. Islam, the cult of a narcissist cult, critically refers to a group whose beliefs or practices could be considered strange or sinister. The term was originally used to denote a system of ritual practices. Cults are small religious groups lacking in organization and emphasizing the private nature of personal beliefs of their leader. With time, this private nature of personal beliefs of their leader makes it deviant religious groups. This deviation is often thought to lead to a high degree of tension between the group and the more mainstream culture surrounding it. The cult leader uses some form of coercive persuasion or mind control to recruit and maintain members by suppressing their ability to reason, think critically, and make choices in their own best interest. Cults are at high risk of becoming abusive to the members, both physical and psychological. Mind control is not some kind of magical device which can take away people's free will. In other words, it does not turn people into some sort of remote control robot. Rather, mind control is a dishonest influence placed covertly on the followers by their leader. This is pure psychological manipulation. Slowly, the followers become totally dependent on the group and the leader. They are even ready to abandon their friends, families, and the community to show their devotion to their leader. Many cults are innocent and peaceful type and hence harmless. Some cults are only occult practices. But there are some cults where the cultist twists some harmless beliefs into dangerous activities that present a serious threat both to their members and the common people. These are deadly or destructive type of cults. These cults have deliberately physically injured or killed other individuals or have a high probability of causing harm to its own members or to others. All these cult leaders are narcissists in one form or another. First they tell a lie and then they sincerely believe their own lie. By seeing their sincerity, people around them think that they have some type of special insight, special vision or special relationship with God that gives them inside knowledge. Snow, 2003, page .109. This way, when this belief system is established, these false prophets then have tremendous control over the lives of the people who believed in them. According to Vaknin, narcissists are very successful as cult leaders. Vaknin, cited Sina, 2008, page 63, wrote, "The narcissist is the guru at the center of a cult. Like other gurus, he demands complete obedience from his flock, his spouse, his offspring, other family members, friends, and colleagues. He feels entitled to adulation and special treatment by his followers. He punishes the wayward and the straying lambs. He enforces discipline, adherence to his teachings, and common goals. The less accomplished he is in reality, the more stringent his mastery and the more pervasive the brainwashing." Can we identify this with Muhammad? Muhammad never thought of the spiritual upbringing of his followers. He tried to subvert the human will with total and complete obedience to him, the proxy god of Islam. Muhammad needed admirers. He drew an imaginary circle around himself where he was the center. The Prophet said, "None of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father, his children and all mankind." Bukhari 1, 214. Muhammad had misguided a large number of people and brought them inside this circle. To achieve this, he promised them with the reward of paradise and encouraged their sycophantism. Those who fall outside the logic tight circle are viewed as his enemies. Vaknin continued, in his cult, he alone determines the rights and obligations of his disciples and alters them at will. The narcissist is a micromanager. He exerts control over the minutest details and behaviors. He punishes severely and abuses withholders of information and those who fail to conform to his wishes and goals. Within his cult, he expects awe, admiration, adulation, and constant attention commensurate with his outlandish stories and assertions. He reinterprets reality to fit his fantasies. This is exactly how Muhammad had manipulated his followers. For Muslims, everything is, inshallah, spoken through Muhammad's tongue. In theory, Allah and Muhammad together command the Muslims, but practically, it is Muhammad alone who determines their NGHTS and obligations of his followers. Vaknin furthermore continued, the narcissist does not respect the boundaries and privacy of his reluctant adherents. He ignores their wishes and treats them as objects or instruments of gratification. He seeks to control both situations and people compulsively. His thinking is dogmatic, rigid, and doctrinaire. Muhammad's jihad is directed to these reluctant adherents. In Islam, all non-Muslims due to their non-believing status are reluctant adherents. To attract the Jews and Christians, Allah initially revealed many verses which were in favor of these people of the book. Even, he changed the direction of prayer to Jerusalem, but once the people of the book turned him down, they became a nuisance to Muhammad. He massacred the Jews' tribes. The fates of the Christians were no way better than the Jews. He hated the Jews and Christians till the very last day of his life. His thinking was inflexible. He had a one-track mind and believed in the extremity. This way, Muhammad had a strong urge to control both the people and circumstances. The following quote from Ishaq will show how much hate he had for the people of the book. Muslims, take not Jews and Christians as friends. Whoever protects them becomes one of them, they become diseased, and will earn a similar fate. Ishaq, 364. Financial fraud is involved in almost all the destructive cults. The cult leader attempts to obtain all the worldly possessions of their members. These cults of greed promise the target groups that if they join them and follow their special program for success, then they will become very rich. Often they will hold up their leader as an example and explain that if the member does what the leader says, then he will be successful too. Many people have been bankrupted by involvement with these cults. Muhammad was greedy. After all, he had not established a religion to preach humanity. His prophetism was a profitable business for him. His only source of income was looting of caravans and ransom and enslavement of conquered peoples. He encouraged his followers to spend money in the cause of Allah. In Islam, Allah borrows money from Muslims to wage jihad against the non-Muslims. More precisely, this means Allah uses Muslims' money, hard cash, to buy war implements to kill the non-Muslims. Few quotes are as below. You shall not attain righteousness until you spend of what you love. Whatever you spend is known to Allah. Q. 3.92. Who is he that will lend Allah a good loan? He will multiply it many multiples. Allah grasps and outspreads, and to him you shall be returned. Q. 2.245. The example of those who give their wealth in the way of Allah is like a grain of corn that sprouts 7 years, in every year 100 grains. Allah multiplies to whom he will. Allah is the embracer, the knower. Q. 2.261. All that you spend in the way of Allah shall be repaid to you. You shall not be wronged. Q. 8.60. Say, my Lord outspreads and withholds his provision to whomsoever he will of his worshippers. Whatsoever you expend he will replace it. He is the best of providers. Q. 34.39. Indeed, those who give in charity, be they men or women, and those who lend a good loan to Allah, shall be repaid in multiples. They shall receive a generous wage. Q. 57.18. If you lend a good loan to Allah, he will multiply it for you and will forgive you. Allah is the thankful, the clement. Q. 64.17. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, every day 2 angels come down from heaven and one of them says, O Allah, compensate every person who spends in your cause, and the other angel says, O Allah, destroy every miser. Bukhari, 2. 24.522. Now let me explain the above quotes. Who is asking money from the Muslims? If Allah is all-powerful, why he needs money? Muhammad again contradicts himself. It is Muhammad who needed money for his military expeditions to expand his emperor. In today's world, this is what we call financial fraud. Cult leaders often attempt to obtain the worldly possessions of their members for divine cause. As example, a Korean court sentenced 3 cultists to prison for robbing their followers during July 2000. The Chanjano cult, with 20 churches across the country, lured members by promising material and spiritual rewards that needed to be quickly acquired before the end of the world. According to prosecutors, the 3 leaders began to deceive believers in 1990 by spreading the message that the end of the world would come in 2000. They had their 1,500 followers take out loans worth about $34 million United States dollars from 5,000 financial institutions across the country over the past 10 years. The leaders then used the money to live in luxury, establishing about 10 companies of their own and building a large religious complex. Many cults also required the members to sever all outside relationships with their families and friends. Snow, 2003, page 28. The narcissist cult leaders believe that families are part of enemy system because they harm one's total dedication to the cause. Muhammad destroyed happy family ties. Allah revealed in the Qur'an, we have charged the human to be kind to his parents. But if they bid you to associate with me that which you have no knowledge, do not obey them. To me you will return, and I shall inform you of all that you have done. Q. 29.8. Allah's instruction was very clear. He wants the Muslims to disobey their parents and leave them, if they stand on their way to accept Islam. This is how Muhammad can be recognized as a narcissist cult leader, and the religion he had preached was a cult. We cannot separate Islam from other deadly cults which had caused much harm to not only the cult members but others also. Few notorious cults and cult leaders are Jim Jones, David Koresh, Order of the Solar Temple, Heaven's Gate, Charles Manson. When Jim Jones started his preaching in 1965, he had a handful of followers. He stressed the need for racial equality and integration. His group helped feed the poor and find them jobs. When the followers started to multiply, he gradually assumed the role of Messiah and named his cult People's Temple and shifted to Jonestown. With time he demanded more obedience and loyalty, which his followers were more than eager to comply. He convinced them that the world would be destroyed in a nuclear holocaust, and if they followed him, only they would emerge as survivors. The above picture reflects Islam in similarity. In the beginning, Muhammad was a peaceful preacher. He called people to believe in God and fear the day of judgment. The early verses were not militant in nature. Till this time all was going well, but when his influence grew and number of followers increased, Muhammad showed his true face. He became a bandit and threatened his followers with divine chastisement if they did not obey him. When Muhammad wanted his followers to migrate to Medina, he had exactly the same thinking in his mind as Jim Jones. Many were reluctant, so Muhammad turned his more loyal followers against those who did not want to leave. Allah revealed the following verse, as to those who believed but came not into exile, you owe no duty of protection to them until they come into exile, but if they seek your aid in religion, it is your duty to help them. And, remember, Allah sees all that you do. Q. 8.72. Everything was going well within People's Temple, however during 1978, his group members killed 5 people including one politician named Leo Ryan who came to Jonestown for a fact-finding mission. Following this murder incident, Jim gathered his followers and told them to drink cyanide-laced beverage along with a sedative. Jim was reportedly to have said, we must die with some dignity. Don't be afraid to die. For some members who were afraid to die, Jim advised, death is just stepping over into another plane. We didn't commit suicide, we committed an act of revolutionary suicide protesting the conditions of an inhumane world. Muhammad advised Muslims to die in the cause of Allah. For Jones it was an act of revolutionary suicide protesting the conditions of an inhumane world, and for Muhammad the cause was, they fight in the way of Allah, slay, and are slain. But for both of them suffering for the faith constitute a powerful testimonial. Allah revealed, Allah has purchased from the believers their selves and possessions, and for them is paradise. They fight in the way of Allah, slay, and are slain. That is a binding promise upon him in the Torah, the Gospel and the Qur'an, and who is there that more truthfully fulfills his covenant than Allah? Therefore, rejoice in the bargain you have bargained with him. That is the mighty winning. Q. 9.111. According to Jim, death is friendly. It is just entering to a new dimension. He convinced his people that by killing themselves they are not committing suicide. Muhammad convinced his followers that dying in the name of Allah was martyrdom. The Muslims who are killed in the way of Allah enter Allah's paradise. Allah confirmed this by revealing the following 2 verses, you must not think that those who were killed in the way of Allah are dead. But rather, they are alive with their Lord and have been provided for rejoicing in the bounty that Allah has given to them and having glad tidings in those who remain behind and have not joined them, for no fear. Allah confirmed this by revealing the following 2 verses, you must not think that those who were killed in the way of Allah are dead. But rather, they are alive with their Lord and have been provided for rejoicing in the bounty that Allah has given to them and having glad tidings in those who remain behind and have not joined them, for no fear shall be on them neither shall they sorrow. Q. 3.169, 170. For those who fought and were killed in my cause, I shall blot out their sins and admit them indeed to paradise. Q. 3.195. In Islam, this is jihad, is a religious duty of Muslims. The exact phrase is, al-jihad fi sabilillah, striving in the way of Allah. Jones led 909 of his followers, including 276 of them children, in a mass suicide, which was for him, death as the final proof of faith. Muhammad asked his followers for an ultimate test of devotion to the cause of Allah by glorifying martyrdom. When Muhammad was told that the only chance of martyrdom was dying in the battle, he is reported to have replied, then the number of martyrs in my community would be small. Cook, 2007, p. 35. In fact, Muhammad glorified the status of a martyr to such an extent that many Muslims sought to attain it without the inconvenience of actually going out to fight. Neither Jim Jones nor Muhammad ever valued preservation of human lives, because both of them put themselves in the place of God. As Vaknin, 1999, p. 148-149, wrote, in playing God, the narcissist is completely convinced that he is playing himself. He will not hesitate to put people's lives and fortunes at stake. He feels part of a grand design, a world plan, and the frame of affiliation, the group of which he is a member, must be commensurately grand. Its proportions and properties must resonate with his. Its characteristics must justify his, and its ideology must conform to his preconceived opinions and prejudices. The narcissist is always most fanatical, the most extreme, the most dangerous. At stake never the preservation of the group, but his very own survival. As with other narcissistic supply sources, once the group is no longer instrumental, the narcissist loses all interest in it, devalues it and ignores it. In extreme cases he might even wish to destroy it, as a punishment or revenge for its incompetence at securing his narcissistic supply. Similar to Jim Jones, another deadly cult was Heaven's Gate, where 39 members committed suicide. Yet another cult led by Charles Manson ordered his followers to enter the houses of rich people randomly, kill them and make it look as if it has been done by blacks. Like Jim Jones, Charles had a cause, which was preservation of air, trees, water, animals, ATWA. He made his cause look so important that it justified murder. All these cult leaders had something in common. They were capable of convincing their followers to such an extent that the followers were totally brainwashed. For this, the cult leaders have used various manipulative methods to persuade the victims to conform to the wishes of those manipulating cult leaders. They have used psychological tactics to subvert individuals' sense of control over their own thinking, behavior, emotions, or decision-making. Vaknin, 1999, page 148, wrote, the narcissist is haunted by the feeling that he possessed of a mission, of a destiny, that he is part of a fate, of history. He is convinced that his uniqueness is purposeful, that he is meant to lead, to chart new ways, to innovate, to modernize, to reform, to set precedents, to create. Every single act of his is significant. A manipulative cult leader uses a belief system as their base. Their belief system could be any standard religion, or they may have invented their own belief system. In the beginning, this belief system often appears innocent. When Charles talked about preservation of air, trees, water, and animals, and when Jim stressed the need for racial equality and integration and his group helped feed the poor and find them jobs, no one could see anything harm in it. When Muhammad started preaching Mecca, many peaceful verses were revealed where Allah instructed peaceful coexistence of the Muslims with non-Muslims. However, he became manipulative and his preaching took a dramatic turn when he became strong. What makes a cult leader dangerous is the fact that they use mind control and make the followers zombies, not what they believe. If Muslims want to believe in oneness of Allah and Muhammad's prophethood, the world has no inconvenience. The problem starts when the poisonous teaching of Muhammad works wonder on them and the brainwashed Muslims turn their religion into a killing machine. That's why the notion of mind control is so central in the cult issue. The cult leaders are desperate to trick the unsuspecting people into joining. They are after the obedience, time and money of the potential victims. They use deceptive recruiting techniques. In other words, cults trick people into joining and coerce them into staying. They have to use deception because if people knew their true practices and irrational beliefs beforehand, then they would not join. A cult leader needs to hide the truth from the potential victim until he is sure that the person is completely under his grip. For example, if Jim Jones was open and honest about the group and had said to new recruits, join us, give me all your money and then drink poison and die, he would not have any takers. If the leader of the Heaven's Gate cult had told their new entries that the name of his cult is a misnomer and the more appropriate name should be Gateway to Hell, were there any possibility for the leader to establish his cult? If Muhammad had shown his feet of clay at Mecca, could Islam survive? Cults know that if they can control the member's behavior, then they can control him. When a new person first go to a cult, they will practice love bombing, where they arrange instant friends for him. It will seem wonderful. How could such a loving group be wrong? But the new member soon learns that if he ever disagrees with them, or ever leave the cult, then he will lose all the new friends. This unspoken thread influences the member's actions in the cult. This is called control of behavior. Hassan, 1990, page 60. Things that normally would have made him complain will pass by silently because he does not want to be ostracized. Like in an unhealthy relationship, love is turned on and off to control. Cults also try to cut the member off from his friends and family because they hate others being able to influence him. The members are forced to accept, all that is good is embodied in the leader and the group. All that is bad is on the outside. This is control of thought. Hassan, 1990, page 60. Also, members are taught never to feel for themselves or their own needs but always to think of the group and never to complain. They are never to criticize a leader, but criticize themselves instead. Hassan, 1990, page 64. This is control of emotions. Then there is control of information also. Hassan, 1990, p. 65. Free thought is not allowed. The leader convinces his victims that any information from outside the cult is evil, especially if it is opposing the cult. Members are told not to read it or believe it. Only information supplied by the cult is true. They may call these information as spiritual pornography or apostate literature. The victims are told that such critical information should be destroyed immediately and the members should not even entertain the thought that the information could be true. This is exactly what Allah had instructed to the Muslims. When you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. Vaknin, 1999, page 147, wrote, a narcissist tends to fanatically emphasize his membership. If he is an army man, he will show off his impressive collection of badges, his perfectly ironed uniform, the status symbols of his rank, and if he is a clergyman, he will be overly devout and orthodox and place great emphasis on the proper conduct of rites, rituals, and ceremonies. Can we identify Muhammad with this? Muhammad was obsessed with rituals. He had explained every minute detail on how to wash one's face, nose, ears, and hands. He had also instructed how many times a Muslim should pray and how in which direction it is to be performed. Often a logical-minded person doubts that if God really bothers about all these meaningless rituals. But for Muhammad these were very significant. All these evidences make Islam a cult in the guise of a religion. It is not only the biggest and most successful cult but also most dangerous. 6.3. Islam and apostasy. In a pure religious organization, the members would not have any trouble with the people in authority to move to another religion or to different sect within the same religion, because it is the belief system that matters, not membership in an organization. As example, when a Hindu or a Christian wants to change his faith, they can do it without much resistance from the members of their former faith. Similarly, when a Christian moves from one church to another, he can still be a Christian. But such is not the case with a cult. The cult leaders will tell that the members can only be saved, or can only be successful, in their organization alone and nowhere else. No other organization has the truth, all others miss the mark. Narcissists strongly disapprove of others' personal autonomy and independence. So it is not the belief system that decides the member's future, but the belief system together with his membership with that particular group. This is one of the major differences between a cult and a religion. The Islamic leadership is feared like a cult leadership is feared. To disagree with leadership is the same as disagreeing with God. The cult leaders claim to have direct authority from God to control almost all aspects of the followers' lives. Even questioning the leaders or program is still seen as a sign of rebellion and stupidity. Under Islamic law, an apostate must be put to death. There is no dispute on this among classical and modern Muslim scholars. But there is a controversy as to whether Quran prescribes any punishment for apostasy in this world or the apostates are threatened with punishment in the afterworld. Warwick, 2003, p. 17. I will quote some verses to see what Quran actually prescribes. In the following verses Allah made it very clear that apostasy is not acceptable to him. He who chooses a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him, and in the everlasting life he will be among the losers. Q. 3.85. But whosoever of you recants from his religion and dies an unbeliever, their works shall be annulled in this world and in the everlasting life, and those shall be the companions of hell, and there they shall live forever. Q. 2.217. Whosoever disbelieves in Allah after believing except he who is forced while his heart remains in his belief, but he who opens his chest for disbelief, shall receive the anger of Allah, and for such awaits a mighty punishment. Q. 16.106. In the following verses Allah commanded Muslims to kill the apostates. They wish that you would disbelieve as they disbelieve, and then you would be equal. Therefore, do not take a guide from them until they emigrate in the way of Allah. Then, if they turn back, take them and kill them wherever you find them. Do not take them for guides or helpers. Q. 4.89. Yet before that, they made a covenant with Allah never to turn their backs. And covenants with Allah shall be questioned. Say, flight will not avail you. If you flee from death or slaughter, you would enjoy this world only for a little time. Q. 33.15, 16. There are few hadith, which says how apostasy against Islam was treated during Muhammad's time. Narrated Ikrimah. Ali burnt some people, and this news reached Ibn Abbas, who said, had I been in his place I would not have burnt them, as the Prophet said, don't punish anybody with Allah's punishment. No doubt, I would have killed them, for the Prophet said, if somebody, a Muslim, discards his religion, kill him. Bukhari, 4.52. 260, narrated Abdullah. Allah's messenger said, the blood of a Muslim who confesses that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and that I am his messenger cannot be shed except in three cases. In cases, equality and punishment, for murder, a married person who commits illegal sexual intercourse and the one who reverts from Islam, apostate, and leaves the Muslims. Bukhari, 9, 83.17, narrated Abu Bruda, Abu Musa said, behold there was a fettered man beside Abu Musa. Muad asked, who is this man? Abu Musa said, he was a Jew and became a Muslim and then reverted back to Judaism. Then Abu Musa requested Muad to sit down, but Muad said, he will not sit down till he has been killed. This is the judgment of Allah and His Messenger, and repeated it thrice. Then Abu Musa ordered that the man be killed, and he was killed. Abu Musa added, then we discussed the night prayers. Bukhari, 9.83.58, some of the apostates during the time of Muhammad and the caliphs were poor people. They had to accept Islam under sword. They were of no threat to the Muslims. In spite of this, they were brutally murdered. In some cases the apostates fought against the rule of Islam, in other cases they simply rejected Islam by realizing the evil in Islam and chose to leave it. But in all cases leaving Islam was the fundamental reason to kill them. If Allah is all-merciful, why we cannot see it here? This is because the apostate hurts Muhammad's narcissistic feelings. A narcissist feels devalued once his victims desert him. Vaknin, 1999, page 199, 273, wrote, the narcissist never really separates from his sources of narcissistic supply until and unless they cease to be ones. They never say real goodbye. He would do everything to lead to the fulfillment of his greatest horror, being deserted. Allah's hatred towards the apostates is the direct violation of the Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship and observance. Muslims living in Islamic countries have no problem with the rule of putting apostates to death, but the Muslims living in the West are embarrassed by this death sentence because the Western nations value the freedoms of thought and speech which Islam does not. These virtues have never blossomed under Islamic rule. Islam is not a religion. It's a cult, a ridiculous unspiritual belief system, or more preciously, the grand delusion of a malignant narcissist. Muhammad valued only those people who were his sources of narcissistic supply. The value judgment was not for the sake of the followers but what they provided him. If that production comes to a standstill and the person ever comes to discover the true nature of the narcissist hidden underneath all his colorful layers, he is quickly and thoroughly devalued and demonized. Hence the narcissist's panicky and sometimes violent reactions to dropouts from his cult. There's a lot going on that the narcissist wants to keep under wraps. Moreover, the narcissist stabilizes his fluctuating sense of self-worth by deriving narcissistic supply from his victims. Abandonment threatens the narcissist's precariously balanced personality. For these reasons, in Islam, apostasy is punishable by death. Since belief in Allah alone is nothing and a Muslim must believe in the prophethood of Muhammad also, the moment a Muslim apostasies, naturally he stops believing Muhammad's prophetic claim. With this, Muhammad has lost a source of his narcissistic supply. The dissenter is immediately devalued. It is recorded in traditional Islamic sources that, during Muhammad's lifetime and the lifetimes of the next four, rightly guided caliphs, tens of thousands of Muslims left Islam. Following hadith confirms it. When the messenger breathed his last and Bakr was appointed caliph, many Arabs chose to become apostates. Muslim, 9.29. On a large scale the Muslims made war on groups that chose to leave Islam and massacres of apostates occurred. On a smaller scale individual apostates were executed. Many of those early apostates became violent and attacked Medina and other centers of Islam. They were led by the false claimers of prophethood amongst their individual groups. In the wars these apostates waged against Muslims, 50 or 60,000 people were killed and the number of casualties is unprecedented in Arab history. Warwick, 2003, p. 32. Dealing with the apostates in an inhuman way is an aspect of Islam that portrays one of its most ugly faces. This religion functions as a religious mafia, forbids men to think and choose for themselves. 6.4. The force of narcissism. The malignant narcissist seeks to dominate every space in which it participates, both on individual and group levels. This strong urge of domination is the origin of narcissistic force. Vaknin, 1999, page 34, compares the force of narcissism with the psychological element of drug addiction. This force of narcissism is interested in, committed to, and obsessed with power and control, and it will sacrifice people and resources indiscriminately to achieve domination. Hotchkiss, 2003, page 9, wrote, narcissists exude a powerful force field that is difficult to stay clear of and nearly impossible to control once you have been drawn in. They play on whatever narcissistic vulnerabilities the victims may have left over from earlier experiences with similar characters. When the narcissistic defense mechanism is operating in an interpersonal or group setting, he does not show the grandiose part of his character in public. It presents a front of patience, friendliness, and confident rationality. However, beneath the surface it is supremely smug and superior. It is confident that it can deceive the fools. He is committed to blocking their objective while maintaining his own control and dominance over either the rules and/or the flow of events. The narcissists resist the audience in a methodical, calculated manner. The commonly employed methods are misinformation and blocking access to funding and other resources, and if necessary, they even indulge in character assassination. The target person or the group is often unaware of his narcissism, hence they will often be unable to recognize the presence of a narcissistic force which is trying to enslave them or already have enslaved them. Narcissistic forces are also critical. They can be harsh in their judgments of anything short of perfection. They can be bullying and abusive in their verbal criticism, daring others to challenge their destructive communication tactics. Recognizing the presence of narcissistic forces is the only way for a potential victim to save himself. Otherwise, sooner or later everyone around him becomes his victim. As Vaknin, 1999, page 114, commented, people are sucked, either voluntarily or involuntarily. Narcissists are everyday people like we meet a general crowd. Sometimes these people are very appealing. They rarely act out of passion. They are very cold and calculated type. A famous crime psychologist, Mitra, 2007, page 36, from India wrote, these people can be very charming and caring if they want to be. In fact, they may appear normal to people around them. They have this remarkable ability of hiding other darker self from the world. They don't want the targets to know that they have set a trap for them. Unless one has the experience of dealing with narcissism, it is difficult to appreciate how strong a force drives the grandiosity of the narcissism. Only a very small fraction of the psychopaths and malignant narcissists land in the asylum. A great majority of them are undetected and considered to be harmless and normal. 6.4.1 The force of narcissism of Muhammad and early Muslims. The die-hard nature of Islam is due to the strong force of narcissism of Muhammad. The Muslims are enslaved by Muhammad. They have surrendered themselves to the strong dominance urge of their narcissist cult leader. Muhammad died several centuries ago, but he left a dangerous cult called Islam as his legacy. Qur'an says, do not fear them, but fear me. This day I have perfected your religion for you and completed my favor to you. I have approved Islam to be your religion. Q. 5.3 This is not the words of a god but the narcissist. When he says, I have perfected your religion, he actually wanted to mean, I have completely enslaved you. If Islam is a favor bestowed upon the Muslims, then why Allah also said in the same verse, don't fear them but fear me. Actually it is not the warning from a god, but from a narcissist to his victims. In plain English he intended to say, after my death don't lose your fear in me and be faithful to my cult. This is a fear-based control mechanism designed by the narcissists to keep their victims in their control. When a narcissist cult leader instills fear in his victims' minds, he has tremendous power over them. This is exactly what Muhammad had done. The very strength of Islam is this fear factor. Muhammad is still capable of enslaving the Muslims through his book, Qur'an. This book was written by Muhammad to ensure his narcissistic supplies, and he achieved what he desired. Qur'an, which is believed by the Muslims as direct unchanged communication of God, was actually written by Muhammad. Anyone who, with a basic knowledge on narcissism, makes an objective study of this book will find an unmistakable signature of a narcissist on every page of this book. This book contains nothing except deception, lies and meaningless blabbering of a mentally sick person. By putting their trust on this book, Muslims not only become a narcissistic supply source to Muhammad but also inherit the mental illness of Muhammad. This way the ghost of Muhammad is still haunting the Muslims. The force is so strong that it had subdued the rational faculty of the Muslims. Muslims failed to recognize Muhammad as a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger, a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. For Muslims, Muhammad is the best of creation, the messenger of God, and Islam made bad men good. This is delusion, but here lies Muhammad's success. This is the force of narcissism of Muhammad. Born Muslims are born victims. They are intoxicated by their parents, relatives or madrasa teachers from the very beginning of their childhood. The irony is that the intoxication is done by those people who themselves are victims of Muhammad's narcissism. Converted Muslims are often misguided people. When a sane person converts to Islam, he automatically becomes a mental slave of Muhammad. But for both of them, they are unaware of their victimization. While offering 5 obligatory prayers, Muslims think that they are praying to God, but actually their prayer goes to Muhammad. Muhammad wanted to be God, and his wish was fulfilled. Earth has several time zones, which differ from one another gradually. It means that every moment there is some Muslim, who is praying to Muhammad, is securing his narcissistic supply. This was true during the lifetime of Muhammad and it is equally true even today. Once a person comes within the grip of Islam, it is difficult for him to detach him from this evil force. The closer one gets to it, the more one surrenders to its calling, the more one emulates its prophet and follows the Qur'an, the more perverted one becomes. Today 1 billion+ people affirm their Muslim's faith. This is the sweet dream of a narcissist. Muhammad put himself in an extreme enviable position to all narcissists. He had achieved what he wanted. A narcissist wants constant adulation, but he never assumed responsibility of the welfare of his victims. During Muhammad's time, his followers died happily in battles for Muhammad. But it never turned Muhammad. A narcissist is emotionally invalid. Vaknin, 1999, page 28. Even today, when the Muslims kills themselves in suicide bombing and with that kill several innocent others, they are under delusion and hence fail to see the truth. This is the height of Muhammad's brainwashing capability on the Muslims. 6.5 Pre-Islamic Arabia and the dawn of Islam. Narcissism is a phenomenon which affects society and culture in profound ways. Vankin, 1999, p. 11. The narcissists always try to modify the environment to make it conducive to his narcissistic needs. Muhammad did the same. Not only he had enslaved people but also changed the Arab society and the culture. His influence was utterly negative. He destroyed the humanness of the Arabs and brought jungle rule in a peaceful society through Islam. Islam is condemned by history and Muslims rewrite it and try to give a rosy picture. There are hundreds of books written every year exaggerating the chaos and confusion which prevailed in pre-Islamic Arabia. One such book published in India claims that pre-Islamic Arabs used to drink the blood of their enemies in the battlefield and mothers were often raped by sons, and when Islam came, it civilized the Arabs. Another author, Qadbi, 2004, page .193, wrote that the pagan Arabs used to bury their female children alive, make women dance naked in the vicinity of the Kaaba during their annual fairs, and treat women as mere chattels and objects of sexual pleasure, possessing no rights or position whatsoever. And when Quran was revealed, Arabs became civilized. But the history says something else. The revisionist image of pre-Islamic Arabs as skilled fighters is widely accepted by the historians. But its derogatory overtones are preached because they are essential to show Islam as a divine religion which makes bad people good. Islamic scholars try hard to paint the pre-Islamic period, called Jahiliyyah, or period of ignorance, in the worst possible light. They demonize Arabs to make the resulting Islamic society, arguably the most ignorant and brutal in history, look good by comparison. But what little evidence we have of these people, their lives, and customs, indicates that they didn't act foolishly. Unlike their descendants in the 21st century, 7th century Arabs were a free, peace-loving people who cherished family values and honored tribal commitments. There is no historical evidence of Arabs conquering their neighbors before Islam. They were illiterate, isolated, and perhaps even ignorant about the outside world. But there is no evidence that they were bloodthirsty criminals who terrorized and looted in violent raids. But that all changed with the advent of Muhammad. After Islam, Muslims conquered much of the world. When Muhammad could not establish his religion peacefully in Mecca, he became a criminal in Medina. When Muhammad took control as a leader, the Muslims put Arabia in turmoil, spilling blood for plunder. They became a gang who terrorized and raided settlements and caravans alike. They knew terror, murder, thievery, and the slave trade were wrong, yet they did these things in the name of God. Their consciences were simply paralyzed by a malignant narcissist's powerful force. Muhammad and his Allah said that booty was good and that killing the enemies was the surest way to reach the Islamic paradise, and people believed him. The narcissist skillfully distorted their sense of humanness and linked doing good and a service to God to all ungodly things. Briefly, he had given a sacred aura to crime and terrorism. Islam turned good men bad. That's why today's Muslims find it essential to revise their past and invert truth. But it is their true past, their actual history, which accuses them. Simply stated, Islam perverts men. Once Muhammad came into power, religious intolerance crept in. Muhammad's narcissistic force had a very bad influence on Arab society and culture. During Muhammad and his successors, prostitution diminished for a time. Durant, 1950. Pages 220. It's not because Muhammad had a high regard for women and he worked for the welfare of the fallen women and upgraded their condition. It's because Muhammad lowered the status of married women to the lowest level of sex slavery and prostitution. He allowed sexual appetite so many outlets within the Islamic law that the prostitutes became jobless. Muhammad viewed women as domestic animals. There is enough proof that prior to Islam's aggression, women were much more respected and had more rights there than at any time since. Before advent of Islam, Arabia had a matriarchal, mother is the ruler of the family, system. There were several dominant queens during the pre-Islamic era, as example, Zabibi, Shamsia, Zenobia, and above all the Queen of Sheba. Her original name was Bilqi, whose beauty bewitched Solomon. Sheikh, 1999, page 16. Muhammad's first wife, Khadijah, was a powerful merchant woman. It is surprising that Allah neither commanded Muslim women to veil nor allowed Muhammad to practice polygamy, despite the fact that Khadijah was 15 years older than him and had been married twice before marrying Muhammad. Only after Khadijah's death all these Qur'anic nonsense of Allah started coming down, and by this way, the status of women were lowered to the lowest grade of sex slaves. It is also a misconception that in pre-Islamic Arabia female infants were murdered and Islam abolished that practice. If that was true, how did Arab men marry multiple times? Muhammad allowed his followers to marry 4 women. How it could be possible if there were female infanticide in practice? Pre-Islamic Arabs were polytheists, i.e., they believed in several gods. There were 360 idols in Kaaba. Every tribe had their own idols. Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians, Sabaeans, an extinct monotheistic faith, and also some Hindus, as some modern historians claim, used to live in peace and harmony with each other. Then, there were some self-proclaimed prophets. Interestingly, a woman called Saija was also a claimant to the title of a prophet. The followers of different faiths used to practice their religions with freedom and dignity. But Muhammad was a breath away from destroying all of that. He would transform his world into a killing machine poised to plunder Arabia and then all mankind. Today Saudi Arabia is the most extremist of the Muslim states. For the centuries before Muhammad's arrival, tribal alliances had formed the foundation of peace in the Arab world. There were no policemen or courts, as none were needed. Caravans traveled safely and people lived in harmony because they had established a means to work together and to work things out. They were fond of poetry. Poets were the journalists during those days. Apart from the Jews, most Arabians were illiterate, so poetry became the most effective means of disseminating a message. Walker, 2002, page 79, wrote, "The court poets were preoccupied with form and style, the melody of words, the rhythms of balanced phrases, the music and harmony that emerged from the interplay of vowels and consonants, and the beauty of expression. They discovered new meters and new rhythms, developed to the full opportunities their language offered for poetic eloquence, and set standards for excellence that later poets were long to emulate." Later on, poetry conceived by Hanifs became the initial ingredient in Muhammad's religion. But once Muhammad became a ruler, he cursed the poets. In pre-Islamic days, the poets used to meet during Ramadan in a great 7-day national gathering with their compositions at Okaz. But once Muhammad attained power, he put an end to the contests. Walker, 2002, page 80. Muhammad had a strong detest for the poets. Those who go astray follow the poets. Q. 26.224, narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "It is better for a man to fill the inside of his body with pus than to fill it with poetry." Bukhari, 8.73.175, original works of pre-Islamic poets had not survived much after advent of Islam. Within 100 years of Muhammad's taking over of Mecca, the Arab genius of poetry was totally erased. Warwick, 2000, p. 151. The Egyptian scholar Taha Hussein, writing in 1925, lamented that little of any genuine pre-Islamic literature had survived. Krizek, 1964, page 60. Most of those poets were Christians and they had enriched Arabian literature with their literary work. But Muhammad and his followers have wiped out almost everything through deliberate neglect. Wherever Muhammad had gone, death and destruction followed him. Islam is a killing machine. He destroyed everything good whatever he found close by. Muslims followed his instruction and carried out his order blindly. There is a strong relationship between ethics and religion. They are not only interdependent but have great influence on each other. A religion without ethical values cannot be called a religion. As Lewis, 1961, p. 257, wrote, "TF religion is true, we should expect religion and ethics to have much importance for one another. Religion is itself nothing but ethics, or ethics with relatively incidental accompaniment." The moral teachings of the Hindu, Christian, Buddhist and Jain holy scriptures have enormous positive influence on the progress of the modern civilization. But the poisonous teachings of Qur'an had given the mankind nothing except violence, misery, poverty, cruelty, death and destruction. Let me ask a question to our Muslim brethren: can any good thing ever come out from Muhammad's teaching? Was Pope Benedict XVI far away from truth when he quoted, "Show me just what Muhammad brought that was new, and there you will find only evil and inhuman, such as his command to spread by the sword the faith he preached"? But in spite of all the above facts, Muhammad is still considered as a superior being by the Muslims. This is the dream of a narcissist. Through Islam, Muhammad's dream came true. He gained respect whereas he was supposed to be condemned as a criminal. In his lifetime, he was literally worshipped as God. Was it out of respect? No, it was out of fear. They knew that the devoted Muslims would kill them the moment they stopped worshipping Muhammad. 6.6. How Muhammad enslaved the early Muslims. People cannot survive in social isolation. Every one of us needs to become a productive member of the community to feel good about ourselves and to give support to others. This is a built-in instinctive need, and this need is very strong. Logic isn't as strong as our need to be accepted in a community. Since it is a strong need, some unethical people can exploit it and enslave the people in a cult for money and power. People join cult thinking that it is a healthy group. They want to be ethical and responsible for each other. By trusting the leader, they allow themselves to be reprogrammed by the group leader. Slowly the leader convinces them that they are required to accept a lot of new information on faith, and once they accept that, they see reality relative to that new information they are working with. Ultimately they are exploited by the leader for personal gain. Muhammad, as the founder of Islam, performed in the same way. Muhammad's religion was for weak-minded losers. Most of the Meccans did not believe him. They strongly criticized him and mercilessly ridiculed him. His early followers are mostly slaves and stray people who had no stand or no hope in the society. They could be easily manipulated. Though Muhammad started his prophetic mission as a humble spokesman of God, but gradually he became the single powerful leader of his religion. He focused full attention on himself and became more of a source for truth than God. The early Muslims who fought for Muhammad, killed or got killed for Allah, were individuals who had once led ordinary lives. But something made them vulnerable and needy. Searching for something to fill the holes in their lives, they had the misfortune of meeting a charismatic narcissist, i.e., Muhammad, and falling under his influence. Gradually more and more isolated, they were indoctrinated into the mindset of Islam, and ultimately Muhammad's word and teachings became absolute truth. Voltaire, the 21st of November 1694 to the 30th of May 1778, was a French Enlightenment writer and philosopher famous for his wit and for his advocacy of civil liberties, including freedom of religion. He had immense hate for Islam, particularly Prophet Muhammad. He wrote a Muslim blasphemous play, Muhammad, where Muhammad was presented as an imposter who enslaved men's souls. This play was performed in 1742, Spencer, 2005, page 20. Voltaire dedicated the play to Pope Benedict XIV. The play is a study of religious fanaticism and self-serving manipulation based on an episode in the traditional biography of Muhammad in which he orders the murder of his critics. Voltaire, 1745, described the play as, written in opposition to the founder of a false and barbarous sect, to whom could I with more propriety inscribe a satire on the cruelty and errors of a false prophet. Today, with the development of psychology and personality studies, thanks to Freud, Coet, Kernberg, Vaknin, Masterson, Hotchkiss and many others, we know how true Voltaire was in his thinking. Muslims' perpetual mental slavery is repugnant and awful, and because of this perpetual mental slavery, Muslims cannot write an honest biography of their prophet that does not shun the truth. Muslims have to defend Islam's foolishness. Here I wish to explore how the early Muslims were manipulated to accept Muhammad as their prophet. 6.6.1. The fatal attraction of Muhammad's fantasy world. The fantasy world of a narcissist has a seductive allure which promises the potential victim in its specialness. The superficial charm of a narcissist is enchanting, and they often appear complicated, colorful and exiting as they draw the innocent target into its web. They always look for the narcissistic vulnerabilities of the targets. Except few people like Abu Bakr, Uthman and Omar, most of Muhammad's early followers were a bunch of slaves and stray people who had no hopes in their lives. Most of these slaves were belonging to the dignitaries of the Quraysh. Due to their poor condition, these slaves were vulnerable and deprived of many things in their lives. Muhammad gave them hope: accept Allah as God and me as messenger of God. Obey my command and paradise is assured for you. Allah's erotic paradise is the largest and the sweetest carrot that was ever dangled before the Muslims to motivate them to fight in the cause of Allah. In God-Prophet relationship, Muhammad was the dominating force. Entry into paradise is not possible unless Muhammad sanctions it. Muhammad's message was very clear: fight the infidels. If you win, you will get women and booty, and if you die, Allah will reward you. This distortion of reality by deception is a common tendency of the narcissists, but it works wonder. The lure of paradise, booty and women was simply irresistible for the early Muslims. He had another advantage than other narcissists. He had a god in his sleeves who popped up every now and then and produced a Qur'anic message to support his beloved prophet. If we say, a belief system is a lens through which we can see God, then Muhammad had distorted this lens and it resulted in distorting their picture of God. The minds of the Muslims were kidnapped by Muhammad. 6.6.2 Muhammad's mental instability. The mental stability of their prophet often confused the early Muslims. There is a vast difference between what he had preached and what he had followed. His prophetic career was full of contradiction. On one hand, he presented himself as an honorable messenger of God, and on the other hand, he lived the life of a criminal. He was very unpredictable. The swift changes of mood and priorities of a narcissist often deny the people around them their autonomy, their unperturbed development and self-fulfillment, and their path to self-reorganization. They live in a constant fear and anxiety. What next? Where next? Who next? This fear of uncertainty and anxiety and unpredictability make them an instrument to the narcissist. The victim no longer knows what is true and right, and what is wrong and forbidden. These are recreated for them by the narcissist. In the uncertainty and frightening atmosphere, the victim has only one sure thing to cling to, i.e., the narcissist himself. Once they start compromising, there is no end of it. Muhammad sometimes overvalued his potential victims and then completely devalued them. Once he declared that he was the foretold prophet of the Jews. He gave Moses a much superior position, but when he realized that he would not be able to deceive the Jews, he devalued them completely. Same is true for the Christians also. This contradictory behavior of valuation and devaluation of the same people often makes other people nervous. People are worried: is it my turn after them? They suffer from emotional insecurity, an eroded sense of self-worth, fear, stress, and anxiety. They unconsciously try very hard not to upset their leader. In psychology, this is called walking on eggshells. It means to watch what you say or do around a certain person because anything might set him off. Gradually, emotional paralysis ensued and the Muslims came to occupy the same emotional wasteland inhabited by their narcissist prophet. This influence remains stable, even when the narcissist leader is long out of the lives of the followers. Even today, after 14 centuries of their leader's death, Muslims cannot see that their beloved prophet was actually some kind of mafia lord. The reason is simple: they want to remain in the good book of Muhammad. They came into the narcissistic pattern of thinking of Muhammad. They are compromising ever since the birth of Islam. 6.6.3 Muhammad's misleading signals. A narcissist's deceitful emotional messages often mislead people around him. He mimics real emotions artfully. Most people are misled into believing that he is more human than common. They give everything to the narcissist, but once they are not found to be useful as a narcissistic supply source, they are discarded ruthlessly. When the narcissists display outbursts of emotions, they are actually putting on a calculated response to obtain a certain result. These are all pretended emotions. Narcissists are emotionally invalid. They are unmoved by things that would upset the normal person, while outraged by insignificant matters. They are bystanders to the emotional life of others, perhaps envious and scornful of feelings they cannot have or understand. In the end, psychopaths are cold, with shallow emotions, living in a dark world of their own. Vaknin, 1999, page 358, wrote, narcissists deceive their environment in more than one way. Even when they express emotions, it is because they have discovered the efficiency of this instrument in obtaining narcissistic supply. Muhammad's emotional messages were fraudulent and purposeful. He was capable of witnessing or order acts of utter brutality without experiencing a shred of emotion. While visiting the tomb of his mother, Muhammad cried for his long-dead mother, but Allah did not allow him to pray for her. This is a fake emotion. It is just disgusting to think that a god can stop a person from praying for his long-dead mother. In reality, Muhammad had an overly complicated relationship with his mother. He simply could not forgive her. By mimicking real emotions artfully, by shedding few drops of crocodile tears, Muhammad made other people to believe that he is more human than common. It was his mask of sanity. One of the strongest of human emotions is fear. This powerful emotion can be healthy or unhealthy. Fear is good as long as it takes up a protective role, helping a person to rightly recognize and respond cautiously to impending dangers and possible threats. As example, a fear that makes a passerby to wait patiently before crossing a busy road for safety reasons is certainly a healthy fear. The fear of death, which functions to make us alert in dangerous situations, is a very healthy emotion. Here the fear factor helps a person to reason more clearly. But, often, fear turns unhealthy, overpowering an individual's power of reasoning and other positive attributes that make him see things in clearer light. Muhammad based his religion on this unhealthy human weakness, the fear for unknown and unseen. Throughout his career, Muhammad and his Allah continuously repeated the words, fear me, obey me, obey me. When Muhammad successfully instilled the unhealthy fear in the minds of his followers, he snatched their freedom and enslaved them. Allah's wrath, the doomsday, hellfire, all these threats have ruined the lives of the Muslims. All these clever emotional tricks had driven his followers to seek refuge with him. A healthy fear is a healthy life force, but the kind of fear that we see in Islam tramples self-confidence. It is not simple fear but addiction to fear. Another strong emotion is love. The narcissists know this human weakness very well. When a new member goes to a narcissist, he experiences a sudden overflow of love as if all of a sudden he became the most lovable person in the world. This sudden love bombing confuses the member. If he is not aware that the narcissist had set a trap for him, he will be in danger. Gradually he will be locked in the narcissist's web and the exit gate will be closed. Initially Muhammad had set such a love trap for the Jews and Christians. With a typical love bombing, i.e., his deliberate show of affection or friendship, he tried to elate the Jews and Christians, praise them, their scriptures and their gods and prophets. These fake emotions of love were all misleading signals of Muhammad specially forged for the Jews and Christians. Accordingly, Allah became too active and started sending down many verses praising the Jews. But Muhammad's all attempts to gain the Jews as convert to Islam failed, though he was partly successful with the Christians. 9. All these manipulative fake emotions confuse many people around him. Vaknin, 1999, p. 358. The victims feel that something is wrong but due to utter confusion cannot tell what went wrong. From this time the enslavement and exploitation begins. They even do not understand that in their perplexed condition they are slowly coming within the narcissistic grip of the manipulative leader. 6.6.4. Pathological lying, also known as pseudologia fantastica, mythomania, is one of several terms applied by psychiatrists to the behavior of habitual or compulsive lying. Narcissists are often pathological liars. For a narcissist, telling the lie makes the game more interesting. But while playing this game of deception, others are left in a state of confusion. Since they do this all the time and seldom tell the truth, that makes them pathological liars. With many years of practice, they become very convincing liars. They lie coolly and easily, even when it is obvious they are being untruthful. It is almost impossible for them to be consistently truthful about either a major or minor issue. They lie for no apparent reason, even when it would be easier and safer to tell the truth. It actually makes him feel great when the game becomes more and more cruel. He feels like he's one damn special, distinguished, famous and unforgettable person. A narcissist is just an image, not a real person. Muhammad's claims were very strange. He very confidently declared, cited Sina, 2008, page 62. The very first thing Allah Almighty ever created was my soul. First of all things, the Lord created my mind. I am from Allah and believers are from me. Just as Allah created me noble, He also gave me noble character. To prove Muhammad's extraordinary declaration about himself as truth, Muslim scholars leave no stones unturned to convince the infidel world that their prophet indeed had a noble character, in spite of all the evidences which confirm exactly the opposite. Muhammad had a very high opinion about himself. Apart from thinking that he was the anointed messenger of God and the seal of the prophets, Q. 33.40, this megalomaniac regarded himself as Khairu called the best of creation, an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and given us a hint that he is exalted above other prophets in degrees, Q. 2.253. He also claimed to be the preferred one, Q. 17.55, and sent as a mercy to the worlds, Q. 21.107, to have been risen to a praised estate, Q. 17.79. The authentic Islamic sources reveal that he was a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a promiscuous husband, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger but a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. According to the Muslims' judgment, there are all qualities of a noble character. Allah very generously declared, were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe. Tabakat, volume -1, all these claims were fabricated in Muhammad's lie factory. This type of pathological lying of a narcissist is also called crazy lying. Confronting their lies may provoke an unpredictably intense rage or simply a Buddha-like, ear-to-ear, smile. These manipulators are rarely original thinkers. These plagiarists and thieves seldom credit the true originators of ideas. For them, objective truth does not exist. The only truth is whatever will best achieve the outcome that meets their needs. When a narcissist tells a lie, he repeats it often and sticks to it. This is the art of lying, which is known to all expert liars and politicians. When Muhammad recounted his tale of ascending to the seventh heaven, many Muslims lost their faith on Muhammad and left him. His closest friend Abu Bakr was at first taken aback. He was puzzled. He had two choices: either to abandon Muhammad by accepting that he was a fraud, or remain with him by believing his absurd tales. Ibn Ishaq wrote, many Muslims gave up their faith. Some went to Abu Bakr and said, what do you think of your friend now? He alleges that he went to Jerusalem last night and prayed there and came back to Mecca. Bakr said that they were lying about the apostle. But they told him that he was in the mosque at this very moment telling the Quraysh about it. Bakr said, if he says so then it must be true. I believe him, and that is more extraordinary than his story at which you boggle. Ishaq, 183, the particular words of Abu Bakr need to read between the lines. If he says so, then it must be true. I believe him. It means, Abu Bakr saw some credibility in Muhammad's absurd story and believed him. This is the power of big lie. Muhammad knew it, so was Hitler. To save Muhammad from embracement, Allah revealed the following Qur'anic verse, when we said to you, indeed, your Lord encompasses all people. We did not make the vision which we showed to you, except to be a trial for people. Q. 17.60. Muhammad used the same fraud technique to exploit many of his followers. They believed in his big lie, which had often been repeated, and with time his followers started believing those lies. 6.6.5. The method of projection to change the victims. The narcissists use the method of projection. To understand this method better, let us take the example, Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 10, of a narcissist mother who is conflicted about her own sexual desires. To hide her own inferiority and to inflate her false self, she will call her innocent teenage daughter a sexually perverted when actually the daughter did not even have any experience in sex. The mother repeats her tough words so strongly and so often that a time comes, the young woman is subconsciously forced to accept that label and starts behaving promiscuously. It is as if the daughter is a blank screen on which the mother has projected her unacceptable lust and impressed upon the daughter the immoral character of the mother. Muhammad used the same method of projection on his followers to secure their confidence. Muhammad was illiterate. To hide his own inferiority and to inflate his false self, Muhammad declared himself the guardian of illiterates sent by Allah. According to him, Allah loves illiterate people and hates educated people, and he had promised the first entry to paradise to the illiterate Muslims and the last entry to the educated Muslims. This way Muhammad not only glorified his shortcoming but projected it towards his followers. O Prophet, we have sent you as a witness, for Allah's true religion, and a giver of glad tidings, to the faithful believers, and a warner, to the unbelievers, and guardian of the illiterates. You are my slave and my messenger. Bukhari, 3.34.335, Ibn Abbas reported that the Holy Prophet of Allah said, we are the last ummah to come, and the first ummah who will be reckoned. It will be said, where is the unlettered ummah and its prophet? We are the last ummah, and the first ummah, to be reckoned and admitted in the paradise. Sunan ibn Majah, 5. 4290. Those who follow the apostle, the unlettered prophet, whom they find mentioned in their own scriptures, in the law and the gospel. So believe in God and his apostle, the unlettered prophet. Q. 7.157, 158. This message of illiteracy served two purposes for Muhammad. First, since Muhammad was a fraud and he could prosper only through deception, he had encouraged Muslims to hate and have contempt for knowledge, which in turn secured the survival of Islam. An educated people can be fooled more easily. Second, by declaring himself a guardian of illiterates, his followers felt a better emotional bond with Muhammad. Now they feel, Muhammad is their own prophet. Muhammad became the dearest of his followers, as if all Muslims were his own people and Muhammad was one of them. Allah has sent an illiterate man to guide the illiterates. It boosted up the confidence of the slaves and stray youth who were his early followers. Muhammad's declaration of holy illiteracy as Allah's preference had a terrible influence on his followers. As example, Akbar, the Mughal emperor of India, was an illiterate, and surprisingly, it was not a shame for him but a pride. This stupid Muslim emperor, in his own eyes, had one qualification to be a prophet. The prophets were all illiterates. He used to point out frequently and sincerely believed that, in order to honor their prophet, it is the essential duty for every faithful Muslim to keep one of their sons illiterate. Airly, 1997, p. 909. This shows how much Muhammad's method of projection worked in the mindset of the Muslims. Muhammad projected his views about Arabia to the non-Arab Muslims. The reason was simple. Muhammad wanted to impose Arab supremacy on them. Few quotes from a hadith cited Sheikh, 1995, page 27, 29, 31. He who aggresses against Arabia shall not win my love, nor will I intercede for him. 2. Muhammad told Suleiman Farsi, a freed Persian slave who fought for Islam, if you bear grudge against Arabia, you bear grudge against me. 3. The Quraysh are the rulers of men in vice and virtue until the day of judgment. 4. The right to rule, caliphate, shall belong to Quraysh, even if two men existed. Muhammad even wanted his followers to look culturally different from the people of the book. 1. The Prophet said, the Jews and the Christians do not dye gray their hair, so you should do the opposite what they do. 2. When the Prophet saw Abdullah b. Amr b. al-As is wearing clothes dyes in saffron, he forbade them to wear that on the ground that such cloths were worn by the non-believers. 3. Arabic is the most sacred language for Muslims. Muhammad projected Mecca, his home place. The Prophet said about Mecca, his birthplace, O Mecca, by Allah, you are better than any part of the earth and dearer to me than the rest of the world. 2. The Mecca is the best place and dearer than any other place. Had my nation not driven me out, I would not have lived elsewhere. And, ultimately Muhammad declared, no person attains faith till I am dearer to him than the persons of his household, his wealth and the whole of his mankind. Muslim. 1.70. Now let us see, what is the outcome of these projections? Since no one can enter paradise without Muhammad's intercession, the believers find it absolutely necessary to follow the Prophet in every detail with utmost sincerity. Sheikh, 1995, page 27, wrote, "The faith has come to mean, not only to pray, fast and perform Hajj, the way the Prophet used to do, but also look like him, that is cut hair like him, wear cloths like him, walk like him, talk like him, sleep like him, eat like him, adopt his manners and above all, love and hate what he loved and hated. Imitation is the worst kind of flattery." Now let me compare the above quote with another quote from Vaknin. "The narcissist is never whole without an adoring, submissive, available, self-denigrating partner. His very sense of superiority, indeed his false self, depends on it." Vaknin, 1999, p. 32. Is there any further explanation required to show that Muslims are often victims of Muhammad's method of projection so much so that they willingly and submissively self-denigrate to become a partner in Muhammad's narcissistic game? The above tendency had a devastating effect on the national character of the non-Arab Muslims. When a non-Arab person accepts Islam, he is forced to love Arabia and its traditions at the expense of the culture, honor and pride of his own motherland. Mecca is now more favored than his birthplace and Arabic more than his mother tongue. Since Muhammad hated the infidels, a non-Arab Muslim must hate his own people of his own nation who are following the faith of their ancestors. In fact, the non-Arab Muslims have to hate their own forefathers to love Arab heroes. In Egypt, the glorious land of ancient pharaohs, the people don't call themselves Egyptians anymore. All of them had become Arabs. Naipaul, 1998, page 1, wrote, "Islam is not simply a matter of conscience or private belief. It makes imperial demands. A convert's worldview alters. His holy places are in Arab lands. His sacred language is Arabic. His idea of history alters. He rejects his own. He becomes, whether he likes it or not, a part of the Arab story. The convert has to turn away from everything that is his. The disturbance for societies is immense, and even after 1,000 years can remain unsolved. The turning away has to be done again and again. People develop fantasies about who and what they are. Slowly, he becomes a refugee in his own country because he does not have any real love, respect or loyalty for his own motherland, as we can notice in most of the Indian Muslims. After being completely devoid of national honor, slowly he develops a strong slave mentality for the Arabs, because whatever he thinks or does must conform to the patterns of thinking and doing set by the Arabian soil and culture." 6.7. Who benefited from Islam? Muslims and many non-Muslim scholars often portray Muhammad as a poor man, who led a very simplistic life and dedicated his life for the service of God and his followers as an absolute falsehood. But it simply cannot be true. During his prophetic career, Muhammad gathered a vast wealth for him, and at the time of his death he was one of the richest men in Arabia. He was not shy to admit that he loved money. Allah's apostle said, "I have been made victorious with terror. The treasures of the world were brought to me and put in my hand." Bukhari, 4.52.220. Terror is Muhammad's legacy, and one of his strongest motivations was money. Another motivation was sex with captured women. The Prophet said, "If you live long enough, the treasures of Khosrau will be opened and taken as spoils. You will carry out handfuls of gold and silver." Bukhari, 4.56.793. Have been given the keys of the treasures of the world by Allah. Bukhari, 4.56.795. Ali, Muhammad's adopted son, son-in-law, and future caliph, said, "Prophet, women are plentiful. You can get a replacement, easily changing one for another." Tabari, 8.62. Ishaq, 496. The simple reason, Muhammad could not be poor because he maintained a large family. We cannot say exactly how many times Muhammad got married, but it is generally agreed by all that at one stage he had at least 9 wives. Marriages were costly social activities. When Allah allowed Muhammad to marry his daughter-in-law, Zainab, it is recorded that he celebrated for a week. Hundreds of goats were slaughtered to provide lavish meals for the residents of Medina. Throwing such a lavish party for a week for the entire population of Medina can hardly be called a simplistic lifestyle. Today only billionaires can provide such party. Secondly, marrying multiple wives was a sign of wealth in Arabia, and still so in these days, which is hardly surprising. As example, King Abd al-Aziz of Arabia had 300 wives. Each of Muhammad's wives had her own house independent of another, maids and slaves to look after them. This is one of the examples of Muhammad's simplistic lifestyle. On top of this, Muhammad had a good number of slaves, servants, slave girls, personal assistants, and bodyguards. Then there were many mules, horses, donkeys, goats and camels stolen and looted from others. By the way, Muhammad always rode on Yufur, his legendary donkey, Warwick, 2000, page 241. He must have appointed a large number of people to look after his livestock, especially for Yufur. Such a man can be anything but a poor or simple man. Muhammad used to take 1/5 share of the booty in Allah's name, which obviously became Muhammad's wealth at the end. The amount of wealth Muhammad gathered from his raids was not small. As example, the Battle of Hunain, which was fought on February 1, 630 AD, Muslims captured following booty, 24,000 camels, 40,000 sheep and goats, 4,000 ounces of silver and 6,000 prisoners. They were removed to the neighboring valley of Al-Jarana and sheltered there. Sheikh, 1999, page 20. The apostle held a large number of captives. There were 6,000 women and children prisoners. He had captured so many sheep and camels they could not be counted. Ishaq, 592. In another expedition, Muhammad suddenly attacked Banu Mustalik without warning while they were heedless and their cattle were being watered at the places of water. Their fighting men were killed and their women and children were taken as captives. In this war, Muhammad captured following booty and captives, 600 were taken prisoners by the Muslims. Among the booty there were 2,000 camels and 5,000 goats. Bukhari, 3.46.717, now, 1/5 of the above amount Muhammad earned from each battle. Considering the number of battles Muhammad had fought in his lifetime and countless number of women and children he captured as slaves, no doubt he died as one of the richest men in Arabia. But the sad part is that, even after receiving so much for his valuable service to Allah, Muhammad was not satisfied. He even grasped the property of other Muslims also. As per Sunan Abu Dawud, 18-2895, Muhammad was the inheritor of those who had no heir. Muhammad had very little respect for his dead companions. Muhammad was greedy. When he conquered Khaybar, he enslaved the Jews, executed many of them and stole their property. One of Muhammad's most brutal acts involved a prisoner named Kanana. When Muhammad wanted him to reveal where some buried treasure was hidden, Kanana refused. Muhammad gave the order, torture him until you extract what he has. This is what the criminals do to obtain people's money or possessions. How much plunder was sufficient for Muhammad? Muhammad had already gained the possessions of Khaybar. No doubt he had already obtained great wealth. Was it necessary for Muhammad to do this to Kanana? Now we will see who all other people benefited from Islam. The character which Ibn Ishaq gave to the companions of Muhammad in Surat Rasul Allah was rarely pleasing. The companions of Muhammad and the early caliphs gathered large wealth and lived a luxurious life. As example, Muhammad's cousin Zubair was found to be having estates of total value of 50,200,000 dirhams. Fabulous figures are quoted for other companions of Muhammad also. A son of the pious Omar had 1,000 slaves at the time of his death. Within short decades after Muhammad's death, Mecca and Medina were transformed from obscure settlements to the religious and political capitals of a mighty empire. Margoluth, 1914, p. 136-7. Needless to say, huge fortunes were built up out of the plunder which reached Mecca and Medina in camel loads from Persia, Syria and Egypt. Narcissists are interpersonally exploitative, i.e., uses others to achieve his or her own ends. Muhammad never put his life in danger by fighting a battle, but when it is time for collecting booty or women, he was well ahead of others. His followers died happily for his cause. They thought they were fighting for Allah's cause, but actually they laid down their lives to fulfill the narcissistic desires of Muhammad. Muhammad enjoyed everything whatever he needed in his life. From a destitute orphan to a shepherd to a humble messenger of God to a desert bandit to one of the richest men of Arabia, he slowly transformed himself as opportunities came to him. No doubt he was a man of caliber. 6.8. Who are the pathetic losers? Though Muhammad was one of the richest men of Arabia at the time of his death, the financial conditions of the common Muslims deteriorated with time. Muhammad convinced the Muslims that Allah loves poverty and illiteracy and hates wealth, prosperity, education and the rich people. This is recorded by Imam Ghazali. According to Ghazali, Al-Ghazali, 1993, p. 2.28, 3.181, 3.201, prayer, a big family and poverty will ensure paradise. To promote further admiration of poverty among the Muslims, he writes that Allah and his Prophet praised one who remains satisfied with poverty. Ghazali even goes to the extent to exhort Muslims to condemn wealth but praise poverty. Poverty is better than wealth. But it never occurred in Ghazali's mind, if Allah really loves poverty, why Muhammad gathered so much wealth? Though, the economy of Mecca and Medina prospered, the living standard of the common Muslims deteriorated. There were large-scale deaths in warfare leaving women and children of the dead Muslims helpless, which neither bothered Muhammad nor the early Muslim rulers. He heard Allah's apostle saying, Allah guarantees that he will admit the Muslim fighter into paradise if he is killed, otherwise he will return him to his home safely with rewards and booty. Bukhari, 4.52.46. The believers fight in Allah's cause, they slay and are slain, kill and are killed. Q. 9.112. What is the difference between Allah's cause and Muhammad's cause? If the Muslim fighter dies, Muhammad loses nothing, but if he returns back with booty and women, Muhammad takes 1/5 share of the booty and the woman of his choice. Muhammad glorified poverty for his self-serving purposes. If Muslims remain poor, then Muhammad and his companions could gather more wealth. Muhammad's thinking was simple, fight the infidels, gather booty and capture women for me. Allah will give you much more after your death. If you obey me you will enter Allah's paradise and if you don't obey you will go to hell. For Muhammad, the Muslims were mere instruments. Vaknin, 1999, page 115, wrote, a narcissist sees no reason in dedicating thought to their needs, wishes, wants, desires and fears. He derails their life with easy and benevolent ignorance. The lure of paradise and fear of hell turned early Muslims into moth eager to cremate themselves on the flame of the Allah's cause, i.e., holy jihad. Muhammad knew this side of human weakness very well. If we make a careful study of the Qur'an and Hadith, we will find there are umpteen numbers of cases where Muhammad had benefited at the cost of his followers. There were many situations where common Muslims had laid down their lives in the name of Allah, just for a small and minor benefit of Muhammad. Muhammad saw those around them as objects, targets, or opportunities or anything but human being. Most probably, Muhammad had no true friendship with anyone in his band. He had only partners in crime and victims. As it is going to be shown shortly, his accomplices frequently ended up as victims. For Muhammad the ends always justified the means. There is no place for feelings of remorse, shame, or guilt. Muhammad felt justified in all his actions because he considered himself the ultimate moral arbiter. Nothing gets in the way of a malignant narcissist. Muhammad demanded to be recognized as superior without any tangible achievement at any cost. His followers died for him to make him rich and to make his mission successful. Today, if 1 billion plus Muslims adore Muhammad as their prophet, it was possible because of those early brainwashed followers who laid down their lives happily to make Muhammad what he is today. Without them, what was Muhammad's contribution in the success of Islam? But Muhammad did not recognize the individuality or rights of those people. He only recognized himself as human. He never hesitated to tell lie or deceive his devoted followers. Muhammad's needs were greater than his followers, but he denied it to all. A narcissist doesn't know how to feel sorry for what he does. He does not like to put himself in the shoes of his victims. Life was a superficial game for him and his followers are pawns on his board. 6.8.1 The demoralizing influence of Muhammad's teaching on the Arabs. Vaknin, 1999, page 11, wrote, anyone who comes in contact with a narcissist is bound to be a loser. Narcissism is a mental epidemic and a curse to mankind. It is a destructive, evil and tortuous disease, which affects not only the narcissist, but it also infects and forever changes people who are in daily contact with the narcissist. One of the very strange things to deal with after being the victim of a narcissist is that most people will not want to believe what happened to the victim, even if they saw it with their own eyes. This is the height of the manipulative capability of a narcissist. Narcissists often reverse the role with his victims. The victim is represented as mentally disordered and the narcissist, the suffering soul. The narcissist is forever the same. It is the victim who changes. They are unable to separate themselves from the narcissist. There is no place for feelings of remorse, shame, or guilt. On the contrary, they scapegoat the followers and blame them. Blame is a powerful reinforcer of passivity and obedience, producing guilt, shame, terror, and conformity in the followers. Even after all the above miseries caused to the victims, still there is something more terrible. Narcissism is a contagious disease. It spoils the lives of the victims even when their narcissist leader is no more. The influence is really that much. Slowly, the victims absorb the narcissist's way of destructive thinking. It means, though the narcissist leader is dead or has abandoned his victim, the force of narcissism will still haunt the followers. The narcissist is still alive deep inside the traumatic memories, waiting for an opportunity to act out. The victims of a narcissist are modified and they are not even aware of it, as we read in the science fictions of aliens snatching the human bodies. As a summary, any sane person who has put a single grain of trust on his narcissist leader is destined to suffer. In case of Muhammad, almost anyone who came in contact with him had suffered. The 7th century Arabs, though illiterate, hot-headed and superstitious, were generally innocent. They had high sense of self-respect and they were ready to die for it. But when they came within the narcissistic grip of Muhammad, they became murderous and greedy. Now they are ready to die for Allah's cause instead of dying for the preservation of self-respect. Now they are the mental slaves of their leader. A slave has no honor, no self-respect. With the deterioration of their character, the early Arabs had suffered miserably in every possible way. Those early companions of Muhammad not only lost their property and self-respect but the lives of their children, relatives, even their own lives. At the end of the day they returned with empty hands, disappointed and disillusioned. All of them were pathetic losers. Almost all of them died a dog's death. And this had happened only because they had blindly trusted Muhammad, their narcissist leader, and followed his guidance. Muhammad had changed their mind and attitude completely. They were completely modified by the powerful force of narcissism of Muhammad, so much so that now they are nothing but a shadow of their former selves. Now they have contracted the disease of narcissism. They have been infected and poisoned. They have been branded. I cannot say for sure when demoralizing influence of Muhammad's teaching began to be felt, but in all probability it started when Muhammad became the head of a criminal gang. It was then that Muslims who had never broken an oath were convinced that they might evade their obligations, and to those Muslims to whom the blood of their clan had been as their own, began to shed it with impunity in the cause of Allah. Also, lying and treachery in the cause of Islam received divine approval. Muslims learnt that raiding innocents, murdering them, enslaving them and raping their wives were divine acts which please God. Muslims also learned from their prophet that by committing all these brutal acts they would enter paradise. This is distortion of reality. No doubt, initially many of his followers became suspicious about the true divine origin of the revelations, but slowly they absorbed Muhammad's way of destructive thinking. The mindset of the Muslims changed as they lost their self-worth and honor. Booty is always easy money. When the Muslims were addicted to this source of easy money, they lost their productivity and the sense of ethical values. Their moral faculty was so much deteriorated that even after Muhammad was dead, the force of his narcissistic maneuverability was still conning his followers. Muhammad, the malignant narcissist, was still alive deep inside the traumatic memories of his early companions, waiting for an opportunity to act out. In sum, the early victims of Muhammad were modified even without being aware that they were victimized by their master. Here I want to discuss about some prominent companions of Muhammad, namely, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali and Fatima, to show how the force of Muhammad's narcissism was still acting strongly in them, causing all of them to be completely ruined. They lost their happiness, distrusted each other, conspired and fought with each other violently, caused death and destruction not only to others but their families also. Because of their closeness to Muhammad, they were more open to Muhammad's narcissistic grips. No doubt, they were most devoted Muslims and put their complete trust on Muhammad, but neither Allah nor Islam had given them anything in return. Allah wrote in the Qur'an, He is the one who has strengthened you and the believers with His help through putting affection in their hearts. If you had spent all that is in the earth, you could not have so united their hearts, but Allah has united them. He is mighty, wise. O Prophet, Allah is all sufficient for you and for the believers who follow you. Q. 8. 61-64, but in reality, in spite of uniting these people, God had cursed them by bringing them division and hatred. Abu Bakr, the closest male friend of Muhammad, was the first of the so-called four, rightly guided, caliphs. He ruled for 2 years then died. Other 3 caliphs, namely, Uthman, Umar and Ali were murdered. Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, died some 6 months after Muhammad. When Muhammad died, he left a huge wealth which he had earned by plunder, extortion, murder and all sort of criminal activities. Greed overcame all the above people and the thought of Islamic faith or Allah never appeared in their mind. Before death, Muhammad proclaimed that he would not be leaving inheritance to his family members, Muslim, 19.4355. But the very next day of Muhammad's death, nasty and hateful events began to transpire. Fatima, Ali and Al-Abbas came to Abu Bakr to demand share in the inheritance. But Abu Bakr refused to give anything to Fatima, Muslim, 19.4349. This made her very angry and she left and did not talk to him till her death, Tabari, 9.196-197. Abu Bakr died 2 years after assuming the caliphate and Umar became caliph. But Ali and Ibn Abbas had never allowed the dispute to die out, they still wanted the money. Greed was equally displayed by Muhammad's wives also, Muslim, 19.4351. So, Muhammad's dead body was barely cold and here they were demanding their share of inheritance. There was no real period of mourning, no spiritual reflection or drawing close together of Muhammad's near and dear ones. Instead of all these, people were moving on the money right away as if they were waiting for Muhammad to die. Their minds were completely filled up by greed and hatred. With deep hatred they started calling each other sinful, treacherous, dishonest, liar. Muslim, 19.4349. No doubt, a number of dark and powerful negative sentiments were at work there. The hatred continued for a long time and ultimately it resulted in bloodshed. There was another dispute. At the time of his death, Muhammad did not declare a successor. There was strong disagreement about who should become the next ruler. Warwick, 2003, p. 40. On Muhammad's death, his most intimate friends, Abu Bakr and Umar abandoned the corpse of their dead master, and left it without a burial place, in a hurry to ensure his political succession. Warwick, 2000, p. 182. This resulted in strong arrogance and rebellion. At the time of Muhammad's death, the Muslim community was not at all unified, rather, they were nearly at each other's throats. After Muhammad's death, Ali wanted to be the caliph but Abu Bakr became a caliph because Umar supported him. Seeing this, Al-Zubair drew his sword, saying, Jay will not put it back until the oath of allegiance is rendered to Ali. Tabari, 9.188-189. However, Abu Bakr became caliph without bloodshed. Ali was compelled to give a token pledge of allegiance to Abu Bakr. In his heart he rejected Abu Bakr. When Abu Bakr became caliph, Abu Sufyan was very unhappy. He deeply hated Abu Bakr because Abu Bakr was coming from a lowly clan of Mecca. Sufyan even agreed to a future bloodshed if it would be required to rid this perceived wrong. Tabari, 9.199. Abu Bakr was inferior to him, but Sufyan would have to take orders from this lowly nobody. Sufyan was a shrewd politician and had his eye on power. After deep hatred and greed, which came next, was ambivalence, moral corruption and murder. After Abu Bakr, Umar became the caliph but he was murdered by one of his slaves who claimed to have been cheated by Umar. Uthman was chosen as the next caliph. Under his leadership, life became more difficult for Muslims. There were charges of clan partiality, financial mismanagement, corruption and elitism against Uthman. This made him very unpopular. Tabari, 15.143-162-167. Soon a large Muslim army rose up in arms against him and 3 large bodies of men, from Egypt, Kufa, and Basra, moved against Uthman and marched on Medina. Tabari, 15.186-187. Even Uthman's own adopted son rose against him. The dark attitudes that were implanted in the Muslims' hearts and minds by Muhammad's force of narcissism found an opportunity to grow, spread roots, and more blooms of Islam's real fruit started blossoming. Uthman called for help from his various governors, but nobody came. The tribesmen of Uthman did little or nothing to defend their caliph. They knew that if he fell, they could possibly become the caliph. Tabari, 15.185. Ultimately Uthman was murdered and one of his murderers was Muhammad b. Abi Bakr, Abu Bakr's son. Tabari recorded how cruelly Uthman was killed. He came over to him with a broad iron-headed arrow and stabbed him in the head with it. They gathered round him and killed him. Tabari, 15.190-191. Uthman was stabbed 9 times, throttled and one of his hands was severed. After killing him, one of the murderers rejoiced declared, By Allah, I have never seen anything softer than his throat. By God, I throttled him until I saw his soul shaking in his body like the soul of a jinn. Tabari, 15.205. So at each progressive step in the history of Islam, the picture becomes darker and darker. Within a generation of Muhammad's death, the true fruit of Islam ripened. Now the most precious Islamic blood is being spilt, and that at the hand of the best Muslims. Muhammad's companions were now murdering each other. Men that fought side by side in the most difficult early days of Islam now turned their swords upon each other. The Islamic Empire was now beset with moral, political, and financial corruption from Medina to its outskirts. Muhammad's best friend's son has just murdered the fourth person to believe in and follow Muhammad. The supreme ruler of the Islamic Empire has just been butchered in his own home, and the Islamic community was nowhere to be found. They had turned a blind eye or turned their backs on their ruler, indulgent as he was. What should we say about Qur'anic Surah 8, 61-64 now? The Islamic community's heart had become so full of sin that their emotions were now giving way to brutal actions. The top Muslim was just cut down, and this was not a one-man affair. Several of Muhammad's companions moved against their former friend and murdered him. The Muslims who should have been defending Uthman walked away from him and left him to his fate, and in less than 15 years the Islamic community began to become corrupt. Muslims that had stood with Muhammad through thick and thin had fought side by side with him, now clashing against each other. They desired power, wealth, and vainglory, and for this they hated, betrayed, and murdered each other. In less than one generation the Islamic community had become a pack of dogs set on devouring each other. Spiritual corruption had established itself from the caliphate on down, and now this spiritual death bore its fruits in the physical realm. Up to this point we've seen the evil seeds of greed, hatred, envy, and discord grow from deep within the hearts of several prominent Muslims. Following Uthman's murder, confusion began to spread in the Islamic community, and the search was on for a new leader. Eventually, in Medina, Ali was recognized as the caliph. But Aisha, Muhammad's most beloved wife, moved against Ali. She gave a passionate speech in Mecca, heating the desert blood within the Muslims' hearts. She cried for justice and vengeance, Tabari, 16.41, 43, 51, 53. Implicitly, she implicated Ali in Uthman's murder, and the people knew that fighting for justice would be fighting against Ali. Finally, Ali marched towards Basra, and Aisha and her followers gathered their strength to meet him. Soon the battle started, and it was violent, and neither side yielded much ground. Men from both sides were fierce, brave warriors. They did not fear death that day and fought like lions. In Islamic history, this battle is known as Battle of Camel. The various accounts of the casualty count were very high. Those killed at the Battle of the Camel around the camel numbered 10,000, half from Ali's followers, and half from Aisha's. It was said that in the first battle 5,000 Basrans were killed and a further 5,000 in the second battle. There was a pause during the battle, totaling 10,000 Basran fatalities and 5,000 Kufans. Tabari, 16.164. In Battle of Camel, two prominent Muslims Talha and Zubair died, both of them were most beloved of Muhammad's companions. However, more bloodshed lay in store for Ali after Battle of Camel ended. The long underlying conflict between Muhammad and Abu Sufyan reappeared, and the bitterness revived. Ali and Muawiyah, Abu Sufyan's son, play the opposing roles. Muawiyah's father was a shrewd politician and he taught his sons well. Sufyan secretly desired to achieve political power. When Muawiyah came to know that Ali is on his way to confront him, he gave order, in that case, O Abu Abdallah, prepare the men. Tabari, 17.2, in the history of Islam, this battle is known as Battle of Siffin, which continued for a long time. It was actually a series of day-by-day battles. Ali tried to negotiate with Muawiyah to end the battle, but he received much humiliation. Negotiators from each side started insulting, cursing and vilifying each other by quoting Qur'anic passages and hurling them against each other. Tabari, 17. 92. In this battle, one notable person, Ubaidullah, the son of the second, rightly guided, Caliph Umar, was murdered. Tabari, 17. 63. After Uthman was murdered, he joined up with Muawiyah. After Ali's humiliation, Muawiyah turned to Egypt, where Muhammad b. Abu Bakr, Uthman's murderer and Abu Bakr's son, was appointed as governor. Soon Muhammad bin Abu Bakr was captured and murdered by Muawiyah. Slowly Muawiyah gained in power. By seeing Ali in a miserable condition, his hand-picked governors, his own relatives and friends rebelled against him. Tabari, 17.210, 211. Eventually Ali was murdered. By hearing the news about Ali's death, Aisha rejoiced, and she threw down her staff and settled upon her place of abode, like the traveler happy to return home. Tabari, 17.224. After Muawiyah died, his son Yazid claimed the caliphate, but Ali's son and Muhammad's grandson Hussein opposed Yazid and likewise claimed the caliphate. This again led to war. At this point Yazid was very powerful. Hussein encountered Yazid's force near Karbala. During this time he had with him about 45 horsemen and 100 foot soldiers. In the battle, Hussein was beheaded and his severed head was sent to Yazid. Tabari, 19.167, 176. It was just a dark Shakespearean tragedy unfolded in front of us. Hatred, jealousy, and bitterness are rooted in the hearts of the leaders of the Islamic community. Some foresaw civil war down the road even before the death of Muhammad. The Allah of Islam had failed to knit together the hearts of the Muslims. There was absolutely no brotherly love between all of these leading Muslims. The seeds of narcissistic wickedness ran deep within the hearts and minds of these, the best Muslims, from the beginning. So, this is the type of brotherhood and fellowship practiced by Muhammad's followers after his death. All the 7 deadly sins, shamelessness, magical thinking, arrogance, envy, entitlement, exploitation and bad boundaries, of a narcissist were prominently present in the early followers of Muhammad. It was possible because they were very close to Muhammad and came in contact with him more often than others. Muhammad's narcissism infected them and changed them completely. Not only they were changed, but it even changed their sons also. Even the sons of the so-called rightly guided caliphs of Islam were striving to kill each other. The greed and lust for power was so strong that even Muhammad's wives could not come out from this. I cannot see any type of love and brotherhood amongst them, instead I can see war, hatred, envy, lies, deceit, bitterness and massive bloodshed in the lust for power. Also, there were wholesale slaughter, cruel brutalities and bitter oppression and absolutely no spiritual fruit worth mentioning. Instead of spiritually building them up, Muhammad's narcissistic force had poisoned them, ruined them and completely destroyed them. Little by little, Muhammad's narcissistic poison worked in the spiritual bloodstream of these Muslims, degraded them and demonized them. They would have been better if they did not have sold their soul to a narcissist like Muhammad. Where is the root of all these negative qualities that poisoned them? If we make a careful study of Muhammad's biography, we can see that all these evils originated from Muhammad. The greed, lust for power, hatred, envy, lies, deceit, bitterness, shamelessness, exploitation, bloodshed, practically all the evil actions were the trademarks of Muhammad. In every community, there are good and bad people. The tragedy is, Islam's poison strengthens the wicked side of a good man and subdues their moral faculty. Each of the players of early stage of Islam shed the blood of tens of thousands of Muslims only to secure what they thought they were entitled for. But at the end they got nothing and most of them died miserably like stray dogs on the streets. Chapter 7. Present-day captives of Islamic cult. In the previous chapter, I have shown that the force of Muhammad's narcissism had a tremendous negative impact on his companions. Their thinking pattern was modified. Muhammad benefited from their devotion, but they remained pathetic losers. Sadly, the force of narcissism of Muhammad is still active today. Muslim mindset is not changed at all since the beginning of Islam. All the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist were significantly present in Muhammad, to his early companions and to the Muslims of present generation. This is the legacy of Muhammad. Like the narcissistic cult leaders enslave their followers by fear-based control mechanism, as already discussed earlier, Muhammad done the same. Though most of the cults die with their leaders, the tragic part in Islam is that this control mechanism is still strongly active today. This way, present-day Muslims are captives of Islamic cult. 7.1. The legacy of Muhammad. Narcissism is a powerful force like the psychological element in drug addiction. Vaknin, 1999, page 34. Muhammad's narcissism was so powerful that, even today after 14 centuries, Muslims are still not able to question Islam. Muslims have accepted Muhammad as a superior being and the mercy of God among mankind. They do not judge him by the standards of human morality and conscience, but it was Muhammad who set the standards. This type of irrational thinking is perfectly logical for them. Theoretically, Muslims are supposed to be slaves of Allah, but practically they are the slaves of Muhammad. One poet, cited Noor al-Margada, 2010, is not shy about it. Muhammad, sa, ki gulami hai sanat azad hane ki kuda ke daimani tawheed mein abad hane ki. Slavery of Muhammad is the guarantee of forgiveness of Almighty Allah above all, it is the only mean to get to Noor-e Ilahi. Muhammad, sa, ki muhabbat dini hag ki sharti awal hai agar is mine ho kami to sab kuch na makamal hai. True love with the Holy Prophet Muhammad is the first condition of true Islam. If there is any doubt in it, nothing is complete nor acceptable to Almighty Allah. Like a slave adores his master for the fear of punishment, Muslims adore Muhammad for the fear of losing the free entry pass for paradise. Unless Muhammad intercedes with Allah, no one can enter paradise. If a Muslim does not praise Muhammad, his entry in the paradise is doubtful. No wonder, praising Muhammad is an integral part of their daily prayers. By judging him so, and by believing so, every Muslim automatically becomes a victim of Muhammad's narcissism. Muslims are the first victims of Islam. They cannot question Islam because they are infected by Muhammad's mental disorder. Even after 14 centuries of Muhammad's death, the ghost of Muhammad is still capable of haunting Muslims and enslaving them. Muhammad was still able to influence their society and culture. The narcissist creates a bubble universe where special rules apply, which does not correspond to outer reality. Muhammad resides deep inside of the heart of every Muslim. Like aliens snatched the bodies of the victims, Muhammad had invaded and modified the minds of Muslims and brought them to his narcissistic bubble universe, which is far from reality. Muslims cannot tolerate any criticism of their prophet because Muhammad could not tolerate criticism. A narcissist cannot tolerate criticism. Muslims have to believe that monkeys and pigs are descendants of Jews because Muhammad believed so. The very existence and prosperity of infidel world is painful for Muslims to recognize because Muhammad hated the infidels. A narcissist does not realize or accept the fact that the world contains other human beings. He thinks that he is the best of creation. Other people around him are just like two-dimensional black and white cartoon figures. This way, Muslims suffer from unhealthy narcissism. All the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist are present in them. By this logic, Islam is the mental illness of the Muslims. As Sina, 2008 p. 59-60, commented, the personality disorder of one man has been bequeathed like an inheritance upon his followers, where one man's psychosis, spectacular in its depth of self-absorption, has been spreading to millions of his followers, rendering them, in the same way, self-absorbed, irrational, and dangerous. 7.2. Islam, the mental illness of Muslims. On September 30, 2005, 12 editorial cartoons, most of which depicted the Islamic prophet Muhammad, were published in the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten. They were neither works of art by any account nor very amusing. Only one cartoon showed Muhammad's turban shaped like a bomb. A group of Danish imams protested and asked for a meeting with Danish Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister took the view that what a newspaper had done was not his business because the freedom of the speech in Denmark meant that newspapers were beyond the control of the government. Some imams then took their campaign to condemn the Danish government to Saudi Arabia and Egypt. But they took as their evidence not only those 12 cartoons but 3 more, including one with Muhammad as a demonic pedophile and one with a pig snout. This was reported in a Danish tabloid Extra Bladet and not denied, Desai, 2007, page 8. The third fake cartoon was a praying Muslim being raped by a dog. Now, one important point to note, the 3 extra cartoons were more offensive and more insulting to both Muhammad and Islam than the original 12 cartoons. But surprising enough, the Islamic authorities of Saudi Arabia did not take any action against those imams. However, this 12 cartoon controversy led to protests across the Muslim world, some of which escalated into violence with police firing on the crowds, resulting in more than 100 deaths altogether, including setting fire to the Danish embassies in Syria, Lebanon and Iran, storming European buildings and desecrating the Danish, Dutch, Norwegian, French and German flags in Gaza City. Danish Prime Minister Anders Fogh Rasmussen described the controversy as Denmark's worst international crisis since World War II. This type of behavior of Muslims is abnormal. They rioted in faraway places such as Nigeria and Turkey and killed more than 100 people who had nothing to do with those cartoons, yet they call their religion a peaceful religion. In Islamic countries, many Christian churches and Hindu temples are regularly destroyed. Jews are routinely labeled apes and pigs in the state-controlled media. In Saudi Arabia, carrying a Bible is forbidden, but still Muslims quote some peaceful verses from Qur'an to show that there is no compulsion in religion. Why this hypocrisy? If some innocent cartoons wounded the delicate sensibilities of the Muslims, then in the same way labeling Jews with offensive terms, apes and pigs, equally wound the sensibilities of the Jews community. The cartoon incident highlights the fact that Muslims cannot be good citizens of any country where another religion and culture is dominant. It means that Muslims cannot be a loyal minority, and as their numbers and strength build up, they will demand to impose their Muslim laws and systems on their hosts. In fact, the Quran instructs them not to live as minorities, but to try to take over. Their allegiance is always to the wider world of Islam over any national boundaries. Danish cartoon rage was a repetition of the fury unleashed by Salman Rushdie's novel, which was first published in 1988, and of Pope's criticism of Muhammad on September 12, 2006. The dying Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran's Islamic Republic declared in a fatwa during February 1989 that the offending author of the Satanic Verses and those associated with its publication and distribution should be killed. During this period, a mob attacked the USIS office in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, and huge public demonstrations with ritualistic burning of Rushdie's novel were arranged from the streets of Dhaka, Bangladesh, to the streets of Bradford, England. As a protest of Pope's criticism, many churches were burnt down, several Islamic terrorist organizations gave a joint threat to Vatican, and a 65-year-old Italian nun was killed. How should we explain such mad furor over cartoons or works of fiction or a comment from Pope that so readily sees Muslim sensitivities and then spill over into the streets with appalling consequences? What is to be made of the cartoon controversy, the earlier controversy surrounding Rushdie's novel and Pope's comment? And what is the implication, if any, of such conduct on the part of Muslims for the West? Secondly, what about those 3 extra cartoons which were more provocative than the actual cartoons? Clearly, the imams added them to fuel outrage by giving the Arabs an idea how hateful the atmosphere in Denmark is towards Muslims. Only to stir up the Muslims, the imam did not hesitate to malign the Prophet more than the actual cartoonists. Why there was no fatwa on their heads? The abnormal Muslim rage over the cartoons can be explained by Coates' Psychoanalytic Theories on Narcissism, which was published in 1972. According to Coates, the frustration and suppression of the grandiose self is displayed by means of narcissistic rage. Narcissistic rages are a result of the shame and fear at being faced with failure. When a narcissist's grandiose sense of self-worth is under attack, typically in the form of criticism, the narcissist suffers from narcissistic injury. The natural reaction is to rage and pull down the self-worth of others to make the narcissist feel superior to them. By showing rage, the narcissists want to pacify their internal pain and hostility and rebuild their self-worth. Muslims cannot tolerate even a small criticism of their prophet. The depiction of Muhammad with a bomb in the turban indicates that Islamic terrorism is closely related to Muhammad. Since Muhammad is the prophet of all the Muslims, it indirectly points negatively to the Muslims. In case Muhammad is proven to be a terrorist, all credibility of Islam dies with this. It caused shame and fear, which resulted in anger and ultimately narcissistic injury, and hence they rage. By killing more than 100 innocent people and destroying property in riots all over the world, the Muslims felt superior to others. 7. Non-Muslims. As I am going to show shortly, Muslims suffer from many delusions. These are grandiose fantasies. One of these delusions ones that Muslims are following the only true religion of God and rest all religions are false. Narcissistic rage is the explosion of uncontrollable and unexpected anger. Rage comes in many forms, but all pertain to the same important thing, revenge. When angry Muslims set fire to the Danish embassies in Syria, Lebanon and Iran, attacked churches, killed a nun, or issued fatwa on Rushdie's head, the only thing that was in their mind was revenge. Narcissistic rage is based on shame and fear. What is the shame of the Muslims? The shame is that they follow a prophet who is more of a criminal and less a prophet, that all other religions are more spiritual and progressive and logical than their own. The fear is that their prophet will be exposed by criticism, that the spiritual bankruptcy of their religion will be discovered. For the very same reason, free thought and freedom of expression is not allowed in Islam. There are many evidences that Muslims are suffering from mass narcissistic personality disorder. This way, every Muslim is a mini Muhammad. The beast of Muhammad is very much alive in the mindset of the Muslims. Whenever it gets a chance, it makes its presence known to the world by furious retaliation, sometimes without any provocation. Muhammad suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, paranoia, persecution complex and delusional disorder. All these special features which were prominently visible in Muhammad and his early companions are still significantly present in present-day Muslims. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is an anxiety disorder which affects the thoughts, behavior, emotions and sensations. This is one of the most common of mental health problems. OCD happens when there is a problem with the way the brain deals with normal worrying and doubts. Bukhari narrated, Abdullah bin Amr, once the Prophet remained behind us in a journey. He joined us while we were performing ablution for the prayer which was overdue. We were just passing wet hands over our feet and not washing them properly, so the Prophet addressed us in a loud voice and said twice or thrice, "Save your heels from the fire." Bukhari 1. 3.57 People with OCD worry so much that they can spend many hours, or even the whole day worrying about things and trying to make sure the bad things they worry about don't happen. Muhammad was anxious when prayer is overdue, and if heels are not washed properly, they cannot be saved from hellfire. He was so much concerned that he had to warn his followers twice or thrice. OCD sufferers are also obsessed with numbers, either even number or odd number. Muhammad's obsession was with the number 3. He instructed the Muslims to wash their face, cleanse the nostrils, rinse the mouth, wash the right arm, all 3 times. He even told his followers to use 3 stones to use like toilet paper after excreting. All these meaningless rituals have nothing to do with cleanliness. What is the logic doing all these 3 times? It was not cleanliness that concerned Muhammad, but the ritual itself. Muslims suffer from the same mental disorder like Muhammad. They are compelled to pray 5 times a day. They have to perform ablution the way Muhammad wanted. All they do is for gaining the pleasure of Allah, but it cannot be understood logically. How Allah can be pleased by the positions for performing prayer is example, qiyam, sitting, sujud, prostrating, ruku, bowing, and jalsa, sitting. Islam is full of rules which Muslims follow blindly. During Ramadan, Muslims refrain from eating, drinking, smoking, and indulging in anything that is in excess or ill-natured, from dawn until sunset. 1 month of every year in a quasi-hibernating state is a complete work waste. Every year some 2 million Muslims from all over the world perform this annual Hajj ceremony, the ritual of pilgrimage to Mecca. The Hajj is associated with the life of Muhammad from the 7th century. In Mecca they kiss the black stone in the corner of the Kaaba, run back and forth between the hills of Al-Safa and Al-Marwa, drink from the Zamzam well, go to the plains of Mount Arafat to stand in vigil, and throw stones in a ritual, stoning of the devil. Then they shave their heads, perform a ritual of animal sacrifice, and celebrate the 4-day global festival of Eid al-Adha. All these absurd practices performed sincerely by the Muslims are indications that they suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. The second topic of our discussion is paranoid personality disorder. Paranoid personality disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis characterized by paranoia and a pervasive, long-standing suspiciousness and generalized mistrust of others. It is characterized by excessive sensitivity to setbacks and rebuffs, tendency to bear grudges persistently, i.e. refusal to forgive insults and injuries or slights, and suspiciousness and a pervasive tendency to distort experience by misconstruing the neutral or friendly actions of others as hostile or contemptuous. Muhammad suffered from paranoia. He used to see conspiracies everywhere. During his prophetic career, Muhammad and his Allah addressed the unbelievers with offensive terms and talked about how they were plotting against him, opposing his religion and persecuting him and his followers. He never debated his critic but killed them. He never forgave any insults unless there were some political motivations behind this. Every realistic criticism he had taken as personal slight. Ibn Ishaq recorded, Aisha recalls, Muhammad never failed to come by our house every day at the 2 ends of the day. Once he came during the heat of the day, so we knew that it was because of something special. When he came in Dad, Abu Bakr rose from his bed and the messenger sat down. Muhammad said, "Send out those who are with you." My father said, "Prophet, these are my daughters, one of which is now your wife, they can do you no harm, may my father and mother be your ransom." Ishaq 223. Abu Bakr had to swear by his parents' name to remove Muhammad's paranoid fear. Paranoid personality disorders are of different types. Muhammad suffered from religious paranoia. In this case, the patient suffers from a permanent delusion of a primarily religious nature. He, for example, believes that he is on a divine mission and has been sent to the world to propagate some religion. Qur'an was created from the delusion. The root cause of Muslims' paranoia is that they have put their blind trust on Muhammad. Like Muhammad, they also see conspiracies everywhere. They believe that the infidels are filthy and they are always plotting against them, opposing their religion and persecuting them. Any healthy criticism is taken as personal slight. Gradually, their minds turn into a chaotic battlefield of paranoid fear. When Muslim terrorists destroyed Twin Towers, some Muslims believed that it was the work of Mossad or the CIA. In India, the Muslims refused to allow their children to take polio vaccination because Hindus have polluted the vaccines. Jews have invented the cartoon show Tom and Jerry because Allah equates them to rats and the Jews want to prove that rats are cute. USA attacked Afghanistan and Iraq to loot their resources. Afghan children are taught in madrasa that Afghanistan is a poor country because of the disproportionate wealth of the Americans. This is the upbringing of the Muslim kids. Illogical fear and distrust instilled in their minds from a very early stage. All these conspiracy theories are pure absurd. But many Muslims sincerely believe these nonsense is real. Some of these theories are so ridiculous that Muslims often make themselves a laughingstock. As example, USA agreed to give militarily support to Israel because Monica Lewinsky was an agent of Mossad. Razak, 2008, p. 45. Muslims' hate and distrust for the rest of the world is originated from the hateful verses in the Qur'an. Allah told them in Qur'an not to trust the non-believers. When a person is convinced of the authenticity of his delusions, he cannot tolerate criticism of their ideas. Questioning of their beliefs, no matter how trivial, is met with evasiveness, defensiveness, irritability, and hostility. This is called persecution complex. In previous chapters we have seen that Muhammad never had shortage of critics. Muhammad's excessive cruelty and sexual perversion were taken as clear proof that he could not be a prophet of God. Those early critics described him as motivated by a combination of political ambition and sensual lust. Allah revealed verses condemning and cursing the critics again and again, but Muhammad never engaged in any meaningful debate with them to silence them, but he had silenced them by killing them. Exactly same type of persecution complex is observed in Muslims. They are constantly on the lookout for slights. They are hypervigilant, neither they can question their own belief nor they will allow anyone to do so. Muslims are always eager to prove that Islam is a non-violent religion, but once the violent verses are shown to them they become furious. Persecution complex can strike anyone, regardless of belief, creed or religion. Once the Muslims start believing that the whole world is against them, they begin to justify any actions by the presumed hostility of the world. Our next discussion is delusional disorder of the Muslims. The patient who is suffering from delusional disorder holds one or more strange delusions. These are fixed beliefs implanted deep inside in his mind. These strange claims are certainly and definitely false because they cannot be proven. Often vivid hallucinations related to the content of the delusion may be present. A person with delusional disorder may successfully function in daily life and may not exhibit odd or bizarre behavior aside from these delusions. There are literally hundreds of instances described in authentic Islamic sources that show that Muhammad was delusional. He demanded the title of a prophet not by reason or any authentic evidence but by unusual persistence and force. Common Muslims also suffer from delusional disorder like their prophet. They think that they are the chosen people of Allah only because they are Muslims. All the non-believers are destined to hell. This is delusion. How do I know that it really happens? Had anyone ever came back from his grave and told us that he has seen Muslims and non-Muslims in their afterlife? How do I know that Muhammad did not lie to propagate his mission? Where is the proof that Islam was not created by Muhammad to serve his selfish purposes? This is how the whole idea of heavenly pleasure for Muslims and hellish torture for the non-Muslims is strange and baseless claim. After all, Muhammad was a psychopath, a mentally deranged criminal. How much could he be trusted? When a Muslim transforms himself from a human being to human bomb, all these queries do not occur in his mind because his mind is full of delusional thoughts of paradise, virgins, sex, wine, etc. A Muslim's delusional disorder has an undue influence on his life. He is oversensitive in his belief because he has no logical explanation. But he cannot come out of his delusion. From the very deep bottom of his heart, a Muslim knows very well that their religion is a violent religion, that Muhammad was an aggressive man, that the real God cannot be unethical, that Islam is a mental prison, but he cannot express himself. So he lies to himself. He knows something is seriously wrong with his religion, but he is confused. He understands that people around him are not happy with him, but he is helpless. In his mind, he agrees to every accusation of the critics of Islam, but he cannot stop putting his trust in Muhammad. He had succumbed to his mental illness and he is mentally tormented. And Islam has caused this mental disability to the Muslims. Muhammad's primary mental illness is narcissistic personality disorder. Those who suffer from narcissism also suffer from various other types of mental illness. Because the narcissists consume so much of their mental energy to keep their false self functioning that the natural protection of the mental health is weakened. For this reason, narcissists suffer from various other mental disorders with their primary illness. This is called comorbidity. By putting their blind trust, Muslims take over all the mental disorders from Muhammad on themselves unknowingly. Next, I will show that all the deadly sins of a narcissist are prominently present in typical Muslim mindset. This way, every Muslim is a carbon copy of Muhammad. 7.3. The demonic recipe of narcissist Muhammad. Islam is the force of Muhammad's narcissism. By following Islam, Muslims receive all the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist. These are shamelessness, magical thinking, arrogance, envy, entitlement, exploitation and bad boundaries, all included in the demonic recipe of narcissist Muhammad. 7.3.1. Shamelessness, bypassed shame. Shame is among the most unbearable of human feelings regardless of our age or position in the society. For a narcissist, shame is very intolerable, so they have developed some defense mechanism not to experience it at all. Psychologists call this bypassed shame. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 5. With bypassed shame, the mind seems to be working hard at keeping away from the issue. Patients experiencing this type of shame become obsessive. One of the more important effects of unacknowledged shame is low self-esteem. It leads to anger and inferiority complex. Chef, 1999, page 88. The bypassed shame can set up explosive chain reaction like acute panic, a shame-fear alternation, resentment, shame-anger alternation, with anger directed out, and guilt, shame-anger sequences, with the anger directed in. Chef, 1999, page .93. Muslims suffer from this bypassed shame. Today being Muslim itself is a shameful act, and the Muslims know this fact very well. By following Islam, they have developed a narcissistic false self. Allah had condemned the non-Muslims and Muslims are taught to hate them. But the fact is that even after receiving so much curses from Allah, the non-Muslim world is progressing well. It is the Muslims who are at the lowest people in a society. 2/3 of world's poorest people live in Muslim countries. With all their oil wealth, there are no Muslim nations among the top 30 of the world's richest nations. Democracy and rule of law is practically non-existent in almost all the Muslim nations. Trifkovich, 2002, page 3. Some Muslim nations are so poor that their people will simply die from starvation if USA stops financial aid to them. Muslims are not shameless. They appear to be thick-skinned, but actually they are extremely shame-sensitive. Deep inside, a Muslim feels pathetic and foolish, deserving of mockery and humiliation. Today criticism of Islam is heard from every corner of the world, to which Muslims show cool indifference. But all of a sudden they surprise us by reacting acute panic, resentment or guilt. We often hear from the Muslim clerics that Islam is in danger. When some progressive Muslims talk about female education, equal rights, drawbacks of madrasa education, etc., a large section of Muslim society is in panic. One reason of this panic is that the Muslim clerics will lose their domination. But the second reason is that the bypassed shame changes into panic. When we talk about reformation of Christianity and Hinduism, another two world religions, Christians and Hindus are very open to logical and constructive criticism. But for Muslims, the bypassed shame vents out as panic. Muslims are also much scared of the free thought, because if freedom of thought and speech is encouraged, Islam will be exposed. Slowly many of them become paranoid. Violent rage is the second explosive chain reaction, i.e., shame-anger alternation, with anger directed out to the outside world. The three best examples of this are, as stated before, Danish cartoon, Salman Rushdie's novel, and Pope's criticism of Muhammad. All these are shame-based rage. When they feel humiliated, embarrassed, or ridiculed and their already low self-esteem takes a further drop, they rage to cut off these bad feelings. The third point is guilt, i.e., the shame-anger sequences, with the anger directed to himself and his religion and his prophet. In this process, the Muslim doubts his Islamic faith, but he may not leave Islam immediately. He dives deep into Islamic studies, goes to mosque more frequently, attend more religious seminars and apparently become more devoted to his religion. But all these actions are superficial, as if he is trying to trick himself. But this is not permanent. Sooner or later he stops fooling himself and guilt overcomes him. This is the withdrawal syndrome of his narcissism. 7.3.2. Magical thinking. Narcissists see themselves as perfect using distortion of realities and illusion known as magical thinking. They also use projection to dump shame onto others. Magical thinking and shamelessness are closely connected. The narcissist must have to avoid shame at any cost. Magical thinking, like bypassed shame, is another defensive mechanism for him. Magical thinking is one of the hallmarks not only of malignant narcissism, but of many other mental disorders. There is no cognitive logic in magical thinking. The narcissist just knows it. The same way Muhammad knew that killing, raping, looting and torturing the infidels are all divine acts which satisfied Allah. One part of the Muslim mind is always engaged in magical thinking. Islam is a religion based on hate. They have no respect for other religions. Allah had created hell for the infidels. But in spite of Allah's tremendous hate for the infidels, the Muslims are surprised to see that the infidels are better, brighter, wealthy, educated and militarily more powerful. Most of the Muslim-dominated countries are like living hell, which is one of the reasons Muslims immigrate to more civilized Western nations. The failure of Allah to punish the infidels gives a lot of pain to the Muslims, which lead to magical thinking. One of the examples is that Muslims take childlike pleasure to label the Jews apes and pigs, or descendants of monkeys and pigs. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 10, wrote, magical thinking, exploitive idealization, and the devaluation of others via shame-dumping and belittling are all attempts on the part of the narcissist to avoid feeling defective and insignificant. This is the exact reason why the Muslims make it a practice of Jews bashing. The prosperity of the Jews gives Muslims live heartburn, so they inflate their narcissistic balloon by ridiculing the Jews. But what they hardly understand is that in both theory and practice, magic does not conform to reality. Universe is not ruled by wishful thinking, but by immutable laws. Today these monkeys and pigs are the most educated people in this world, followed by Christians and Hindus. And where do the Muslims stand? They are at the bottommost level and live a pitiful life both in the Islamic world as well as Western world. But in spite of knowing all these facts, Muslims still convince themselves that Jews are animals. This is a mental disorder. Muslims' thought process has been disturbed by Muhammad. They are not capable of logical thinking. Another Muslim belief is that by practicing Islam, they will get a free entry into Allah's paradise, where virgins, wine, handsome boys etc. are waiting for them. But why should Allah create a brothel? If Islamic paradise is real as described by Muhammad, why Muhammad himself did not put his neck where his mouth was and became the first one to enter in that paradise? Or, was it a clever trick to entice the people to join his cult? Magical thinking is very common to the children. There is no harm in it for them because they are in growing stage. They create imaginary worlds while playing and start knowing the differences between fantasy and reality by the age 3 or 4, though they usually still believe, with adult encouragement, in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy or similar many. But when the adult people cannot emerge from this stage, we know something is wrong with him. This type of mental dysfunction of Muslims should not be taken lightly because Muslims not only harm themselves and their society but to those around him. Can we ignore the magical thinking of the suicide bombers and his concrete belief in Allah's paradise? Reality is the most potent check on runaway magical thoughts, and if we want to stop Islamic terrorism, we have no other way but to fight Muslims' magical thinking with reality. Muslims' appetite for such irrational beliefs is rooted in Muhammad. The sense of having special powers often put people in threatening situations, as we have seen not only in Muhammad but other monstrous leaders like Hitler, Alexander, Stalin and Genghis Khan also. Muhammad's illusion of divine power is the basic cause of Muslims' magical thinking throughout the course of Islam. Magical thinking is more or less common with every religion. But for Muslims it knows no bound. For them magical thinking goes beyond belief without evidence, to the point of belief in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This is the most important difference between a Muslim's way of thinking and that of a non-Muslim. An Orthodox Muslim can spend his whole life in magical thinking. As example, the Urdu poet, Mir Taqi Mir, cited Geisler and Salib, 1993, page 88, wrote, "Why do you worry, O Mir, thinking of your black book? The person of the seal of the prophets is a guarantee for your salvation." Neither Muhammad was a prophet, nor Qur'an was from God. This book is full of contradictory ramblings of a sincere but misguided man. Most of the Quranic sciences are proven to be wrong by modern science. Giving one's life for such a religion, far from being evidence of its truthfulness, was nothing less than insanity. There is no prophet and no God who can stop the progress of science. Magic does not matter, only facts matters. In the end it is the facts, and the reality they represent, that determine our opportunities and limitations. The Jews, the Christians and the Hindus and practically everyone understands this except Muslims. 7.3.3 Arrogance. Almost everything of the Western civilization offends the sensibility of the Muslims. The list is a long one ranging from religious liberty, sexual equality, and the right of gay people to music, alcohol, dogs, and pork. Everyday new items are added to this list. They demand and expect their host country to satisfy all their claims. Western nations have given every right to the Muslims. Muslims have freedom of religion. They have freedom of speech. They have the right to speak against their host country, no one will kill them. In fact, they can burn American flag on any street in the USA. But they are reluctant to give same type of freedom to the minorities in Muslim-majority nations. In Saudi Arabia, the practice of any religion besides Islam is strictly prohibited now, just as it was during the lifetime of Muhammad. Hagee, 2007, p. 29. The minorities are not allowed to build churches or openly read Bible. Saudi Arabia is building mosques in America with riches from America's gas tanks. If anyone goes to Saudi Arabia and try to worship any other god than Allah, he can be killed. In fact, carrying a Bible in Saudi Arabia is a punishable act. This is the typical narcissistic thought pattern of Muslims. A narcissist expects and needs admiration and seeks out situations in which that requirement can be met. Even after this, he expects to be treated with respect, deference, and admiration. When such admiration is not forthcoming, the narcissist may respond with surprise, hurt, or even rage. Hotchkiss, 2003, page .14, wrote, "They can be quite sensitive to others' opinions and often have unrealistic expectations of unconditional approval and admiration." Is it the superiority complex of the Muslims? No, it is just opposite. The arrogance comes from their inferiority complex. Narcissists are double-faced people. The face which they present to the outer world often comes across to others as a superior being. They love to wear a mask of arrogance, but behind the mask of arrogance is a fragile internal balloon of self-esteem that is never satisfied with being good or even very good. If they are not better than, then they are worthless. Value is always relative, never absolute. From their point of view, if someone else's stock goes up, theirs automatically goes down. For them, there is nothing acceptable about being ordinary or average. If they cannot be superior, they are nothing. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 11.13. For a narcissist, arrogance is also a defense mechanism against shame. Arrogance attempts to fill their inner emptiness with an ego rather than allowing that emptiness to blossom into humility. Hotchkiss continued, at the root of the harm inflicted to others is the need to get rid of the exaggerated shame of real or imagined inferiority. Arrogance is some kind of unwarranted pride. The arrogant assumes his views and opinions as the truth. A narcissist is often arrogant because he sees first himself. Rather than offering respect to all, he demands respect from all. When Muslims show their tremendous hate and arrogance for Western civilization, they are actually showing the empty edifice of their ego. Muslims, this type of unhealthy narcissistic arrogance is deep-rooted in Muhammad. All forms of religious arrogance lie well beyond the path of true spirituality. This simple fact neither Muhammad understood nor the Muslims. They see their path as the one true way and attempt to convert others, even over protests of disinterest. For Muslims this is their religious duty, but for a psychologist, this is the perfect example of narcissistic arrogance. 7.3.4. Envy is a strong negative emotion. Envy occurs when a person lacks another's superior quality, achievement, or possession and either desires it or wishes that the other lacked it. There is hardly anyone in this world who had never been envious to others in some time of their lives. It is derived from low self-esteem. Envy can be both constructive and destructive. Aristotle's emphasis, cited Solovey, 1991, page 9, was that some forms of envy motivate people to improve themselves whereas other types motivate people to take good things away from others. The first type of envy is non-malicious envy. Some psychologists do not consider non-malicious envy to be envy at all. But Muslims' envy is different. This is narcissistic pathological envy. For anyone, envy is one of the most potent causes of unhappiness. The unhappy person keeps it a private affair, but the case is different in pathological envy. Here the envious person is not only unhappy by his envy, but also wishes to inflict misfortune on others. This is when it becomes dangerous. When there is a social comparison between Muslims and non-Muslims, the self-image of the Muslims is threatened. For them, to witness the success and joy of the non-Muslims is too painful and too high a price to pay. So they devalue the source of their frustration and envy. Envious thoughts are daily struggle for most of the Muslims. The envy of the Muslims is well portrayed in Iqbal's poetry. Muhammad Allama Iqbal was a great poet of Pakistan. His poetry inspired many Indian Muslims to fight the war against their Hindu countrymen and divide the nation in two, Pakistan and India, which they called independence. The prosperity and power of non-Muslims caused him to complain to Allah, which in Urdu called shikwa. Few quotes from Iqbal's poetic work will show how the common Muslims suffer from the disease of envy. In the following composition Iqbal reminds Allah how much Muslims are devoted to his cause. Ham jo jiti thay to jangan ki musibat ke liye aur mart thay tyri nam ke azmat ke liye. If we lived for the calamities of wars. If we died for the grandeur of thy name. Mafil I kano makan men saharo sham firi ma I tawhid ko le kar sifat I jam firi ko men, dash me le kar tira pagham firi aur malum hay tuj ko kabi nakam firi dash to dash hain darya bi na chori hamne. Bar I zulmat men dora di gori hamne, we continuously wandered all over the world. We wandered like the wine cup with Tahid's wine. We wandered with thy message in the mountains, in the deserts. And don't thou know whether we ever returned unsuccessful? What of the deserts? We did not spare even oceans. We galloped our horses in the dark ocean. Teri kabe ko jabin on se basse hamni teri Quran ko sino se lagaya hamni fear bi hamzi yi hila hai ke wafader nahin ham wafader nahin to be to dilder nahin. We filled thy Kaaba with our foreheads. We put thy Quran to our hearts. Still thou complain that we are lacking fealty. If we are lacking fealty thou also art not generous. After reminding Allah how Muslims are devoted to Allah's cause, Iqbal started complaining that in spite of so much sacrifice, Muslims are deprived of Allah's favor. Ramadan hain teri aghire ke kashanan par barg gurti hai to betri musulmanan par. Thy graces descend on the other people's abodes, lightning strikes only the poor Muslims' abodes. But sanam kanan men kat hain musulman gai hai kushi unko ke kabi ki nijaban gai manzalai dar se antan ke harikuan gai. Apni badlan men dabai hui kor and gai kanda zan kufar hai isas tuja hai ke nahin apni tawhid ka kuch paas tuja hai ke nahin. The idols and temples say, the Muslims are gone. They are glad that the Kaaba's sentinels are gone. From the world stage the Hadith singers are gone. They, with the Qur'an in their armpits, are gone. Infidelity is mocking. Hast thou some feeling or not? Dost thou have any regard for thy own Tawhid or not? Ajkian sin h mer share rabad nahin? Ham wo hi sakta saman hain tuje yad nahin? Why are not our breasts filled with love sparks now? We are the same lovers, dost thou not remember now? In the following composition, Iqbal is burning in envy by seeing that Allah gave all his blessings to the infidels. And to Muslims, he has given misery, poverty, infirmity and even ugliness. Yi shikayat nahin hain unka kazan mamor nahin mafil men jinhan bod bi karne ka shawar kar to yi hai ke kafir ko milan horo kasor aur betri musulman ko fakat wida I hore flat wo altaf nahin ham pay inayat nahin. Bod yi kia hai ke feli si moderat nahin, we do not complain that their treasures are full. Who are not in possession of even basic social graces. Outrageous that infidel are rewarded with houris and palaces. And the poor Muslims are placated with only promise of houris. We have been deprived of the former graces and favors. What is the matter? We are deprived of the former honors. In the following stanza, Iqbal calls Allah unfaithful. Kabi hamsa kabi gairan se shanasai hai bot kaniki nahin tu bi taharje hai. Thou art changing friendship between us and others. It is difficult to say, but thou art also unfaithful. Iqbal's envy is reflected in his poetry as the voice of every Muslim, either they express their feelings publicly or not. Anywhere in the world, Muslims are in pitiable condition. They are at the bottommost level in any society. Many of the destructive acts of Muslims are motivated by their envy, just in the same way Muhammad was envious of the Jews, which caused the destruction of many of them. But Muhammad did not show his envy publicly. Narcissists act as if they want people to envy them, but in reality they envy others, which make them crazy, and they act out. Muhammad gave an impression that the Jews were envious of him. Ishaq wrote, Jewish rabbis showed hostility to the apostle in envy, hatred, and malice, because Allah had chosen his apostle from the Arabs. The Jews considered the prophet a liar and strove against Islam. Ishaq, 239. What treasure Muhammad had for which Jews rabbis should show hostility to him with envy, hatred, and malice. The Jews were much wealthy and educated than the Arabs. The narcissistic confusion was in Muhammad's mind. Muhammad wanted to show that Jews were envious to him, but in reality it was Muhammad who was envious to them. To see the success and property of the rich Jews were too painful to Muhammad. So he devalued the source of his frustration by attacking and massacring them. This is narcissistic pathological envy. The narcissists are constantly envious of other people, their successes, their property, their character, their education, their children, their ideas, the fact that they can feel, the religion they follow, their good mood, their past, their present, their spouses, practically everything. Muslims' unhappiness is of similar type. Like the narcissists are envious because they need to secure a sense of superiority, in the same way the Muslims have to secure their self-image. A narcissist, who is feeling deflated, tries to re-inflate by diminishing, debasing, or degrading somebody else. Today Muslims are doing the same thing. They have strong grievance against Western civilized world. Their complaint is about the democratic process, the freedom of infidels and all the freedom the infidels cherish in their education, prosperity and happiness. Muslims are envious because of the way the infidels love life, the way the infidels pursue life, the way the infidels peruse wealth, the way the infidels relate to each other with respect, the way the infidels look at each other as equally under the law and in the eyes of God. Muslims are also envious because of the way we, the infidels, respect our wives, taking sincere care for all her needs, the way we give love to our children and educate them and teach them moral values. Muslims suffer from confusion when they look at the Christians. The religion of the Christians taught them to love others, to practice brotherhood and to show unconditional forgiveness to the enemies. Muslims are also confused when they look at the religious teachings of the Hindus, Buddhists, Jains and Sikhs. The main guiding principle of Hinduism is Sarva Dharma Sambhava, equal respect for all religions, Bhagavad Gita 7.21, and Buddhism and Jainism talks about virtues and strict nonviolence. All these moral values simply puzzle them. After seeing all these, when they look at Islam, they find that it is completely a different education. When they compare Prophet Muhammad with Jesus Christ, they silently lower their face in shame. They understand that all other religions are spiritually superior to Islam. They understand that Islam is at the lowest position in the pantheon of all religions. It frustrates them, and the narcissistic frustration transforms into envy and rage. Somehow they have to secure a sense of superiority in the face of infidels' ability by using contempt to minimize them. This is the source from where all the destructive thoughts of Muslims generate, as Hotchkiss, 2003, page 17, wrote. Envy knows intuitively that the best defiance is a good offense, so he, the narcissist, began to look down at his colleague. Muslims' narcissistic envy, fueled by the desperate need to be superior, is something far darker. Both together make them more dangerous. When the World Trade Center came down, Muslims all over the world cheered. The whole Muslim world do not have the technology to build a mighty structure like the twin structures of World Trade Center, but they can obviously bring them down with their strong destructive force. Muhammad's hate for the infidels lurks deep inside the heart of every Muslim. It is a dark force, and this dark force within Muslims cheers when the grand and glorious are toppled from their pedestals. They love to see the flaws and misfortune of the infidels because it means that they are not so much distant from the Muslims. Because the Muslims cannot pull them up to the level of the infidels, it is the infidels who should bring their standard down. 7.3.5 Entitlement. Narcissists hold unreasonable expectations of particularly favorable treatment and automatic compliance because they consider themselves uniquely special. Any failure to comply will be considered an attack on their superiority, and the perpetrator is considered to be an awkward or difficult person. Defiance of their will is a narcissistic injury that can trigger narcissistic rage. They have a strong feeling that they have a right to be entertained. As Vaknin, 1999, page 48, wrote, most of them are insistent. They demand treatment on a preferential and privileged basis. Hotchkiss, 2003, page 20, wrote. In social situations, you will talk about them or what they are interested in because they are more important, more knowledgeable, or more captivation than anyone else. In personal relationships, their sense of entitlement means that you must attend to their needs, but they are under no obligation to listen to or understand you. When Muhammad claimed 1/5 share of the booty in Allah's name, or the best woman captured in a raid, he felt a strong sense of entitlement of having special privileges from his followers. He did not need to follow any code of ethics because he was specially entitled to defy Allah's rules. His behavior even stunned his followers. He justified all his actions by bringing Allah's revelations whenever he liked. Also, those who doubted Allah and his messenger were punished by death. Narcissistic entitlement can be appropriately presented by two simple words: I deserve. When Muhammad took Safiya to bed for sex on the very same night he had killed her husband and many male relatives after attacking Khaybar, and, when he took Rayana to bed on the same night he had killed her male relatives of Qurayza tribe, Muhammad justified his action by uttering the above two pet words of a narcissist: I deserve. Following hadith gives us a clue about Muhammad's one-track thinking capacity. Narrated Abu Yu said, the Janaya, a lady from Bani Jan, had been brought and lodged in a house in a date palm garden. When the Prophet entered upon her, he said to her, give me yourself, in sex, as a gift. She said, can a princess give herself in marriage to an ordinary man? The Prophet raised his hand to slap her so that she might become tranquil. She said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. Bukhari, 7.62.182, in the above hadith, Muhammad was about to raise his hand on a woman who refused Muhammad's sexual advances. He did not honor the private sexual preferences, private thought and the body of the woman which only belonged to herself. He must have justified his action by thinking, I deserve. During his prophetic career, Muhammad ordered killing thousands of innocent people, raped women mercilessly, destroyed their houses, stole their property and sold women and children in the slave market. He felt that he was entitled to do so, I deserve. Today, the 21st century nuclear prophet of Islam, the Hitler of Middle East, not only wants to follow Muhammad's footsteps in hating Jews but wants to go one step further. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the clown president of Iran, is trying desperately to obtain a nuclear weapon. If he will use it against Israel within no time. This is his goal and he made it very clear. He said it literally that he wants to destroy Israel. If anyone asks him the reason why he wants Israel to be wiped off the map, the Prophet Ahmadinejad will reply, I deserve. Muslims come to Western countries for better living standard, but once they overcome their initial hardship, they become rude and demanding. There is something in Islam that makes it impossible for Muslims to fit into Western, liberal societies. They demand to be treated the way they would be in Muslim-majority countries but then get offended when they are not. They do not value Western culture. While Jews, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists and other religions have no problem to be loyal citizens of other countries at the same time peacefully maintaining their own religious beliefs, culture and identity, Muslim arrogance demands that once they have their heavy footprints in any place and their demographics grow to a substantial level, the land automatically becomes theirs for all time. They aim to set up special Muslim rights contrary to the laws of their host country where they have immigrated almost like refugees. Why don't they just stay in their own countries where everything is ideally suited to them instead of coming and bothering everyone else? They demand tolerance from the Christians in Western nations but they are utterly intolerant of Christianity in almost all Muslim countries. Why this double standard? There are two reasons. First, there is a natural conflict between being a devout Muslim and living in a civilized society, and second, Muslims' narcissistic sense of entitlement. Both of the reasons are deep-rooted in Islam. There are many examples of their narcissistic sense of entitlement, this particular, I deserve mentality. Here I will discuss only one, the burqa controversy. The full-faced veil, the niqab, burqa or chador, of the Muslim women causes such deep reactions in the West not so much because of its political or religious symbolism but because it is extremely impolite. Just as it is considered rude to enter a Hindu or Buddhist temple wearing shorts or shoes, so, too, is it considered rude, in a Western country, to hide one's face in common places and workstations. To a Western child, or even an adult, a human clad from head to toe in black looks like a ghost. Muslims protect veiling their women saying that religious freedom is a right everyone should enjoy. Indirectly, Muslims want to say that their right to practice their religion is more important than anyone else's right. In this case, why they do not allow carrying Bibles by Christians in Saudi Arabia. Christians also have their religious rights. This particular attitude is in narcissistic psychopathology of the Muslims. The whole burqa issue reflects their narcissistic sense of entitlement. Western societies are multicultural. The culture of the host society necessarily needs to be respected by the guests. Those who feel it necessary to practice their religion to such an extent have no absolute right whatsoever to make the rest of the world adapt to their practices. They are free to stay home and wear whatever they choose, but they are not free to demand the right to jobs that put their religion at odds with the job requirements. In Britain, France and most of Europe, this type of demands of Muslims has gone way beyond rude or impolite. Now it is simply, I deserve. Their typical behavior and attitude, what the Westerners are witnessing today, more clearly belongs in the realm of borderline and narcissistic psychopathology. Patients with this type of attitude always want more. They are never happy. Whatever good is done to the Muslims by civilized society is never good enough for them. Muslims also generally show no gratitude or express any thanks even when someone goes out of their way for them. Like the most spoiled of royalty, they merely expect that they should be the center of all the attraction at all times. These attitudes of Islamic narcissistic entitlement are all around us these days. Muslims demand respect for their religion, even as their religion dismisses and denigrates others. They immigrate to countries that are polite enough to let them in and allow them to practice their religion in peace, and they threaten violence unless those countries are willing to alter their own traditions and subvert their own values in adopting the Islamic perspective. These Islamic narcissists not only want to be tolerated by the society they live in and freedom to practice their religion even in the most multicultural sensitive nations, but also they want the society or nation they live in to completely submit to their values and religious practices and to acknowledge their obvious superiority or else. Giving into their sense of entitlement only leads to more and more demands for attention and acknowledgement of their narcissistic superiority. Muslims will never express gratitude or thanks, and always view others as mere extensions of their own damaged self. The only way to deal with such narcissistic behavior is to clearly set limits and expectations, and then stick to them. Tolerating the unceasingly intolerable behavior and demands that modern Islam exhibits will only reinforce the underlying psychopathology and accentuate the bottomless narcissistic sense of entitlement. 7.3.6 Exploitation for a narcissist. Exploitation can take many forms, but it always involves the using of others without regards for their feelings or interests. Often the other is in a submissive position where resistance would be difficult or even impossible. Previously, I had given many examples how Muhammad had exploited both Muslims and non-Muslims alike for personal gain. Muslims died for him just to make him rich and powerful. What Muhammad gave them in return. Muhammad's outlook was simple: risk your life for me today, Allah will give you much more in return, but only after your death. Muhammad never fought a battle in his life where there was risk, but while collecting the spoils, he was well ahead of others. He was extremely manipulative and exploitative with complete lack of empathy. Muhammad did not have the ability to empathize and to grasp accurately how another person felt by his cruel actions. He was completely devoid of humanity. The faith he preached was entirely based on narcissistic exploitation. By declaring himself a messenger of God, Muhammad exploited indiscriminately by all possible means to make money and to secure narcissistic supply sources. In Islam, exploitation is subtle and dangerous because it operates under the guise of religious holiness. Muhammad did it, and now the Muslims are following the footsteps of their prophet. There are 1,001 ways people have been and are being exploited today in the name of Islam. Where other religions are a source of solace and relief, the present-day Muslim clerics employed Islam to promote fear, insecurity and alienation. As example, exploitation of children for sexual pleasure, i.e., pedophilia. This is the worst crime humanity had ever seen. Muhammad practiced pedophilia. Hence, in many Muslim countries this heinous criminal practice is protected by law. In fact, there is no minimum marriage age for either men or women in Islamic law. Ayatollah Khomeini said, "For a man can have sexual pleasure from a child as young as a baby." According to Saudi Arabia's most senior cleric, Sheikh Abdulaziz al-Sheikh, the country's Grand Mufti, 10-year-old girls are ready for marriage. Those who says that 10 or 12-year-old girls are too young to marry are unfair to them. While passing such a decree, had Khomeini or Sheikh Abdulaziz ever thought about the feelings of the innocent children? No, they did not, because they have the same mindset of Muhammad. We have absolutely no statistics how many children had been sexually exploited legally following these decrees of Khomeini and Sheikh Abdulaziz. Another crime of Muhammad was exploitation of women. Muhammad and his gang of criminals captured women after raiding the habitations and raped them. Muslims are repeating the same today. In Muslim-dominated nations, infidel women are regularly kidnapped and raped by the majority Muslim fundamentalists. Basically, Muhammad was too greedy. He lived a parasitic life without ever being engaged in any meaningful employment. He had an evil eye for all the wealth that the Jews and Christians had earned by their hard work. His fanatic greed motivated him to attack the Jews and Christian tribes and steal their property. Also, another reason was his maniacal craving for power. Same type of greed we can see today amongst the Muslims. In Bangladesh and Pakistan, the houses and agricultural lands of Hindu and Christian minorities are seized by the Muslims, causing them to take shelter in India as refugees. The attitudes of Muslims towards non-Muslims and their actions reflect the teachings of Islam. Either it is found in the Qur'an or derived from the acts and sayings of their prophet. Sharia or Islamic law is based on this. Sharia is the total collection of theoretical laws that apply in an ideal Muslim community. By following Sharia law, Muslims believes that they are surrendering themselves to the will of God, but actually they are surrendering to the whimsies of Muhammad. They have to accept the divine authority without criticism, doubts and questions. This is how Muhammad's narcissistic tendency is well reflected in Muslims. All the hates, exploitations and destructive acts of Muslims what we can see today are originated from Muhammad. Muslims are entitled to hate, exploit and cause destruction. It is their second nature. Then, there is inward exploitation also. The mullahs, ulamas and malvis exploit their own people. For them Islam is not a religion but a means of livelihood. They target the lower class illiterate Muslims. They exaggerate the spiritual power of the Prophet and the wrath of Allah. This is their brainwashing tactics. It's a tragedy, but the worst part of the tragedy is that most of these clerics are hypocrites and even do not believe in Muhammad or his teachings. Some of them are plain atheists. They sell Islam in the market of religion. It is the best commodity to barter for anything they desire. Sheikh, 1995, page 91. Islam as an agenda sells well in politics also. Before election in Bangladesh, once an opportunist political leader by the name Delawar Hossain Saidi, with the help of a mullah, issued a fatwa that whoever votes for the Muslims would go to heaven and whoever votes for the Hindus will go to hell. J. Islamic Waikio Jode, a hardcore Islamic fundamentalist political party of Bangladesh, declared that voting for them is equivalent to the Hajj pilgrimage. Roy, 2007, page 359. These deceptions and exploitations in the name of Allah have no end. The average Muslim does not know what is written in the Islamic scriptures. He simply assumes that since Muhammad was the holy prophet, hence his teachings must be holy, which as a Muslim he should value. The Muslim politicians and theologians exploit his ignorance and mobilize him for street riots by ascribing to enemies of Islam what is in fact contained in their own scriptures. And those Muslims, who know the facts, turn a blind eye to this deception and misguidance of the common Muslims. This is religio-political exploitation. When religion is mixed with politics, it has tremendous brainwashing capacity. Muhammad knew it very well, so does the Islamic clerics and politicians. 7.3.7 Bad boundaries. Personal boundaries are guidelines, rules or limits that a person creates to identify for themselves what are reasonable, safe and permissible ways for other people to behave around them and how they will respond when someone steps outside those limits. These boundaries are not negotiable and others can neither determine it from the outside, nor should have a say in setting them or in upholding them. Only the person decides when they have been breached, what constitutes a transgression, what is excusable and what not. The purpose of having boundaries is to protect and take care of us, our private thoughts and affairs. With a well-defined boundary, an individual is able to tell other people when they are acting in ways that are not acceptable to him. We have a right to protect and defend ourselves. In a civilized society, this concept is well respected. Creating a boundary is not same as social isolation or social manipulation. On the contrary, it is impossible to have a healthy relationship with someone who has no boundaries. As Hotchkiss, 2003, page 27, wrote, "Good boundaries, the recognition of separateness make for healthy relationships." Narcissists do not recognize that other people have boundaries which are not to be invaded. They do not know because they had not learned how to set boundaries and assert themselves. They are simply not aware of it. They think that others are extensions of themselves. Others either exist to meet their needs or may as well not exist at all. Those who provide narcissistic supply to the narcissist will be treated as if they are part of the narcissist and be expected to live up to those expectations. Muhammad never valued the privacy or individuality of anyone, including his followers. He spied everywhere who posed as his detractors. He even encouraged his believers to spy on each other. Sina, 2008, p. 102. Muhammad declared that he could see behind his back. But why he needed to see behind his back? The reason is simple. He wanted to keep a vigil eye on his followers. Few hadith quotes are as below. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Straighten your rows, for I see you from behind my back." Bukhari, 1.11.686. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Once the Iqama was pronounced and Allah's apostle faced us and said, "Straighten your rows and stand closer together, for I see you from behind my back." Bukhari, 1.11.687. Anas b. Malik reported, "The Messenger of Allah said, complete the rows, for I can see you behind my back." Muslim, 4.872. Muhammad did not trust his wives. He was sexually weak, and apart from sucking little Aisha's tongue and fondling other wives, he could not perform any better sexual act. Having a large collection of wives with low sexual capacity is dangerous. So Muhammad had to keep an eye on his wives' activities also. And Allah came in service of Muhammad and did the spying job for him. Allah eavesdrops and tells Muhammad about his wives' activities. The Prophet confided a certain matter to one of his wives, but thereafter she disclosed it. Then Allah revealed what she had done to him. He made part of it known and another part not. And when he acquainted her with it, she said, "Who has told you this?" He replied, "I was told of it by the knower, the aware." Q. 66.3. The act of secretly listening to the private conversation of others without their consent is invasion of privacy. It is unethical. It is the biggest insult to God, saying that he invades others' privacy. Actually, it was Muhammad who spied on his wives but put it on Allah. These are all the clear signs of narcissistic bad boundaries. Islamic God has nothing better to do than to eavesdrop Muhammad's wives. This is the biggest blasphemy of God. Muhammad was mean, so his God was also mean. Muhammad's Allah originated from Muhammad's sick mind. Since Allah is like a reflection of Muhammad on the mirror, Allah's sense of bad boundary reflects Muhammad's own narcissistic thinking. Muhammad's habit of spying and eavesdropping was so nasty that many rumors spread amongst contemporary superstitious Muslims. According to these rumors, cited Warwick, 2000, page .171-2, Muhammad not only saw behind his back but could see by day and by night, and he possessed a physical eye, planted at the middle of his back or between his shoulders, and his cloths did not prevent the light from passing through. The Meccans during pre-Islamic period were tolerant of all religions. There was absolutely no religious persecution. It was Muhammad who first started the conflict by attacking, insulting, denigrating and cursing all the traditions and religious beliefs of his relatives among the Quraysh tribe. In Medina, where Muhammad gained in power, his menace increased day by day. He attacked civilians without provocation, captured and looted their property, raped their women. At the deathbed, he issued the order, "Let there remain throughout Arabia no other religion except Islam." In his behavior, where were those personal boundaries, the guidelines, rules and limits? We can see a childlike tendency in Muhammad's attitude. Like a 2-year-old child, Muhammad threw temper tantrums, believing that he was at liberty to get his own way. He felt free to abuse anyone who frustrated his desires. He insulted the Jews and Christians but wanted respect from them. This is immature way of thinking of a narcissist who believes that having power gives him the right to treat others any way he likes. There is a reason why narcissists suffer from this type of deep character flaw in the development of a sense of self. It goes back to their experiences in early childhood. Anyone who had spent some time around children knows that children go through an egocentric stage when they seem to feel very important and invincible, as if they are at the center of the world. The egocentric behavior of a child has a very important function. The child in this stage is beginning to form the first sense of himself as separate from the primary caregivers, and an inflated sense of self-importance allows him to explore the world without overwhelming fears and doubts. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 28. Now, in this important developing stage, if there is an arrest in mental development, the child remains stuck in his egocentric behavior throughout his life. Muhammad had a very unhappy childhood. He had faced enough cruelty and negligence. Because of all these devastating psychological blows, a strong sense of separate self did not form in Muhammad. He had been trained to accept intrusions while growing up, and there was no one to give him support for autonomy. In this condition, Muhammad became too sensitized and erected rigid boundaries to protect himself and demonstrated paranoid rigidity and vigilance. Following quotes from Qur'an proves it. O ye who believe, enter not the dwellings of the Prophet for a meal without waiting for the proper time, unless permission be granted you. But if ye are invited, enter, and, when your meal is ended, then disperse. Linger not for conversation. Lo, that would cause annoyance to the Prophet, and he would be shy of asking you to go, but Allah is not shy of the truth. And when ye ask of them, the wives of the Prophet, anything, ask it of them from behind a curtain. That is purer for your hearts and for their hearts. And it is not for you to cause annoyance to the Messenger of Allah, nor that ye should ever marry his wives after him. Lo, that in Allah's sight would be an enormity. Q. 33.53, O ye wives of the Prophet. Whosoever of you committeth manifest lewdness, the punishment for her will be doubled, and that is easy for Allah. Q. 33.30. The following hadith shows that Muhammad valued his privacy. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi. A man peeped through a hole in the door of Allah's apostle's house, and at that time, Allah's apostle had a midri, an iron comb or bar, with which he was rubbing his head. So when Allah's apostle saw him, he said to him, if I had been sure that you were looking at me, through the door, I would have poked your eye with this sharp iron bar. Bukhari. 9.38.2, but he was completely unaware that other people might have similar types of well-defined boundaries which were as valuable as his own and needed to be respected. He had adulterous desires for a married woman, for Zainab, the wife of his adopted son Zayd. This unlawful desire for Zainab caused Zayd to divorce her, giving Muhammad the opportunity to marry her. Muhammad was commanded by Allah to marry Zainab, his adopted son's divorcee. This shameful intrusion of a married woman's privacy, who was also happened to be his daughter-in-law, is a clear proof that Muhammad did not learn to recognize that other people had boundaries which were not to be invaded. While criticizing and ridiculing the pagan Meccans for the polytheistic belief system, Muhammad never thought that his faith can similarly be criticized and ridiculed. He wanted respect from others but was not ready to give respect to them in return. Allah forbade all criticism of Islam by Qur'anic verses 5.101, 5.102 but never prevented the Prophet from criticizing other faiths. This is because Muhammad had erected a rigid boundary to protect his religion, while unsure of similar type of religious right of other people. The lack of experience with healthy boundaries made him confused and unsure when an invasion of privacy is occurring. In Muhammad's fantasy world there are separate rooms, but there is no door, then how can he knock the door before entering? In this situation, when a narcissist is resisted by others, he develops an anxious, apprehensive attitude towards them and violates their rights in some way. In fact, sometimes he is so confused that he is unsure if truly an invasion is taking place. He reads others' personal diaries, mails and personal journals, ignore closed bathroom and bedroom doors, purses and wallets are rifled through, expensive and private possessions are borrowed, without asking, conversations are eavesdropped, extremely personal questions are asked, unsolicited opinions are offered. Hotchkiss 2003 p. 30. But once he is confronted with these violations, he is annoyed and mystified and the common reply is, you are misunderstanding me, or, that's not how you feel, or even, this is how you always ill-treat me. Muslims suffer from an unhealthy and confused sense of personal boundary. Islam, like Muhammad's fantasy world, has no fences, no doors to knock before entering. Here, your privacy is my business. Sina, 2008, page 102, wrote, Muslims are vigilant toward each other's words and actions. Each Muslim spies on others to see whether the laws of Islam are properly observed. An ambience of terror is created in all Islamic countries, where hardly anyone dares raise the slightest question of the tenets of Islam. Your own father, son or brother could report your infidelity, which, of course, would mean certain death to you. A tree is known by its fruit. The sacred relationship between members in a family gets a new definition in Islam. The above mistrusts and suspicions which separate father from daughter, brother from sister and mother from her son are the direct result of the following Quranic verse. O you who believe, take not for protectors your fathers and your brothers if they love infidelity above faith. If any of you do so, they do wrong. Q923, Muslims maintain Islam by a process called collective surveillance. Muslims are overabsorbed into the web of religious society. Here the social life is completely focused on the ethics of religious group, the individual ego is overwhelmed by the religious ego and own individual expression is not permitted. There is no personal boundary and the individual ego does not develop in a healthy way. The individual has very little independence from group life. This social claim upon their allegiance is collective surveillance. Collective supervision and strict surveillance extend throughout this society, leading to similarity in beliefs and social observance. This is why Muslims have one-track mind. The indoctrination of their mind started with Muhammad. Muslims have developed a rigid boundary for themselves, but they are confused when they are violating the personal boundaries of others, non-Muslims. When few cartoons of Muhammad are published, or Rushdie writes a book, or Pope criticizes Muhammad, Muslims are offended and fatwas are issued. But when the Taliban destroyed the Bamiyan Buddha statues, or churches are regularly burnt down and Christians are raped, killed in Indonesia and Pakistan, or Jews are regularly named as descendants of monkeys and pigs in government-controlled media of Saudi Arabia or other Islam nations, we cannot see any fatwa against them. What kind of twisted, distorted morality is this? Muslims don't understand that the non-Muslims are unique individuals who have private thoughts, personal feelings and a body that belongs only to themselves. They demand that the rest of the world treats their violent, bloodthirsty founder, Muhammad, with respect. Do they show their respect to Christ, Adi Shankara, Buddha, Guru Nanak or Mahavira Jain? Muhammad is the prophet of all Muslims worldwide, and Muslims may respect him, but we the infidels don't revere him as a prophet, rather we identify him with a criminal. Today, Muhammad is the most hated historical personality. If Muslims want to revere this man, they are free to do so, but their arrogant assertion that the whole world must hold him in high esteem is absolutely ridiculous. This is obviously a mental flaw, which they have inherited from their prophet. Muslims' one-track thinking goes this way: how the non-Muslims are treating me, but it never occurs in their mind how I am treating the non-Muslims. Unless Muslims start thinking this way, they will never have a healthy relationship with the non-Muslims. 7.4. The collective mental sickness of Muslim Ummah, according to Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 30. When many or most of the 7 deadly sins are present in an individual, that person is diagnosed with a narcissistic personality disorder. In Muslim mindset, all the 7 deadly sins are prominently present. It means the whole Muslim Ummah is suffering from mass narcissism, a collective mental sickness. This is the only explanation for the madness of the Muslims all over the world. Muslims live in a truly dysfunctional and sick society. A society which is composed of people with sick beliefs will be a sick society, as is the condition of Muslim society today. Muslims sincerely believe that only Islam is the true religion and rest all religions are false. And those with no religion whatsoever are atheists or even worse. But the fact says, almost all the terrorists are coming from this supposed to be true religion. All the major conflicts in the world are between Muslims and rest of the infidels. Not only this, there is Muslim violence against Muslims also. If we take a statistical average, Muslims as a group is 36 times more likely to resort to violence for conflict resolution than the rest of humanity. Sina, 2008, p. 3. Everywhere the Muslim character is same, in Iraq, Sudan, Somalia, Afghanistan, Kashmir, Algeria, Iran, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia and Nigeria, Uzbekistan, Palestine, Morocco, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, practically every corner of the world where Muslims have settled. In this respect, a small quote from Sina, 2008, p. 3. Why? What makes sane people commit such evil? Why are Muslims, as a lot, so angry with others, so at war with the world that they are often quick to resort to violence? Millions of Muslims riot, protest, and kill completely innocent people anytime, anywhere, when someone says something about Muhammad. This kind of behavior is not rational, yet the perpetrators are completely sane people. How can we explain this paradox? The answer is that the Muslims are the products of a sick society. Muhammad's narcissism works on them like an evil curse. The Islamization of the Muslim mind starts from the birth and continues throughout her life. It is the most extensive brainwashing process a human can ever be subjected to. After birth, an adult holds the newborn and recites the azan, the call for prayers, directly into ears of the baby. This way, the child hears the blessed names of Allah and Muhammad before he hears anything else. As the child grows up, he reads and hears more about Qur'an. He sees people performing prayers and walls are decorated with posters of Arabic calligraphy of some Qur'anic verses. He also hears the azan repeated 5 times a day in every mosque in the area. The call for prayers soon becomes the most frequently heard sound by them. In the process of growing, his ears soon gets used to hearing the endless recitations of the Qur'an that go on almost continuously. If the child goes to madrasa, Islamic school, further indoctrination continues. The fear of Allah, the hate of Muhammad towards infidels, Muslims are best of people, Q. 3.110, and unbelievers are vilest of created beings, Q. 98.6, paradise and hellfire etc., are systematically programmed in him. This is coupled with illogical thoughts and twisted logic to make the child to believe that Muhammad is the best man Allah ever created, or will ever create to the end of time, and Allah, like the big brother, is watching every Muslim and he should behave strictly according to Allah's will. The fear factor starts working and soon the innocent mind of the child gets the message that there is something very special about the Qur'an, which he is destined to read hundreds of times without ever understanding it, and except Muhammad, no one should be taken as guidance. For this, if necessary, the madrasa teacher even punishes him both mentally and physically. Muhammad recommended thrashing the child for not performing prayer. The Apostle of Allah said, "Command your children to pray when they become 7 years old, and beat them for it, prayer, when they become 10 years old, and arrange their beds to sleep." Separately, Sunan Abu Dawud, 2. 495. Soon the child gives up and forces to convince himself about the authenticity of Islamic doctrines. But once he convinces himself, he becomes deluded. His mind and senses are crippled and Muhammad's mental illness is implanted in his mind. When the child grows up and becomes an adult, he continues the same brainwashing process to his children and grandchildren. When this cycle continues for few generations, the whole society becomes mentally sick. With the inheritance of Muhammad's narcissism, the child fails in his reality test, the ability to distinguish the actual from the imagined. Neither he can confront the truth nor can he admit it even to himself. His sick mind fervently believes in Muhammad's infallibility, brilliance, heroism, and perfection. Slowly, Muhammad becomes his drug, his addiction. Without Muhammad, it is a world of black and white. With Muhammad, it is a colorful show complete with drama, thrills, and fun and full of excitement. Now he is fully within the grip of Islam. He is in a mental prison. He simply cannot dare to cross the narrow limits specified by Qur'an and Hadith. Now he can see things only through the eyes of Muhammad. This will continue for throughout his life. Let's read 4 well-known and self-explanatory quotes. However pure Gandhi's character may be, he must appear to me from the point of view of religion inferior to any Musalman, even though he is without character. Yes, according to my religion and creed, I hold an adulterous and a fallen Musalman to be better than Mr. Gandhi, Muhammad Ali, the Khilafat leader and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi, cited Ralhan, 1998, page .221. Our Prophet, peace be upon him, gave to humanity a charter of human rights 14 centuries ago. Muhammad Anwar in World Muslim Conference, 2004. One of the most noticeable things about the Prophet Muhammad is described by the Qur'an that he spoke of mercy for humankind. Muhammad Ahmadullah Siddiqui, the founder of Students. Islamic Movement of India, after 2006 Mumbai bombing, cited Spencer, 2006, page 183, don't forget that killing unbelievers is also a form of mercy. Ayatollah Khomeini, cited Burgo, 2005, p. 58. All the above 4 speakers are looking at the outside world through the eyes of Muhammad. They simply don't realize how illogical their remarks are. This happened because they have lost their capacity to distinguish between reality and delusion. They are codependent on Muhammad. In the study of psychology, this is called inverted narcissism, or covert narcissism, or codependency, or narcissist magnets. Vaknin uses the terms self-effacing and inverted narcissism. While talking about the codependent narcissist relationship, Vaknin, cited Sina, 2008, page 76, wrote, the inverted narcissist can only truly feel anything when he is in relationship with another narcissist. The inverted narcissist is conditioned and programmed from the very beginning to be the perfect companion to the narcissist, to feed their ego, to be purely their extension, to seek only praise and adulation if it brings greater praise and adulation to the narcissist. The inverted narcissist makes excuses for his dependency on the narcissist and fills in for him as necessary. Rappaport, 2009, wrote, the narcissist is on stage, performing, and needing attention, appreciation, support, praise, reassurance, and encouragement, and the co-narcissist's, inverted narcissist, role is to provide these things. The co-narcissist serves as the audience. The above explains 2 things. First, why throughout the world, Muslims' attitude towards others is identical. Second, why Muhammad had become their addiction. The answer for both the questions is same. Muslims are suffering from inverted narcissism, and they are now dependent on Muhammad, and they are ready to give any excuse to remain with Muhammad. The inverted narcissists are typically insecure because they have not been valued for themselves, and have been valued by the narcissist only to the extent that they meet their narcissist's needs. They develop their self-concepts based on their narcissist's treatment of them and therefore often have highly inaccurate ideas about who they are. Vaknin, 2003, wrote, to qualify as an inverted narcissist, you must crave to be in a relationship with a narcissist, regardless of any abuse inflicted on you by him, her. You must actively seek relationships with narcissists and only with narcissists, no matter what your bitter and traumatic past experience has been. You must feel empty and unhappy in relationships with any other kind of person. Only then, and if you satisfy the other diagnostic criteria of a dependent personality disorder, can you be safely labeled an inverted narcissist. This is a narcissist who, in many respects, is the mirror image of the classical narcissist. This is why Muslims can neither confront the truth about Muhammad nor admit it to even themselves. With the Islamic indoctrination of a Muslim mind, which starts from the birth and continues throughout his life, he becomes a inverted narcissist of Muhammad. Now he depends on Muhammad for emotional gratification and the performance of his own false self in his daily function. Muslims are not only needy and submissive, but fear abandonment, cling and display immature behaviors in their effort to maintain the relationship with their prophet. Islam had made the Muslims' lives miserable, but no matter what abuse is inflicted upon them, they prefer to remain in the good book of Muhammad, or in other words, in Islam. Muslims are eager to become victims of Muhammad. Without Muhammad they feel empty and unhappy. Vaknin continued, these narcissists, inverted narcissists, are self-effacing, sensitive, emotionally fragile, sometimes socially phobic. They derive all their self-esteem and sense of self-worth from the outside. Others are pathologically envious, a transformation of aggression, are likely to intermittently engage in aggressive, violent behaviors. The inverted narcissist is liable to react with rage whenever threatened, or when envious of other people's achievements, their ability to feel wholeness, happiness, rewards and successes, when her sense of self-worthlessness is diminished by a behavior, a comment, an event, when her lack of self-worth and voided self-esteem is threatened. Thus, this type of narcissist might surprisingly react violently or wrathfully to good things. Can we discover that the general Muslim attitudes are well reflected in the above quotes of Vaknin? Is there any further explanation required to prove that Muslims are suffering from a personality disorder, and their personality had been occupied by Muhammad? The final outcome of this is that the Muslims have not been able to develop healthy means of self-expression and self-directedness. They are completely immersed in their own affairs with the total exclusion of others. They are unable to empathize with others' experience and insist that their opinions and values are right, and they have a tendency to be easily offended and take things personally. Vaknin has some advices for the inverted narcissists, which are equally applicable to the Muslims. Finally, and most important of all for the inverted narcissist, get to know yourself. What are you getting from the relationship? Are you actually a masochist? Why is this relationship attractive and interesting? Define for yourself what good and beneficial things you believe you are receiving in this relationship. Define the things that you find harmful to you. Develop strategies to minimize the harm to yourself. Masochism means the deriving of sexual gratification or the tendency to derive sexual gratification from being physically or emotionally abused, the deriving of pleasure or the tendency to derive pleasure from being humiliated or mistreated by another, or a willingness or tendency to subject oneself to unpleasant or trying experiences. Author: when there is a lack of logical thinking, the person cannot distinguish between falsehood and truth. Since truth cannot be changed, Muslims have to change their mindset to remain in the logic-tight compartment of Islam. In this situation, lying becomes a second nature and the false ego soon takes over. He makes himself what he wants to be and not what he actually is. Hence a typical Muslim mindset is, I do not seek to understand in order to believe. I believe in order to understand. We should not aim to understand what we have believed after we are confirmed of our Islamic faith. Durant, 1950. Pages 932, with slight modification by present author. With above mindset, Muslims' mind cannot think anything beyond Allah, Qur'an and Muhammad. They live in a constant dream-like state. Hassan al-Banna, founder of Muslim Brotherhood, wrote in The Message of the Teachings, cited Hussein, 2007, page 52, Allah is our goal, the Prophet Muhammad is our leader, the Quran is our constitution, jihad is our way, and death in the way of Allah is our promised end. In this situation, even if he spends his entire life studying Quran, Hadith and Muhammad's biography, he will never detect a single error in the Quran, though he will easily find similar type of error in other scriptures. He will never notice that Muhammad was a criminal, a liar, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a mass murderer and a ruthless tyrant, though minor character flaws of some Catholic priests and their sex scandals will never go unnoticed. Even if the contradictions of Quran or Muhammad's flawed character is pointed out, his sick mind will try to camouflage them. All the contradictions and errors will appear as clear proofs of its divinity. They will deceive themselves into believing that non-Muslims either know that Islam is truth and reject is out of pure unreasonableness or else are simply ignorant of it. Shuan, 1980, page .56. This is how Muslim minds are groomed to become lifelong zombies that they can't apply minimum logic and reason to discover the true nature of Islam. Their definitions of good and bad, right and wrong, and logical and illogical are reversed. In extreme cases, Islam sucks away the brain of the Muslims. Two best examples are the famous flat earth and earth is motionless and sun revolves around the earth, fatwas from Ibn Baz, a noted Islamic scholar from Saudi Arabia, and another one is Muslim woman to breastfeed her male colleague, fatwa by Dr. Izzat Adia, the head of the Department of Hadith and Al-Azhar, DAS, 2008. We have seen the crippled thought patterns of Muslims in several instances. Since they cannot argue with reason, Islam cannot survive if argued with reason, they resort to pathological lying or narcissistic rage. We often hear two such arguments from them, the language argument and the out-of-context argument. Warwick, 2003, page 400-4. When the Quranic contradictions or absurdities or the violent verses are pointed out, Muslims will ask aggressively, do you know Arabic? Then they tell triumphantly, you have to read it in original Arabic to understand it fully, or these are not there in original Arabic Quran. With this the Western critics are generally taken aback. Now the question is, how many Muslims have read the Quran in original Arabic? Since the majority of the Muslims are not Arabs, they have to rely on translations. Moreover, the freethinkers and critics do not need to know Arabic, all they need is a critical sense, critical thought, skepticism and clarity of thought. The language of Quran is a form of classical Arabic which is totally different from the spoken Arabic of today. So, even Muslim Arabs have to rely on translations to understand their holy text. Also, when the Muslims criticize Bible and other holy texts of Christianity, how many of them know a word of Hebrew, Aramaic or Greek? When they criticize the holy scriptures of Hinduism, how many of them know Sanskrit? Muslims don't understand that their flawed logic to defend Islam's foolishness goes against them. The Quran is indeed a confused text which confuses everyone, either he knows Arabic or not. The second argument is, you have quoted out of context. This out-of-context argument is an old, standby argument of crooked and lying politicians. It has two parts, historical context and textual context. Historical context is out of question because Quran is supposed to be the eternal words of Allah and its truth and validity must not be limited to a certain period of time. The remaining is textual context. Though Muslims try to silence the critics by the out-of-context argument, but actually the Muslims themselves quote the verses out of context to deceive the critics. No doubt there are some peaceful verses in Quran which were revealed in Mecca. They want to prove that Islam is a beautiful religion by quoting these verses. But all these peaceful verses were abrogated by the violent verses of the 9th Surah because these were revealed later in Muhammad's prophetic career. In fact, most Muslim authorities agree that the 9th Surah was the very last section of the Quran revealed to Muhammad. Many Islamic theologians assert that the verse of sword, Quran 9.5, abrogates as many as 124 more peaceful and tolerant verses of the Quran. Spencer, 2007, p. 78. Surah 9 is the only one of the Quran's 114 chapters that does not begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. It is because Muhammad not only didn't recite the Bismillah himself, but commanded that it not be recited at the beginning of this surah. The Tafsir al-Jalalain explains Muhammad's command by saying that the Bismillah is security, and Surah 9 was sent down when security was removed by the sword. Ali ibn Abi Talib agrees, saying that the Bismillah conveys security while this surah was sent down with the sword. That is why it does not begin with security. So, the tolerant verses are practically meaningless. The second proof is that the Sharia law does not take into account the peaceful verses because these are abrogated. Like a narcissist tries to fool the victims with his delusional thoughts, the Muslims try to fool the non-Muslims with their twisted logic and pathological lying. They repeat the same lies again and again thinking that it will become true if often repeated. Islam is a peaceful religion, is a lie which is as old as the birth of Islam. Long history of lying has caused the Muslims to believe their own lies. This is narcissistic sickness of Muslims. When a narcissist tells a lie, he is the first person to believe his own lie. Though it looks contradictory, but narcissists are self-delusional. Deep inside, they are capable of distinguishing between a truth and a lie. Muslims distort the meaning of the Qur'anic verses as per their needs and they are well aware of it. As example, though Allah allowed Muslims to marry maximum 4 wives, but many Arab kings, noblemen and oil-rich sheikhs have a large collection of wives. As example, King Abd al-Aziz had 300 wives. Pipes, 1983, p. 180. How they managed to have so many wives when only 4 are sanctioned to each of them. It is very simple, only a little manipulation is required. Allah said in the Qur'an, 4-3, marry what seems good to you of women, by 2s, 3s or 4s. This statement was interpreted in different ways by different Quranic scholars. One scholar added 2, 3 and 4 and got 9 wives. Another got a total of 18 wives by doubling 2, 3 and 4 and added the results. Early, 1997, page 666. Since in a Muslim society there is no shortage of Quranic scholars, there are many interpretations when fat incentives are given. Secondly, reinterpretation of Quranic verses is officially allowed. Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, the most famous Muslim scholar in the Arab world, appeared on Al Jazeera's weekly program, Sharia and Life, to discuss issues related to Islam and answer some of the questions put to him through phone calls. On the 22nd of February 2009, he rejected the evolution theory because the Quran says otherwise, but he reassured his audience that Muslims do not need to worry about the evolution theory as long as it remains a theory, only if it becomes a recognized scientific fact that the Muslim scholars would reinterpret the relevant verses in the Quran to bring them in line with proven scientific facts. Salah, 2009. Muslims claim that Quran is divine, but shamelessly reinterpret the Quran by twisting the language and changing the meanings of the words or even introducing completely new meanings. Their logic is simple, the Quran is correct even when it is wrong. This is narcissistic distortion of reality. Islam seeks power, promotes hate and domination in the name of an imaginary God. Like a complete mockery of the popular saying, charity begins at home, Muslims' hate and domination starts with their own women and children and their charity goes for promoting Islam by terrorism or missionary work. It is such a sick society, where parents celebrate publicly if their child had successfully killed himself in a suicide mission along with many other innocent victims. Often the death celebration is like a wedding ceremony, where hundreds of friends and neighbors flock to the home and parents of the deceased child distribute sweets with broad smile on their faces. The neighbors and friends congratulate the joyful parents on the death of their child. Often the mother will ululate in joy over the death of her child. Hassan, 2001, p. 8, Farmer, 2007, page 56. Parents and siblings often speak of their pride and honored by the society. As example, Dal, a Muslim mother whose only claim to fame was that she proudly sent 3 of her sons to die for Allah in terrorist attacks against Israeli targets. Dal is reported, Spencer, 2005, page 102, to have said, because I love my son, I encouraged him to die a martyr's death for the sake of Allah. Jihad is a religious obligation incumbent upon us, and we must carry it out. And elsewhere, I prayed from the depths of my heart that Allah would cause the success of his operation. I encouraged all my sons to die a martyr's death, and I wish this even for myself. When the operation was over, the media broadcast the news and Dal was informed of her son's death. She began to cry. Tears of joy rolled down from her eyes on her son's death. Memory, 2002. In one Islamic school, the words to a children's song go, how pleasant is the smell of martyrs, how pleasant is the smell of land, the land enriched by the blood pouring out of a fresh body. Pipes, 2001. In Islam we can see a totally different kind of parenthood which upsets the civilized people. In non-Muslim society, death celebration of own children is even reprehensible to think, because our society consists of highly protective child-centered households. To find the root cause of Muslims' death celebrations we must look at Herd's and Durkheim's sociological theory. Herd, 1986, page 202, agreed that there is a wide variety of ways of treating children in a society, ranging from neglect and selective infanticide in some societies to the highly protective, child-centered households of modern Western societies. Though there is a physical dependence between a mother and her offspring, but according to Herd, material behavior is largely learned from the customs, values and beliefs of the society. As this differs, the relations between mother and child also changes. It means, the customs, beliefs and ethical values of the Muslim society have a deep impact on how they treat their children. Now let us look at Durkheim's theory of social integration for further analysis of the matter. But before we proceed further we should understand what actually social integration means and why it is important. Social integration is the nature of social links which attach individuals to social groups outside themselves. We are social animals and hence, without social integration we cannot survive. According to Durkheim, 1897, page 209, the three groups that have the qualities of social integration are the family group, the religious group, and the political or national group. Out of the above three groups, family is the basic unit of society and the most important primary group to mankind. G.R.M. and Saberwall, 1996, p. 29. It is also the strongest one amongst all the above three groups. The second is religious group. Durkheim's take on religion and its origins was social rather than divine. He explained, cited Slutsky, 2006, page 21, religion is a structure that served the needs of society and thus the needs of people. According to Durkheim, religion is a reflection of the social order, and religious practices reinforce societal values. Religion serve as parts of an integrated whole to support each other, thereby strengthening the structure of society. Though the word family has its origin in a Latin word which could be roughly equated a domestic group, but for sociological purposes, family and domestic groups are sharply distinguished. A domestic group may be made of individuals between no kinship ties exist, but in a family the members are either related by biological or legal kinship or lawful sexual intercourse. Seals, 1968. Pages 302. In a family, each member is expected to play a certain role which might change according to age. Here each member has some expectations from other members and from the family as a whole. Also the family itself has some expectations from each member. When everyone is playing their roles and all these expectations are fulfilled to a reasonable extent, the members are happy, and this is what we call a happy family, which is basic minimum requirement for a healthy society. In healthy society we cannot see any religious fanaticism. Now, let us look at Muslim societies. Throughout the history of Islam, Muslim families are often unhealthy and unhappy due to several reasons. There is lack of education, poor work ethics, polygamy, concubinage, lack of finance, orthodox superstitious beliefs, domestic violence, large families, slavery of women folks, child marriage, monotonous daily rituals, etc., make those families backward, unproductive and unhealthy. Since a family is the basic unit of society, hence conflict within the family has far-reaching consequences for the wider social fabric. A Muslim family is dominated by male authority, which is prescribed and supported by Sharia law. It really developed a device where a family is under the private ownership of property of a male member. Even a modern individual Muslim family is founded on the open or concealed domestic slavery of the wife. An educated Muslim wife is nothing but a darling little slave, and the married status permits the man to benefit from the fruits of woman's work. In addition to the above, often coercion is used as an instrument of resolution of differences. Domestic violence, either psychological or physical, remains a method of resolving husband-wife differences. G.R.M. and Saberwall, 1996, p. 101. In a Muslim family, domestic violence is always directed against women. Sadly, not only by the husband, as prescribed in Quran 434, but by the son also. As example, we look at the poor Bangladeshi families. In Bangladeshi Muslim families, the wife is not allowed to eat unless her husband and son had full stomach food. If there is no food left, the wife does not eat. If there is not enough food, the woman is beaten up by her husband and even by her son. Allen and Thomas, 2000. Pages 69. Similarly, a report, cited Goodwin, 1994, page 44, concerning the status of women in Pakistan concluded, the average woman is born into near slavery, leads a life of drudgery, and dies invariably in oblivion. The wife and mother definitely deserve a better respect. Since the family group is at complete chaos, Muslims tend to be over-absorbed into the web of religious society. This way they come to the stronghold of Islam, or more precisely, strong narcissistic grip of Muhammad. The Sharia law is the only guidance for them from cradle to grave, and through Sharia law Muhammad commands them from his grave in Allah's name. It is like a mental slavery. Under Islam, the life of a Muslim is same as that of a prisoner. Islam had made Muslims' life so wretched that sometimes death becomes a blessed escape from Allah's prison. Under Sharia law, the individual Muslim ego is overwhelmed by the religious ego, and own individual expression are not permitted. Muslims live in such a close proximity of one another that their social customs and beliefs tend to be unified. When there is an overindulgence in religious beliefs, of any religion, the individual either becomes a saint or a Satan. Since Muhammad was a criminal and terrorist, crime and terrorism is more in Islamic society than any other society. Pilon, cited Copy and Cohen, 1994, p. V. wrote, civilized life depends upon the success of reason in social intercourse, the prevalence of logic over violence and interpersonal conflict. We cannot see any success of reason because Muslims are mentally sick. Had we seen any success of reason in Muhammad and his early companions? They had resorted to violence even for a small conflict resolution. A narcissist must appear flawless and always correct. To appear to have a fault would be unacceptable to his self-image. At any cost he cannot exhibit any weakness. That's why they find criticism highly upsetting. A narcissist cares for no one but himself. For Muslims, everything is about this grandiose self-image. Their society is shame-based society. Western societies are guilt-based society. In guilt-based society children are taught to act rightly, but in shame-based society children are taught to act honorably, and if they don't, feelings of shame are the proper response. There is no guilt in Muslims but a huge amount of shame. Shame and honor are positions in society, just as being right and justified is a position in the Western culture. Muslims live in a worldview where the predominant paradigm is shame versus honor. If the young people of Muslim society act shamefully, then the family or tribe will react against them. Shameful deeds are either covered up, and if they can't be covered up, they are revenge. In shame-based cultures, it is only self-image that matters. Hence, sometimes it becomes necessary to distort the reality in order to protect the self-image, which is not present in guilt-based cultures. In Islamic society, a girl who does not want to enter into an arranged marriage, or wants divorce from an abusive husband, or merely talks with a person who is not her relative, etc., is being killed in the name of removing the imputed stain on the family to protect the self-image. These allegations do not need to have any legal basis, rather they are based on rumors and gossips. Similarly, a rape victim brings shame to the family. The only way to remove this shame is to kill her. Islamic logic is very simple: the honor is restored only when there is absence of shame. Hence it is the rape victim who is to be blamed and punished, not the rapist. But these are the rules of the jungle. There is no law in the civilized society which prohibits a woman to enter into a marriage of her own choice or to get a divorce from an abusive husband. It is not illegal for a woman if she communicates with a man who is not her relative. Most importantly, there is no law in a civilized society which criminalizes and gives death sentence to a rape victim. But in spite of this, all these obligations are imposed by the Muslim society and are being rigidly followed by them. What is moral according to the law of the civilization ones made punishable in Islam by the name of Allah? The God of Islam does not recognize that every individual has an integral right to life, which is something more than a life of mere animal existence, which must be a life of worthy living. In these days of scientific enlightenment, the integrity and status of an individual cannot be diminished. It would be wrong to think that all shame-based societies behave in this way. Japan, Thailand and some other non-Muslim Asian nations have shame-based culture, but their societies don't support honor killing or any types of women oppression. How can we explain this? Shame is so intolerable for Muslim society that they have to bypass it at any cost. For this, if necessary, they will distort the reality to preserve their narcissistic self-image. To achieve this, the Muslim society has developed a protective barrier of emotionless narcissistic denial. This sick society has convinced the members that it is the rape victim who wants to be blamed rather than the rapist. From behind this narcissistic protective barrier, brothers can kill sisters, cousins can kill cousins, fathers can kill daughters, mother can kill sons, and even a son can kill his mother, without any remorse. So, instead of saying honor killing is a sick practice, we rather say the whole society is sick. This will address the problem better. In Muslim countries, women have to hide behind closed doors and black veils. The shame-based society leaves them no option. In Islam, women have no mind, only the meat of her body is halal for man to enjoy. Nazrin, 2007, page .62, lamented, "My mother used purdah. She wore a burqa, the black veil, with a net cover in front of the face. It reminded me of the meat safes in my grandmother's house. One had a net door made of cloth, the other of metal. But the objective was same, keeping the meat safe." Burqa system is completely a religious matter in Muslim society. In no other shame-based society black veils are used, and the guilt-based societies cannot even think of it. Muslim society suffers from huge, abnormal, shame. Darkness around covering the head means covering her brain. This sick idea of burqa originated from Muhammad's and Allah's sick mind. Allah wrote in the Qur'an, "O Prophet, tell your wives, your daughters and the believing women to draw their veils close to them, so it is likelier they will be known, and not hurt." Q. 33.59. In Urdu, women are called aurat scent, which came from the Arabic word, ara, 33. The Arabic word refers to the genitals of a woman's body in a simple and straightforward word, which is called the vagina. It means, the entire body of a Muslim woman is a huge walking vagina and nothing else. Warwick, 1995. Pages 316. Nikah, Muslim marriage, scent, su, is an Arabic word whose literal meaning is penetration. Kalibi, 2002. Warwick, 1995. It can be pronounced as nok, which again means the ara. The giant vagina, i.e., the entire body of a Muslim woman. When the word nikah is used to mean marriage, the actual meaning is not marriage but literally sexual penetration. In sum, according to Muslims, women are sex objects. Muslims' attitude towards sex is almost same as that of an animal. Marriage is never a sacrament with him, it is openly a commercial transaction. It never occurs to him to be ashamed that he treats women as prostitutes or animals, he would rather be ashamed of the opposite. Muhammad was guilty of every sex crime known to man, so are the Muslims. The divine law of Allah, Sharia, does not recognize forced sex on women after marriage. There is nothing called marital rape. The wife is a legal sex slave of the man, often next to 3 other equally helpless wives. In prostitution, a customer does not need to bother about the sexual gratification of the prostitute. Similarly, the sexual desires and preferences of the women are not recognized in Islam. Marital rape incidents are too high in Bangladesh, as Azad, 1995, page 240, lamented, "For a woman, the first night after marriage is the night of forcible sex." In Bangladesh, the number of marital rape incidents is several times higher than any other rapes. Elsewhere, Azad, 1995, page 248, again lamented, "Here, Bangladesh, there are single rapes and multiple rapes. Here, father rapes daughter, son-in-law rapes mother-in-law. Top executive rapes sweeper of his office, teacher rapes girl student, imam rapes the kindergarten girl, brother-in-law rapes the sister-in-law, father-in-law rapes daughter-in-law, original in Bengali, translated by author. For Muhammad, sex was a narcissistic expression of power, emotional and physical. Similarly, conquest of the body of a helpless woman is a status symbol for Muslims. This is the proof of his virility. Like Muhammad, Muslims show a disturbing lack of conscience while treating women. The cruel activities against women allow the Muslims to express their narcissism through the conquered women and to transform them into instruments at the service of his narcissism. In Muslim society, there cannot be a meaningful family life. The whole society hates women virulently, passionately and uncompromisingly, and this narcissistic irrational hate is original and inherent. Polygamy is allowed in Qur'an 4-3. A Muslim can take maximum 4 wives a time. Mirza Aziz, Airli, 1997, page 666, had a brilliant explanation as to why a man needed 4 wives. A man must marry 1 woman of Hindustan to rear up children, 1 wife from Khorasan to do the household work, 1 woman from Iran to keep company and talk. And the 4th, why? 1 woman from Transoxiana to whip the other 3 and keep peace. The laxity in the number of wives and concubines, and freedom of men to marry and remarry, marriage within close relatives, etc., often make Muslim families to proliferate confusingly. So, when little Munawar Ali goes to madrasa for Islamic education, his best identity is, he is one of the 20 children by one of the 13 wives of Sheikh Abdullah Ali. Large family is one of the reasons for which bulk of the Muslims are poor. In Islam, even the breast milk of a woman does not belong to her and the husband has the lawful right on it. If the adult husband forcefully drinks the milk of his wife under Sharia law, the milk is treated as a food and not as foster milk. According to Malik's Muwatta, 30.1.11, suckling, after the first 2 years, little or much, it does not make anything haram. It is like food. As per another hadith from Malik's Muwatta, 30.2.14, a Muslim man is divinely allowed to drink his wife's milk, or multiple wives' milk on choice and test, regularly and still can remain her sex partner. This is the height of stupidity in Allah's divine law. Any sane person will die in shame, but for Muslims it makes no difference. A society which cannot value women is a sick society. Some intellectual Muslims shed endless crocodile tears to try to fool the civilized world, saying that, in Islam, women are treated like queen. But these are all narcissistic pathological lying. Their emotions are mimicry and pretense. Deep inside, the whole Muslim society is hateful towards women. Like the narcissists, they will never recognize that a woman is also a human being. She has her right to life, right to make her own choice. The whole Muslim society is overly handicapped by superstition. Superstition generates fear and destroys logical faculty. Fear is a great motivating force in Islam. Every Muslim lives in a constant fear of Allah's wrath, something like a supernatural alien world, and the big brother, Allah, is always watching them. In this supernatural world, jinns and angels roam freely and devils constantly and look out for victims. In this sick society of Muslims, the mullahs and maulanas thrive in power. Muslims are anxious not to commit any sin in their journey to a promised paradise, and mullahs and maulanas grab these opportunities. After Rushdie incident, issuing fatwa became a very popular topic amongst these clerics. In the Kangaroo Court of Islam, many funny fatwas are issued. Few examples, Baumik, 2005, pp. 18-22, are as follows. Q. If while breaking wind it does not smell or sound, does it still break the wuzu, cleaning before prayers? A. If you are sure you broke the wind and you are not under a false illusion and are not physically challenged, then you should do the wuzu again. Q. What is the punishment for a man who tells his wife that having sex with her is like having sex with his mother? A. There is no punishment for what a man says in private to his wife. Q. If a chicken defecates in my well, has it become impure? How do I purify my well? A. Throw out 110 buckets of water from your well. Then it will be purified and the water can be used for wuzu. Q. Will Allah accept my prayer if I pass wind during my namaz? A. Only if you have kept the wind within you and restrained from releasing it are your prayers valid. If not, you should say your prayers again. The above comical fatwas indicate the superstitious thinking of the Muslims. In every religion there is some superstition, but in Islam, every act of faith is no more than mere superstition. Then logically we can dismiss the entire religion as mere superstition. Muslim minds are enslaved by superstitions which the mullahs and maulanas promote for their own benefit. A Muslim can live his whole life without meeting an alternative view because, literally, Qur'an had been pounded in their brain from birth. In 1979, when mullahs and ayatollahs ousted Shah and established Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini dusted down a number of Quranic verses, in particular the verses concerning sexual behaviors. On their basis, Khomeini compiled a set of rules and named it Blue Book. Parts of the Blue Book were published by an Italian magazine under the playful title, The 10 Khomeiniedments. Some gems and jewels of this book, cited Fallaci, 2006, page 211-3, are described below. 1. Marriage with one's own sister, one's own mother or one's own mother-in-law is a sin. 2. If a woman has carnal relations with her future husband, after marrying her the husband has right to demand the annulment of the marriage. 3. A man who has had sexual relations with his own aunt cannot marry her daughter, i.e., his cousin. 4. If a father has 3 daughters and wants to give one of them in marriage, at the wedding ceremony he must specify which daughter he is giving. 5. If a man marries a minor who has not reached the age of 9 and if during the defloration he immediately breaks the hymen he cannot enjoy her any longer. 6. If a widowed or repudiated wife has not reached the age of 9, she may remarry soon after the widowhood or the repudiation without waiting for prescribed 4 months and 10 days. 7. If a wife does not obey her husband and is not always available for his pleasure, if under some pretext she does not give him joy, the husband must not give her food or clothing or lodging. 8. The mother and the daughter and the sister of a man who has had anal relations with another man may not marry the latter. But if the latter has had or is having anal relations with an acquired relative, the marriage remains valid. What kind of sick society is this, where a man should be specifically told that he should not marry his own sister, or own mother-in-law? Don't these clerics have something better to do? Is there no ethic value in Muslim society as such restrictions are needed to be imposed by law? What type of filthy society Muslims live in, where a teenage girl of less than 9 years is expected to become widow? This is all descriptive of a very sick society. There is no such thing as human rights or democracy. Factors like justice, rejuvenation, education and enlightenment, which determine the conditions of human societies, are miserably lacking. At the same time, fundamentalism, extremism, fanaticism and terrorism are fast increasing. Cultural, racial, religious and other prejudices are rapidly creeping into the Muslim Ummah as factors and forces for its disintegration and deterioration. The whole society is stagnated and rotten and completely apathetic to any kind of positive development. Fearful of change, which might be the antidote to their illness, the Muslims march ever more rigidly into the past. The whole Muslim society is stinking like a gutter. This society is completely devoid of spirituality. The real God of humankind is too great, and this Almighty God has nothing to do with Allah, Qur'an, Muhammad and Islam altogether. Muslim Ummah can neither be reformed nor rescued from the doldrums of slumber, bondage and decadence. Its collapse is imminent and not far away. It is dying like a rabid dog. In its last days it can only inflict death to everyone and everything that comes within biting range. 7.5. The causes of decadence of Muslim Ummah, the Muslim source, chasing a mirage, the tragic illusion of an Islamic state by Tariq Fatah. The mass narcissism of Muslim Ummah is solely responsible for its decadence. Because of the collective mental illness of the Muslims, their society is very unproductive and uncreative. The more Islamic the nation is, the more is its backwardness. There is no democracy, no scientific development, no encouragement of free thinking, no technology. Only great emphasis had been given upon memorizing the Qur'an, obeying Allah's Sharia law and following the Holy Prophet Muhammad. This is what makes Muslim society a past-oriented and conservative culture, whereas the non-Muslim world is future-oriented, constructive, open and developing. Undoubtedly, creativity is the most important human resource of all, because it removes stagnation. Without creativity, there would be no progress, and society would be forever repeating the same patterns. A creative mind discovers new ideas or concepts, or new associations of the existing ideas or concepts. From a social and scientific point of view, the products of creative thought, also called divergent thought, are usually considered to have both originality and appropriateness. It is creativity and talent which can transform every blade of grass into a wonder of life. A creative society focuses on humans' ability to grow and learn, human resources and values, originality, learning ability, other societies as a valuable source of ideas, and encourages its individuals to use technology to do totally new things and build a knowledge economy based on ideas, creativity and other human resources on the foundation of the standardized industrial economy of physical resources. But in Islam everything is, inshallah. Except few, there is no consciousness either individually or collectively. They of course feel the shame for their failed condition, but they have also learned the skill of bypassing it. They simply put the blame on the infidel world for their low state in every field of human endeavor and hopes that one day Allah will give them success and they will rule over the entire world. Masterson, 1990, page 18, wrote, the narcissists, blame life rather than their own problems and withdraw into a shell where they can avoid the real problems, remain passive in the face of the challenges, and deny the real mess they have made in their lives. A problem does not disappear just by ignoring it. Allah is not a magic rescuer who will come to solve it. Muslims have tremendous hate for Western world, but oddly, they cannot avoid contact with them. As example, for last 7 decades, generation after generation, Saudi children have grown up being told at the school by Wahhabi-inspired teachers that the West is the source of all evil, but at the same time they also have been forced to accept, without question, that the very existence of the kingdom's ruling elite and the development of its infrastructure is entirely dependent on the intimate cooperation with the West. Bradley, 2005, page 90. The Muslim world is in every respect dependent on West for technology, modern education, industry, medicine, even for military equipment to attack the infidels. The rich mullahs curse venomously the Western culture, and the way the Muslim world is being corrupted by the Western civilization and lifestyle, but send their children to study at Western universities. As example, Al-Banna, founder of Muslim Brotherhood, encouraged martyrdom in the name of Allah, but his son lived in the comfort of Switzerland. Hussein, 2007, p. 52. The hypocrisy of the mullahs is really amazing, but we should not forget the fact that the narcissists blame the external world for their mishap. Vaknin, 1999, p. 49. Some narcissists are no doubt creative, but it is very rare. The successful narcissists are not successful because of their honesty, patience and perseverance, but because they can successfully manipulate the right person to serve his own interest. A false self may claim to be anything, but deep down it is false. Any creative endeavor, as example, writing a book or play, or any constructive project brings anxiety. This may lead to various symptoms such as sleeplessness, irritability, or inability to concentrate. Such symptoms are normal reactions to our fear of embarking to the unknown. Masterson, 1990, page 229. The normal healthy person knows that these syndromes would vanish by the very act of completing the project, and hence he persists through the anxieties. But for a person with false self, these anxieties lead to defensive patterns. As Masterson, 1990, page 17, wrote, a false self will neither test nor experiment. It is a defense against experimenting. The narcissist's fear of defeat, fear from being successful, makes him nervous. At any cost he should prove that he is flawless. He is totally rigid and one-track minded. He will never admit his ignorance in any field. Vagnon, 1999, page 190. He cares only about his appearances. His false self is covered with fantasies of perfection, grandeur, brilliance, infallibility, immunity, significance, but deep inside he is a fake. Reality is, naturally, quite different from his fantasies. Now, we should try to understand how such a person can be creative. In any creative endeavor, there is always a chance of failure. Every creative personality believes that failure is the pillar of success. We learn from our mistake and progress further based on that learning because we know that we are not flawless. Anyone who studies science does not become a scientist like Einstein at the end. But it does not mean that we should not study science. This is what the false self of a narcissist cannot understand. So unless the real self is activated, we cannot see any creativity. As Masterson, 1990, page 229-30, wrote, TT is in creative acts, from artistic masterpieces to everyday innovation and problem solving, that the real self is most active. It is the real self that enables us to experiment at work. Masterson commented that psychotherapeutic techniques are used to overcome the conflicts and inhibitions that have diminished the lives of those individuals who have severely impaired real selves. The only purpose of these techniques is to make them more productive and creative. When the Muslims look at the prosperity of Western world and look at their pitiable condition, they are ashamed. They need a way out. The best way out is to put all the blame on the infidels. For a narcissist this is easy. They know how to live in deception. Ever since the birth of Islam, the Muslims live in deception. At the beginning, Muhammad deceived them, then the early rulers of Islam deceived them, and finally Muslims have learned to deceive themselves. Today it had become a second nature to them. Creativity is a skill that should be developed. It is a natural potential which is incompatible with external and internal rewards or punishments. The Muslim society is so much superstitious that this natural potential of individual Muslims are subdued. It has disastrous consequences, as Shapiro in Purple, 2008 p. 430, wrote, whenever this creativity is impeded, the ultimate result is not simply the absence of creativity, but an actual positive presence of destructiveness. However, it would be wrong to think that Muslims' destructive tendency is completely a result of subdued creativity. Another important factor is abnormal hate. Muslims hate the Jews, Christians, atheists, idolaters, practically every non-Muslim. Then there is internal hate. Sunnis and Shia sects hate each other. The Ahmadiyas are hated by both Sunnis and Shia sects. Kurds are hated by some other sects. There are hundreds of sects in Islam. There is tremendous hate and distrust amongst different sects. How do we explain this? This type of hate we cannot see in any culture. USA had nuked Japan in 1945, causing large numbers of deaths, and occupied their land for a long time. British occupied India, causing great suffering. During Nazi regime, the Germans had caused much destruction to other nations, but today hatred towards USA is not found in Japan. Hindus no more cherish any malice against the British, and Germans are not hated by those nations whom Nazis had attacked. Every culture had forgotten the past and now works together for a better future. Why Muslims are different? It is because Muhammad's narcissism works in the diseased minds of Muslims. The deep hatred originated from Muhammad. Since the members of Jewish faith are most vulnerable amongst all, we take the Jews as example to find out the actual reason of Muslims' hate towards Jews today. And how it originated. Muhammad originally described himself as a Jew's prophet. To impress the Jews, he incorporated many aspects of Judaism within it, and accordingly Allah revealed many verses favorable to them. But when Muhammad demanded that the Jews abandon their own faith and convert to Islam, the Jews declined. With this, Muhammad was furious to them, and this is the starting point of deep hatred and enmity. When the Jews rejected Muhammad, his false self felt deflected and his narcissistic balloon got punctured. So he strengthened his self-image by diminishing, humiliating, or degrading the Jews. Now the question is, by hating the Jews today, after several hundred of years of Muhammad's death, what Muslims are achieving? Today, Jews bashing is a political game played by many Muslim nations who have got nothing to do with Israel. Many state-controlled newspapers of Muslim nations are full of anti-Jews propaganda. So, this doubt needs to be clarified. Muhammad had invaded the personality of the Muslims and paralyzed their true selves. This evil prophet is still living through the lives of his followers. By occupying the Muslim minds, Muhammad made them compatible with his own disorder and secured their submission. After this, he made them do what he always dreamed of doing, what he often desired, what he constantly feared of. He compelled them into collaborating in the expression of the repressed side of his personality. The whole Muslim Ummah is a narcissistic supply machine of Muhammad, and every individual Muslim is an essential part of it. With deep hatred in his heart, every Muslim, even today, is trying to re-inflate Muhammad's false ego, his narcissistic balloon which was punctured by those early Jews. With every hateful activity directed towards the Jews, Muslims are still securing narcissistic supply sources to their profit. Muhammad is still consuming the narcissistic supply flowing through these human conduits of his own making. The intersect violence can be explained by Freud's theory, narcissism of minor difference, Leon, 2006, page .11. Freud undertook a clinical study of group aggression and concluded that it is precisely the minor difference in people who are otherwise alike that form the basis of feelings of strangeness and hostility between them. Ignatieff, 1998. Pages 48. This term describes the manner in which negative feelings of a group are sometimes directed at people who resemble them, while the group takes pride from the small differences that distinguish the group from the other. Intersect narcissistic hate is too much in Islam. Not surprising, most of the civil wars are raged amongst Muslims and a majority of the world's refugees spill out from Islamic countries. From 1975 to 1990, the Lebanese civil war cost at least 150,000 lives. Most of them belonging to Palestinians, which is more than 10 times as many deaths as Israel has inflicted in 50 years of combat. Manji, 2004, p. 140. Narcissism of minor difference is not an individual behavior, rather it is implicated as a group behavior. This dynamic is the critical factor underpinning the Muslims' sudden outbreak of intersect violence, what we often see between Sunni, Shia, Ahmadiyya, Kurd and amongst various other Muslim tribes in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq and elsewhere. The religious rituals of every sect have minor differences from other sects and each sect believes that they are practicing the real Islam. As a result, these minor differences between sects are transformed to major conflict amongst them. It is narcissistic because narcissism implies a focus on the self and a disregard or devaluation for the circumstance, interests and rights of others. Moreover, narcissism also asserts that outsiders have no understanding or place within the boundaries of one's own group. The common Muslim thinking, Ignatieff, 1998, pages 59, is like this: T is not the desire to be the master in your own house, but the conviction that only people like yourself deserve to be in the house. Practically every lunacy of Muslims can be explained from Muhammad's narcissistic point of view. Muhammad affected his victims by infiltrating their psyches and by penetrating their defenses. Like a fatal virus, the evil curse of Muhammad established a new genetic strain within the Muslims. Now the evil spirit of Muhammad echoes through them, talks through them, walks through them, hates through them. It is like the invasion of the body snatchers as we see in horror movies, and Muslims are not even aware of it. The subdued creativity and narcissistic hate are the two factors which make the Muslims so destructive and bloodthirsty. And the final result is the backwardness of Ummah. When members of Al-Qaeda, Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, and Hamas are asked why they were killing us, they said, "Slam, we, following Muhammad's orders." Win, 2004. Letter to the reader. This is how Muhammad and his creed are directly responsible for today's terrorist attacks. When Muhammad killed his opponents, he justified it by Allah's name. Allah made me victorious with terror. After 9/11 attack, Osama bin Laden claimed that the terrorist attack was in defense of own people and was the will of Allah. Lachkar, 2008, p. 30. He called the Muslims to comply with God's order to kill the Americans and plunder their money, whenever and wherever they find them. Bjorgo, 2005, p. 59. It is as if Osama is the new messenger of Allah, only relaying the commands of Allah which are justified with verses from the Qur'an. Both Muhammad's and Osama's distorted thinking pattern is mirrored in the following quote of Malik, 2008, page 57. We see that, on all the occasions when God wishes to impose his will upon his enemies, he chooses to do so by casting terror into their hearts. Muhammad was a dictator. In the runner of 2004 American presidential election, a Muslim preacher invoked Muhammad to denounce democracy. Our prophet did not run for office in any election. He did not win any political debate. Instead, he won the war against the infidel, cited Spencer, 2006, page 188. In early 2002, the researchers in refugee camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan found half the girls were married by the age 13. In an Afghan refugee camp, more than 2 out of 3 second-grade girls were either married or engaged, and practically all the girls beyond second grade are already married. One 10-year girl was engaged to a man of 60. Ayatollah Khomeini married a 10-year-old girl when he was 28. Spencer, 2006, p. 171-2. Pedophilia in Islam started with Muhammad. A writer on British Muslim Forum declared, cited Spencer, 2006, page 190, "J am fed up with these dirty filthy Israeli dogs. May Allah curse them and destroy them all, and may they face the same fate as Banu Qurayza. Didn't Muhammad say, kill any Jews that fall into your hands?" Like the above few, there are countless examples where Muslims all over the world see Muhammad as the personification of the qualities they are trying to copy. All the evils what we can see today are rooted in Muhammad. Muslims received their destructive mindset from Muhammad. As Voltaire, cited Dawkins, 2006, pages 306, wrote, "Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities." But the irony is that still some apologists want us to believe that violence has no place in Islam and the terrorists have hijacked Islam. Muslims often take childlike pleasure glorifying the golden age of Islam. But this golden age of Islam is actually a myth. Muslim Ummah was equally backward society during those days as it is today. As Spencer, 2005, p. 91, reported, there is no historical proof to support the idea that Islam inspired a culture which outstripped others. Tisdall has the same view. As he wrote, 2005, p. 91. No great civilization, no scientist of note, no renowned school of philosophy has ever arisen on purely Mohammedan ground. He believed that even several Muslim scholars had accepted this fact. Islam never encouraged scientific knowledge. The only knowledge it accepts is Qur'anic knowledge. Diderot stated, cited Gunny, 1996, page 168, that during Caliph al-Mamun, people were heard shouting for his death because he had fostered science at the expense of the holy ignorance of the faithful believers. With so much glorification of illiteracy and dislike for science, there is little doubt that Islam's golden age is far from reality. It is infidels' education, science, technology and endurance, based on which the human civilization had spread everywhere including Islamic world itself, on which the Muslim community has no contribution. Trifkovich, 2002, page 196, wrote, whatever flourished, it was not by reason of Islam, it was in spite of Islam. There is no doubt about it. The glorious past of Ummah is a wishful thinking of the Muslims. When they look at the infidel prosperity, it is their challenge to find a way to stay pumped up inside in order to hold these harsh realities at bay. Today Muslims must understand the basic cause of the problem. They have to separate this narcissist seed which is germinating inside them and recapture their impaired true self from the grip of Muhammad. Unless they can do it, they will never be able to deal with the problems and challenges of life. The alien growth in a human mind, the mental cancer that is the result of following Muhammad should be uprooted. It is high time the trauma and abuse inflicted upon the Muslims by the narcissist founder of their religion should be stopped. They should face the reality and admit that it is Muhammad's own mental illness is reflected in Muslim Ummah. Muhammad may have died several centuries ago but still he is present amongst Muslims in spirit long after he had gone to his grave. By willingly cremating themselves in the narcissistic flame of Muhammad, Muslims will get nothing but misery and misfortune. They suffer in the same way like the early companions of their prophet. If Muslims want to preserve their mental health, they have no other alternate but to abandon their narcissist prophet. No doubt this, waking up, is traumatic but only truth can set them free. It is only the true self that can accept and modulate the various, even conflicting, self-images and resolve any apparent, temporary confusion. 7.6. Unshackling the victims of Muhammad where the mind is without fear and the head is held high where knowledge is free where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls where words come out from the depth of truth where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection. Where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. Nobel laureate, poet Rabindranath Tagore, note, I read the above poem in Bengali when I was a school student. It was really mind-blowing. When I grew up I understood the deeper meaning of it. I'm amazed every time I recite this poem by its sheer simplicity and conveying such deep thoughts with such elegance. To date it still remains one of my favorite poems. While writing this portion suddenly I wish to recite it once more. Author, for common Muslims, apostasy is an unthinkable act. It is not only a crime punishable by death but a sin. The apostate is damned both in this world and the next. But in spite of this there were large-scale apostasy during Muhammad's lifetime and after his death. It is because those early Arabs who had seen Muhammad, believed and took his as a prophet could not remain quiet by seeing the irrationalities of his supposed to be revealed doctrine and the contradictions in his behavior. But still some of them remained with Muhammad because they wanted booty and women. They had no inclination towards Islam, its dogma and ritual. It is estimated, Warwick, 2003, p. 41, that at the time of Muhammad's death, the total number of people who really believed in Muhammad did not exceed 1,000. The early rulers of Islam had mercilessly criticized Muhammad, Islam and Allah. As example, a Muslim leader of the early days reputed to have said, cited Warwick, 2003, page 42, tf there were a God, I would swear by his name that I did not believe in him. Caliph al-Walid II, ruled 783, is said to have stuck the Qur'an onto a lance and shot it to pieces with arrows. He wrote poem, a similar type of Qur'anic verse and mocked the Qur'an mercilessly as follows, you hurl threats against the stubborn opponents, well then I am a stubborn opponent myself. When you appear before God at the day of resurrection, just say, my Lord, al-Walid torn me up. Walid I certainly did not abide by the Allah's instructions. An intensively cultivated man, he surrounded himself with poets, dancing girls and musicians and lived the merry life of a libertine, with no interest in Allah, Muhammad and Islam altogether. Warwick, 2003, 42. From history, we can learn countless examples of those who have struggled free from this all-encompassing and suffocating embrace of Islam to breathe the fresh air of freedom. One of them was Ubaid al-Abi. Josh. He joined Islam but afterwards along with 3 friends left Islam, embraced Christianity and died as Christian in Abyssinia during the lifetime of Muhammad. These freethinkers, who secretly opposed the stubborn dogma of Islam and acknowledged only the moral law while publicly professed Islam, are called Zindiq. Warwick, 2003, p. 43. A Zindiq is a guilty of Zandaka. The first person who was executed on the charge of a Zandaka was Jad ibn Dirham by the order of Umayyad Caliph in 742 or 743 CE. He denied the divine attributes of Qur'an. He also accused Muhammad of lying and denied resurrection. Around 760 CE, another famous Zindiq named Ibn al-Muqaffa was executed. This freethinker had attacked Islam, its prophet, and its concept of God. He died in the most horrible manner, his limbs were cut off one by one and fed into a blazing fire. From 786 CE, the repression, persecution and execution of the freethinkers were carried out with greater ferocity. Special magistrates were appointed to pursue the Zindiqs. Often these freethinkers were arrested en masse, imprisoned and beheaded or crucified. A short description, Warwick, 2003, pp. 43-54, of these freethinkers and early apostates of Islam is as below. Abu Nuwas, one of the greatest of classical Arabic and Persian poets, was accused of Zandaka. He was fond of wine. Once he entered a mosque drunk as ever, and when the Imam recited the verse from Surah 109, say, "O you unbelievers," Abu Nuwas is said to have cried out, "Here I am." He was handed over to religious police. He was imprisoned on other occasions as well for insulting Islam. Zandaka even penetrated the Hashemite family. The Hashemites trace their ancestry from the great-grandfather of Muhammad, although the definition today mainly refers to the descendants of Muhammad's daughter, Fatima. Several members of this family were executed or died in prison. Ibn Abi Iwaya, executed 772 CE, cast doubt on the justice of some of the punishments described in the Qur'an. He also disbelieved that Islamic pilgrimage was ordered by God. Bashar ibn Burd, another freethinker, came from a noble Persian family. He was tortured for glorifying the ancient memories of Iran. He was also disrespectful toward the institution of pilgrimage. On one occasion, he left for the pilgrimage but stopped on the way and spent his time in drinking. As the pilgrims were returning, he joined them and pretended on arrival home to have completed the entire pilgrimage. He also ridiculed the Quran many times with his satires and denied resurrection. Most of these freethinkers ridiculed the Quran, realizing that the divine claim of the Quran was absurd. One such freethinker was Hamad Ajrid, executed 777 CE. He wrote some verses which were parody of Quran and preferred those verses over Quranic verses during the prayer. One of the greatest poets in Arabic language was al-Mutanabi. In Arabic, one pretends to be a prophet. He rejected Muslim religious dogmas, regarding it as spiritual instruments of oppression. He also began revolutionary propaganda and claimed to be a prophet with a new Quran. He was imprisoned. Ibn al-Rawandi, 827-911, was an early skeptic of Islam and a critic of religion in general. In his early days he was a Mutazilite scholar, but after rejecting the Mutazilite doctrine he remained in Shia Islam for a brief period of time and later became a freethinker and rejected Islam completely. According to him, the Quran, far from being a miracle and inimitable, is an inferior work from literary point of view, since it is neither clear or comprehensible, nor of any practical value, and certainly not a revealed book. Perhaps the greatest freethinker in the whole of Islam was Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, 865-925. His general philosophical was that no authority was beyond criticism. He was a true humanist and had boundless faith in human reason. Al-Razi argued, cited in Hecht, 2004, pp. 227-30, on what ground do you deem it necessary that God should single out certain individuals, by giving them prophecy, that he should set them up above other people, that he should appoint them to be the people's guides, and make people dependent upon them? The people of this religion are asked about the proof for the soundness of their religion, they flare up, get angry and spill the blood of whoever confronts them with this question. They forbid rational speculation, and strive to kill their adversaries. This is why truth became thoroughly silenced and concealed. Al-Razi maintained the view that reason is superior to revelation and salvation is only possible through philosophy. The prophets, the billy goats with long beards, as Al-Razi disdainfully described them, cannot claim any intellectual and spiritual superiority. These billy goats pretend to come with a message from God, all the while exhausting themselves spouting their lies and imposing on the masses blind obedience to the words of the Master. As for the Quran, it is but an associated mixture of absurd and inconsistent fables. Al-Razi continued, you claim that the evidentiary miracle is present and available, namely, the Qur'an. You say, whoever denies it, let him produce a similar one. Indeed, we shall produce 1,000 similar, from the works of rhetoricians, eloquent speakers and valiant poets, which are more appropriately phrased and state the issues more succinctly. They convey the meaning better and their rhymed prose is in better meter. By God, what you say astonishes us. You are talking about a work which recounts ancient myths, and which at the same time is full of contradictions and does not contain any useful information or explanation. Then you say, produce something like it. It is clear from the above accounts that Islam never had shortage of apostates. These enlightened people hold philosophical viewpoints that formed on the basis of science, logic, and reason instead of authority, tradition, or any other dogma. Though their field of criticism varied from each other, but one point is very common amongst them. None of them either accepted or rejected ideas proposed as truth without judging them under the searchlight of knowledge and reason. From psychological point of view, they did not allow their false self to control their life, and their real self was not impaired in spite of religious indoctrination. They understood the utter hollowness of life under Islam, hence they did not merely react like robot. As I have said before, the whole ummah is a narcissistic supply machine of Muhammad, which is unfortunately still active today, and hence Muslims react like robot programmed by their master. Their real self had not properly developed. It is suppressed and paralyzed. This is why unknowingly they sabotage their real happiness. Many people are exited when they ask a question to themselves, how to find meaning in life. But Muslims are terrified asking something like this. For others, all of life is a period of experimenting, testing, growing and developing. But for Muslims, experimenting and testing are wasted efforts because Muhammad had perfected their religion and gave them the divine guideline to follow. Islam had entered their lives in such a way that a Muslim can spend his whole life in this delusion without even thinking once. They can bury their heads in sand and pretend as if nothing has happened. In this life, everything is, inshallah, and Muhammad will take care about afterlife. This entire religion is based on the truth claim of one man, the Prophet Muhammad, and there is no way we can confirm that he was truthful. Muhammad was a prophet of Allah because Qur'an says so and Qur'an is from Allah because Muhammad said so. Is not it some kind of self-dishonesty or self-delusion? A true self is never self-delusional, but a false self is. If Muslims want to come out of their mental disability, first they have to come out of this Muhammadanism or Muhammad sycophancy or Muhammad slavery, by whatever name we can call it, and only then they will be able to develop and activate their real self. They have to assert themselves instead of complying. Self-deception of the false self leads nowhere, only the real self has the capacities to function successfully in the real world. Masterson, 1990, page 49. When they will hear the genuine urges of the real self, they will find a new meaning in their lives. Those therapists who treat the NPD patients often find it very difficult because of the defensive tactics of the narcissist on which his grandiose self relies. Benjamin, 1996, p. 142. The narcissist uses aggression to coerce others, including the therapist. It is normal because it is one of the duties of the false self to prevent the true self from emerging. The narcissist often walks out from the therapy saying the therapist means nothing to him. Masterson, 1990, page 174-5. We see the same attitude in Muslims. We all know how die-hard the Islamic belief of a Muslim is. When the truth about Muhammad and Qur'an is brought to his notice, first he denies it overwhelmingly. Denial is the way Muslims handle what they cannot handle logically. He argues, reject the facts, and sometimes even try to twist the facts. If he cannot manage, he gives threat. If he cannot win or silence the critic by threat, he says that the criticisms have no impression on him. He may even say that his faith in Islam has grown after hearing all the criticisms. He may also walk away. Allah has a standing instruction on this: when you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. The above verse is written by Muhammad as a defensive tactics of the Muslims. What an appropriate advice from one narcissist to other narcissists. Now, the most dramatic point in the therapy of a narcissist. Underneath this aggressive refusal, what looks like a failed therapy, there lies an extreme vulnerability. Masterson continued, even when they are not in a session, they cannot get the therapist out of their minds. What actually happens in his mind? By the demands of treatment, when the narcissist one's forced to venture out of his narcissistic cocoon and compelled to activate his real self, after a certain time, the denial of reality fails to protect him. He struggles with himself, but at one yield point he gives up. Slowly, the realization that it was my entire fault, that I was sick and needed help penetrates the decades-old defenses that he erected around himself. Masterson continued, up to a point the narcissist's denial of reality helps him to maintain his psychic equilibrium, but if the denial is too great, it will cause conflict. The time frame for this conflict to take place is different for different NPD patients. It depends on how much impaired his real self actually was. When Islam is criticized and exposed, Muslims strongly oppose it, sometimes even with violence, but they cannot show a complete apathy to all these criticisms. Like children, though very scared of ghosts, cannot restrain themselves from reading ghost stories, the Muslims, in spite of their dislike, cannot show a complete lack of concern to the critics, something like, they cannot get the therapist out of their minds. This forces them to look into themselves and their cherished belief, or in other words, to come out of their airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment and to activate their real self. A conflict takes place, and on one day when he regains his self-esteem, he takes baby steps towards recovery. The harsh words of the critics are like time bombs waiting to explode. Sooner or later he is on another spiritual journey, from Islamic bondage to the heaven of freedom, as Tagore had envisioned. And yes, this heaven of freedom is much more pleasant than Allah's brothel that Muhammad had envisioned. Change of Islamic faith can change a person completely. It can reform a murderer. As example, the strange case of Anwar Sheikh. During the partition of India, Pakistan, he was a young man and was so filled with hate against non-Muslim that he went out with a knife and killed 3 innocent Sikhs. 2 of them were father and a son. He did not know any one of them, but he killed them because they were the first non-Muslims he saw on the streets. This gruesome memory of his crime under the influence of Islamic drug pained him so much that he renounced Islam. Warwick, 2003, page 286. He argued with himself how God can command us to kill. Only knowing the truth will set the Muslims free. Islam is a failed religion and Allah is a failed God. Islam does not have a single atom of truth in it. It is absolutely a downright falsehood, the biggest hoax humanity has ever seen, and it is going to collapse in the near future. Renan, cited Warwick, 1995, page 11, wrote, Muslims are the first victims of Islam. Many times I have observed in my travels in the Orient that fanaticism comes from a small number of dangerous men who maintain the others in the practice of religion by terror. To liberate the Muslim from his religion is the best service that one can render him. Gandhi, cited Rao, 1990, page 54, said, religion cannot be overriding morality. Man, for instance, cannot be untruthful, cruel or incontinent and claim to have God on his side. Poet Tagore dreamed of such a society which would be based on truth and knowledge. He inspired people through his poetry to create a free-thinking, united and dynamic nation. Today not only many common Muslims, but preachers, mullahs, imams, scholars, missionaries and even terrorists have apostatized. All of them say that there is better life after apostasy. Many have taken it upon themselves to oppose the Islamic ideology and have become celebrities in their own right. They know the true nature and spiritual bankruptcy of Islam. These former Muslims from all parts of the Islamic world become a torch of guidance to their fellow brethren and give a courageous signal to other Muslims to speak out. When non-Muslims speak their minds out about the fundamental questions of Islam, their influence on Muslim audiences will always be much more limited than the ex-Muslims because most Muslims spontaneously will bring up the subject of the relative superiority of one religion vis-a-vis another. But this scope is not there when ex-Muslims criticize Islam. Ultimately, these enlightened ex-Muslims will do the job of opening the exit gate from Islam for their Muslim-born brothers and sisters. 7.7. Conclusion. Sometimes doubts can do good in us. It can purify false beliefs that have crept into our faith. It can humble our arrogance. It can give us patience and compassion with other doubters. It can remind us how much truth matters. John Ortberg, 2008, page 122. It is often asserted that Muslims' religion is a die-hard religion, which is not completely true. At the same time, Islam is also an extremely defenseless religion and hence vulnerable to collapse. Defenseless, in the sense, there is no truth in it to support. It is the grand delusion of a malignant narcissist. So, it is like a house of cards, looks tall, big, mighty and gigantic, but the base is very weak to hold this structure. As Sina, 2008, page IV, 260, wrote, Islam stands on a very shaky ground. It rests on nothing but lies. All we have to do to demolish it is to expose those lies and this gigantic edifice of terror and deception will collapse. Islam is like a house of cards, sustained by lies. All it takes to demolish is to challenge one of those lies holding it together. It is a tall building, erected on quicksand. Once you expose its foundation, the sand will wash away and this mighty edifice will fall under its own weight. Vaknin, 1999, p. 316, wrote, Narcissism is an eggshell, apparently solid, really very fragile. It is fragile because it bases itself on falsehoods. The day when criticism will have dismantled piece by piece this enormous falsehood of Islam, the whole edifice will come crumbling down. Then the Muslims will ask themselves how this enormous falsehood could have forced acceptance for such a long time. I can already see some cracks in this gigantic structure. This is not a wishful thinking. If we look at the history, we will find that communist empire collapsed when the truths about the Bolsheviks were exposed. Bolsheviks first came to power in 1917. After the defeat of Nazism in 1945, the Soviet Union extended its reaches into Eastern Europe. Its revolutionary message appealed to China and Mao led the Chinese Communist Party to victory in 1949. Communism spread rapidly to Vietnam, Cambodia, Cuba and Ethiopia. Communism was also predicted to engulf Iran. Tudeh Party of Iran is an Iranian Communist Party. In India, communist principles were institutionalized into Indian government and communist principles made their way into government policy. At one stage, say around 1960, communism looked like the future of the world as Islam looks today. The Soviet Empire already ruled over the eastern half of Europe and its friend ruled the largest country in Asia. But in spite of such a promising growth, the unnoticing fall of communism started soon after 1956, when Nikita Khrushchev, who had inherited Stalin's post as General Secretary of the Communist Party, told the world how cruel and arbitrary Stalin's rule had been, and how many people had perished. Most of the victims of Stalin were loyal citizens of the Soviet Union and many of them were Bolsheviks. Desai, 2007, page 15. The destruction of the Berlin Wall signaled the end, at least in Europe. In 1989, the Communist Empire in Eastern Europe and in 1991, USSR itself collapsed. Islam maintained itself forward over 14 centuries because the basis tenets of Islam was not critically analyzed. Whoever tried, had lost his life or at least imprisoned. But the recent developments in communications technology, particularly satellite television and the internet and even the remotest harems of Islamic nations, is profoundly altering the mental climate in the Muslim world. These criticisms are working and will continue to work as therapy for them. Islam is going to face the same fate like communism unless there is a third world war. In this case, Islam will be wiped out like Hitler and his Nazi party. But it is a mathematical certainty that Islam will collapse. Sooner or later, the Muslims will have to come out of their mistaken belief system 7e, from their inverted narcissism and save themselves from the devil's claw of narcissist Muhammad. Chapter 8. Final assessment of Muhammad. Half the harm that is done in this world is due to people who want to feel important. T. S. Eliot. Every society produces evil people who look for opportunities in religious sentiments of the mass by posing as God-men or so-called prophets. These God-men use religion to control men's lives so that they can attain power and prosper. For this, they create perverse and deceitful doctrines to force their authority on others in the name of a God suitable to them. These prophets are real devils who use religion to deceive mankind. They separate us from the real God of mankind, our Creator. The deception, death, and damnation of man are these devils' life ambition. Muhammad was such a vulgar impostor in a divine robe. Muhammad had a totally upside-down worldview. He equated love with weakness and feared intimacy. In fact, narcissism and intimacy problems are practically synonymous. Masterson, 1990, p. 122. He inflicted pain and abuse on others as his second nature. He was unable to give his followers a reason to live, so he gave them enough reasons to die in Allah's name to enter paradise. He could not convince the Arabs to choose his religion based upon its merits, so he threatened them with damnation. And the religion he preached was more about fantasy, less about proof. Since the leader is a fake, his promises are also not genuine. If we remove all the immoral, illegal, hateful, and violent verses from the Qur'an, we will be left with an odd collection of plagiarized and twisted Bible stories and meaningless gibberish of a mentally deranged person. Religion was just a cause for Muhammad. He actually worshipped his own image, not God. For a narcissist, the cause is not really that important. It is an excuse. It is a tool for domination to extract narcissistic supplies. For Stalin the excuse was communism, for Mussolini it was fascism, for Hitler National Socialism, and for Muhammad it was religion. The more they glorify these causes, the more they get power for themselves. In his religious endeavor, Muhammad made mistakes and was defeated many times. But he did not give up. He corrected himself and moved ahead by abrogating verses with suitable additions. No one can deny that on several occasions he intentionally did harm, knowing perfectly well that he was obeying his own will and not an inspiration from God. He talked much about paradise, hell, virtue and sin, but his actions do not show that he had believed whatever he was saying. He lied on several occasions and encouraged lying to propagate his religion. No doubt, Muhammad had mastered the art of deception. He never gave a second thought to compromise morality for political gain. In his mind there was no other determinant. So he raged when confronted with disagreement or opposition, or anything that threatened his worldview. He valued people when he found that they could advance his religion, but devalued them at the next moment if they did not comply with his whims and wishes. He objectified people around him and treated them as lifeless objects. He manipulated his followers so cunningly as if he had conquered them, chained them, conditioned them and molded them. He exploited people as if he knew that he could do anything he wanted them to do. This magical thinking made him extremely violent and adventurous. He was so convinced of his mission that he was genuinely surprised and devastated when he failed. When he failed, he felt empty and worthless. And every minor success in his cause elevated him from the low of misery to the heights of extreme joy. Throughout his prophetic endeavor, he derived his self-worth from people around him, as if he would collapse and self-annihilate without them. Muhammad obsessively believed in his own infallibility, brilliance, heroism, and perfection. He gave the Qur'an as his only evidence of his prophethood. At the same time, deep inside in his mind, he knew that unlike the biblical prophets, he could not perform miracles. He knew that his Qur'an could not stand criticism. He knew that his religion could not be morally and spiritually at par with other established religions of Arabia, like Christianity and Judaism, but he did not dare confront the truth. In fact, he even could not admit the truth to himself. He only imagined that he was on a divine mission, a messenger of Allah. This is how he failed the reality test. He was simply unable to distinguish the actual, external world from the imagined, the internal world of thoughts and feelings, by making logical analysis of the religion he was preaching or allowing others to do this. For him, the reality became shadow and the shadow became reality. Muhammad was not capable of introspection, i.e., he was not capable to judge his actions from the outside. His critics made him realize that there was a grandiosity gap between his self-image and reality, which made him helpless. Since he could not win in a scholarly debate, he mercilessly got his critics assassinated. This was his only way to deal with all his intellectual opponents. Muhammad considered himself entitled to special amenities and benefits, though he was the founder of Islam, but he exempted himself from the rules that he himself established. He felt that he was above any kind of law. Muhammad's sense of entitlement coupled with the incredible belief of his own superiority lead him to believe in his invincibility, invulnerability, immunity, and divinity. He dared to hold human edicts, rules, and regulations, and human penalties in disdain. He regarded human needs and emotions as weaknesses to be predatorily exploited. Critics often ask one question: was Muhammad a knowing fraud, or he genuinely believed that the revelations were coming from a god? No matter whatever is the truth, it simply does not have much meaning. Even if he was sincere, it does not relieve him from the criminal charges that are put on him. If a racially prejudiced white man sincerely believes that blacks should not get equal right in the civilized society, his sincerity does not affect our moral condemnation of his belief. For the same reason we condemn those Hindus who still believe in untouchability. In the same way, Muhammad cannot get away in any case. If he was not a knowing fraud, then we can say that he was capable of self-deception. He used to bring messages freely from his God to justify political murders, assassinations, rape, booty, pedophilia, abundant sex, even to solve his domestic problems, which are clear evidences that he was an absolute fake. His sincerity means nothing. It is hard to imagine a lie more vulgar than Islam. Muhammad never asked anyone to collect Allah's revelations and write them down in a book. Literally, 1,000 times he had said, fear me, obey me, fear Allah, obey Allah, but there was not one, write for me, or write for Allah. He knew, if revelations were written down, it would be a bit difficult to abrogate them in the future, if required. Secondly, Qur'an was revealed to serve his selfish interests and that it would be of no value once he was no more. Muhammad's actions and commands in Allah's name are immortalized in Qur'an and Hadith collections. These are not only shocking in the standard of our time, but many Meccans during those days were equally shocked by seeing his brutal performance in the name of God. Muhammad succeeded in his prophetic mission because there was no powerful government to stop him. If Muhammad had been living under Roman rule, surely his mission would have resulted in losing his life and his religion would have been stamped out by strong military action. Assured before the coming of Muhammad, Arabia had become permeated with new ideas of religion, both from Jewish and Christian sources, but mostly from Christian sources. Paganism was slowly decaying out. A group of people rejected paganism, and to fulfill their spiritual needs they looked for an alternative religion. They were known as Hanafites or simply as Hanifs. So Arabia was a fertile ground for a new religion to born. Muhammad was deeply influenced by these Hanifs. If Muhammad had never been born or never had been successful to establish his religion, then perhaps a different prophet would have taken his place. Probably the new prophet might have consolidated the Byzantine kingdom and would have fought off the desert Arab tribes successfully. In that case, Arabia would have been converted to Christianity. Probably, the most terrible legacy of Muhammad was his rigid firmness that the Qur'anic revelations were the literal word of God and the significance of these verses are eternal. The irony is that throughout the entire history of Islam, Qur'an fails to give one solid argument at his favor that cannot be successfully refuted. Also, Muhammad declared that he was the last prophet of God. This way, Muhammad not only closed all the possibilities of new intellectual thoughts and freedom of ideas, but practically eliminated any chance of reformation of Islam. These self-serving messages of a 7th century malignant narcissist passed down to the Muslims generation after generation as unquestionable word of Allah, and as time passed, men were found to take up these words and make them into weapons to cause injustice, oppression, and domination, and for conversion by force. Muslims are willful victims of Islam, which is something like a self-imposed punishment. It is the mental prison of Muhammad. Muhammad is not the savoir but an abuser and exploiter of the Muslims. He is like a black hole at the center of the Muslims' incredible dreamlike galaxy. Muslims are like objects for Muhammad. He is continuously dragging the Muslims towards him and sucking their blood. Abuse is the eventual act of perverted intimacy. Muhammad used Islam to pervade Muslim psyche and possessed their mind. Qur'an is the weapon what he used to achieve his narcissistic goal. He was a predator. He had isolated the Muslims from the rest of the human society by dividing the humankind into two perpetually hostile groups: Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, and Dar al-Harb, the House of War, i.e., Muslims and Kafirs. It is not that a Muslim merely thinks that he is superior to the infidels. This unhealthy perception of his superiority is embedded in him, which is a part of his every mental cell. He feels that he is entitled to special treatment and to outstanding consideration because he is such a unique specimen. Deprived of contact with others and starved for human interactions, the Muslims bond with their predator. The more helpless a Muslim is, the more he is dependent on Muhammad. The more backward a Muslim nation is, the more it clings to Islam. Muslims' backwardness, envy, disappointment, unhappiness and many other such painful realities are well reflected in Iqbal's poetry, Shikwa, where he complained to Allah about the prosperity and power of non-Muslims in contrast to Muslims' poor condition. After 1 year of reciting Shikwa, Iqbal presented Jawab I Shakwa, where Allah gave a reply to Iqbal's complaint. Last 3 lines are as follows. Tu Musulman ho to takdir hai tadbir teri ki Muhammad say wafa tune to ham tere hain ye jahan cheese hai ki Allahu kalam tere hain. If you are Muslim, your prudence, your destiny is. If you are loyal to Muhammad, we are yours. This universe is nothing, the tablet and the pen are yours. This poetic composition of Iqbal is based on Quranic verse. According to Iqbal, Muslims' proven loyalty with Muhammad can own us, Allah. Since being loyal to Muhammad is same as following Orthodox Islam, Muslims should practice Islam more rigorously to prosper. If Iqbal is true, then how the infidels have prospered. We, the non-Muslims, don't practice Islam at all. In fact, some of us even oppose Islam. Then how the infidel countries are better than Muslim countries that at least practice a little? If the Quran is full of science, why the Islamic countries are most backwards? There is a lesson to learn in this. The creation of the universe has no master plot or mega plan to deprive anyone of happiness, prosperity or power. Nor he has any intention to be unfair to the Muslim world. The only reason of the misery of the Muslims is that they are the victims of a narcissist. They are the inverted narcissists of Muhammad. As Iqbal said, if you are loyal to Muhammad, we are yours. Narcissism breeds narcissism. It is of course a tragic event, but it is more than of a tragedy that Muslims do not want to face the real cause of the problem. Muslims are unable to see the truth because they are capable of self-deception. Unlike other religions, Islam is not seen by Muslims from different angles. That's why all the religions prosper, but Islam got stuck in a 7th century mentality. When they begin with the Quran, first they conclude that it's Allah's word. Hence they are unable to judge the book with a critical mind. If the Muslims change their viewpoint a little, they will notice its obvious falsehood. Those foolish people of the 7th century Arabia who decided to follow Muhammad can be forgiven, but how the educated people today can be forgiven who still want to be fooled. It is the new age of enlightenment and every day new truths are being revealed. I feel sick when I see that, today, more than 1 billion Muslims are unable to see the ploys of one mentally deranged man. Why they cannot see that Muhammad was an imposter madman in a divine robe. They should give way to logical thinking, that's all what is required, the truth will take its own course. In time. References Theses and Dissertations Hazen, Rebecca Ann, 2005, Parental Rejection, Temperament and Internalizing Problems. Ph.D. thesis submitted at The Ohio State University during 2005. Hook, Tara Lynn, 2007. The Role of Self-Concept and Narcissism in Aggression. Ph.D. thesis, Department of Psychology, University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon Codby, Heba, 2004, Sexuality in Islam. Ph.D. thesis submitted during DEC. 2004 on Clinical Sexology. Maimonides University, Egypt, Lyon, Peter D.S., 2006, A Solution for Ethnic Conflict, Democratic Governance in Afghanistan, a Case Study. Thesis submitted to the Faculty of Graduate Studies for the degree of Master of Arts. Department of Political Studies, Faculty of Arts, University of Manitoba, August, 2006. Slutsky, Shana, 2006, Reversion to Islam, A Study of Racial and Spiritual Empowerment Among African American Muslims. Thesis submitted in for the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology at Haverford College, April 2006. Talvide, Visa, 2006, The Freudian Unconscious in the Context of the Cognitive Orientation, Ph.D. thesis submitted and publicly discussed on 15 Trademark Sept. 2006, Faculty of Behavioral Studies, University of Helsinki. Westner, Bradley S., 2007, Responding to the Workplace Narcissist. Thesis submitted for the degree Master of Arts in the Department of Communication Studies during July 2007. Indiana University Newspaper and Journals. L. Abbott, Allison, 2007, Scanning Psychopaths. News feature, Nature, Volume 450, the 13th of December 2007. Books 1 to 12. Baumick, Saba, Nakvi, 2005, Ayatollahs All. Outlook Magazine, Dec. 12, 2005 issue. Volume 45, Number 49. Driveholtz, Ursula, 1983, A Treasure of Early Islamic Manuscripts on Parchment. Significance of the find and its conservation treatment. AIC preprints of papers presented at the 11th Annual Meeting in Baltimore, Maryland, the 25th to the 29th of May, 1983. Washington, D.C. Driveholtz, Ursula, 1996, The Treatment of Early Islamic Manuscript Fragments on Parchment and the Conservation and Preservation of Islamic Manuscripts, Alfred Khan Islamic Heritage Foundation, London. Driveholtz, Ursula, 1999, Preserving a Treasure, The Sunnah Manuscripts. Museum International, Islamic Collections, Volume 51, Number 3, July 1999 issue. Blackwell Publishers, Oxford, Dr. Mitra, Rajad, 2007, Devil in the Flesh. Outlook Magazine, Jan. 22, 2007 issue. Volume 47, Number 4 Hassan, Nazra, 2001, An Arsenal of Believers, Talking to the Human Bombs. Published on November 19, 2001. The New Yorker Magazine, Condé Nast Publications. Langua, L.J., Wolchik, S.A., Sandler, I.N., and West, S.G., 2000. The Additive and Interactive Effects of Parenting and Temperament and Predicting Adjustment Problems of Children of Divorce. Journal of Clinical Child Psychology, Volume 29, Issue the 2nd of May 2000 issue. Nazrin, Taslima, 2007, Let's Burn the Burqa. Outlook Magazine, Jan. 22, 2007 issue. Volume 47, Number 4 Ramswaroop, 1992, Swords to Sell a God. An article published on the 16th of June 1992 in the newspaper, The Telegraph. Calcutta, India. Vazire, Samin, Nauman, Laura P., Renfro, Peter J., Gosling Samuel D., 2008, Portrait of a Narcissist, Manifestations of Narcissism in Physical Appearance. Journal of Research and Personality. Issue 42, 2008, pp. 1439-1447. Whalen, Estelle, 1998, Forgotten Witness, Evidence for the Early Codification of the Quran. Published in the Journal of America Oriental Society. January to March issue, 1998. University of Michigan, USA. Abelard, Peter, 1836, Sic et non, Yes and No, in Ouvrages and Edits, ed. V. Cousin, Paris. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Abhedananda, Swami, 2005, Life Beyond Death, A Critical Study of Spiritualism. Ramakrishna Vedanta Math, Kolkata, India. Al-Ghazali, Abu Hamid al-Tulsi. 1993, Hya, Ulam al-Din, Revival of Religious Learnings. Translated in English in 4 volumes by Faisal al-Karim. Darul Ashat, Urdu Bazaar, Karachi, Pakistan. Allen, Tim and Thomas, Allen, ed. 2000, Poverty and Development into 21st Century. OUP, UK al-Misri, Ahmed ibn Nakib, 1999. Reliance of the Traveler, Umdad al-Salik, Revised Edition. Translated by Naha Mim Keller, Mana Publications, Bettsville, Maryland. Andre, Tor, 1955, Muhammad, The Man and His Faith. Trans, Theophil Menzel, Harper and Row Publishers, N.Y. Archer, John Clark, 1924, Mystical Elements in Muhammad. Yale University Press, USA, Armstrong, Karen, 2006, Muhammad, A Biography of the Prophet. Phoenix Press, a division of the Orion Publishing Group Limited. London, Armstrong, Karen, 2006, S. Am, A Short History. Phoenix Press, London. Aslan, Reza, 2006, No God But God. Arrow Books, The Random House Group Limited. London, Azad, Humayun, 1995, Nari, Woman, originally written in Bengali. Revised 3rd edition, Sept. 95, Agami Prakasani, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Bengal, Insan, 2007, Juktibadir Chok Nabi Muhammad O Quran Sharif, Nabi Muhammad and Quran in the Eyes of a Rationalist. Insaniyat Library, Khulna, Bangladesh, also available at Vivekananda Sahitya Kendra. 6 Bankim Chatterjee Street, Kolkata 73. India, Beck, Aaron T., Freeman, Arthur, 1990, Cognitive Therapy of Personality Disorders. The Guilford Press, N.Y. Becker, Karl Heinrich, 1909, Slam and Christianity. Bibliolife, London, Benjamin, Lorna Smith, 1996, NTER Personal Diagnosis and Treatment of Personality Disorders. The Guilford Press, a division of the Guilford Publications Inc. N.Y. Bentham, J. 1988, The Principles of Morals and Legislation, Prometheus Books, N.Y. 19, 20, 2-22, 2% 24, 2-8-26, 2s 28, 29, 30, 2-253% Bradley, John R., 2005, Saudi Arabia Exposed. Palgrave Macmillan. N.Y., Brigg, Malik, S.K., 2008, The Qur'anic Concept of War. Adam Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi, India, Caird, John, 1956, An Introduction to the Philosophy of Religion. Chakravarti and Chatterjee Publishers, Calcutta, India Kaner, Aryan Mehmed and Kaner Amir Fithi, 2002, Unveiling Islam. Kregel Publications, USA, Carlisle, T., 1973, Sartor Resartus, On Heroes and Hero Worship. London, Chase Frederick H., 1958, John of Damascus, Writings, Fathers of the Church Series. Claxton, G., 2002, The Wayward Mind, An Intimate History of the Unconscious. Little Brown, London, Clifford W.K., 1897, The Ethics of Belief in Lectures and Essays. Macmillan, London, Cook, David, 2007, Martyrdom in Islam. Cambridge University Press, USA. Cook, Michael, Crone, Patricia, 1977, Hagarism, The Making of the Islamic World. Cambridge, Copey, Irving and Cohen, Carl, 1994, Introduction to Logic, 9th edition, January, 2000. Prentice Hall, India, N.D. India. Crone, Patricia, 1987, Roman, Provisional and Islamic Law, The Origins of the Islamic Patronate. Cambridge, Dagger, Hamdan, 1995, The Position of Women in Islam. Light of Life, Villach, Austria, Dasti, Ali, 1985, 23 years. George Allen and Unwin, London. Dawkins, Richard, 2006, The God Delusion. Bantam Press, G.B. Desai, Mignid, 2007, Rethinking Islamism, The Ideology of the New Terror. T. J. International Limited. Padstow, Cornwall. G.B. Dr. Brahmachari, Radeshyam, 1999, Slami Dharmatva, Ibar Gari Farrar Pala, original in Bengali language. Save India Mission, Kolkata, India. 34. Dr. Ambedkar, B.R., 1940, Pakistan or the Partition of India. Government of Maharashtra Publication, India. 35. Dr. Razak, Russell, 2008, Human Being to Human Bomb. Icon Books Limited, Cambridge. 36. Durant, Will and Durant, Ariel, 1961, The Story of Civilization, The Age of Reason Begins. Simon & Schuster, N.Y., 37. Durant, Will, 1950, The Story of Civilization, The Age of Faith. Simon & Schuster, N.Y. 38. Durant, Will, 2006, The Story of Philosophy. Pocket Books, a division of Simon & Schuster. N.Y. 39. Durkheim, Emil, 1897, Suicide, 1951 edition, The Free Press. N.Y. 40. ed. Bjorgo, Tor, 2005, Root Causes of Terrorism, Myths, Reality and Ways. Forward. Routledge, Taylor and Francis Group, Abingdon, UK, 4, ed. Boston, Andrew G., 2008, The Legacy of Islamic Antisemitism, From Sacred Texts to Solemn History. Prometheus Books, NY 42, ed. Faith, Wendy and McCallum, Pamela, 2005, Linked Histories, Postcolonial Studies in a Globalized World. University of Calgary Press, Alberta, Canada 43. ed. Krizek, James, 1964, Anthology of Islamic Literature. Harmonsworth, Pinguini, 44, ed. Livesley W. John, 1995, The DSM-IV Personality Disorders. The Guilford Press, a division of the Guilford Publications Inc. NY 45, ed. Spencer, Robert, 2005, The Myth of Islamic Tolerance. How Islamic Law Treats Non-Muslims. Prometheus Books, NY 46, ed. Costello, Charles G., 1996, Personality Characteristics of the Personality Disordered. A Wiley Interscience publication, NY 47, ed. SVI Shapiro, David E. Purple, 2008, Critical Social Issues in American Education, Democracy and Meaning in a Globalizing World. Lawrence Earlbaum Associates, Inc. Publishers, New Jersey, 48, ed. Warwick, Ibn, 2002, What the Qur'an Really Says, Language, Text and Commentary. Prometheus Books, NY. A2, 53-54, 25% 56, I-58, 59, 60, 6-62, 63-64, 65, eds. GRM, N. and Saberwall, Sadish, 1996, Social Conflict. OUP, New Delhi, India. Engler, Barbara, 2009, Personality Theories. 8th edition, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Publishing Company. Boston, Airlie, Abraham, 1997, The Last Springs the Lives in Times of Great Mughals. First edition. Penguin Books. New Delhi, India. Ernst W. Carl, 2005. Following Muhammad. Rethinking Islam in the Contemporary World. Yoda Press. New Delhi, India. Falachi, Oriana, 2006. The Force of Reason. Rizzoli International Publication Inc. NY. Farmer, Brian R., 2007. Understanding Radical Islam, Medieval Ideology in the 21st Century. Peter Lang Publishing Inc. NY. Fletcher, Richard, 2003. The Cross and the Crescent. Penguin Books. London. Fox, John, 1827. Fox's Book of Martyrs, being a complete history of the lives, sufferings and deaths of the Christian martyrs. Published by Charles Gaylord, Boston. Freeling, Rudolph, 1978. Christianity and Islam. Flores Books, Edinburgh. Gandhi, M. K. 1961. My Philosophy of Life. Pro Publications, Mumbai, India. Gay, P. 1987. A Godless Jew. Yale University Press. New Haven. Geiler, N. Ellen Salib, Abdul, 2002. Answering Islam, The Crescent and the Light of Cross. 2 Trademark Edition. Baker Books, Michigan. USA. Gibb, H.A.R., 1969. Mohammedanism, A Historical Survey. Oxford University Press. UK. Gibbon, E. 1941. Decline and Fall of Roman Empire. Volume 5. Everyman's Library. London Goal, Sita Ram, 1987. The Calcutta Quran Petition. Voice of India. Goldzahar, Ignaz, 1971. Muslim Studies. Edited by S. M. Stern. Allen and Unwin, London. Goodwin, Jan, 1994. Price of Honor. 2006 edition. Sphere, London. 68, 69, 70, 7-2, Tays 74, 1376, TH 78, 7-80, 8p, Guillaume, A, 1955, The Life of Muhammad, a translation of Ibn Ishaq's Sirad Rasul Allah, Ibn Hisham's Notes. OUP, Oxford Guillaume, A, 1978, Slam. Harmansworth, UK. Gunny, A, 1996, Images of Islam in 18th Century Writing, Grey Seal, London. Hagee, John, 2007, Jerusalem Countdown. Frontline, Lake Mary, Florida. Hassan, Stephen, 1990, Combating Cult Mind Control. Park Street Press. Hakel, Muhammad Hussein, 1976, The Life of Muhammad, translated by Ismail Razi A. Al-Faruqi, from 8th edition. Chapter 5, From the Beginning of Revelation to the Conversion of Umar. Chapter 8, From the Violation of the Boycott to Al-Isra. American Trust Publications. Plainfield, USA. Hecht, Jennifer Michael, 2004, Doubt, A History, The Great Doubters and Their Legacy of Innovation from Socrates and Jesus to Thomas Jefferson and Emily Dickinson. Harper San Francisco. Hick, John, H. 1993, Philosophy of Religion. Prentice Hall of India, Mumbai, India. Hitty, Philip K., 2002, first published in 1937, History of the Arabs, revised 10th edition, Palgrave Macmillan, Basingstoke, UK. Hotchkiss, Sandy, 2003, Why Is It Always About You? The 7 Deadly Sins of Narcissism. Free Press. N.Y. Hume, David, 1992, An Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding. Progressive Publishers. Calcutta. Hurd, Jeffrey with Associated Contributors, 1986, Human Societies, An Introduction to Sociology. Routledge and Keegan Paul, G.B., Hussain, ed., 2007. The Islamist. Penguin Books. London. Ignatieff, M., 1998. The Warrior's Honor, Ethnic War and the Modern Conscience. Penguin Books. Toronto. Iyengar, BKS, 1976, Light on Yoga, Schocken Books, NY. Jeffrey, Arthur, 1937, Materials for the History of the Text of the Quran. Leiden, Netherlands. 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 92-93, 94, 95-96. If. Kalibi, 2002, Dictionary of the Qur'anic Phrases and Its Meaning. Compiled by Sheikh Musa ben Muhammad A.I. Kalibi, Maktabat al-Adab, Cairo. Keller, Nahamim, 1994, Reliance of the Traveler, A Classic Manual of Islamic Sacred Law. Amana Publications, Bettsville, Maryland. Kennedy, Hugh, 2007, The Great Arab Conquests. How the Spread of Islam Changed the Hole We Live In. Phoenix, an imprint of Orion Books Limited. London, Khalid Muhammad Khalid, 2005, Successors of the Messenger, English translation of Al-Khulafa al-Rasul, Biographies of the 5 Rightly Guided Caliphs of Islam. Dar al-Kotab al-Yemaya Publishing House. Beirut, Lebanon. Khan, M.A., 2009, Islamic Jihad, The Legacy of Forced Conversion, Imperialism, and Slavery. iUniverse, Inc., N.Y. Klein, P., 1972, Fact and Fantasy and Freudian Theory, Methuen and Company Limited, London. Latchker, Joan, 2008, How to Talk to a Narcissist. Routledge, Taylor and Francis Group, USA. Lewis, H.D., 1961, Philosophy of Religion. The English Universities Press. London, Mahmoud, Abdul Halim, 1978, The Creed of Islam. World of Islam Festival Trust. Manji, Irshad, 2004, The Trouble with Islam Today. A Wake-Up Call for Honesty and Challenge. Mainstream Publishing Company, Edinburgh, Limited. Edinburgh, UK. Marcuse, H., 1972, Eros and Civilization, Abacus Margoluth, D.S., 1914, The Early Development of Mohammedanism. Charles Scribner's Sons, N.Y. Masterson, J.F., 1981, The Narcissistic and Borderline Disorders. An Integrated Developmental Approach. Brunner Ruth, N.Y., Masterson, James F., 1990, The Search for the Real Self. The Free Press, a division of the Simon & Schuster Inc. N.Y., Merce Perez, Linda, Haida, Kathleen M., 2004, Animal Cruelty, Pathway to Violence Against People. Altamira Press, a division of Roman, Littlefield Publishers, Inc., Lanham, UK, Miller, Judith, 1997, God Has 99 Names, Reporting from a Militant Middle East. Touchstone, Simon & Schuster, U.S. 98, Monty, C.F., 1995, Beneath the Mask, An Introduction to Theories of Personality. Harcourt Brace College Publishers, New York, 99, Nasser, Valley, 2007, The Shia Revival, How Conflicts Within Islam Will Shape the Future. W. W. Norton, NY 100, Nicholson, Reynold, 1969, A Literary History of the Arabs. Oxford University Press, 101, Oak, PN, 1996, Islamic Havoc in Indian History. Published by A. Ghosh, Houston, 102, Ortberg, John, 2008, Faith and Doubt, Zondervan, Michigan, USA 103, Peters, F.E., 1986, Jerusalem and Mecca, The Topology of the Holy City in the Near East. NY, 104, Pipes, Daniel, 1983, and The Path of God. Transaction Publishers, New Brunswick, USA 105, Professor, Hassan, Ahmad, 2001, Al-Sunan, A Collection of Hadith, Volume 1, Abu Dawud, Sulayman B., Al-Ash'ath, Kitab Bhavan, New Delhi, India, 106, Radhakrishnan, S., 1970, The Present Crisis of Faith, Orient Paperbacks, New Delhi, India. 107, Ralhan O.P., 1998, Encyclopedia of Political Parties, Volumes 33-50. Anmol Publications Private Limited, Daryaganj, ND, India 108, Ramswaroop, 1984, Understanding Islam Through Hadiths, Voice of India. 109, Rao, K.L. Seshagiri, 1990, Mahatma Gandhi and Comparative Religion. Motilal Banarsidass Publishers, Delhi, India, 110, Richardson, Joel, 2006, Antichrist, Islam's Awaited Messiah. Pleasant Word. A division of Winepress Publishing. Enumclaw 111, Ripon, Andrew, 1991, Muslims, Their Religious Beliefs and Practices. Volume 1, Routledge, London, 112, Rodinson, Maxime, 1980, Muhammad, original in French, translated to English by Ann Carter. The New Press, NY 113, Rodinson, Maxime, 1981, A Critical Survey of Modern Studies on Muhammad and Studies on Islam ed. M. Swartz. NY 114, Roy, Tathagata, 2007, A Suppressed Chapter in History, The Exodus of Hindus from East Pakistan and Bangladesh 1947-2006. Bookwell, New Delhi, India 115. Russell, Bertrand, 1950, Unpopular Essays, Chapter X, Ideas That Have Harmed Mankind, Simon & Schuster. NY 116. Russell, Bertrand, 1996, Why I Am Not a Christian and Other Essays on Religion and Related Subjects. Routledge, Taylor and Francis Group, Abingdon, UK, 117, Russell, Bertrand, 2009, Marriage and Morals. Routledge, NY, 118, Sagan, Carl, 1997, The Demon-Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark. Ballantine Books, Random House Inc., USA, 119, Solovey, Peter, 1991, The Psychology of Jealousy and Envy. The Guilford Press, NY 120, Sarat Rachanabali, published by Sarat Samiti, Calcutta, means, a complete work of Sarat Chandra Chattopadhyay. The quotations are taken from his essay, Bardaman Hindu Musalman Samasya, which literally means, Contemporary Hindu-Muslim Problem. Chattopadhyay wrote this essay during 1926. 121, Chef, T. J. 1990, Microsociology, Discourse, Emotion, and Social Structure. The University of Chicago Press. Chicago, 122. Schimmel, Anne-Marie, 1985, and Muhammad as His Messenger, The Veneration of the Prophet in Islamic Piety. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 123. Schuon, Fritjof, 1980, Stations of Wisdom. Perennial Books, London, 124. Seals, David L., 1968, International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, Volume 5. The Macmillan Company and the Free Press. NY, 125, Sheikh, Anwar, 1995, Islam, the Arab National Movement. The Principality Publisher, Cardiff, UK, 126, Sheikh, Anwar, 1998, Slam and Human Rights and Other Essays, published by A. Ghosh, Houston, USA. 127, Sheikh, Anwar, 1999, Islam, Sex and Violence. Published by A. Ghosh, Houston 128, Sheikh, Anwar, 1999, This is Jihad, published by A. Ghosh, Houston, USA. 129, Shori, Arun, 2002, The World of Fatwas, Rupa and Company, New Delhi, India. 130, Shori, Arun, 2008, Indian Controversies, Essays on Religion and Politics. Rupa and Company, New Delhi, India 131, Sina, Ali, 2008, Understanding Muhammad, A Psychobiography. Falibri.com 132. Sir, Mir William, 1992, The Life of Muhammad, first published in London in 1894. Reprinted by Voice of India, Delhi, India, 133. Sarkar, Jadunath, 1972, The History of Aurangzeb. Volume 3, Orient Longman, 134. Smith, Jane Idleman and Haddas YY, 2002. The Islamic Understanding of Death and Resurrection. Oxford University Press. NY, 135. Snow, Robert L. 2003, Deadly Cults, The Crimes of True Believers. Prager Publishers, Court, USA 136. Spencer, Robert, 2005, The Politically Incorrect Guide to Islam and the Crusades. Regnery Publishing. Washington, D.C., 137. Spencer, Robert, 2006, The Truth About Muhammad. Regnery Publishing, Inc. 138. Spencer, Robert, 2007, Religion of Peace? Why Christianity Is and Islam Isn't. Regnery Publishing, Inc., Washington, D.C., 139. Sproul R.C. and Salib, Abdul, 2003, The Dark Side of Islam. Crossway Books, a division of Good News Publishers. Wheaton, Illinois, 140. Stevenson, Ellen Haberman, D. L. 2004, 10 Theories of Human Nature, Oxford University Press, 141. Tallis, F. 2002, Hidden Minds, A History of the Unconscious. Fareed Publishing, New York, 142. Tisdall, W. Street C., 1894, The Religion of the Crescent, London SPCK, 4 inches edition published in 1916. 143. Tompkins, Sylvan, 1995, Shame and Its Sisters, Duke University Press, Durham. 144. Toynbee, Arnold, 1935, A Study of History, Volume 3. OUP, GB, 145. Trans, Wolf, Kenneth B., 1978, Conversion and Continuity, Indigenous Christian Communities in Islamic Lands, 8th to 18th Centuries. Toronto. 146, Trans. Seal, MS, 1978, Qur'an and Bible, Studies in Interpretation and Dialogue. London, 147, Trans. Sheridan, Alan, 1999, The Fabric of Effect and the Psychoanalytic Disclose. Originally published as Le Discours Vivant in France and authored by André Green in 1973. Hartnells Limited, Bodmin, Cornwall, 148. Trifkovich, Serge, 2002, The Sword of the Prophet. Regina Orthodox Press, Boston, 149. Trifkovich, Serge, 2006, Defeating Jihad, How the War on Terror May Yet Be Won, in Spite of Ourselves. Regina Orthodox Press. Boston, 150. Vaknin, Sam, 1999, Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited, Narcissus Publications, Skopje, Prague, Czech Republic, 151. Vivekananda, Swami, 1947, Complete Works of Swami Vivekananda, Volume 1. Vedanta Press and Bookshop, Los Angeles, 152. Voltaire, 1745, Letter to Benedict XIV, written in Paris on August 17, 1745 AD, 153. Walker, Benjamin, 2002, Foundation of Islam, The Making of a World Faith. Rupa and Company, New Delhi, India, 154. Warajq, Ibn, 1995, Why I Am Not a Muslim. Prometheus Books, NY 155. Warwick, Ibn, 1998, The Origins of the Qur'an, Classic Essays on Islam's Holy Book. Prometheus Books, NY 156. Warwick, Ibn, 2000, The Quest for the Historical Muhammad. Prometheus Books, NY 157. Warwick, Ibn, 2003, Leaving Islam, Apostates Speak Out. Prometheus Books, NY 158. Wynne, Craig, 2004, Prophet of Doom, Islam's Terrorist Dogma in Muhammad's Own Words. Cricket Song Books, a division of Virginia Publishers. Canada, 159. Winnicott, D.W., 1960. Ego Distortion in Terms of True and False Self, in The Maturational Process and the Facilitating Environment, Studies in the Theory of Emotional Development. International Up Inc., New York, 160, Zarsky, E., 2004, Secrets of the Soul, A Social and Cultural History of the Psychoanalysis. Vintage Books, NY,